You there, Miles?
I am Phil. Hi. I'm just trying to build the backdrop properly. Oh, dude, this is so fucking annoying.
What?
Just this backdrop thing between the backdrop and my camera script. I'm not moving anything. Bye.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Yo, Observer Chat, what's good? Quentin, Waldo, Pat, John, and Xavier!
There's Envoy. What a play from the youngster.
You gotta start cooking again. The league is back.
It's chaos.
You ain't surviving that. It's gone straight through the skull.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot more of that.
Friday night, brighter light.
It's going.
My goodness.
That is sensational.
Oh my word.
Oh my.
No! Ready to play ball.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Let's go!
Welcome to the kingdom, the online kingdom.
Can he get there in time? He got the kill. Are you kidding me? Let's just be awesome, bro. Let's just be awesome. Okay.
CDL's back. Fetch me my beard oil.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and hello to day 2 of the Chicago home series here on the Call of Duty League. My name is Miles Ross. I'll be one of the hosts joining you throughout the entire weekend, joined as always by Philip Momo Whitfield. Brother, hopefully your internet doesn't get knocked out today, dude. I hope you're doing well though, mate. Philip, welcome to Saturday.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited for Saturday.
Saturday.
And, yeah, it's going to be an interesting day for sure. It's a longer day. We start earlier. And I'm excited to get into this. We had some upsets yesterday. I'm hoping for some more. And once again, Miles, it's a tough one. We say this time and time again. Whenever you cast Huntsmen, OpTic, whatever they want to call themselves now, you make them lose now. You know, I hope the people at home know that. But moving forward, we're trying to take Miles off of those casts for you guys. Of course, we love and cherish all of you. But Miles, I'm excited for day 2 of Chicago.
It's going to be a cool one, mate. Let's be real, though. It's a big upset from yesterday. New York defeating the Chicago Huntsmen was an upset as far as I think all the analysts go. But at the end of the day, the hype was very, very real around that New York squad, around Mac Meltz, and no one was really. No one was wrong. Everyone who made those predictions were completely spot on there. So very, very interesting stuff so far. Let's have a quick look though, Phil, because of course we're in Saturday now, dude. We've had our schedule. We've got a big game coming up first. Of course, we're now looking towards semi-finals. We're looking towards eliminating teams now from the Chicago home series, and it's going to be a fun one. We will be looking at Separation Saturday, is what we're calling it today, where we start to peel off the good, the bad, and, well, the ugly, frankly, of the Call of Duty League teams thus far here at the Chicago home series event. Phil, have you had any big takeaways from yesterday? What really got you going?
I mean, certainly the New York versus Huntsman game was incredible. I think every single game in their own right was special. Even the 3-0s, it was just kind of a clear showcase of talent. But it goes without saying, the Subliners coming out with the victory over the Huntsman was the biggest surprise. It was kind of the craziest, talk around the town. It was the way we ended it as well. So I think there's a lot of pressure on the Huntsmen. I think they've certainly got what it takes to kind of come back and bounce back from this. But the Subliners, how far can they go? They've got a tough task ahead of them. But of course, very important to recap all the information we saw yesterday, whether it be schedule or bracket, and go through and see exactly what is coming up.
Indeed, mate. We'll have a look at that US Army schedule. Of course, a lot of games to be played through today. Saturday's a long one. The Fridays and the Sundays are the shorter games. Sunday, of course, being the CDL Sunday, the big climactic finish to our home series weekends here. But Saturday is certainly going to be a fun one and a long one indeed, Phil. Any exciting matches for you today, mate? Apart from the first, we got, of course, Seattle going against Dallas first.
I can't get away from 5:30. London Royal Ravens going up against the Huntsmen. Again, we saw the Ravens really push back on FaZe. They came out 0-3 against them, but we saw the struggles of the Huntsmen as well. I think, that's a game that the Ravens can take, but it's a game that the Huntsmen need. The Battle of LA, once again at 4 p.m. I think that's going to be an exciting one. And then 2:30, FaZe and Subliners. It's like, how good are Subliners? Every single game is an absolute banger, Miles, and I'm excited to get into it. We, of course, have the privilege of Dallas versus Seattle. As you see on the bottom side there, Group B. Surge came over Guerrillas once again with the 3-0. I was loving the social media from some of the Surge guys as well, just kind of talking a bit of trash and how much Guerrillas suck, because that's the only team that they can beat right now. Empire doing the business over OpTic, but I will say OpTic, they looked a little bit better in departments as well, so glad to see the likes of Quavo, aka Kenny, doing some work and back on what I would like to say the main stage, but it's just the main screen right now.
It is the main screen, dude. Absolutely right. So we are playing for a spot in the semi-finals here. Let's have a quick look at those game fuel keys to victory in just a moment for Seattle first up. Phil, you brought it up. We talked about it yesterday. There's been a lot of chat around this one, but Seattle can only really seem to beat the Los Angeles Guerrillas. What hope do they have against a team like Dallas right now?
It's a tough one. They're going in as the underdog for sure. However, they've come out with a big win. I think it's a bit of momentum going their way. For Surge, though, I think Search and Destroy is a key. They've been losing Game 5. They lost Game 5 previously, time and time again, and we're talking round 11s. But again, thank you very much. Shout out to Nameless for our keys to victory. Replicate yesterday and stick together in the rounds. And I think that's it. I think it's just whether you're getting trades, whether you're getting first bloods. Go back to basics on Search and Destroy. And if they can do that against a team like Dallas, we've seen that that's a team that can lose these S&D rounds as well. But on the other side of things, we're talking Dallas Empire and their keys to victory. Glacier and Illy need to step up their performance from yesterday. Again, individually, we had some, standout performances, and I'm sure you guys know the names already, but Glacier and Illy were two of the players when, they won the home series previously. They were ones that stood out. So if we can get a better Clay and a better Illy, who knows what Dallas can bring to the tournament.
Indeed. We'll have a look at the US Air Force Quickscope, Phil, of course. That's going to be giving us some little stats, little bits of fun tidbits before we roll into this matchup, mate. And again, it's the CDL points, the biggest difference between these teams. You brought it up a moment ago. Dallas have actually managed to win a home series. They did a great job back in Los Angeles. Seattle have really yet to get onto the board. And, it's an interesting record at 33 and 29 in game records because, Dallas, they win their series overall. They've got more wins, but they're still being brought down by a couple of big teams. Do you think this is a walk in the park for Dallas? I mean, does Seattle, at the record they have, at the current form they're in, is this a total walk in the park?
I don't think so at all, and I was actually speaking to a couple of the Seattle fans before this series and jokingly just being like, you're about to get smoked, Dallas beat you, they've got 2-0 on you. But realistically, when you take a step back and look at the bigger picture, that 33 and 29 does stand out. Dallas are a great team, but Seattle, they showcased what they can do yesterday. For me, Seattle need to get off to a hot start here, and that's from, rotation 1 on map number 1. Talking of maps and modes here, we've got the US Air Force maps and modes. We're of course going to be starting off with Hardpoint. That's going to be Cave, a double dosage of Gunrunner, Hackney, and ending with a bit of Arcloth Peak. But yeah, just kind of going back to the point, I don't think it's a walk in the park. I think we could very well see a 3-1 or a 3-2. If I'm putting my predictions out there, Miles, I'm going with a 3-1 to Dallas Empire.
3-1 to Dallas Empire. Let's have a look at that Seattle roster in just a moment. And again, we think of this Seattle lineup. Big names that stick out to me, of course, Octane, one of the most talented assault rifle players in the world right now by far. And the most recent addition to the team. Again, a long-term friend and I believe a schoolmate of Octane, which is crazy to think that. I said this yesterday, the same school brought 2 COD pros to the same league who are now in the same team. That's unbelievable. Apathy had a great showing yesterday. Slacked also had his moments. And Karma, little player, his players been very, very quiet for me, frankly. And when it comes to the Modern Warfare season so far, a 3-time world champion in Call of Duty, a player who you would expect to be putting up, a little bit more wild performances, someone who's a lot more cerebral and influential on a map. But he's yet to really get going here, Phil.
Yeah, I think when we say yet to get going, it's a tough one because in a team like this, he's always been in a team where he can shine and do these individual crazy plays and stuff like that. We didn't see that from him. A few plays that did stand out for Seattle was Apathy for me. His respawn KD, I think, was... his Search and Destroy KD was set at 1.5. We saw him at Hardpoint KD, 1.73, number 2 from yesterday. He was kind of across all the boards, but it was slacked in Search and Destroy at 2.0. But Dallas Empire, as the team that they will be opposing, they have a strong lineup. We all know, we all love it. Shotzi, for me, was incredible yesterday. He came in with the overall number 2 KD of 1.59. Karma was number 1 at 1.61. So you look across all of these kind of details here, from yesterday alone. There's a lot of Karmas jumping out the stats that I'm talking about. Slacks, Apathy, Shopsy. These are the names that are up there alongside some of those FaZe members, of course. But yeah, it sure is going to be an interesting one. After the early place, they're still working on the webcams, but
I was going to say, Phil, the Dallas Empire have got to have the worst face cams in the Call of Duty League. Did you see
they have face cams?
The idea that if they don't have face cams, they're Hook's one's on the floor. What is going on, Dallas?
No,
anyway.
I mean I like the different angle. You got to see Hugh in his natural habitat, sat at his desk with a camera on the floor at his feet. I mean, maybe the chat will get what they want at the end of the day.
Whoa! Don't give the chat what they want. They want to see Nameless's feet. They'll get Nameless's feet. Let's get into map number 1. It's going to be in a Azir cave. And already off to the races with Octane. It's what he does best, which is just shoot people from very far away with that delightful M4. Don't forget to check out his YouTube series of as he breaks down weapon classes and whatnot. Very interesting information. But here we go, friends. That first hardpoint fill well and truly in the hands of Seattle. As Panda and Octane just continue the light of the kill feed.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Octane is one to watch on this map is in particular. Again, it does favour some of the assault rifles in these power positions. But as we jump on board, it's going to be Slack trying to get these rotations, and he's going to find himself not 1 but 2 shots CNC 6 that are going to go down. And with the hardpoint rotating earlier, sorry, very soon, should I say, 20 seconds, we are going to see Seattle potentially have that control. Apathy, a player which really stood out yesterday and is looking to do the same once more. Karma has, of course, the trophy. He's going to be the player running that trophy and doing the dirty work, it seems.
And again, we think of the trophy systems, for those of you unaware, it basically eats up anything thrown at it. So that's going to be grenades, stuns, flashes, concussions, whatever you want to throw at it. It's gone. So, over towards the next hardpoint we go. Seattle with a relatively firm lead, a solid rotation underway. That means they've got control of the next hardpoint spawn. It's going to be that far right-hand side of the map. You want to die and respawn as close as possible to that position. And now the push from Dallas. Slack locking down the front of the map, going to get cut down, and there's absolute pandemonium there underneath the catwalk. As shots go back and forth, and you blink, you miss it, and sleight of hand later, you've got yourself a Dallas Empire in the hardpoint.
Yeah, one of the things I said was for Seattle, they need to start strong on rotation number 1. That's exactly what they did. They're after going on a 5 streak. Octane and Slack were right there with him. 5 kills instantly, almost off the bat of the game. However, Dallas, they do break in. They are going to nullify it a little bit here, but with 20 seconds left, it looks like that's going to go Surge's way, and the rotation over to the field is going to be far off. Dallas, Crim6 though, 0-6 right now. Not the best of starts. He'll be wanting to turn that around. I'm sure he will do, but once he heats up, maybe the Surge might have a little bit more of a difficult task on their hands.
Yeah, we heard Crim6 being somewhat disappointed with his individual performance in yesterday's interview with Rich and Lottie, but let's see if he can't turn that frown upside down right now. Illy unable to do so as Octane. I mean, I'd love to see the stats in a moment, but Octane is honestly ripping through the start of this map very, very well. This is what you want to be seeing as a Seattle fan, and I must admit, I'm impressed by what I'm seeing out of the young Seattleites. I've got absolutely no idea what the collective noun for a group of people from Seattle is. Phil, back me up here, mate.
I have no idea.
Anyway, 10-3 though.
Take your word for it.
Dude, 11-4 now. Octane is on an absolute rampage, my friend. Hugh's trying to do what he can to bounce back with some. Dude, this is all Seattle. All Seattle.
Certainly is. They have a nice lead of 40 points here. As Hugh finds a nice little multi-killer, 4 in a row. Crim6 is 0-8. You hate to see that. And it's something that you really don't see. But there we go. Round of applause. Crim finds his first kill, and I'm sure many to come. He might be 1-9 right now, but we'll have a check-in a little later, see if he can turn it around. Only down by 50, and we do see Dallas, of course, fully in control of this hardpoint as well. So if they can keep Cave West, if they can lock this down, which they're, of course, wanting to do, see a little bit of a change in points, but Apathy snuck through the back, finds himself a Fleischer and a Huke, and it looks like his teammates now falling in line. Apathy continuing his performance from yesterday, 4 in a row, not going to make it 5 as Play shuts him down, but with a 50-point lead, it's looking good for Surge.
It's great for Surge. That was a fantastic break, and now we've got straight on to the point for Panda. He's going to do what he can from these power positions down low. Cave West, extremely difficult to break. So many strong spots for the AR players to be in. Demonstrated fantastically there by Panda. Karma backing him just over his left shoulder. And as you can see, continued pressure there from Dallas, nullified by the hold from Surge. Now we go over to the final hard point and the first rotation. This cliff path, now by the outpost. Illy, first in, set up, ready to roll. But he does have Octane behind him at the top of that broken sort of watchtower position. That's going to be a very influential spot to be on right now. And Octane, a dangerous, dangerous player to be put there. So there you can see on your screen. Now lined up. Has great oversight over the hard point and over that underpass to the right of it. But here we go. Octane doesn't know Illy's here. Sneaky, sneaky Illy. And will he pounce? There it is. He's going to clean that player up. Now allow the remaining members of Dallas to try to flood towards that hard point. But they're being cut down left, right, and center, Phil. The mid-map presence from Surge. They've got every angle covered.
They certainly have. They've got everything going for them right now. And I tell you what, with Apathy 18 and 8 on another streak here of 4. We've got Panda as well on the 4th streak. He finally gets taken down. But Apathy looking for that pick isn't going to find it. But you look at the bigger picture. You look at the hard point. This is surrounded by the Seattle members. Everything is working for them with over double the points hold Dallas. They've got a huge mountain to climb, but Crimsic's finally heating up with 3 in a row. Can he turn it around? Can he claw it back for the Empire?
Can claw it back for the Empire. Oh, mate, here we go, charging forward. Panda once again and Octane, that duo really working their way through this one. The slaying department is all Seattle. It's 19 and 11 for Apathy, 16 and 9 for Octane. That is absurd. Slacked, he's my Grubhub pick of the day, would you know it? 14 and 9, and you laughed at me in the rehearsals, Phil. Who's laughing now? Actually, still Seattle.
Nobody.
Definitely Seattle.
Nobody's laughing. I'm confused. I'm bamboozled what I'm seeing right now. But yesterday we saw the New York Subliners taking out Huntsmen. Now we see Seattle shutting down Dallas. Am I surprised? Yes. Am I kind of a little excited? Yes, I am. We're seeing something different from Seattle. And I tell you what, the maps are good for Seattle. I mean, even going straight away from this map and mode combination, this is one we've seen Seattle have success on. But Dallas have had their number time and time again. We look at the stats, we go back to see this, and Seattle have played Dallas twice. They've beaten them twice. Will history repeat itself? Are we seeing a new reformed Seattle? Absolutely. 50 points miles separates the two teams.
Yeah, 50 points is basically one decent hard point right now. So don't count Dallas out of this just yet. It takes a lot to bring down an Empire, and typically it starts from within. Shout out Rome. Here we go. Solid push now as we make our way through the middle of the map towards that next hard point for the Dallas Empire. Seattle with a very, very firm backline now set up. Backs firmly against the wall, and we'll be holding down this push now from Shotzzy. He tries to find his way forward. Slow and Steady's going to be the one to do this one, but he really has to make these kills so decisive. There's the first. Any more out of this push from the young man Shotzzy? There's another kill. Lovely work from Shotzzy. Can he keep this one going? 5 in a row. Can he get the 6th on a slack? Nope, the bullets in his gun aren't exactly helping him out here. But good presence. You see what has to happen there. You have to get maybe 4 or 5 kills in a row in order to actually break that hold, actually flip those spawns. And Dallas now on the point, even with Seattle so close, this is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, this is actually really good for Dallas. They're pushing them back and they can hold them back with 20 seconds left. This is where Dallas will almost kind of fight for a little bit of strap, then back off, go towards the soccer field, and still at a 50-point deficit. They're not in the greatest position, but they're fought back and they're making this work for them at this given time. We're seeing another push here coming out from Illy. 2 back-to-back here as Crim finds 2 himself. He's just keeping Seattle off this hard point, neutralizing it, almost keeping it uncontested. Because then, what happens? A full rotation to soccer field, and look at the minimap. Everyone from Seattle still in that cave, and they're going to be kept back there, pinned back there here, I feel, by Dallas.
Yeah, but if honestly, Phil, if Seattle just maintain what they're doing now, early rotations, great kills all across the board, they can take this one. But they've got a little bit of work left to do now. The killing department slowed down somewhat for Seattle as the brakes have been pumped. Dallas now, Clay taken out from up top. Great spot to be in still, but he will be taken out by clean map awareness there from the Seattle players. And here we go up over the top. Illy, not to be confused by that player, jumping literally above his head. An immediate kill now. Crim trying to get back into the kill feed at 14 and 20. He's definitely turned this around, but no idea what's going on here as he's throwing trophies inside this house. He's aiming for the front there, but that's a good set of kills there from Dallas. A full 5. A complete sweep as they are going to retain control here of the soccer field and feel that scoreline getting closer. Rotation's already down though. Seattle going to be in control of Cave West.
Yeah, and Seattle had to take for a long rotation to that. They had to go right round the back. It did work. They had to go about 25 seconds. That 50-point lead now down to just 20. But roles are reversed. This is where Seattle have a very strong setup. They can hold them back. If this keeps going the way it is, very back and forth, Seattle will take this. They're comfortable in doing so. Primrose certainly has turned it around. 14 kills to his name. Slack finding a double. Should find a triple, but he needs a new magazine. Woo! There it is. Clayster will hit the deck, and Seattle will continue with this dominance here on map 1. 30 seconds left here on the cave as well. Dallas in a tough position because they need to push. They don't want to get completely outnumbered. They're going to send number 6, that's Shotzzy, for the rotation. We'll have to see if it works for them.
Cave West almost perfect here for Seattle. Shotzzy on the rotate though, you're right. If it works out, it's got to sooner rather than later now for Dallas as they have started slow. But will they finish the way they started? That's the question. Shotzzy still trying to find his place in the back. It's going to be Slack. Once again, right place, right time. Doing so much for Seattle right now. But Shotzzy has his number even through the smoke. Cuts him down. Lovely awareness again. Shotzzy has been an absolute standout for Dallas since that win in Los Angeles. And here we go. A solid hold on Cliff Path now for Dallas. Push down the street. Here it comes as Panda finds his 5th kill in a row. Seattle now driving the spear, driving the trident right on through the front of the Dallas Empire. Shotzi's trying to hold the line now from the back of that white van, and here we go, the shots come through, but no, Apathy and Slack, they lead the charge. Brilliant stuff. Once again, Josiah Berry on point. Clay's going to cut him down, but a good push, though, from the Seattle Surge field. They managed to find enough kills and do what they can to keep Dallas off the point, and right now, that's all good, man. You can let them have this time because they have mid-map control for the next hard point.
Seconds here. Dallas need to rotate at the same time. Shout out to Trim, though. He was locking down that back house perfectly here and picking up the slack. A couple of the other players really picking things up here, and as rotation goes down, hello to the new hard point. Shotzi's in town and is ready to go and take him down, but it's only 2 that he finds here. The rotation should be down 217 to 191. We're getting to the very final moments here of this hard point. Seattle have control. They're trying to pin them back with everything in the back pocket. Stuns, Semtexes. Will they be able to hold back the Empire?
Oh, they're going to do a great job of holding back the Empire, because the last time we saw Shotzi just decide he wanted mid-map, he got it. Octane, though, in close range engagement, see with the M4, not exactly what he wants. Slack, he's got to do what he can now to break this point. 20 seconds for the win now for Seattle. One solid break, and they can do what they can to just grab the scrap time here, and then worry about that next rotation. Slack in from behind, can't get any more than that. Octane up front, great shots onto Grim. Perfect. And now you got hard point control. Got to get back in there, though, because again, Dallas, they're keeping up that pressure. Those fast submachine gun players getting in there on point so quickly. But Panda now working the backline, trying to take control of Cave East in 15 seconds. This is going to be huge. He can't get Prim as well. 10 seconds for the win now for Seattle. What an upset this would be.
They can end it here, but the contest comes in late and it will get rotated round. Again, Dallas cannot win on the next one, but 2:45 is the scoreline now for Surge, and Dallas have to hold the perfect line. But the problem with this as well is they're going to have to find some miraculous rotation if they can pull this off towards the soccer field. But it's not over just yet. One break from Surge, and they will be able to take this. Illy, Shotzi combining for the double there as Shotzi finds 2 smoke going down. Grenades are going out. And at what point, Miles, does Surge go, you know what? We don't need it. They cannot win here, and we rotate early.
I know, you're seeing this push. The panic is starting to set into Seattle. They're pushing in one by one. This is a nice concerted push as a group. Slacked and Karma slowing this down. It all comes down to Illy. A nice nade to slow them down. Karma slides in on point. An immediate kill. Illy with a pistol. Starting to get a little desperate. Move away from the light, Dallas. Move away from the light and into the hard point. Go for it, Clay. Gotta get these players off point. Lovely work to hold the time for now. And if you look at the minimap, we're trying to see that rotation go down. The final 10 seconds, you have to play for every single moment for both teams, but you have to rotate as well, Dallas. You've got to get across the map, and Panda, he's laid up for it. He got shot in the back, but on the flip, oh boy, Seattle! What a start to the series. 250 to 228. It was a little scrappy at times, but a win's a win.
Upset City. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. I think Octane just dropped a big 4-0 on him. It was a slow start for Dallas, a slow start for Crib. Crib certainly turned that around, but Seattle just got that early lead and they maintained that throughout. And again, it was 40, 50 points consistently. We see 33 out of Apathy, 32 out of Slacked as well. The objective time coming in from Panda, nearly 2 minutes on the clock from him. He might have gone negative 14 there at the bottom, Karma, but he certainly did some important work and important rotations for the squad. But overall, Miles, I can't, look elsewhere than Octane. Big 4-0 once again.
They started things off in a huge way as well, and whew, interesting start to the series, my friend. I must admit, Seattle have surprised me. Love to see that, and I'm telling you, Dallas has got the worst face cams in the league. Hook's on the floor. Illy's not got a cam. Clay's got a different photograph. Anyway, the stats you can obviously see on your screen now. I mean, brilliant stuff. And nonetheless, 40 for Octane. Lovely work from him. And again, the AR on Azir Cave. No one does it better. Really solid work from Octane time and time again. He does seem to be that shining star for the squad, and we will not stop screaming his name until he starts pooping the sheets. And he has yet to really do it yet. Brilliant stuff. That scuff play of the game, however, does not belong to Octane. It will, in fact, be belonging to his teammate Apathy. Full dad mode from Apathy at times. Yesterday he was brilliant stuff. Now I think he's starting to heat up, man. I mean, everyone always jokes that Apathy is a player that only really awakens the beast when it comes to the very end of the year. That's where we see him in his finest form. But ever since having a child, he's honestly looking great, man. I mean, we saw some great stuff from him. This break fill was influential for Surge.
Yeah, I mean, the kills that he made, you know, weren't hard kills. It was getting in the position that he did to make that, and that broke a hard point. That got them 25, 30 seconds as well, and that was the difference maker in the game. But it was time and time again, you know, we saw 4 streak after 5 streak with him. He started off very, very hot. He did slow down a little bit, but throughout the game, he was consistent. He had his moments, and he broke that hard point, that Cave West, so easily, it seemed. And it was just sneaking through. It was the route. And I tell you what, Route Man gets paid.
Route Man gets paid. And I do want to bring this up because we're about to go into our Grubhub picks of the day here, Phil. And I've already spoiled it. I spoiled it by screaming it in the match. I was so impressed by what I was seeing. But Slacked is my Grubhub pick. He's my Grubhub pick player for the day. I was impressed by him yesterday. Route Man gets paid. Honestly, yep. Slacked has been looking great, man. And in that last matchup, he was the player hitting those rotations early for Surge. He was the guy doing the damage. He was picking up what he could. I mean, he had a very strange, quite slow 3-piece. But hey, man, a 3-piece is a 3-piece. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. Seattle are winning games and maps. That's what matters. Slacked is a big part of that. And I think Slacked is a player which gets overlooked. My Grubhub pick of the day was Shotzzy. And again, that was purely off the performance yesterday. And I think that goes for Maven as well. Attach was a superstar in that game versus the Huntsmen. But overall, beautiful stuff.
Hey, Phil, speaking of beautiful stuff, we've been ordering a lot of food from Grubhub recently. Of course, Grubhub are supporting local businesses during this very trying and quite unusual time in the world right now. You, my friend, have been eating an unholy amount of sushi. Can you talk to us about your love of Japanese cuisine? And how, honestly, and how, like, without Grubhub, I don't know what you'd be doing right now.
I don't know what I would be doing. I would be starving. That's what I would be doing. Sushi is everything that you need in a food. And I tell you what, oh, whoa! Hang on a second. Who put...
This is what you send to the group chat.
Not be on that
this
was
is what you send to the
private
group
conversation.
Chat. If you send it to the group
chat, I might
chat,
have had 2 spicy tuna rolls, 2 normal tuna rolls, and another 2 other rolls. I might have had 8 rolls.
Dude, all I'm saying is, Phil, you know the rules, man. If you send it to the group chat, it's fair game for literally anything, dude. Today, though, I think I'm going to go for a burrito from a local place nearby me called Organico, which I absolutely love. They do a really good fried chicken.
It's not sushi, is it?
It's not sushi. I had sushi for dinner last night, though, if I'm completely honest, Phil, which was really, really good. I had 2 beers as well. It was delicious, but we're almost ready to roll into that game. And again, friends, make sure to jump on Grubhub. Use the code CDL Chicago, I believe, for free delivery this weekend. And also, you get $30 off. Of an order of $30 or more, you will get $10 off. So make sure to go to the Grubhub app, go to Perks, and check that out. Support your local businesses, friends. It's a very strange time in the world right now. Everyone needs help. You know who else needs help, Phil?
Do.
Dallas Empire. But we're going to
actually, you know what? 8 sushi rolls, but you know, no one was there for me.
Mate, I take it all back. Like the Surge need the help right now. I mean, Search and Destroy has been their absolute bane since the start of Modern Warfare. And if anything, right now, I think you can just call this one a Dallas win, right? Can you call this a Dallas win?
No. Seattle won their Search and Destroy yesterday. They can do it again. Dallas, I believe, I might just be completely making this up, but I think they lost to OGLA. I think it was on our clock peak, actually. But, again, might be completely making up random stats here and random differences. I'm sure you guys on the old social media will correct me if so. But the bomb is down, is fast, is aggressive. And now Puke has found himself 2 little friends, a.k.a. Barrel 1 and Barrel 2, as Illy took himself away in a nice little corner here. Dallas will be wanting to bounce back. First look goes towards Dallas here. Traded out beautifully by Calm.
Little things like that from Illy, that patience not to engage that second player. You know, he knows that player's got sights on him. Holds his angle brilliantly and finds himself another kill. Dallas playing very sensibly. Clay now finding his kills at the back end of the map. Trades back and forth. Octane, right place, right time. He does have a couple of plays in front of him. Harder though, finds Shotzzy, and now it comes all down to Illy. Still in that green position. Already on the defuse. Oh!
Illy!
Oh my God! Illy!
I'm literally clapping! What was that? To get the player off the defuse. Did he kill him with a pistol too?
He did, dude, he did. He What? I just look how great that round was from Surge. Everything was going so well. Oh, wow.
What?
Illy got 4 kills that round.
Yeah, what a clutch it was just to get that final kill there onto the bomb diffuser, because it was 3 seconds left at that point. But then he pulls out Mr. Pistol over here and shuts down Karma. Disgusting stuff, and he's going to see that aggression. Look at him. He's going for it, and he's going to think, no, I'm being too aggressive. A little bit of a holdback. Semtex goes out.
as does the concussion. Will connect on the shadow. He's going to give him away there after he finds one. In and out. Crimsix shaking it about here as it's now 4v4. But I tell you what, this search and destroy, what a way to kick things off.
That was a great set of trades from Seattle to begin with, but well, you got rid of Illy, you got rid of the problem. Now what do? Can Panda replicate the same performances from that position? Tags up, goes down, looking like a good round for Dallas. Karma. So he tries to bite back into this one. 50 seconds remaining now for Seattle to grab that bomb. 2 players remaining. And do what they possibly can to just clear out that site. And Crim knows that one. I think you can see that bomb down, that player on the left-hand side. Brilliant shots on Karma, makes it look very easy. Now he's got to find one more. Not to overextend this one. Octane, good timing on the look, and that's a nice kill. Makes it a 1v2 for Octane now. And if he can keep the bomb safe, which he does, he just slips by. Cool, that's surely going to come through. Surely he's going to get cut down, and in the end, it's going to be a 1v1 to finish it. But nice work from Dallas, and honestly, an admirable individual effort there from Seattle, but unfortunate to be cut down so efficiently at the beginning there by Dallas.
Yeah. That ain't a final kill cam by Grubhub Pick of the Day Chelsea. I don't know what is, you know. That's why I get him.
Okay. All right, I see what you're doing. Okay, I got you.
See what I did there, Miles?
I see what you did there, yeah. Yeah, tasty.
Who's your pick again? Slack?
It's Slack, yeah, okay.
Alright, okay.
Okay.
I see how it is.
Alright, I see how it is.
Alright, you have search. Okay. 2-0 coming in here for Dallas Empire with a search and destroy. Looking pretty strong off the bat. Panda's going to shut him down straight away. Him being Clayster. First blood will go to the Surge this time around. But Smoke's up and about, and Shotzi's trying to parkour.
No. Dude, he saw that. What? I thought he saw App to begin with. Like, happily just laying there prone. Wow, what an incredible turn of events there. Seattle have been blessed, I will say, this round. This is fantastic. A perfect round so far. Oh, Crim had to spoil it. Had to ruin it. As you'll find that one kill. But now, yeah, the almost impossible situation for Crim.
Yeah, it was a 1v5, and again, a couple of things didn't go Dallas's way there, but smart positioning coming in from Seattle, a couple of players after who, of course, found that little cheeky kill off the Shotzi, and he's going to finish it into Crim 2.
I still can't believe that Illy first round. Like,
oh, yeah.
Kill. I still can't believe that. That was disgusting. Perfect timing. On the defuse. And the kill with Karma with a pistol as well. Like, dude. Absolute rancid stuff. Big fan. Anyway, here we go. Straight into another round.
Fast and aggressive. That's what we like to see out of Afty. Afty, I love watching. One of the most entertaining players, purely when he's confident. When he's confident, he'll start pushing things and jumping out where maybe he shouldn't, but it really is something to watch as Illy pulls out the sniper. The boomstick goes down. Octane will fall. Apathy finds one before being Wait, they traded? Apathy and Crim traded?
Apathy and Crim traded. These things happen, man. These things happen.
There's a handshake. Ooh, quarantine times. You shouldn't do it. You both die. There you go. Here we go. Moving forward here. 54 seconds on the clock.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness, Shotzi!
Rounds one on the trade, but honestly, that could have gone a lot worse. If he timed that slightly differently, that could have been an incredible two-piece there and pipe. Slack, lovely shots. Here you go, brother. This is why you're my Grubhub pick of the day. No, don't run away. Get back into the fight, mate. Come on. Come on, Cherry. You got this, brother. 1v3, you got this. But I will say, I mean, I like the adaptation coming out of Dallas, though, for Illy to bring the snipe out, what, in the fourth round?
Round. It was a bit of a random pick.
You get everyone so used to the way you're playing this one, and then all of a sudden, bang, you hit with something different. I mean, that's just a smart adaptation that coming out of Dallas. And now you've got Slacked in a nearly impossible situation in 15 seconds. He could honestly get killed, maybe? Nope. Okay, fine. If he gets one kill, he may be able to make his way to a bomb site, gets it down quickly, but the way Dallas played that one perfectly, you got guys watching both bomb sites, you got Hugh on the roam, does what he can to capture his kill, and it's a 1v1, sweet. If it's not, then his teammates still have the coverage. Good stuff from Dallas.
Yeah, I thought Slack might get another one there, but he was in a tough position. You saw him kind of sliding back in two, and he'd given away his position. But as the rounds start to dwindle away, it seems, we get into the meaty part of the search and destroy. We're going to flip it over to the attack of Dallas now. And they've been very aggressive, very fast as well towards this B site, Miles. And we see them almost continue what ain't broken. Grim having a nice game so far, 5 kills. Ooh, sees one player by the train track. Shotzi finds that first blood. You wouldn't be surprised, and before I can even finish my sentence, to see a quick plank come out from Shotzi.
Yeah, once again, planting wide out in the open there, allowing that player in green, being Illy. This is an exact repeat of what we saw in the first round on the offense now from Dallas. With an early kill onto Octane, that means those long lines are a little bit more safe for the players in Dallas to traverse. Nice job from Slack, though, and a nade. Perfect timing, good read. Doesn't quite get it, but the perfect push there from Slack once again to find the second kill. Nice work there to just even the odds, and now Apathy trying to push the advantage. 3v2. Clayster and Hugh now have to slow this down. Slack pushing the spear further into Dallas. You love to see it. Grub Pub pick of the day. There we go, Slacked.
Illy did it. Can you do it, Hugh? You only need to find one. Yes, you can! It was made a little easier by the positioning, but Hugh finds the all-important kill, turns, and takes down the second. Look at his positioning as he slides on through. He sees that first player, gets the heads up. Sweet dreams to Apathy.
That is disgusting, man. That is disgusting. You know, they had absolutely no idea who he was for at least half of the round. Like, they had absolutely no clue where he could have been coming from. He came out the showers all squeaky clean. Hair was blow-dried, ready to rock and roll. No puffy cheeks, no nothing. Who came out to kill there? 4-1. Sadly, Dallas doing what we expected them to do here. And it's a very aggressive A defense, which they're now going to overextend and push right on through. Illy catching out Karma in behind. Super aggressive now from Dallas. This is a very, very bold play, but it's certainly worked out for them. And Octane's going to try to slow the bleeding for now. Try to stop this one, but Shotzi once again, the movement. The Dead Silence Panda trying to get involved in the fight. Apathy. Ooh, full dad mode. He may go now. It's a 2v2.
Winnable for sure with the bomb down here. You see one player a little bit too close for comfort. Crimsix actually right on that bomb. He's waiting for this push from Apathy. Anticipating the push from the left. Sees it from the right though. And just like that, he's faked the defuse. Shotzi's waiting for the player to push through. It's exactly where Hugh was waiting previously. Apathy's going to get the better of Shotzi, and that should be a round in the bag. It was all about that first kill of Surge. Pick it up, take it down, and make this game a little bit more interesting. A 5-1 lead there would have almost been curtains, but this can maybe be the start of something special for Surge.
Yeah, Surge, we've seen this, though. Search and Destroy woes, slowly but surely clawing back into this. 4-2. It ain't over yet. Got to watch out for Dallas, though. I mean, they've got surprises. They've got tricks up their sleeve, and that's the one thing that I don't think Seattle are prepared for. There's quite a lot of tape out there on the internet of Dallas playing Search and Destroy. Duke with an ambitious smoke up over the top. I wonder where that exactly landed. There it is, right out in the middle of that minecart. We're going to A. Nice job from Panda. Takes care of Illy. That's the tip of the spear gone. Oh, Panda!
Thought he was about to get turned on there for a second, but he deals the damage and finds the second kill. And now, he's actually really done a powerful job here in round number 7. 60 seconds left on the clock, around really where Surge should shut this down. Actually, might find himself a little cheeky. Crimsix, hello!
That's why you hold your angles.
Yeah, 5v2.
Patience pays, especially in Search and Destroy. 5v2. Very, very difficult for Seattle to lose this one, but don't put it past them. It's still possible. Hugh can make something special happen. You can see how static Seattle are right now. They're not moving. They know they've got the bomb covered. Great job once again from Apathy. That patience. Almost the same position. Slight repositioned. Now it's forced to Hugh. Finds one. Ridiculous shots into Karma, but just not enough to clean out the kill. And a nice round from Seattle. That's what you want to see. A basic round where they have the advantage. They have all the map positioning. They have control of the bomb when it goes down. If they'd lost a round like that, Phil, I mean, I would have been really feeling bad for Seattle.
Yeah, I said it around the 4-2 mark. They were kind of really in a position where they could be static. They could just kind of sit there and wait and make Dallas make the mistakes here. But we've reset once more. It was a 4-1 lead, now down to 4-3, I believe. So a very close game right now. And if you just joined us, Surge won map number 1. Double digits already for Apathy as he's put his mark on this S&D already.
And it is a nade fiesta over by the B side. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Crim there. His trophy's already gone. He and Illy now poised up, trying to take care of these players as they move through the forest. There's a couple of trees to work with cover, but a nice big open field. Great for snipers. Great for Apathy. Those were nice shots.
Nice shots all day for Apathy. He had a great hard point. Seems like an even better performance in Search and Destroy. Personally, Illy, though, is going to shut down Apathy, and that's a big loss for Surge.
Yeah, big loss. Ooh, they don't get the bomb down either. Shots he catches slacked. Goes for the arm without true coverage, and Hugh, disgusting pushes forward. Now, Panda, what have you got? We'll be able to get one. Can't quite get behind the tree in time. 5-3. I feel like a bit of an error there from Seattle, going for the bomb arm without true, coverage of the site, and without that, you lose the armor. Now you lose the players up pushing, trying to at least put some support, some pressure towards that bomb site, Phil, and that's a tough round.
A tough one for sure. 5-3 in First Bloods to Dallas. It's also 5-3 to Dallas. Not, of course, every First Blood going to the round winner, of course, but going back and forth a little bit here. First Blood's most certainly impacted, and Apathy with 11 kills to his name. He's looking for number 12, and again, he's aggressive. He likes this play, and he just runs through the smoke. He could find a couple here, but he's only going to find Illy waiting for him. It worked the first time. It ain't going to work the second. Karma trying to keep Seattle in the game. Hugh slides through and finds a double as well, and this could be the start of the end here for the Search and Destroy as Seattle just drop player by player. It's all up to Panda in a 1v4. Ain't going to happen as Illy shuts it down with the double to close things out, and a beautiful performance there in the final round for Dallas, and we tie the series up 1-1.
1-1, and not the most surprising result, but I will say signs of life there from Seattle. They're getting better every day, and I just hope they can take learnings from this one. It's hard to adapt to the very, very quick play changes that we saw coming out of Dallas there, and again, props to the management coaches, the staff, everyone behind the scenes there. Rambo Ray obviously putting in the hours with them. Wonderful to see that really paying dividends. And again, to Illy, 11-5, wonderful stuff from him. Good job all round though, tying the series up 1-1. Phil, I think you know where we're going with that US Army tactical play, man. You know it, dude. It has to be Illy later on.
It's got to be Illy.
That play that was such good timing, and the fact that you got the kill on the camera as well. I absolutely love it. We will get onto that in just a moment. But again, for Seattle now, dude, what do they do? Go to the Dom? You think they've got what it takes?
Yeah, I think Seattle are keeping this very competitive. I think we know the Search and Destroy isn't their best game mode. We saw them, again, show signs of lights in this one. I did want to run through a couple of the stats because, again, going into this one, Seattle on Hardpoint Cave, they were 2-5. Obviously not the best record. S&D Gunrunner, they were 1-4. But guess what, Miles? Domination Gunrunner, Seattle, 5-0. They've beat Florida. They've beat Los Angeles Guerrillas 2 times, and they've beat Minnesota once, as well as Toronto. This is a game mode, a map that they could win.
Right, I think they've definitely got what it takes then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado then, let's go for a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll have the exciting conclusion of the domination match between Seattle and Dallas.
Time to get to work, the sky's the limitation. Look at my face, you know I don't play. Please get out the way, I got history to make. Pick up the pace, pick any time and place. I'm ready for whatever, cause greatness never waits. Say, you got to get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. I said let me be great.
Outland, a wild and dangerous world.
Where you must scavenge what you need to survive.
You will find no justice here. Only despair and darkness.
But if you dare enter my realm, you are not. No, that's not what I was going to say. I should never have tortured a demon hunt.
Brian. Download free now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
My name is Samuel Octane LaRue, and I go. I'm warming up. I'm sorry. My name is Samuel Octane LaRue, and I'm from Chesterfield, Virginia. Video games was always a huge part of my childhood, for sure. I think since as far back as I can remember, I've been playing. My dad was really, really big into it. My older brother is just about the same as I am. It's been something that I've gravitated towards for as long as I can remember. My earliest memory is actually playing like a PS1 Spyro, like setting my house almost on fire. So I left a towel on top of it overnight, and I set the towel on fire, and yeah. My dad instilled like going to college and doing like that traditional route at me at a very young age. So I was hard ingrained in doing that. So video games kind of came as a secondary option. It was never something that I thought I could take to the point where I'm at right now.
Octane, as one of the greatest players to ever touch the sticks, I'm hearing nothing but fantastic things about him. I think he's going to be one of the absolute keys to victory there for the entire Seattle lineup.
Seattle's been good so far. Other than the way that we're playing, everything else has been good. You know, the vibe has been good. We brought Casey in, and he's an idiot, dude. Like, we never had like a hype factor on the team beforehand. Like, App would occasionally do it if he was playing really, really well, but Casey's the guy that'll just like say something random in the map to get everyone laughing in like a super high pressure situation. Casey is definitely the good vibes of the team, you know, the class clown, you could say.
1 down, 2 down. It's Octane snaps for the third. It's the Octane Clinic.
I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I don't know what I would do if I won champs. Because that is the one thing in my career that I have not done yet, and it keeps me up at night because I was so close last year. Like, I don't have an answer for what I would do because I don't know.
An Octane on a 3-kill streak, make it 4, make it 5.
I might take my clothes off. I don't know.
My goodness, look, I'm just absolutely roasting people here. Out in the 2-piece from Octane. Oh my God!
A big gunfight.
What a round!
Octane now with the game in his hands. It's Octane that gets the better of him this time.
Octane has been an absolute god.
You can, of course, catch the entirety of that Scuff Gaming Behind the Controller video for Octane on the COD League YouTube channel. And we're there, actually. You may as well watch mine, Phil. It's an exciting one. I think yours is coming out at some point. Hope there. Fingers crossed, brother.
Hopefully. Who knows? Who knows? Miles, I don't know how yours got so many views, but I certainly was one of them. It's an insightful one, to say the least. Always are, though, but interesting to hear a snippet of Octane's there.
Oh, indeed. Now, we, of course, have our US Army tactical play coming up, and no surprises for any. It's, of course, going to be Illy. A brilliant search and destroy there for Dallas. No true surprises, but at the same time, I think Seattle have got a lot of growing to do, Phil, and I'm excited to see exactly where they go.
Yeah, I'm certainly very interested to see how far. I was looking at social media there. Nameless was predicting a 3-1 victory for these guys, but the US Army tactical play has to go towards Illy. Illy for Dallas again. It was a very early round and one which we could forget about, but with a play like this and a clutch up like this, it's very hard to. Obviously opening up with the first blood, very important to do so for your team, but finding the clutch kill, pushing out at the right important times, and getting that bomb diffuser as well as Karma. Just disgusting stuff from Illy. Can he replicate it? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I was seeing Nameless saying this is going to be a 3-1 victory for Surge. He quoted himself as a genius, Miles.
A genius? That's bold.
He said, I am a genius.
I like it. But
you gotta believe in yourself.
You do have to believe in yourself. Well, let's get to the Gunrunner. Phil, you got some stats on Gunrunner. Well, this may be a fantastic pick for Seattle.
Certainly so. Again, going into this, I think the maps were actually very good just in general for Seattle. I think Hardpoint Cave was a good one for them. Domination Gunrunner, current stats right now, Seattle 5-0, they beat Florida. LA Guerrillas twice, Minnesota once, and Toronto. But for Dallas, they're 0-3. They've lost it once to Atlanta and twice to Minnesota. So this could be the first for both teams if we see a Dallas victory.
With the mix we get. Leads are plenty. A and B going the way of Seattle, but sneaky Illy. Look what he's doing. He's well and truly behind enemy lines. This is what you're going to be seeing out of Dallas. They don't have a great record here. They've definitely got some learnings to do. We have to give it to Seattle. Octane has been the top of the domination kills leaderboard, I believe, since the very start of the league. Like, he has not faltered whatsoever. There you go, Illy still in that back line, do what he can, trying to get his teammates up here in time, and that's going to be it. Grim backs him up, gets the kill. Now you're going to be able to see Placer move straight onto the A flag.
Certainly so. B in the hands of Surge, but again, we start to see on Gunrunner a lot where both home flags will kind of change hands a lot. So keep your eyes on the minimap, keep your eyes on that rotation. Dallas now spawning over by C. They're going to reflect that, but in the meantime, it looks like Surge are going to be off to a hot start here. So A currently in the hands of Surge. B though has been neutralized, and we are going to see Dallas here have a nice little run in.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we see the push now from Dallas. So it's trying to surge forward for them.
Certainly so. 3 minutes and 44 on the clock. Plenty of time to go. 2 flags for Dallas, just 1 for Surge. But Dallas, they're still in a deficit. They'll be looking to come back from this.
Yeah, deficit indeed. Let's have a quick Astro Gaming listen in with the Dallas Empire.
I got one. I got one. Good shit.
I need it to.
Yo, one just smoked out nerd. Green alley, yo. I need a nerd. They're going C, guys. They're going C. They're going C.
One's you. You one shot. You one shot to the right.
You guys on T.
You might be left now.
He jumped over you. I got one right. He's left. You. I'm nading C. You dead. Nice.
Back left, return.
On B. On C. Around C.
Pipe shit on.
I'm nading C. I'm coming to kill C.
One shot.
Nerd. I hit him on C with the nade.
Got him.
2 nerd and white.
Nerd, Octane, I need help.
I have help.
Nerd
I'm stunning in front of you.
Yeah, behind.
I need nerd C. I'm on C. They might push me C.
I killed one pushing walkers. Octane B.
Minecart, David. Push up for us. Push up for us, Kyler. Yeah, mine. Or up crate. Yo, right side, and one got white. Yo, you can flank pipe. Get on looking. On B, guys.
You watch out, white.
I got him off B. One guy's right corner, and white. He's pushing B. 2 on you, 1 close on you. He's in pipe. I need a B. Go A. Go work A. Yeah, I know. They know I'm here. Damn it, minecart. One water, guys. On A, Pender. You're gonna flank bathrooms most likely, guys.
Yeah, he's on
Take control, Slack, going pipe.
Are we working A right
here? When
does
that pipe go in you, probably? Slack.
Or B?
Yeah, let's go A.
And you went to water.
There you go.
Oil, not weak.
I'm still curious what we brought this up together. What is the
nerd
they're talking about? What are they calling out there?
They're calling something out. They're not calling each other nerds for sure, but I'm not really sure. It's not my call out, but I'm interested to maybe watch that back. It was amusing. And you heard there a little bit of frustration kind of push people. B's not working, so they tried A. Panda was waiting at A. Finally, as we jump out of the listening, we do see A change hands, but it's not going to be for a long time here as the Surge are going to jump back on it. Again, we get into the last 90 seconds of this hard point. B changing hands back to Dallas. Going very back and forth at this given time, but how close can this be right now? 1 point in it.
1 point in it, but at this point in time, I mean, a good look for Dallas. They've managed to secure B, and the battle for C is raging with Apathy and Panda doing what they can here to hold it. They're going to get the defense. They're going to now flush Huke out of the back of the warehouse there. And speaking of warehouse, once again, Krim has flanked in behind A once again. Full control of B. The battle's still going on towards C, but Krim could honestly make a dent here. He's going for it. Where are the spawns going to happen now for Seattle? Where are they going to start appearing? Surely, okay, no, they spawn in the back warehouse, top left. They're going to be inside that one. Krim's going to die immediately, and they're all back. Seattle, stay blessed, baby. They're going to keep the score line going their way, just for the time being there. But again, Dallas with a 2 flag control for the final minutes fill. If they can hold on to this, I mean, just about keeps it close.
Yeah, trophy system's so important, but Shotzzy flanking around seems to be even more important. B is neutralized for a second here, trying to get the final kill. Shotzzy with a triple there. I think 1 shot into the back of Panda. He's trying to find number 4. He doesn't need to, as Octane's gifted it to him. Slack just blew up like a little firework there in front of him as he finds himself still alive, still kicking, and a potential to neutralize A is on the cards for Illy. This is where you can really start to separate yourself from the opposition. We see the whole of Seattle Surge spawn by C. Number 2, Crim60 is going to be waiting over there, but I'm not sure whether he can hold them off all alone. He can! He just found 3!
What? Nice 3. Nice turnaround from Dallas. And that is how you end the first half. Brilliant stuff from them. Absolutely disgusting. We were giving so much praise to Seattle for their domination game, so much praise how well they managed to keep it all going together, and right at the end like that, 83-68 at the whistle blow. Now we're going to the second half. Oh my God, is this the end of the run for Seattle on Dom?
I mean, everything was great for like 4.5 minutes there. I will say everything was good. It was very level. There was just a split push where they pushed that A flag. It spawned all of Surge at C, which, you know, it does. And it was Crim6. Waited. I think he was just in some sneaky little corner. He finds 3 and just stops it. But that is what a triple cap does. It makes you go from an even match to a 15-point, you know, a 15-point lead. So again, Dallas can maybe play this clock a little bit to their advantage. But off the break, we look at the minimap here. A and C, both in the hands of the home teams. And a battle over by B. Yeah,
we're really watching these players in Dallas. There's at least one of them always goes for that overextension, always goes for the pressure on the home flag. And now a lovely bit of bait and switch back and forward. They're winning the battle for here for the B flag very handedly. That's going to be a nice Empire flag raised just shortly there on B. C looking very much in the hands of Seattle now. They make their way out of their spawn, trying to overextend, put some pressure on towards that A flag. They're giving up B just for the time being. So there's 2 players now make their way through the mid, but Huka slows down that push towards the A flank. Lovely stuff from him. Keeping that left lane wide open. OpTic managed to get the kill, but he's slowed this push down in a big way. Aptly now trying to find his way towards A from the minecart side of the field. No one in a position to really pressure B aside from OpTic.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And looking back at this, you know, Nameless was absolutely right. The last time these 2 teams played, it was a 3-0 to Dallas, but it was a 25-point hardpoint, a 1-round S&D, and a 5-point domination. It was extremely close, so I can certainly see where he's coming with from that. But Dallas just coming out here, steaming there, 25 points now in the lead, and it is very hard to claw this back. But Slacked and Panda putting in the slaying work, now starting to make a difference. They've got the 2 cap, B and C in control. The question is, can they potentially maybe push for a neutralization on the home flag of A?
It'd be nice. I mean, it'd obviously help get them back into the score, but nice run from Slack there. Still on that 4 spree over by the minecart. Will finally go down, but good stuff again. Trying to keep this scoreline as close as they can. There's the A neutralization you called for. It's at the hands of Karma. Lovely work there with the team fire to clean up that player on spawn. Still though, they're staying very, very close towards that A flag, and unfortunately for Karma, oh my word, almost gets shots. He doesn't get the A flag either. Teammate shows up at the nick of time just to get it, and now Crim back on towards B to slow down that trip cap progress. It was almost perfect for Seattle.
That's a huge kill from OpTic, and an even bigger second. He can't find the 3rd there, but this 25-point lead is down to just 10 points now. Seattle in a very good position here with 2.5 minutes on the clock. You start to see, I think it was Octane spawn back C. You just saw Slack spawn back A. It's a complete split right now. A and C is what they're holding, but which one will Dallas push?
I like it though. What did Seattle do as soon as they spawned? They all stopped. They waited to see if somebody from Dallas was overextending, try to catch one of these players on flag. That'll C now lost. You're going to be seeing that in the hands of Dallas right now. There's the quick neutralize. Clay's getting it done all by himself. The spawn's now for Dallas, top right hand side of the map. It's going to give Seattle a bit of time now to grab B, and maybe if they can catch the kills, push right through the C as well. That far left hand side of the map, though, wide open right now. That's where you're going to be seeing Seattle spawn from the push.
Team kill coming in does not help Dallas at all, and that lead, that amazing play that they made at the end, has all just kind of dwindled away here as the slaying power from Sergi just proven a little bit too much in the later stages of this domination. 2 minutes on the clock, and we have a pretty much dead even game, 123 apiece here. And you look at that minimap, Seattle are doing so well. They're controlling the B site, they're pushing forward, they're being a nuisance on C. Apathy just going back and forth, and my goodness, this is what we talk about when we talk about an SMG player being a nuisance. It's just jumping in, jumping out, getting those interactions high, and Slacked. You grew up on pick of the day, Miles. He's going off right now.
That's my guy right there. 21 and 14, I believe it was, just before he swapped over. Octane also looking great as well. Karma's been influential in those good time pushes, and it looks like he's managed to slip through. Maybe able to catch something on C. Waiting for the information from his teammates, and there he goes. Now he hits the rip onto C. Push now developing from Dallas as they can get onto the B flag as quick as they possibly can. Illy's doing it again. Can with these kills. These are all ideal, but you got to watch that Karma push over towards C, which has now been thwarted. But again, this is slowed down somewhat. Seattle take the lead with a final minute remaining on the clock. So they've got a 5-point lead for now. This is a very close game still.
It certainly is. And just to break down the maths for you, a 2 cap for 1 minute will net you 6 points. I believe that puts Dallas at a victory. But Slacked neutralizing C. That could change the game here. Number 5 is going to challenge him. That's going to be huge, but it might be a little too late. He's going to try and find the second. This might mean that Dallas have to push this A flag. And I tell you what, they're doing so. The kill feed lining up white, and it could be going Dallas's way. Number 5, you going massive. Every single kill counts. A neutralized right now. B is the only flag in the hands of a team. It's 144 to 145. 25 seconds, and somehow Dallas, they're dominating right now, but both A and C are going away. They need to stop it. They will stop it. It's Shotzzy again.
Panda's got to hold this flag pretty much alone. He has to get the secure, and Illy goes down. Oh, it's Clay, sorry. He goes down, so now you're going to see A in the hands of Seattle. They've got to make the push right out now. Get on a B. There's 10 seconds left. Phil, I'm not even sure if it's possible. You've got to go to the flag, and I think that's going to be it. Dallas have stolen it in the absolute nick of time. It could not have been closer. It really was absolutely down to the wire, and it all worked out from Hughes' plays. Crucial kills on the flag. At times, it's just bloody pandemonium. But at the end of the day, Dallas take the win. They take the series 2-1 so far. And now we roll into another hard point.
I'm glad Shotzzy's the player of the game, because honestly, not that this is the play, not that this is the moment I'm highlighting, but Shotzzy at the end there was so much craziness going down. We were on board with, you know, a 3v3. He made 2 individual 1v1 gunfights and won them both, and that is what really changes a home flag. He won it at his home flag twice there, which stopped any type of neutralization, any type of decap, any type of, you know, regain from the opposing team. I will have to watch that one back. I just stare at that mini-map. I think it was number 5. But incredible plays from Shotzzy there. I think he dropped 21 that game. Nothing special. But it's funny how 1 or 2 kills on domination can really win or lose you the game. And Shotzzy goes big again.
Yeah, massive stuff for them as well. I mean, across the board, very, very exciting stuff. And that's the first time we've seen, I think, a gun runner win for Dallas, I believe, in domination.
Yeah, I mean, going back from that, Dallas was 0-3 on that map and mode combination. Seattle were 5-0, so it's a first loss for Seattle, believe it or not. I mean, I'm looking at the stats. I hope these are right. And the domination here, it's wild to think that, you know, that's their first gun runner pickup. But these guys have played previously before, and that's the way that it all broke down. But in the end, you know, Dallas coming out on top.
Yeah, PS4 damage dealt leaderboards, of course, on your screen, and as you can see, I mean, that's a lot of kills, Phil. It's a lot of damage dealt across the board. Octane still sitting on top of the domination leaderboards when it comes to damage dealt as well. And the highest kills has to be going towards Sim in a single map as well. Still, 49. He broke that record yesterday. Very, very exciting stuff. And that damage dealt for Octane as well. Apathy sitting there at 4,000. Panda at 3,666. Hail Satan. There you go. Rock and roll, brother. What a number of the beast. And a beast he is.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, Octane, we don't doubt, you know, this player at all. He was making play after play over by that B flag, just that long lane with that M4, of course. And we'll expect to see more of that from the likes of Octane, the likes of Panda. But again, you know, damage, it's all well and good, but it's the points that count, Miles.
It really is, dude. Again, points for these players have been working out so far, and it's going to be a slow grab for the guys from Seattle, and I'm not sure if it's completely out of reach yet, but a win against Dallas would be incredible. You get to break the ceiling against another team would be good. Sim 49 kills in a single map. A ZK for him, unbelievable stuff. Shotzzy sitting at 41 on Gun Runner, and that Ramaza, of course, for Apathy. This is in Hardpoint as well, and don't forget that Scumpy came in at 45 as well, I believe. So Hardpoints, it's where you find the majority of your kills, friends. So it's quick rotations. And Azir Cave seems to be a popular one, Phil, for the records as well.
Yeah, I think it's more because Azir Cave really goes down to those 250 to 248 games, which gives obviously more time in the game to get more kills. You see it a lot, and it really just kind of doesn't surprise me, if I'm being completely honest. We saw 49 yesterday. I'm wondering when we see our first 50 bomb. I thought it was going to be Simp as he lined up the last 3, but didn't pull it off. As we get into the next game, though, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the one where someone breaks the 50 mark. Who knows? If I'm putting my money on someone in this lobby, it's probably Octane, but he's got to go big for his squad, of course. And I tell you what, this is a time to do it. You're 2-1 down in the series. We're going to Hackney Yard, Hardpoint, and maybe now I've seen the map, I probably wouldn't say it'd be Octane.
You never know, mate.
You never know with that, man.
Crazier things have happened. Anyway, let's get into this one. It's a solid pick for Dallas. We've saw the most ludicrous comeback against, well, actually it was Minnesota, the most ludicrous comeback we've ever seen in the Call of Duty League so far against Minnesota on this very map. But here we go, off the rip. That first hard point, See if OpTic can turn Phil's frown upside down and surprise him somewhat, especially with an AR on this map. You expect MP5s to be reigning supreme. Karma now doing what he can to hold back the push on the hard point, but Dallas simply too strong through.
Yeah, so far so good here. As we jump in, we see a full blue kill feed that coming from Seattle Surge, of course. Illy's going to break that one up with a nice 2-piece here. But again, with 40 seconds, still plenty of time on the clock here on this hard point. But the key thing to watch out for is these spawns, and that's what OpTic's trying to lock down right now.
Trying to lock them down. Good start from Dallas with the early points, but again, the spawn's going the way of Seattle. OpTic on the screen, also Slack, trying to find an opening in from behind. Shot CE, watching the flank admirably. Drop shot, indeed. Makes it so simple, but it's very much an easy kill for him. For you and me, friends, probably not so much. After you now trying to watch these players in the push out from front. Nice shots again as they come through. But the covering fire there from Seattle is going to hold Dallas back for the time being. Watch that number 0. It's going to be huge. Top right-hand side of the screen. He's now trying to find a sneaky way through. A bit of an opening. Very, very difficult at the end to break tires, hard point. You have to get those decisive kills and force the enemy team out of that right-hand side of the map. Not an easy thing to do.
15 to 44 as now the tire shot, we saw how influential it can be on this map and mode combination, and you lock down this one hard point a couple of times and you put yourself 100 120 points potentially. A big play from Crim6 though, as he does find Karma. His teammate is going to find Apathy, and just sneaking around the back here, Dallas might be able to break this, but Hugh's going to get shut down, and we're going to see Crim6 still only just find one, and this might just be gifted straight back to the Surge. Or is Crim going to go absolute god mode here? He's in the hard point. He is going to finally get shut down, and Seattle will regain.
They're going to regain for the time being, keeping this one very, very competitive. Straight off the rotate, though, we are going to be seeing Dallas with mid-map presence. Those white arrows on the screen as they move through to the middle of the map. It's going to be number 7, control that from Crim6. OpTic trying to fight his way out of this old hard point. They're going to get the remaining time. They should still be spawning on the right-hand side of the map as well, so they've got a very long journey. They're going to get their runners on, get across mid-map, while fighting the defensive line of Dallas to get to that coveted hard point. Here we go. C6 holding down the top of the warehouse, power position to be in. Great awareness, keeps the kills coming. 2 in a row for him. That's his 7th of the game so far.
So far, so good here, and a little lead, I will say. Dallas, with the nuisance that Crim was in the tire shop, they really held off that kind of crazy amount of points that went their way. But as we head over towards the smokestack, Placer just trying to take some names down with the M4, of course. Trophy System's going to stop that one. Still up and about, trying to sneak exactly where he is, but he's right below him. Good positioning here, coming in from the Surge member, but he's going to finally get taken down. It was Slacked and Hugh. A bad time for the Semtex.
Bad time indeed. Still, Appy's going to hold this one down. Shots in the back. Control for the map, really. I mean, right now, it just looks like Dallas have just had this one hook, line, and sinker. They've got full map control, but despite that, I mean, it's the slaying department for Seattle. Aside from Slack and from OpTic, it's Panda really going on for 13 and 9. I mean, these are solid kills, but the scoreline is really reflective of the fact that Seattle is so good at keeping the hard point out of the hands of Dallas, despite the fact they've got such good map control. It's these very annoying little kills. They're not many of them, but they're very influential. Keeping the hard point out of the enemy hands is paramount. Not able to do that really right now when it comes to the office hard point. You've actually got to get inside there. And this is where Dallas is starting to find the chunk of time. This is a good look for them. And on the break, Hugh will go down to Apathy. But a good look so far for both teams, trying to keep this very, very competitive. Neither able to take the lead.
Oh, it certainly is a very competitive game right now. Just 5 points in it here. And again, we see it go contest after contest. Clayster and Crim6 finding a nice double. Lily's going to find that 5th. And again, he's going to be rewarded with a bit of time. Now, the rotation going to the back brick house. It looks favorable here for Dallas, but it's all dependent on number 8. Clayster just locking down that line of sight on the minimap. As you see, not 1, not 2, but 3. Clayster going huge for Dallas Empire.
Big kill. So towards the dock spawn we go. Far left-hand side of the map locked up for Dallas. It's now a fortress. Ellie and Co are now going to have to just hold down the left-hand side of the map. Relatively simple, 2 lanes if you don't include the top push you can make. So you go through the back of the car park here by Crim6. Or you push through that wide open courtyard on the right-hand side of this big tower. Keep those lanes closed up. Crim's going to find one nice snap on the Panda, but not able to get the damage dealt. And now we're seeing the break come through for Seattle. 2 of them made their way down low, but Hugh with the movement out of the window, he goes through yellow. He only able to find 1. This is an open lane now for Seattle to work with. They're actually spawning in that courtyard. Panda takes the hard point. Can he push these players out from Dallas? He's doing what he can now in the final 20 seconds. This is a solid chunk to get. They should get all of this, providing that Hugh doesn't come in right now and ruin the day for Panda. But not a bad look right now for Seattle. They're trying to keep this close. It's difficult to get through that map control that Dallas have, though, Phil. They just seem to have this on lockdown.
Yeah, they certainly do. I'm looking at the bigger picture here is because we go back to the warehouse, and this can be sometimes a double whammy. If you don't get this lockdown, you don't get the next spawns. It's almost a, snowball effect here. You see number 7 there. That's Crim6 locking down the spawns, which is coming up in, 60 seconds. Crim's actually going to go down there. That's going to be to Karma here on the flank, so we're going to see Futures back off. But now Shotzi's going to be gifted the double. Welcome to the warehouse, brother. He's going to find number 3. Shotzi going huge for the squad. 5 killing spree for that man. Grubhub pick of the day. And pushing forward now, he's going to try and find his number 6 in a row. This guy is a monster. He isn't going to find it as he gets double teamed there, but with 30 seconds here. Maybe it's the tire shop for Dallas this time around.
Oh, man, the movement from Shotzi, the fadeaway, you'd love to see that. But, yeah, you're right. It's going to be a tire shop hold right now for Seattle. Here comes the push from Dallas. Shotzi's trying to lead that charge through that flaming car, in through the back of the brick building, straight into Karma. Good job there. The 3-time world champion closes down the right-hand side flank, makes it safe. Here we go on the flip. This is an absolutely essential hard point for Seattle. A good 30-40 seconds out of this one without any contest time. Get them back into this one in a big competitive way. Karma still holding down the right flank. Nice bit of work there from Shotzi to sadly take care of his teammate Hugh, and in through the middle. 3 members of Dallas go, and it's an absolute crossfire. But once again, the team kills come through from Dallas. It's going to slow the push down for a moment. But if they can win the gunfights on the other side of the map as well, they may have just developed the pinch. Illy's in up top. This is a good break from Dallas. Not easy to do, but they've made it look relatively clean.
Oh, unimaginable things, can I say, from Dallas here as they break on through. 35 seconds, Miles. This ain't scrap time right now. This is the difference between closing this game out and letting it slide, but 25 seconds still available. Seattle contested. And honestly, both of these tire shops have been contested very well by the opposing team. Panda, Octane, App, and Karma now combined for 4. Apathy finalizes that one with the 5th. And interestingly enough here, Dallas have the spawn, but as all 5 of them went down, they almost get spawn trapped here. They almost get so pinned back, it's unbearable. As final 5 do fall, they are going to spawn out. That's a great break from the Surge, and with 28 points now just separating the teams, are we going to see this get pushed to a game 5?
I mean, Dallas have been blessed here with that top left courtyard spawn. Now they're going to be able to push directly on top of the hard point. They've got high ground from that top heaven position as well. Shotzi now through the middle of the map, cuts them wide open. That should be a nade kill onto Slack, goes in, doesn't quite get the kill. Now they're going to be able to push in through the warehouse as well. So the splits now from Dallas. Good position to be in. Nothing Surge can really do in this position. This is very, very difficult. They've got a crossfire situation on that hard point. And now you're going to have to control the hard point. Once again, Dallas, good work on the spawns. Great map awareness. Great job of taking advantage of the plays they've been given.
195, 177, 20 seconds left on Smokestack. We are going to be rotating to green shortly. The kill feed now a little bit more back and forth here as it slowly gets taken over by Illy and Hugh. Shotzi as well added to the mix there, but Illy and Hugh again in the kill feed. 5 kill spree for Hugh, 3 for Illy, 26 for this man. Make it 27 for Hugh because he has green all over him right now. Apathy's going to go down, but a trader with the Semtex will come through. When all's said and done, we head over to the next hard point with roughly around a 30-point lead now for Dallas. This is doable for these guys to close it out here, but they need almost the perfect play, and I don't think Seattle are going to let that happen.
It's not going to happen yet. Here's a quick contest. Shotzi, nice shots again from him. Brilliant work up close to the MP5. Illy backing him up through that back door, and now from above, Octane goes down as well. Shotzi absolutely locking this one down. In the trades, it's very, very difficult to keep this going, though, because these players are spawning so far away from the hard point. To reinforce it, to keep these trades going is exceptionally difficult, but the contest here is fantastic so far. Seattle doing absolutely everything they possibly can to keep that hard point time gained as a minimum to Dallas right now. They do have the favorable spawns for next as we go back over towards Doc's building, but Illy is looking to ruin that one, and he just may have done it. He may have done it. He's got him right behind him now, and he's got upstairs. Illy, you sneaky beaver. He may just be able to cause the damage here. 6 seconds before the flip. Octane's got no idea. Illy, you're so sneaky. Okay, good night, mate.
It was trigger discipline. It was so sneaky, but it ain't gonna be enough there. Now, Dallas, 1 break is potentially all they need, and Shotzi just found a double. The trophy goes down. Crim sneaks through the smoke, but he will fall as well to Apathy. Apathy finds a double. Slack finds one off screen as well. A good hold tight, but number 8 he's climbed up to yellow, and he's dropped right down. He's got to drop to the floor, and they're going to be spawning elsewhere here. Crim with the MP5. It looks like he's changed his class for this final one. Should find the second. Crim in and about. Only needs 15 for the win here. But he's going to be pressured. He's going to be pushed here. The trophy, is it going to be enough? They need to challenge him. A 5-kill streak for Shotzi. A double for Crim6. 4 points is all they need. And no one even close to it. Dallas Empire closing out the series. And that will be a 3-1 victory for the Empire after dropping just map number 1. What a game. What a series. Another close one between the Surge and Empire.
Very close indeed. And it was prayers. I mean, I was watching Slack's final play there. We just got that kill from Top L, an unfortunate spawn to begin with, but he has to cut himself across map. He's going to get through the courtyard and straight to the hard point. Meanwhile, the remainder of the Empire, they're spawning right by that white van, so close to, you know, the entry to the hard point. There's very little they could have done to mess that up, really. All they had to do was charge in. Crim bodies his way into the hard point, bullies the opposition. He's tougher than an old Nokia phone in that position. Brilliant stuff from the Empire. Love to see it. Let's have a quick look at the stats from that game as well, friends. Not a bad look for Dallas. 3-1, Phil. You called it, my friend. I think you did actually call that to begin with, a 3-1. What did you think that...
Nameless Genius. Nameless Genius or Momo Genius, you know?
Did you think that it was going to be the Dom win or the hardpoint win for Seattle, though, in that 3-1?
Let's not get into details, right?
I want the truth, Whitfield.
No, I didn't think that Dallas would drop map number 1. I really didn't. I thought by looking at the stats, they might drop the domination, actually, because it was so kind of against both of them. But it defies all odds. I did go with a 3-1 victory for Dallas. They come out, they showcase how good they are, but Surge also showcase how close they can push a team like Dallas, and they do it time and time again. They need to just do something more. They need something extra to come out with these victories. It's tough, but Dallas, you know, it's a hard one to keep up with, and they came up clutch in a couple of those maps. The Search and Destroy was pretty good. But apart from that, all said and done, Dallas come out on top 3-1.
Dallas come out top 3-1, and again, I think it's definitely what a lot of us expected, but you're right, it's how close we are seeing Seattle get, and they're giving these more competitive games to teams like Dallas, who we definitely have in a class above them right now. But Seattle, right, for me, I still think, and I will stick by these guns until the end of the league, or the end of the first season, rather, the way this all works out for Seattle, I think at the start it's a little shaky, but I think the caliber of that team, I think the level of professional on that squad, by the time we get round to sort of, I want to say, you know, towards champs time, this is going to be a powerful squad. I still believe, man. I still believe. I believe in the Seattleians, in the Seattleites, in the Seattle Siders. Anyway, Phil, we've got a long day ahead of us still. That's only the first series done of many today. Who are you excited to see? Are you obviously excited to see London? I know that much.
Honestly, I mean, Miles, you know, your ridiculous points, you know, out the window. Absolutely no bias whatsoever. The crazy thing was, and I say this with all the respect in the world, this series was probably the one I was least most excited for. And this was an absolute banger. But we go forward, we get to see New York against FaZe. After what New York did yesterday, I'm excited for that one. Huntsmen against London Royal Ravens. We see, you know, maybe a weak Huntsman and a new reformed Royal Ravens. And then we see the Battle of LA, which again I think will be very interesting. I am kind of leaning towards OpTic Gaming for that one, but when all said and done, these are 4 fantastic games. We've of course got more than 4. We've got ones that are undecided. A lot to come, and I'm excited for absolutely everything. As cheesy as that may sound.
Oh, I'm so excited. I think you are, dude. I was thinking about this. There was a lot of talk about it yesterday on chats. Was all about what happens if Chicago lose to London. I mean, that's going to be exciting stuff. But I will leave that for the other casters to deal with. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to throw to a quick commercial break. When we come back after this one, it's going to be Lottie with our PlayStation News reaction with Crim6. They get to go round 2.
Again? You let that
2,
happen.
baby. We'll throw to a break. See you in a minute.
Hello everyone and welcome to your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I am joined by Crim6 from Dallas Empire. Crim, we're back at it again, my friend. We're here for round number 2 and we got another dub under the belt for you guys. I gotta ask you though, specifically from what we saw in that series, you know, we actually saw a really dominant gunrunner S&D from you guys. You seem really well conditioned as a team to lower your readability on an S&D map. Is that something you guys focus on when you practice?
I mean, honestly, Illy, Shotzi, Kyler, Hook, they're always just playing S&D, so we always, I feel like, you know, we come up with strats, and then we're just like, we execute them better than, you know, I've ever seen a team do, for like, never doing a strat. Like, sometimes we'll be like, hey, let's all 5 flank, let's all, you know, let's play slow, or do this and that, like, just random things just come really easy to us, so I think it's really hard to read.
Well, that's a definite asset because, yeah, for sure, it's extremely hard to read. We have a tough time reading it just watching, so I can't imagine what teams are feeling.
Yeah.
So also, Surge, they actually did have a pretty decent chance when you look at the maps and modes combo. Were you guys ready for the kind of aggression that Surge actually brought into that series?
You know, I think it was funny. Clay on Gunrunner Dom was like, right before the map, he's like, guys, they're 0-5 on this map. Like, this is a free win. Let's get it. And I think it was like a little bit of delusional confidence. And then after we won the map, like we clutched up at the end, he actually told us that they're 5-0 on it. And we're all like, what the? Like, you know, we didn't even expect it. So I guess they're 5-1 on it now. But yeah, that Gunrunner Dom was absolutely crazy.
It was indeed, man. It was indeed. And I know you said that you like to mix things up on S&D, but do you do that throughout the rest of your series in different maps and modes? Because do you have specific tactics when you come against a team? Do you tailor a series to meet the matchup, or do you just play your game?
I think we just play our game. You know, there's some things that we'll notice like that teams do or like people do on teams, and you know, if they're like completely dominating like an entire side of the map, then we might play to like hard counter that. But I don't think we've ever like seen like 5 people on their specific positions that they play and trying to counter that. We never do that. We usually just play our game.
Well, you certainly did that there against Surge, so congratulations, man. I will let you go and get ready for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's been your instant reaction presented by PlayStation.
How's that for mature, huh? How's that?
Hey,
how's that?
We're all friends here, man. We're all friends here.
Yeah, but
I know. Hey, it's all fun and games. Everyone should lighten up a bit, okay? Get a sense of humor.
Lighten up, guys.
Get a sense of humor.
Come on.
Thank you, Crim.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Crim. We're gonna head to a commercial break right now. And Crim, as Crim said last time, let's roll the commercial, people. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, keep it going. Come on.
We'll be back right after this break.
All right.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Brian, you know what I'm doing right now? I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
Download free now.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Grubhub. Together, we can save the restaurants we love.
PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League.
Hello friends and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're into our day number 2 here at the Chicago home series, and what a game we've just seen. We just saw Dallas Empire take down Seattle Surge, but a very aggressive Seattle Surge it was to take down. Gents, we're with each other right now about to talk about what we've just seen, and I've got to say I was actually really impressed with the way Surge came out of the gates there and kind of started taking that one to Dallas, especially right at the beginning as they cave hardpoint. I mean, very impressive overall.
You know, I felt the same way, and then Nameless kind of put me in my place, and I've seen the light. I kind of agree with what Nameless said to me during the break. When you looked at their record against each other thus far, we had Surge taking one map off of Dallas winning both of those series, so it was a 6-1 record. Now we see something where all of a sudden you're saying, okay, Surge was able to take that match against the Guerrillas. They're starting to play slightly differently. Are we ultimately seeing a situation where they've caught up, they've started to be in fighting form, or are we just seeing more of the same? Nameless was like, he literally said, bruh, all of the maps looked like that beforehand. And it is slightly true. I think we're seeing tweaks in the play style, but Surge still has a tall order to answer. Group B is a great playing field for them to do it. It is one of the easiest groups I think we have seen thus far throughout the entirety of the CDL.
100%, and I feel like we did see in that series a clash of different gameplay styles from these two teams. I felt like Surge were really aggressive, Dallas were really a lot more kind of tailored gameplay in terms of strats and tactics, and we were seeing a merge of maybe the two there going up against each other. I mean, Surge really needed to win that first rotation right at the beginning of that hardpoint Azir Cave, and they did that, and they were aggressive about it, had really great control of mid-map as well. But I was seeing throughout the series, Dallas, the way that they handled this team and they worked them out and read them like a book, it just went downhill from there for Surge, and I just felt like they were kind of on the back foot.
I think that you go into this week and you have to think about what did happen last week and them falling a little bit short. But the huge takeaway from yesterday, for anyone who didn't watch, they're jumping in on the weekend to see what's going on with Call of Duty. Obviously, a huge day of matches today and then Championship Sunday tomorrow. The big takeaway is the fact that teams are catching up. Even the teams like Dallas that seemed really far ahead, that only struggled against a few teams that were the top echelon of performance in the CDL, teams have caught up to him. And then you see a squad like New York that's made these changes, and Mac looks like he might be the missing piece that New York needed to really be a force here in these tournaments.
100%, and of course we're going to be seeing Mac taking, I would say the stage, but taking his home desk very shortly as he comes up against Atlanta FaZe. And I do feel like Mac was that missing piece of the jigsaw for New York Subliners. They were looking phenomenal yesterday. I mean, did you ever see what world did you ever see New York Subliners taking down Chicago? I mean, what world is that right now at Call of Duty League?
I thought it was an alternate timeline that would never be achieved, right? And I'm definitely one for the ridiculous. But I think that if you said that they were going to be a successful team this weekend, I would have looked at you in a crazier way than people probably will judge me based off of what I'm wearing, right? Like it was not a realistic scenario. I think it was more realistic to expect Surge to be a team that looked good at this particular event. Surge still has a lot to prove, but now we look at New York and we say, okay, this is a team that made a big change. Mac may have been the missing piece. They literally found him after he performs well in the tournament. Like, this isn't somebody who was in the scene for a really long time, grinding tens or anything like that. Like, this is a very new player, and Lamar said in the interview that you and I got to have with him, this is a player that's giving them fresh perspective, and he's a player that's filling a role that the team didn't have. Not only is that player doing what he needs to do, but it has changed the outlook of the entire team. And Nameless actually was talking to me about this. Some of the best players are not able to do it. They're not able to give that fresh mindset. They're not able to look at the problems with their team. Like, you can come out and fry, right? You can be Octane. You can literally be one of the best players in the league. How are you making your other teammates better? Mac has been able to do that for New York. The coaching staff's been able to do that for New York. And now I look at them and I go, okay, this is a team that might be able to do some damage here.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, everyone's been wanting to see that Chicago Huntsmen versus Atlanta FaZe. Well, New York Subliners took down Chicago Huntsmen. So how are they going to feat against this FaZe roster? We're going to have to find out after this commercial break when we are back with the rest of your Saturday here at the Call of Duty League.
Download free now.
Brian, you know what I'm doing right now? I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
Download free now.
The US Army. What's your warrior? Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back to the CDL Home Series broadcast for Chicago. Joe, our next match is maybe not the one we expected, but one we are excited for nonetheless. It's going to be Subliners going up against FaZe. And Joe, at this point in my life, I've decided that we're probably never going to see FaZe versus Huntsmen with these rosters. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, right. Everybody's looking forward to Atlanta, Chicago, right? We thought this was going to be the group. It was set up, right? We just didn't think New York was going to be as strong as they were right now. They showed it yesterday. That still goes to a game 5. It was almost a reverse sweep for the Chicago Huntsmen, but Ramaza search and destroy. What, attach goes off. Temp drops 13. So New York, they are looking good so far.
Yeah, they're looking great. And on Hardpoints, Crowder was talking a lot about it. He was really gassing them up, saying he expected them to be strong. We usually trust his opinion on things, as he's one of the more decorated COD players of all time, and he was spot on. This New York team is very clearly improved, but now they have a very tough test. We know that Huntsmen have been struggling as of late. Not really the case for FaZe. FaZe seem to be in peak form, especially after their performance yesterday, and we can see if they can keep that going.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the London versus Atlanta match yesterday, it was a close one, right? It was a round 11 search. It was a 5-point hardpoint. The Royal Ravens played them well, but you saw the talent just shine through. I think if you go back and look at the stats, you had like Celium at a 1.3, Major Maniac at a 1.2, like just ridiculous stuff, which is what we've been seeing all year. And I just think you nailed it, right? They've just been so consistent every single time we see them.
Well, let's get right into the game fuel keys for victory. We're going to start things off, I believe, with the Atlanta FaZe, and we'll talk about this squad. I mean, Simp drops, 49 map 1, sets a record and respawn for this year. He picked up right where we thought he would leave off. Simp is a monster. FaZe clan are disgusting. Now, what can they do up against the sideliners? The subliners,
yeah,
the sideliners.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The one key to victory really is just, right, get more use out of kills and hardpoint. And I think that just comes down to that Azir cave yesterday, right? They outslayed by like 30. They only win by 5. So we'll see what improvements they've made today.
Now the key to victories for the Subliners. If there's going to be mistakes maybe made by FaZe, that's where they need to take advantage. The only team that's really been able to slow them down has been Rocker. Subliners, can they play at the fast pace they've been doing and be able to go up against a team like FaZe? But now let's transition into our quick scope. This is going to be about as lopsided as they come, considering how good FaZe has been and how bad Subliners have been until this weekend.
It should be 20 CDL points now. 20 CDL points for the New York Subliners. Yeah, I mean, New York just hasn't looked great all year, but it feels like it's almost it was a reset, a year reset for them up into this point. This feels like the New York that we should have seen all year long.
All right, now let's take a look at the U.S. Air Force maps and modes, Joe, before we get into this best of 5. And I'm curious, for you, though, like as much as we're maybe gassing this matchup more than we thought we would coming into this weekend, as much as you like Subliners yesterday, do you really give them much of a chance against FaZe here?
I tell you what, that would be a heck of a win. Do I give them a chance? A slight chance? But I mean, Atlanta FaZe to us they're the best team in the world. So I think that's the same for everybody. I mean, you take down Chicago, and I would say talent-wise, they're pretty darn close to Atlanta FaZe. So New York, they've shown that they've got the guns, that they can do it. So yeah, we'll just have to see what they can do.
It's interesting to see Ramaza's map 1 because we saw a tweet from Temp last night basically saying, "Don't play me on Ramaza." It was after he went 13-5 on that map 1. And, you know, you've kind of discussed this with me in the past, that there are definitely maps as a player that you just feel very comfortable on. Like, did you experience that at times during your career?
Oh, all the time, right? I mean, there's just maps that you know the flow. You realize the situations you're gonna be in. It's there. You know, it just comes easy to you, and this must be the one for Temp. I just feel like when you play Ramaza, especially Search and Destroy, there's just so many different timings, right? And maybe Temp knows those timings. He knows the lane so well. But yeah, we're going to Ramaza, hardpoint map number 1. The only time that we have seen this for the Atlanta FaZe was in their series loss against Minnesota in LA. It was a very close. Remember, that's when Celium had those crazy plays.
Oh, in Ruins, right? Where he has like 9 in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, and they still lost that one. So they're 0-1. On the other side for New York, 1-2. But again, I think we take everything for New York up until this point with a grain of salt because they just haven't been good.
And they look like a different team right now. They absolutely do.
It's just a brand new New York team. So I think one thing when we looked at the maps and modes that was interesting, these guys played all the way back in Minnesota launch weekend. And the only map that FaZe dropped was that Hackney Yard domination, and that was to New York. So we will see that once again. But I mean, that was 3 months ago or something ridiculous like that. So these guys do not have a lot of match history with one another.
And this is, I mean, it's exciting stuff because I think there are going to be those fans that kind of talk about Subliners say, oh, you know, the online format, it's helping them. But like, this is a team, like when Scrim started months and months ago when the game first came out, it's not like they were good online. Like, they weren't. They haven't been good online. They haven't been good on land. They haven't been good at anything up until like the month leading up to this. Talent's been there, but it's not like they were good online to start. They have improved massively with Mac, and I think what really stood out though, it's not like Mac statistically had some monster day yesterday. Like he really didn't. Like his stats were kind of in line with the players that you saw in that spot before he came in, but everyone else around him really stepped up. So maybe just something how he fits in with his team makes other players comfortable.
I think it's a roles thing, right? We know how important the right roles in the right situations can be. I mean, it's what we talk about like with OpTic Gaming for so long. So if Mac is doing something that's making 1 or 2 other guys play better, then he's doing his job.
It seems like
that's plain and simple.
It seems like that, but here we go. Speaking of Mac, he's going to be the first player to drop, but will now battle for top bridge control. I think it's Zuma that's trying to work in underneath, maybe develop a flank over towards construction side, but he is top by 7. Mac's gotten up top though, and he's in position to really be a thorn in the side of FaZe as they battle for that left side of the map. Nice win from Mac.
He's going to take down the Tiny Terrors. He's just trying to push on through for that rotation. He continues on a 5 spree. Talked about him being the first one down right at the start of the game, but he's going to help them flip the spawn. You see where 3 of the Atlanta players do spawn out. Abisi, though, he's making sure they have that back construction on the hill. Sim's going to be the last one alive against Zuma, and Zuma takes him down. The Italian Stallion going to win that one. And now, as we focus on this rotation, Mac dealing with players back construction.
Yeah, I think they almost did enough to flip that. That had to have been close.
It was close.
It had to have been just one more player, likely the difference to keep it safe at the bottom left for FaZe to get set up for next. But that's a 33-point opening hard point. Great stuff from Subliners, but now the difficult task at hand. What's the best way to try and break into this?
I don't know if there's a way you can necessarily break it. If you want to break the spawns, it's sort of doing what New York's doing right now. A lot of pressure sandbags and back construction. The problem is even when you flip these spawns, you have to get inside, which can be so difficult because there's so many sneaky areas, but they do it right away. There's the answer to your question.
Well,
do exactly what New York did.
You know what it was? It was 5 straight kills. I think is what it was. They won every single gunfight in that 10-second stretch, and they were able to burst in. It's just not a hard point. You just don't often see that early of a break. It typically takes 2, 3, 4 hits to get some success. They finally get in. FaZe obviously regain control, and more than likely we're going to see a lead change or close to it as they get the final moments on this hard point. But good job disrupting from Subliners.
Yeah, now it comes down to these rotations, and it's going to be Simp and Major Maniac who deal with it themselves. Simp finds 3. He's starting to get heated up as we rotate over to Barbershop. And yeah, New York did a great job breaking through, but you said it, with about 25 seconds left, FaZe actually gets in. So it could have been back-to-back clean hills for New York. Instead, it turns into electronic Barbershop hole for the Atlanta FaZe, and this could be a big lead for them after this hill.
Yeah, not only did they get the final time, but they also get the opening time at next, is what's so punishing for Subliners. How long can FaZe continue to hold on? Lead now up over 20 points. Celium doing a fantastic job holding the cross. Timp, though, bunny hopping across that stretch, able to take him down. It'll fall to Freesta inside, and Zuma's got his number. Behind Tim's 3-piece there, they get in. The spawn still in the back for FaZe, but the pressure now here as Timp makes the play.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? When we're talking about New York, Zuma finds 4.
What?
We didn't see the quiet. He finds 5. He hits all 5. We didn't see it.
No!
The observing team, they are not happy about that one, but he continues on a 10 spree right now. It was never about talent for the New York Subliners.
We were gassing up Timp's 3-piece, and on the other side of it, Tommy just goes on a tear. What a play there from Zuma, and that lead from FaZe dismantled quickly. Lead change now back to Subliners. Mac, the Mac attack connecting onto 2 to get the drop, and in the next hard point, soaking up the time. It's the Subliners. They start to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, look at their setup right now. Look at the spawns where Atlanta FaZe are. I mean, you haven't even gotten across the bridge. Abizi's going to be the first guy middle of map in 35 seconds. New York, such a great setup from that rotation. Zuma, 20 and 9. Look at this. Accuracy is 5 and 4. He has 9 interactions. Zuma's up to 30.
Yeah, Zuma's had a streak more than his interactions, for God's sake. That is unbelievable, but the hold persists now for Subliners. Lead continues to increase. Solid effort all around from the Subliners, but they're not out of the woods yet. As FaZe, the top team in the game, can make a run at absolutely any moment. Maybe it happens here at Ruins. You mentioned Celium's crazy play here just a couple weeks ago. Well, there, a 5 spree for Celium, a triple for Celium as he's heating up towards top rung.
I mean, what a response from FaZe. Look at their setup now, right? I mean, FaZe couldn't get into construction. I don't know if New York would be able to even get to Ruins. I mean, this has been a very clean 30 seconds. Finally, they get to the front heady. Major Maniac, though, he's ready for it. Temp's going to take him down, but Celium is watching his back. Here comes the Atlanta FaZe, and it has been such a back-and-forth battle, just highlighted by the individual plays, the individual talent that we have between these two teams. When it's all said and done through the first rotation, it's going to be about a 25-point lead for the New York Subliners.
And we've highlighted this so many times, but remember, only 7 map losses for FaZe. 5 of those have come from Rocker. They have only lost 2 maps to teams outside of Rocker, and Subliners on the brink of giving them their 3rd map loss in that type of situation, which is just insane at this point in the year. As we watch Attach drop, how much more time can Subliners get here? Zuma's streak has continued. Mac going off. Tip at 20 and 13. And Attach, the guy that really was the highlight yesterday, like around a 1.2 overall, had a really solid respawn series. He's just 8 and 12. He's letting the other guys do the work.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, if you're FaZe right now, you see Priest at 9 and 19. You see Major Maniac 8 and 14. Like, you're only down 50 right now, right? Like, sort of contest the rest of this time if you can. You're going to have the rotation over to Electronics, or are you, as all of them go down again, and never mind. Okay, so another missed opportunity maybe for FaZe. You still have a player inside of this second hill. That's going to be a BZ, but he's going to have a lot of work to do. Priest to help him at the front, but Temp, he's ready for it. Abizi's the last player in there. The last one. What can he do? Able to find one, but Attaches there for the trade. There's 2 electronic shops where FaZe should have had early time in New York. Take all 5 members down to flip the spawns.
That has just been incredible from Subliners, but similar to the last time through, that success inside doesn't last for long.
It doesn't last long at all.
Well, about 5 seconds go by, and FaZe with the close spawn get right back into it. But it's still a 65-point advantage for Subliners. They look to try and close out this game. Celium will get wall banged and dropped. Accuracy will be the next man up to help Mac, but I'm not even sure he needs the help as Mac is able to make the play inside of the hard point. Now on rotation, we'll hop and see the positioning. FaZe will be set up, but they need a really, really strong hold here as now Subliners over 200 points.
Here comes the first push from New York. Looks like they're going to hit that search and destroy site so heavy through Ruins. Abizi, he's the next man up. Can he at least find one? He does. And his duo and Simp is able to find another one. So good job so far, but here comes all 5 players from New York through the back Ruins.
Abizi, though, able to take down 2, at least alleviate a little bit of the pressure on the 2 players inside of the hard point. So far, so good. Atlanta FaZe needed a perfect hold, and they've done just that. Lead dwindling, but even if they get these 30 seconds, they're still going to be down, what, approximately 40 points. So still a whole hell of a lot of work to do.
And what was so good for New York on that first rotation to Hills, it was construction. We'll see if they can get that set up again. This Priest is trying to make his way through. Has Dead Silence popped? He's going to help his teammate with a few shots, but you're going to see that's going to let New York know where he's going on the map. So as they get set up, they're going to know his position. You have Attach who's all the way at the top, just watching that back staircase. The rest of his team going to focus on bridge and under it. Hill is going to pop an opportunity for New York to win game 1.
You said it perfectly. Easy read there for New York. That's an easy kill now for Attach. And Zuma on the flank doing the damage as well. Can they get these final 30 points and close it out? Nobody racking up time and construction right now, but Attach doing a good job patrolling that third story before finally Avizi able to cut him down. Subliners now into the point. They can close it out here. FaZe in desperation have got to try and get in and at least find some bit of contest inside of the hard point. Zuma going off again with the multi-kills, takes 2 down, finds a third at mid-map before he ends up dropping. Zuma having one hell of a map 1, and this one might be done here. Attach and accuracy. They patrol the inside of the hard point. FaZe are spawning out because Max at mid-map, and map 1 to Subliners, and that is only the 3rd map loss for FaZe the entire year. The teams that are not the Minnesota Rocker.
Oh, it's the second one from New York, right? Because New
that's
York
right. They took the Dom.
So yeah, Dom Hackney Yard in Minnesota. So yeah, New York. I mean, they're confident in their individual abilities, and you see
where
that
was that
right
in Minnesota?
There.
That was like the first.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah, that was. God, it feels so long ago, right?
Clint, I literally talked about that.
It just feels, dude. It feels so long
Pre-match.
ago, man. It feels like ages ago since the Minnesota event. You know, I'm having a severe stomach virus today, Joe. So I'm probably gonna hear about 20% of what you say.
Okay, well, I mean, you typically hear about what, like 25%?
Yes. So it's a little bit lower than normal.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at the overall stats as Zuma goes plus 14. You saw that 10 spree tear he had early in the map. Mac ends up having a big map. Temp as well. Not a lot of engagements for accuracy, but he gets the job done with over 2 minutes in the hard point.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, such a good job by the entire team. But taking a look at Arklov, Peak, Search and Destroy, I mean, this is one of Atlanta FaZe's best. They are 5-0 on that map. Where New York, as I took a look at the stats, they haven't played it once in official matches. So you look at game 2, a strong one for Atlanta FaZe.
Well, I think we're going to take a look at the scuff play of the game now. It's going to be Zuma, and we missed the beginning of this. I think we see the final 2 or 3 kills he's able to get inside a barbershop, but what a tear it was. I mean, it went from, the temp 3-piece over to 5 in a row for Zuma. Just an insane play
I don't know what
from
he was
Tommy.
doing.
Yeah, no, I would have loved to see what it looked like from his POV. Maybe he'll be able to capture it on his end and tweet it out later, but it was just nutty stuff from Zuma.
Yeah, I mean, he just goes off. 38 kills, 24 deaths. 10 defends. The man was doing it all, and it's so awesome to see Zuma and Attach play at these levels, because we know they've always had it, but it feels like they're starting to put it together now.
Well, and on the other side of this, I think the reason that we didn't know if they'd be able to have this same kind of performance is because how good the subs have been for FaZe. We're going to take a look at a clip. Really, I think it's of the 49 bomb we saw from Simp yesterday in game 1. Obviously, he doesn't replicate that performance here. He has a dud. He only goes 21 and 26, which is one of the worst maps we've seen from him so far at a home series event. 21, not the same realm as 49, Joe. He's going to have to pick it up massively if he's going to slow down Zuma, it seems, which I think is the opposite conversation I thought we'd be having. I thought it would be maybe Zuma struggling with Simp dominating, him having to really pick it up, but after map 1, the narrative has been flipped.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where early on in the day, I don't know what it was just a slow start for Atlanta FaZe. But again, they've been such a good search and destroy team the whole year. Can't count them out of it yet.
As we'll check out some of the crazy plays from Simp. Just a bomb to start off this tournament. Map 1 of the entire event. And it was what would it be in? A very narrow victory. It was a close game, but just a wild slaying effort from FaZe and specifically Simp. But we didn't get a chance to do it before the map 1. I do want to take a look at the roster cards before we get rolling into the map 2. First, let's take a look at the FaZe side of this. Take a look at the guys on this team. They're filled to the brim with talent. We've chatted about it all year. They're elite at every position, Joe.
Yeah, there's just not really a weakness, right? You have the tiny tears. Priest, the guy was a superstar last year. Celium, he was on the come up, right, on that FaZe team towards the end of the year, and we just talked about how he was developing more and more as a player. He won an MVP already this year, and then Major Maniac, right? He is that solid concrete piece, the consistent piece that you need in this lineup, and he's been it the entire year.
All right, let's look at the other side of this. It's going to be the New York Subliners, which is they've taken some time, obviously, to get this clicking. They've tried a couple of their players in, Happy in, now Mac in, and it seems that, I think you kind of nailed it when you're talking about the roles. Something here fits that is making the other players shine, or maybe, well, that combined with the fact that they're just getting better at the game, regardless of the swap. The other players that have been on this since the beginning.
Yeah, I think obviously Mac helps them, and I think we can talk about like sort of Zuma, Attach, Temp. The fact is we know how individually talented they are, but maybe they just needed some time, right, to get comfortable in this game as well. Maybe they were just a little bit behind, earlier on in the year, and it's starting to click for them, and now we're starting to see, the damage that they can do.
We'll see. Well, let's see if FaZe can bounce back into this. I know I was chatting with one of the FaZe guys kind of before this match, and I know they had, I think they had, a scrim lined up before this match. The people they were going to play against, which I won't call anyone out, but didn't show for the scrim. So the warm-up they had before this match bailed on them. I don't know if they were able to find a second scrim or get a couple maps in maybe before this kicked off, but hopefully maybe for them, that maybe is why there's a little bit of a slow start. Didn't get the practice they wanted in before this, and maybe after the map one, they'll start to turn it around here in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, no surprise there from that team that isn't very good, not showing up for a scrim. Do you think the team? Never mind. All right, here we go. I can read about that later.
Yeah. We can save that for later. But Subliners strike first. Zuma the monster performance. Now to Arklov peak. Attach. Sniper out. Can he find anything here? Really, the only one on the opposite side of the site will be Major Maniac. He's got no line of sight there as FaZe start to move up outskirts to B.
And here's the rotation from New York as well. Attach is going to be in position, but a BZ already there, and he knows it, so he's going to take his time, go back to his spawn as a BZ starts to creep his way on up. Major Maniac as well still is very far A side. Attach is going to find a BZ, that nice little off angle with the sniper. There's that first blood, and we know how important first bloods are on this map. We saw it all day yesterday.
Yeah, he had plenty of time to wrap back and get in position. Yeah, it was with OpTic, right? All 6 of their round wins. They got the first blood. Can Subliners make something happen behind this? It looks like FaZe are going to have to give this up for now, but they only have 30 seconds to work with. And I think they've got the information from Major Maniac. I mean, look at the minimap.
Look at all 4. There's just all 4, man. All 4 are there.
I thought with Major Maniac pushed up so far that they were going to think about wrapping this out, because Major Maniac just won the fight at A, but unfortunately the bomb is now down at B. Subliners now know something's up, though, as they start to wrap back. Things might get a little bit dicey here in the mix, but Attach able to connect on the shots with the pistol. Celium's going to get caught right after the plant. Zuma finds both. And that'll be the round win for Subliners. But yeah, I was just staring at the minimap to see if Major Maniac wanted it A, because I thought when they first started to wrap back, they were going to take it mid to A. But basically, right as they committed to the site, he found the kill. It split up Subliners for a moment.
The problem is like, yeah, he was in position, but he doesn't clear everything, right? So it's still like a very big risk to rotate at 30 seconds. If there's a guy sneaking in broken in a position that Major Maniac doesn't check, what happens? The round's lost, right? You're not going to be able to even plant the bomb.
Oh, yeah, he didn't get the kill and the clear until closer to probably 20 seconds. So
yeah, 20 seconds, yeah. So who knows? But New York just starts with that first blood with Attach, gives them the man advantage. They have the rotation over towards that B site, and yeah, they just play their numbers.
We'll try to keep an eye on the first bloods throughout the course of this. Attach and Temp both led the way for Subliner yesterday in their Search and Destroys. Right now, Attach and Zuma both provide 2 of the opening 5 kills. Will he get a chance now with the snipe? Zuma.
You don't have a lot of presence here from FaZe, though. There's only 2 players. One player going very fast on the flank. That's a BZ.
I thought he was going to have a free one, but Temp...
He thought so, too.
Temp finds the angle, and that's another first blood now for Subliners. Bomb down. 5v4 advantage for Subliners. Attach still holding the back with the snipe, just looking for any kind of angle. Not able to find it quite yet. Temp's got eyes mid-map on the cross, or any kind of hit through that mid-hut. Priesta does find one opening kill. Major Maniac wins a one-on-one as well. But there's only 25 seconds now on the clock to work with. Trophy out. Priesta pushing in through ditch. Might find a fortunate time, and he finds just that. His teammate guns the one in the back, and now it's just on Temp, who is watching mid-map. 15 seconds to go. The wall bang through. He's on the defuse. Oh, I thought he might get another. I thought he might get another. The first wall bang comes through as Temp almost makes the play.
Yeah, we're learning something new right there, but still, what a retake from the Atlanta FaZe 4v5. And while you were talking, I was paying attention to their nades. Well, Major Maniac and Priesta already had their smokes pop, so they had no nades to retake that. We talk about how important that is, but it's Priesta. With that dead silence, he's able to make his way through that ravine, pops up, finds one kill. Someone's watching over him, able to take down Attach, who's sniping the bomb site. Temp tried to get tricky on him. But great 4 versus 5. That should not happen.
So far, a good job from Subliners with the first bloods, but you got to close out those rounds. Temp may have just spotted him. He's able to react and at least get some shots in to back him up. Priesta just patient here mid-map. Looking for any kind of opening as Temp locks down that B house.
I mean, this is the same setup from FaZe. You're just hoping Abizi doesn't get blooded, right? And he's going to pop dead silence, start to hit towards the back. Simp with the sniper, trying to watch their cross. Major Maniacs hitting towards the A site. And what is Atlanta going to do with this setup? Because I think you basically have everything you want. You just got to go into a site.
Another first blood for Subliners, but Major Maniac wins that gunfight over towards A. Again, this time they're going to opt to wrap it back, but Temp has got 2 kills inside of B. Last man standing will be Priesta with bomb in hand. Trying to isolate this one-on-one before the rotation comes. He gets the kill, but there's the snipe just in time. It's another Subliners win. Yeah, you said it. Similar setup from FaZe on offense, but that's 2 times it's not going to work out. Yeah. Is it something Subliners are doing right, or you need to see a little bit of a change from FaZe?
Well, so basically what Major Maniac's doing, he's trying to catch people rotating off the site, right, and keep people over there, and he's doing a good job. The problem just comes down to the first fight at the B site. Both times is on the way to New York. It's been Abizi who's gotten first blooded, I think, every single round, right? Because he was the guy hitting the flank on their defense as well. So, yeah, if Abizi wins the opening fights at B, it's probably gonna go great for FaZe. It just hasn't happened.
Well, 0-3 for Abizi and being all the first bloods is not the stat line you want. 3 rounds in, that's for sure. Zuma hits the dead silence, tries to fly, but Major Maniac's got the angle and gets the kill. There's still another player with bomb inside a ditch. That'll be Mac. It's trying to work up towards site behind the smoke. Nice shots from Abizi, now on the board. Simp hits the snipe. Attach hits the snipe. 2v4 for Subliners. They're bringing it back, Joe.
Yeah, Major Maniac gets picked. I'm surprised he peeks that. Now Abizi inside broken. Mac doesn't see him in that corner. You still have to get this bomb down. 40 seconds. It takes 5 seconds to plant. Abizi's going to close the door and he's out of here.
Like, just wrap back to your teammates and make sure you can get a trade. Now it's just all on the time. Mac gets a kill, able to somehow finesse the box and get low, but Abizi wall bangs through. That's going to be bombed down with 13 seconds left. FaZe are able to hold. They almost throw that away. What, it was a 2v4 at one point. Subliners were trying to pull off. They made it interesting, but just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, for the Atlanta FaZe, their best ally was the clock, right? And Priesta knew it with like 20 seconds. He wanted to check the bomb. He ends up getting caught, but the trades were there. A nice job by FaZe. But yeah, finally a first blood for them. You know, gives them a round win.
Two now. Who's leading the way? Major Maniac with 5 for FaZe. He's been finding those opening kills towards A. Subliners, it's been Temp accuracy. Yet to get on the board. He had about 6 total gunfights map 1, so no wonder.
No accuracy? Yeah. Going right back to it. It's Abizi once again working the outer part of B. Temps inside. You have middle pressure from Priesta. Again, a slow offense from the Atlanta FaZe trying to set up this B push. Will it finally pay off? Is the 3rd time the charm? They might rotate off of this. Temp has all this information.
The main difference here, though, Major Maniac not working up towards A. He's with him this time. There's the trade, but it's Zuma inside the window that gets the kill and was able to back down. Priesta at mid-map locates a kill as well, though, to make this a 3v3.
Once again, yes, go in here and get the plant. Oh, Simp able to take down Zuma, watching over his teammate. But Mac is here, trying to finesse this bar. Able to find one. The nade is down. Simp flies in. It's a 1 versus 1. Attach for Simp. Attach rotates through. And Attach able to seal the deal and win that round.
So that's what, 3 offensive pushes towards B. All 3 have resulted in Subliners holding and getting the victory. Maybe some improvements there in the sense it comes down to a 1v1, but defensive round wins have been the story thus far.
Yeah, I mean, you're just sort of setting up. What, it was a BZ and Celium that time? Once again, just trying to find the opening. Temp, he just rotated. I think he heard everything. He's able to play a bit of an off angle, find that first blood. Poor Abizi. I mean, we know he's the first guy in, but not the best start, especially on their offensive rounds. They're still into it. Remember, it was a round 11 yesterday between Atlanta FaZe and the London Royal Ravens. They were able to come out on top.
Accuracy looking for any kind of angle as we'll pop out. Look at the mini-map. At 2 and 4 in Celium and Priesta. With the help of Abizi at mid's going to deal with this push. Abizi gets some shots in, some tags in, but Mac tears him down quickly. Now mid-map wide open, and Priesta and Celium know it. The push developing for Subliners.
Major Maniac going on a fast flank, but Priesta's got to try to hold them in. He's immediately going to get traded. That's going to open up the bomb site. You have 1 player in Celium on the outskirt. There's Major Maniac on the flank. Celium got the bomb planter, so 2 versus 2. Now again, it's Simp versus Accuracy in a 1v1.
Is Accuracy still looking for his first kill in this?
Yes, that's to be a big first kill.
It certainly would be. Simp, though, on the hunt. Accuracy should be dead to rights. Dead silence pop for Simp. That's an easy one. The woes for Accuracy continue. The defuse in for Simp, and that'll bring us to 3-3.
Yeah, that was a great job by Atlanta FaZe. I mean, as soon as they lose Priesta inside the site, they react middle of the map. So they send Major Maniac on that flank, and then I think it was Simp who is working middle alley. So they took down the 2 players who would be the guys watching the bomb if it was planted. But they stopped the plant with Celium. They're able to work the middle of the map. They forced a 1v1. So nice rotations out of the Atlanta FaZe in that defensive round.
Hopefully we get to highlight an offense at some point.
Right.
This map too. Curious to see if now we get a change from FaZe.
Yeah, you imagine you would, right? But we'll see.
The only big difference is really just Major Maniacs going with it instead of that guy keeping him honest and working up towards A.
I think he was, yeah. I think you're right, but Abizi, he's going to find a free bomb site. So this is a little bit different. I think New York probably thought what we thought, right? Look at A. There's 4 players from New York there.
Surely they're going to change type thing?
Yeah, surely they're going to try A. And they don't. They're maniacs. They go right back to B. There's a first blood on the offensive side. The bomb planted at well. Surely this is going to turn into an offensive win.
Not if Zuma has anything to say as they start to pounce on the retake. Priesta, man playing in sight. Simtex gonna soften him up a bit, but that can't push behind it. Accuracy, again, the struggles continue. The ARs, Subliners get hot. Everybody from Subliners dropping. It's now all on Attach in a 1 versus 4. 10 seconds left on the clock. Nothing that he can do. And there, I thought, it was a collat.
There's something.
It was a collat. I mean, not enough time. Don't do it to him. Oh, it's a hit marker. It's a hit marker. Oh, God. The collat that didn't mean anything, unfortunately, as the round was done.
Looked cool, though.
It did look cool. I didn't think he hit it. I didn't think they lined up when he finally pulled. I was actually about to say he almost hit a collat. And then I looked at the kill feed, but he did get them both. Unbelievable.
And now, well, FaZe, they go right back to B. New York, listen, if I was the shot caller for New York, I'm thinking, all right, we've stopped them 3 times at B. Let's stack A, just like they did. But Atlanta FaZe, they don't care.
And then on the flip side of this, right to A goes Subliners. 4-man stack here from FaZe. Abizi gets aggressive. There's the first blood, but the insta-trade. Simp slide out and challenge. Nice snap to get the kill. Read it right, but the timing could not have been worse. Only Celium and Priesta left for FaZe.
I wonder if that was going to be like a super fast flank play out of Atlanta, right? I mean, just with how fast Abizi went. Just try to catch them middle of the map as they were going towards B. But it turns into a 2 versus 3. New York can take their time now, play their numbers. Priesta, though, he doesn't care. He's going to use his dead silence. Does get caught by Mac. That's great awareness from him. We saw what Priesta was able to do with that timing a few rounds ago in the retake.
Yes, one of them must have jump spotted him. I thought for a second he was going to get in and find a kill or two.
It was close. I'm sure, you know, just a millisecond away from that turning into 2 kills. Celium now in a 1v3 gets taken down. And New York tie things up 4-4.
Yeah, right. So finally you get an offensive round for FaZe. Subliners do the same.
You get a kill for accuracy. Let's go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Sometimes, man, the first one is just the hardest to find. Yep.
Seemingly going the distance now. Oh, he's got 2. He's got 2.
Oh, yeah. We must have missed one last round.
Three players on defense
finally.
today.
Yeah. Finally, Atlanta goes towards A.
Oh!
It's like nothing ever happened.
Yep, almost a Semtex in his own forehead, but able to dip around the corner.
And you see with like all the B presence that they've put, how honest this is keeping New York. You still have 2 players over there, one inside and one on the outer outskirt. Attached though with a nice snipe on Abizi.
Abizi's been first blooded, what's like 6 of his 8 deaths. I mean, not quite,
Yeah.
but it's been so many.
It's something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's probably 5 or 6. Yeah. And now what do? You're in this situation again with 30 seconds. Someone's going to have to make a play. This time it's Priesta, uses dead silence, goes up the middle. Attach, gets another freebie. Yeah, just keep
slow
peeking
peek
the
him.
corner,
Yeah.
please.
You literally
could not keep doing it.
Could not peek it any slower.
Priesta find the opening now. He's able to find the second one. They still haven't been able to hunt him. That'll open up the bomb site as well.
Not if Tim has he runs out of bullets. Can't stop the plant. We almost saw the cheeky spot again through the fence. Priesta with another kill as he continues to pick apart the Subliners defense. Simped in through ditch, finds the kill. Timp now last one up at a 1v3. Can Timp get the clutch? There's the first. 25 seconds to work with.
Spotted Priesta.
I was going to say, surely that doesn't work. As he doesn't know the second is right on bomb.
He heard Celium. Yeah, he hears Celium, and that's about it. Yeah. I mean, to me, that round just comes down. Obviously, Priesta making, 3 kills to open up the site. But for New York, what do we typically see? Someone inside the B bomb site wrap back and watch the middle alley, right? Like, that's typically what we see defensively when you know that they're going towards that A site, but we didn't see that. And I think that's because Atlanta has been going B so often. So that small rotation from that B site towards middle was wide open for Priesta. He finds the opening. He finds 3 kills.
Yeah, and it negates all the sniping that Attach does. He's 10-4 right now. Granted, there's a collateral in the mix that didn't do much, but still statistically having a great map too. Subliners have got to take this round to get us to a final round 11. Priesta, though,
another daddy push. Another daddy push. Maybe he can find Attach. Attach is all the way back there. Well, that stun's gonna hit him.
We've seen some interesting grenades in the last couple of rounds. Priesta, 5 in a row for him. 4v3 advantage now for FaZe to close this out.
Now he has help.
Sim's pistol shot on point. Zuma and Mac on them to clutch. And they've got to worry about both sides of this.
Yeah, these last 2 rounds have just all been due to Priest and his play. Now a 1 versus 2 for Zuma. Doesn't have bomb though. And that's what you need to win offensively, is you need the bomb planted.
Not able to do it. That's a Game 2 Atlanta FaZe win. That'll tie up the series at 1-1. Priest took over the game in the late rounds at what, round 9 and 10. On the other side is slow. Map for accuracy. But it felt like a winnable search for Subliners. They are playing FaZe very tough.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just a couple of rounds where you have first blood, and I think probably the best thing to do is just get together, right? What did we see Seattle do so many times yesterday, right? Just they would almost give up the bomb sites after their first blood and just sort of 4v5 retake. Right there for New York, they had a couple of openings. Priest found the openings. He had 6 kills the last 2 rounds. So, I mean, he went from 5-7 to 11-7 just in the final 2.
Yeah, no, that was a huge performance from him. But I think partially maybe a blunder from the Subliners as well. But FaZe, we know they're not. That's why they're gonna be so tough to beat most of the time. There's not really weak in any mode, right? Like, even if they drop the hard point, you're not too worried because they can be strong in search and destroy and also the domination. But as we're tied up 1-1 in this best of 5, we've got a lot of matches to go. This is just our second best of 5 and 6 matches today for day 2 of the Chicago home series. Coming up next, it'll be the domination after this quick break.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Time to get to work, the sky's the limitation. Look at my face, you know I don't play. Please get out the way, I got history to make. Pick up the pace, pick any time and place. I'm ready for whatever, cause greatness never waits. Say, you got to get out the way.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
You hungry?
Yes.
Hungry.
Yes, I am.
Actually very, very hungry. You know what, Phil? It's not a bad time to take a quick break, to maybe nip to the kitchen, grab yourself a beverage, hydrate, maybe get yourself something to eat. Use that.
It is. So
No, look at it all. So
yeah,
this
this
is
is wild.
I showed you the baby ring light. Look at the size of this one.
Oh, I know. It's literally.
Look at this thing.
Yeah, it is draining my soul.
Look at the size of this thing. It's huge.
Did you just pick up your ring light?
Yeah, it's massive, man. that thing, it's like a tanning bed. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be tan once this is done. Oh, I think I put it the wrong way.
Yeah. Dude, look at that.
It's huge, Joe. For our final match. But the longer these ring lights are on and we are on camera, the hotter it gets. And I start removing pieces of clothing. Like, Joe, I've got both socks here. It's getting too hot in here. Like, it gets so warm. Well, there you saw some highlights of when Joe and I lost our minds the one night. That was 2 weeks ago. I showed my socks on stream, the ring light. I think it was about midnight my time, 1 a.m. your time. It was a 12-hour day.
I was going through it.
It was an interesting one, but we have a lot of fun with these online events. And all right, let's get right back to this best of 5. So we're tied up 1-1. Subliners playing FaZe very, very tough. I think this is the first time we've really felt FaZe have been severely tested 2 maps in of anything outside of like a series versus Rocker.
Yeah, I just think too, like for New York, that's one of those maps you're gonna go back and watch and just see how close you actually were to winning it, right? I mean, it was a couple of incredible individual plays from Priesta that was the difference maker.
Well, let's take a look at the U.S. Army tactical play, and I believe it's the 1v1 where Simp is able to clutch up. I mean, it's purely a dead silence play, right? Like, he gets the timing, pops dead silence, able to come up behind accuracy. Accuracy is, I think, just kind of hoping, playing the 50-50, hoping he doesn't have dead silence, hoping he's able to hear him when he pushes towards B. That's not the case, and Simp is able to get the clutch, and we know it was a very, very slow start for accuracy. I think he was somewhere around 0-6 at this point in the game. Just couldn't get anything going, and really offensively, they struggled for the most part.
Yeah, it was. I mean, a big 1v1 by Simp, right? Ties the game up at 3-3, but you sort of nailed it. I mean, it just comes down to the fact that he has dead silence. He probably hears accuracy in the back end, and that was it. That was a big round for Atlanta FaZe, but Game 3 is underway. And remember, Hack DR domination. This was one of Atlanta FaZe's first map losses the entire year. One of their only few.
It was their first map loss, right? It was their very first map loss, all the way back in Minnesota. Our only like kind of event that wasn't a tournament style, right? Just everyone played kind of 2 league matches, and no one expected Subliners to take a map off them, but they were able to do it. Granted, it's so long ago, I don't know how much bearing that has on this, but what has a big bearing is how much it seems that Subliners have improved. But it will be Subliners with a strong spawn to kick it off. They'll be on that A side of the map. Attempts gun up mid-map for the first kill, but doesn't make it long after that as Priesta for FaZe now tries to flood into the blue van, get an opening on B. Well, it's not Priesta that does it. It's a BZ doing the dirty work in front. That's a lovely triple from him.
And that was one of the very few times I was not looking at the minimap, so I have no idea where a BZ just came from. I'm imagining somewhere through middle, or, you know, he hops up, but he's able to find 3. He finds the opening. He goes immediately towards A. New York will capture C, but we know this could be a big risk early on. You have to make sure you hold on to A. And I do not think they are going to be able to do it. This is exactly what Atlanta FaZe wants. They want that A side spawn. Attach trying to neutral the B flag. He's able to get that stick on the Priesta. Max right behind him. But man, that was a bit of a not great situation for the New York Subliners. We'll see if they can bounce back from it.
Look at FaZe spawning all the way out, kind of between B and C, back towards yellow, as they'll now wrap back in. We might have another flip coming in. A day control will go to Subliners, as FaZe will all over the map with that spawn. They'll win it for B, but that'll be it. Now you have to make up your mind what you want to hit. Obviously, you want A control, but you know they're there. Number 6, the Major Maniac spawns all the way out towards C.
Yeah, so New York, they do a wonderful job getting A right back. Now they have this AC hold, and yeah, what's the play going to be? One player will get through towards A, but attach and accuracy are there.
It's a great job from New York, despite the opening from FaZe and the early flip. Subliners get back in control. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with New York Subliners.
Bottom brick. And fork. Left, major brick already, Bill. And close. Major's green crate.
I got the other one. I got the other one.
At the truck at ASIM.
I got the guy there.
Nice, Navy. Major's gonna be clapping. Our door B. Major's top out.
I got him.
Top out, Major. Back of A.
I spawn green.
Someone help me. Major's top L. I'm coming.
I have B.
I'm jumping top BC, guys. Top L looking for me. Major.
He spawned green at me.
I'm troping low. Top out dead. Spawn C.
Green side dead.
All right, I score. Hold my don't get over. I'm backing up, bro. I'm backing up.
Okay, it's fine. I'm going low L.
Alright, we're good.
Right.
They're back to top BC. I
got bottom.
Over the cross yellow.
There's two back, two crossing left. One's going top yellow. One's going top. He's already green.
I'm going mid.
I'm playing low. I'm flash top L. I gave up top
L.
I'm looking square.
I'm helping you mid. I'm filling you mid.
Looking top L, guys.
Square dead. No one top
L to mid. Top L to mid.
Right is open.
Top L to mid.
He's mid grade, mid two. Top green to mid grade.
Top L to mid. I'm looking at my AC. I gave up top L. One more top L.
Top green to mid. Top green with mid.
Yeah, they're running over mid. Top L. Two and B. I spawned C. There's 2 at A. Guys, play 2 at A. They save B. Chalk A, save B. Yeah, Chalk A. Nice, go for SMB. Let me 2 at A on you. Grab B. Go top L. Oh, you got top L. Go ahead. You got it. Top L. Nice, good job.
I got the cap. I got the
I'm
gonna jump
free
coming
out of that.
They
Comms were advanced, and they were on point for the Subliners, as they've got a huge lead here, Joe.
I loved what I was hearing, especially from Temp right near the end. He's like, hey, let's just give up A. Let's get B. We'll hold this lead. We have a lead already. We can hold the 2 cap. Let's keep it growing, like you said. Now up to 30 points in New York Subliners. They are just on point in their respawns. Here comes the Atlanta FaZe, though, with a nice push towards B. As they're able to find 2 kills, 3 are going to swarm towards that B flag.
If they can hold it, I feel like FaZe have got to hold a 2 cap over the final minute or so to really get back into this heading into the second half, but they haven't found any luck at B. Pushing through to C for a second was Simp. Looks like he's going to wrap back and attempt to help them at B, but as he wraps back, it's Zuma that's going to catch him. Now there's the 2 cap control for FaZe. Can they hold it for the final minute and make this first half a little bit more respectable?
Taking a quick look at the stats. Abizi's having a great game, selling him as well, but you need the other 3 to step up. On the other side, the entire team playing well for New York. And this is almost like one of those situations, it seems, with 30 seconds left. They just don't want to give up a neutral. You see the way New York is playing around C right now. They're like, let's just hold on to, it'll probably be about a 22-point lead going into that second half when this 30 seconds are up. But they are just protecting C. They do not want to give up a neutral right now. They want to keep this lead. It was... You know, it was tough to earn it all. They don't want it to go away.
You know, 100%. Very rarely do you see like 5 players stacked up around docks, just trying to hold on to one flag.
Please.
Yeah.
It's our home getaway.
That was, we did a great job. Let's just hold whatever lead we can, and it's going to be a big lead at that.
I mean, what, it'll be about, it's 20 points, right? 20 points for Atlanta FaZe. Well, you're spawning on that A side, so... You're in an okay position. It could have been much worse.
They did exactly what I said. I felt like they had to have a 2 cap for that final minute. They had to. If not, I mean, they were going to be down, what, 40? If they're down 40 going into the second half, you're more than likely losing this game. But 20, certainly more attainable. I mean, what is it you always say? Your number's usually around 30 points where you feel you've got that's where the realistic comeback chances sort of end?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably like 35. Yeah, I think 30 is doable, but that is that's a great half. Heck, even a 20-point lead like we just saw from New York. But what that shows me is that New York is so confident in their ability to break A. I mean, we saw it a few times. They were able to do it. As off the break, 2 players go bottom L. Priesta, he hits him with a quick flank. He's just so sneaky, so tough to deal with, and it's going to turn into an AB hold so far for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, that flank was massive, right? Like, all the eyes on B site. But then right after that, 4 kills in a row for Subliners, and they burst on through. It's that 2 cap control for FaZe.
Okay.
Enjoyed for but a moment.
No, they're still enjoying it. Dewey to Priesta's double nade through the window, so they still have AB, and it's Priesta again.
I think that right there is an example of why you prefer AB, right? Like the nades through that window can 100% bail you out. I mean, when you looked at the minimap and those 4 kills came in, I mean, I said it. I was like, oh, that's that. They've lost it. But the Simtex is through the window, bail them out of a tough spot, and then quickly they're just right back in control, and the lead has already dwindled to 12.
Right, it seems like things settle. This is when it gets tough to break these setups. Like, look at the map control. You have Simp, who just found 3 kills. He's working that smokestack kill that we know. And where does New York go from here? That's the question. Simp is on a 5 spree. He's got some help. And now look at the spawns for New York. Simp says, hey, I'm going to go neutral this. We know we have them spawning at that courtyard, and he's out of there. What a start to this half for the Atlanta FaZe. Simp is well starting to heat up.
Well, you did your job when 3 or 4 players have to wrap back to deal with the home flag. Excellent stuff from FaZe, and look at where they are on the map. All the way pushed up the front yellow, all the way basically outside of office, close to smokestack and dockside. Major Maniac, the movement on point, but can't quite get the kill. It's a lead now for FaZe. How far can they push this? It has been dominant in this half.
This is what they did yesterday as well. I mean, London Royal Ravens pushed them to the limit on this map, but it was a second half comeback by the Atlanta FaZe. They just do not care about your leads. They will take it right away from you.
But
That's going to be 4 dead.
I don't know if 35, 40 points matter.
Yeah, I don't really think they care.
Since they've had a 2-cap since what? The opening 10 seconds of this round, plus the neutral, they have just dominated. Simp just looking for any kind of push towards top L. He's got some help from Priesta as well. In behind enemy lines will be Major Maniac. Patrolling mid-map is a BZ as well. Subliners are getting spat on right now. FaZe just putting it to them. And all those guys that you said needed to step up and turn it around basically has happened. It was just really, what, a BZ early? Needed help from just about everybody else. Everyone's turned it around.
And I won't lie to you, Clint. Major Maniac and a BZ, they spawned C flag. That's how they got behind them. So I have no idea how that happened, but they spawned C flag.
Okay, well.
So when they had AB, I'm not exactly sure why. I'll just chalk that one up, but yeah, New York had 2 kills down, and then those 2 players spawned right behind them. So that helped them deal with that push. I was so confused. I was like, wait a second. Why did that happen?
I was taking a look at the stats and just glanced at the minimap. I'm like, oh, they're going to be able to flank him. Oh, that makes a lot more sense, Joe. Thanks for that.
Yeah, no, they were gifted the flank. They wrapped that one up as a present.
Only a minute 20 to go. The 20-point lead at half for the Subliners, now a 20-point lead for FaZe. But I do think this has been a good example of a half for a couple of things. You got a really good view at why AB is so preferred with that grenade through to kind of save this half early in it. And then you also saw why like a 40-point deficit would be so hard to overcome, because FaZe have literally had a 2-cap or better this entire half. And it's what, a 50-point swing? And it's been, I mean, that's about as flawless a half as you're going to get, right?
Yeah, and to me, it's just sort of like, I loved the confidence that New York was playing with in the first half. It felt like they were playing with a swagger, and I think them just sort of huddling up around C showed like they were worried about the second half, right? They wanted to keep as much of a lead as they could going into it because they knew it was going to be a tough half.
Well, what did we always say?
So
like,
yeah,
back in, or whether it was like CTF or whether it was Dom, like back in Ghost, like never turtle, right? Like never turtle. They can end up punishing you. And I don't know if it would have made a difference if they.
It may not have made a difference, but I'm just telling, like, that showed you like what New York was almost prepping for, was in a situation where that 20-25 point lead might have been the difference, but it's not. That 20-25 point lead flips on its head. It ends up being a 40-point win for the Atlanta FaZe and one of the more dominant halves of domination I think I've watched all year.
That was a 59-point swing.
Yeah.
And a half of domination. You just don't.
59 points. That's 5 minutes with a 2-cap the entire time. Obviously, there was a neutral in there because that would be impossible to have a 2-cap for all 5 minutes. But yeah, it just shows you the control that they had.
That was unbelievable. And leading the way, I mean, even when they were down early, it was a BZ. He had the hot start. He finishes at 30 and 15. His nade was the big one too, because when stuff could have gotten a little bit crazy and maybe control could have flipped for Subliners, about a minute into that half, a BZ Simtex is through the window. They keep them safe. It clears out everybody at B, and they're able to hold on. And a big win for FaZe, considering how that first half went. And they'll now take a 2-1 lead in this series. So far, FaZe take the search and destroy. It's a split in the respawns, but map 4, we'll get back to hardpoint and see if Subliners have what it takes to get us to a map 5. Before we get to the map 5, though, we'll take a look at some of the stats we were highlighting from the domination.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the other side for New York, right? The two players that we really talked about in map 1, Mac and Zuma, slowed down a little bit in the respawns. So you need those two guys to get back into the zone as we go to St. Petrograd. I'm just trying to take a look at both. So for New York, you're 1-1 on this, and for Atlanta, your previous matchups, you are 4-0 on this map. So
yeah, you didn't get the regular.
Obviously, they don't have a lot of losses, but they were undefeated on Arklov. They're undefeated on this.
Yeah, no, that's true. But you didn't get like that Simp and a BZ type performance map one, right? Here you do. You thought it was probably a matter of time before they kind of turned around and became the Tiny Tears, the beast that we expect them to be, as they're able to pick it up massively. But that is, I'm trying to take a look at the stat on my other monitor. Is that the second biggest loss, 65 points in New York, Hackney Dom on launch weekend?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So FaZe lost game 1. So okay, so that's focusing on the hard point. Okay.
Oh.
Hard point and Dom, 2 different game modes.
Yes, that's what I was confused about first. I was like, the Dom. I was like, what?
That was a very confusing stat,
okay,
but it's fine. We figured it out.
That's what I do on my face. I literally was just staring at my television like, what? Okay, that makes sense. All right, so we're talking about the hard points. Yeah, I just is all of your focus as we go into this, is it basically that kind of attach and Mac combo versus BZ and Simp?
Yeah, we'll see if the Tiny Terrors are. I mean, they're obviously playing a lot better, and Priest as well really stepped up in that game 2 to tie the series up. So now you go to the Petro, and wow, what was the plays that we saw on this map, right? Celium Kid, we know he can do so much on it. It just feels like this is such a good map for the Atlanta FaZe. It's their hard point pick. It's going to be difficult for New York to get over this hump.
We'll take a look at the player webcams as they're getting ready to go. The slow start for FaZe seems to be completely turned around. We kind of mentioned that they had a scrim scheduled right before this. A team no-showed on them, and I don't know what they were able to get going into it. And, you still expect a team of their caliber to be able to perform regardless, but could be a testament to why they started a little bit slow.
Well, listen, let's talk about it, right? Obviously, they're warmed up. They're playing bots. They're playing against each other.
Yeah.
I think what a scrim does, it sort of gets you in the game mode, right? It just get your comms on point. You do have to warm those up, right? It just gets you in that zone where warming up against bots and each other just doesn't. So that's why that scrim helps.
What team was it last year? I can't remember who was in the interview. It might have been Nagafin or Havoc, or it was one of those guys, I believe, that talked about the fact that the most difficult part's not getting the guns warm up, it's warming up the comms, and that's why they would struggle so much in the map 1. I think that was Gen G that talked about it, I believe. I could be completely.
Yeah, it's just about bringing that intensity too, right? Just to if those comms aren't warmed up going into that first map, it's just sort of maybe takes a minute for it to click. Like, oh, hey, we're on the main stage, right? Let's go. Let's sort of wake on up.
Yeah, it might be even harder to do, now that you're playing from your bedroom, right? Versus actually being on the main stage where maybe the adrenaline doesn't quite get going at the same pace just due to that sort of change of scenery. But let's take a look at the updated bracket and kind of take you through how the day is going to go. As I mentioned, we have a ton of matches to come. We had 4 yesterday, 6 today, 3 tomorrow, and we're only in our second best of 5 covering all the day's action. So we're going to be with you all day today. If you enjoy some Call of Duty esports, it should be an incredible one. This is one of our, I think, best matchups of the day, but we still have a lot of crazy ones to come. I think that Royal Ravens versus Huntsmen match can be sensational. We'll see OpTic versus Guerrillas later on today and see if either of those teams can bounce back. But yeah, this is gonna be a fun-filled day, Joe.
Yeah, I think you just sort of took a look at Group B. You saw Empire. They were able to deal with it, but here's the rest of that schedule. So after this, you'll have LA Guerrillas versus Los Angeles OpTic, the LA rivalry, and then after that, Chicago versus London. And I'm excited for that because, I mean, London, they had a very tough 3-0 versus the Atlanta FaZe. Like, they played a lot of those maps well, and I think I was looking at the stats. Dylan and Jerd did not perform at the level that we expected those two. So maybe those two can step up. And for Chicago, I mean, the pressure's on now, right? This is your home series. Yeah, you lose to New York, and we expect this team to win multiple titles. We expect them to get into the semifinals, and there's a chance now they might not get out of group.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned Dylan too, and I know I said yesterday that I kind of surprised her. I said TJ has been one of the more disappointing players for me this year.
He's definitely
Dylan.
up there.
Dylan might be number 1. I mean, I know we have a small body of work from him because it's really just last year, right, where he burst onto the scene. But he was so.
He was a hard carry.
He was so good. He was so good. And I think when this game was first announced and we thought it was going to be a little bit slower pace, that I thought, all right, this might not play to his suits like it did Black Ops 4. But then once we saw how this game was actually played, it might have been even more twisted than Black Ops 4, and like how fast it plays because of the close spawns and the movement and the double sprint. Like, I guess once I saw how the game actually played, I'm like, oh, this should be very good for Dylan as well. But it hasn't quite clicked like that for him.
No, it hasn't. But I believe we have a recap video from yesterday that we're gonna check it out. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Let's see this again.
Little bunny hop at the end, too.
Wait, what?
Bottom B. FaZe have got to go, and they have to go now. They're committed to this one. Sim sniping mid. Matt cutting down his teammates in mid. It's a 1 versus 2. With Scumpy now with the bomb in hand. And not a chance. I'm not even sure if that was a grenade. I think it was the concussion or the flash that killed him. Phil?
I don't know that car. I think we're going to see it right here.
It was a flash!
It was a flash grenade from Mac. He sneaks on in. He's already up top. The Subliners are spawning right by them.
Ivory tower he has. He'll rain down upon the Mac now. Come back off spawn. Temp, he's about to get cut down as well. And Arcides, he jumps. He finds one with a hip fire. And that's going to be a great set of kills. He's going to lock down the hard point with his 8th kill in a row. And now the Huntsmen are still rocking and rolling on point. Better make it 9. There's a 10th around the corner if Mac feels brave enough. And he does feel brave.
Sim finds a triple. Avizi finds one. And Dylan the only one to answer back here for the London Royal Ravens. But they're being outslayed heavily. Jerd, -10. We see Dylan as well, down by 8. Shawnee down by 3. The slaying is certainly in the hands of Sim.
Surge still alive. Decimate looking for the opening, but not able to find it. Surge lock it down. It's Surge going for the throat. Slack goes huge as that's now 4 in a row, and that is a Surge map 1 win.
No, dude, that was a 1v1 he needed to win.
Formal pushes his way forward. The timing! Oh my word, the timing! 10 seconds, 10 seconds, Formal. Last player left alive. Temp! Temp! The timing! Is this the final round? Ian Arcides now trying to break the bottom of the side. Temp, the first line of defense. The first shot's there. Unbelievable shots from Donny Temp.
Well, there you saw a recap of some of the crazy moments from yesterday. We expect the insanity to continue today with some of the matchups that we have going. We're not quite ready to get into the map 4 yet. If you're just joining us, FaZe Clan are up 2-1 and looking to close out this series, but Subliners have played them very, very tough outside of the second half of that Dom. Really, that was the only part of that that's been really lopsided, but I think we're just waiting for the guys to get ready, server to get ready, everyone to get in, and then we'll get into it. Just not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've been flying through these games, so yeah, our first little, we're just waiting for the players to get ready up. But yeah, I mean, St. Petrograd, Hardpoint, and then St. Petrograd Search and Destroy to finish us out. So we're gonna be on Petro for the final 2 maps if we go to a game.
That has been the biggest improvement of this event versus 2 weeks ago, right? Just getting kind of map to map for the most part. It's been a whole lot smoother. Players have been getting to the server very quickly, and hopefully it's been a lot better for you guys from an action perspective. But Joe, what are your predictions here for map 4 to FaZe close it out?
I think so. It feels like, yeah, they're warmed up. I mean, again, a BZ 30, Simp 27 in that map 3. We just talked about how strong their St. Petrograd is. I mean, they're undefeated on this map. Nobody's been able to beat them. Do I think that you can do it? Absolutely, but I think it ends here 3-1.
All right, well, FaZe look to close it out. Subliners look to get us to a map 5. Before we get there, though, and kick off the Petro Hardpoint, we're going to head to a quick break.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
What about you, Chance? You got the tough task of defending the New York Subliners here and Mac Melts. What do you think?
I don't think it's a tough task to defend that take at all. I also think it's very weird to say that that's a team that needed to make, 2 or 3 people to have like the full-on roster swap, because I don't know who you really look at to drop, because you got like a world champ on this team. You have some great players, a ton of tournament wins on the Subliners, and I think the Florida comparison is the best one you can make, because when you look on paper, the trade didn't make much sense, right? Bersini, speed demon, world champion. Farrell, a lot slower for the team. Wasn't expecting that to be the right calibration. Boom, they win a championship, and one of the biggest turnarounds is just the vibe of the team. It was just feeling better for them to play with Farrell. And now you look at New York, who dropped Zero because of communicate. The vibe wasn't there. They weren't feeling great with Zero, because we know Zero is not a bad player. Zero is one of the best European players of all time. So I will not say that Mac Melts outright is better player than Zero. That's an absurd statement. But if he helps fix the vibe of the team, it doesn't have to be an on-paper switch that makes perfect sense right away. It's going to help the vibe. It's going to give them a lot more speed on the map and just try to reinvigorate that team to get back to the grind, because everything I've heard from the little whispers around the league from coaches is that he has genuinely made this team quite a bit better. The biggest question is whether or not that's actually going to translate to when you get to that tournament setting. So I think, yes, that is going to help turn the team around. Whether or not they make it out of groups, whether or not they even win a series, as long as they are hyper competitive and play toe-to-toe with the best teams in the world, I think Mac Melts will have said, job done, and they can move on to the future. Well, he will help turn the team around.
Well, you hear Chance defend the Subliners and their ability to rebound and bounce back, and so far it looks like the potential is there, but can they do it in this best of 5? Can they get us to a map 5? Can they maybe take this series? What a turnaround it would be if they go win-win and get to a semifinal Joe, a position they haven't even really been close to seeing so far, but what seemed impossible now certainly seems possible.
Well, let's just talk about it, right? Because, I mean, say they lose this match, then they're going to have to go play the winner of London, Chicago. There's still a chance they don't get out of this group,
100%.
but I think that they've showed us that they can compete. This is a very tough group, right? We expected Atlanta and Chicago to come out of it, 2 of the best teams in the world. Just what they've seen throughout this year. I mean, if New York get out of a semi, then I'm all in, right? But they've shown improvements already, and I'm pretty happy to see Mac on this squad.
Is it similar to how you felt kind of maybe in LA for OpTic? Like you weren't convinced, but you saw life and knew they could compete now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't know if they can win, but I know that they can, take Atlanta FaZe to, to the end of a series.
Which is the first step, right? Like you got to improve somewhere.
Confidence.
You don't go from like 0 CDL points to winning events. Typically, that's not how it works unless there's some sort of massive trade that goes down. But improvement is improvement. I got to think, former commentator and one of my buds in Revan has to be feeling a little bit better. It's probably been very stressful for him. And, we used to work with JP. He kind of worked with the CWL back in the day on the stat side. He's with them as well. So we're close to a lot of the people more on the administrative side, maybe, for this Subliners team that have to be feeling a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, they probably just want them. They probably won't feel that great until they start winning multiple matches in a row. But I'm sure it's good for them to see some of their hard work starting to pay off, and that's just what it comes down to.
All right, but I believe we are ready to hop into map 4, just waiting to get loaded on in. Mac looks like he's maybe ready to take a nap. He is chilling right now. That posture is not gonna. You got to get the posture straight up, Joe. I stopped leaning. My back and neck have felt incredible. I got the Herman Miller. I'm just, my spine is just perfect, Joe. Straight up, straight down. Yeah, no,
I'm proud of you. I really am, because your gaming posture was horrible.
Woo, it's so much better. I'm not leaning forward, not hurting my elbows and knees. Just great posture. I now don't have fear of osteoporosis at 35 years old. I don't even think that's the correct thing I want to say.
I have no idea. That's why I didn't say it, honestly, because I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Yeah, but which you still have a chance of. So
I do. Gotta start going to the doctor every 3 months or something. But I think, unfortunately, I just got an update from our producer that I believe one of the players, maybe Major Maniac, is having some issues. I'm not sure if it's just server side where he's experiencing some problems, but we're just waiting to get in as quickly as we can. Thank you guys for being patient. I know these delays are tough, and you just want to see two of your favorite teams compete, but just a brief delay until we get there. Hopefully, it won't be much longer, and we'll get right into it. All right, well, I'm here, and while we wait for this, we did do a video piece on the Atlanta FaZe, a profile piece on this dominant squad. Let's take a look.
Atlanta is the terrifying roster of Simp, Abizi, Celium, Priest, and Major Maniac.
These guys are incredible to watch. It's the most fun I've had just watching a team dismantle and obliterate the competition in a long time.
Atlanta have turned this game tree completely around.
One of the favorite things I heard from the start of the year was Scum saying when we play against FaZe, it's like there's 6 men on the map. They're that fast, they're that in your face.
These guys are the most perfectly controlled chaos.
Atlanta FaZe starting to rip their way across the map.
For me, Simp is the best Call of Duty player that walks on this earth right now. And he's only really been competing for about a year, and he's already kind of won it all.
It's hard not to see Simp as the MVP. But for me, I want to give it to Major Maniac, because the glue that holds that entire roster together. He may not have the most engagements, but without that man on the map, that team don't win.
Opens this one up real fast. He finds two. That's ridiculous work from FaZe.
Any one of those 5 players at any moment in the game can turn it on and ruin your day.
It's not just that they're skilled, they're better than everyone. They understand the game better than everyone too.
It's almost comical. You're watching these guys and you're laughing and you're thinking, how do they do it?
It could be another crazy game! You're absolutely flawless.
That is your Atlanta FaZe profile presented by PlayStation, one of the top teams in the game, looking to further cement that. If they can be the first squad to go back-to-back, well, not back-to-back, but get the second win this year, as we've had 4 home series events, 4 different winners. With how Chicago have looked, I think you have to think FaZe are clearly the favorite this weekend. Maybe right behind them is Empire.
Yeah, one of those 3, right? I think that's what everybody's thinking. Maybe another team can slip in there, a team like New York, but they still have some work to do. But yeah, I think for most people, Atlanta FaZe is the favorite for the weekend.
I think we are good. I think we're hopping into the map, so it's going to be Petro, Hardpoint, and Joe. I know we had a bit of a downtime there, but why did you like this so much for FaZe?
They're undefeated on this map.
That's a good one.
I believe they're 4 or 5-0 on this map, and I feel like we've just had so many great individual plays for those guys. But yeah, I mean, like we talked about, they're not going to have many map losses.
Nice opening from Subliners, at least to find the early kills and get into the point. Tip and Max started off. Simp, though, answers the call as he has a nice double and looks for the entry. Still all the time, though, going the way of Subliners. Attached, tucked away behind the God box, looking to make the play. Priestasaur is in. Unfortunately, Abizi already hit a Simtech towards that back corner, and that'll be a team kill for FaZe. Subliners hold on, and this is just a great bit of time. FaZe already thinking about maybe the rotation. We're going to hop over to Major Maniac, and this is part of the reason we think we saw that change, right? We talked to Crowder a little bit about it. Like, there's this swap between main AR and Flex, and Major Maniac felt, I think, a little bit more comfortable being that route man. I mean, how many times do we say that?
I mean, just look at where he is right now, right? Like, he wouldn't be able to challenge these gunfights with an AR. So, like, you want your man rotating to have a sub, and it looks like he will flip. His Celium spawns right next to him. So, a great job by New York to find those 40 seconds. But Major Maniac with a response to get to these spawns as you rotate towards Cafe. But yeah, there's just so many of those, you know, interior fights that you need that MP5.
He did a solid job there. As FaZe will now have the early setup. How much time can they put through? Mac tries to get in, not able to do it. As Celium still locks down this cross. Kind of a 2-2
yeah, there's
split
another
of the
reason
defense.
there's another reason why they also did that switch. They feel like this guy's the best AR in the world, right? I mean, and he's showing it why. I mean, he's on a 5-spear right now, just winning some ridiculous gunfights. The guy sometimes just doesn't miss.
Yeah, I'm sure Celium was a big fan of the change.
Yeah.
He's looked so strong with that in his hand. Now, the hero of the map 3, well, sorry, the map 2 was Priesta. That solid map 3, but he was really the one that kind of bailed him out of that search and destroy. He's 0-5 to kick this off, and it's a 40-point lead for Subliners as a result. 9-2 on a 4 spree is Temp, so we'll get right over to his POV as he works to get inside to Hazmat. 2 players already working around the back now for FaZe. The pinch attack is there with Priesta on the other end of it. Can Subliners hold strong? They at least have the back spawn.
Yeah, it's a big win by Zuma right there on the Major Maniac as well. Accuracy, and I find another one. You said it. They have the back spawns. They have the close ones so they can flood on through. And you need this time because as we rotate over to Pool Hall, you get stuck back here. That's a lot of time wasted as soon as we get there. But it looks like Temp already on the rotation. Look at number 3 on your mini-map. He started rotating with 40 seconds left. He's already inside a Pool Hall. A great heads-up play out of Temp.
Yeah, someone's been watching Envoy. We've highlighted this since what feels like 3-4 events ago. On this map, he would really rotate so much early in the title. It would lead to so much time for Huntsman. Now Huntsman just forgot how to play hardpoint, but there was a time where it looked good. A massive lead now for Subliners. Now, will this early rotation from Temp pay off? Look how far pushed out the rest of them are going to be. The rest are out towards mid-map. All 3 will drop. So the first step now down from FaZe to apply pressure, but by getting that early rotation, holding down mid-map, you kind of give yourself an extra wave to work with.
Yeah, I mean, they just got here, right, with 40 seconds left. They haven't even gotten on the hill. This is all due to Temp and his play. Now Simp trying to get inside. BZ's going to be the first one through. Accuracy locking down middle of the road with the M4. There's 3. Major Maniac, who is going to be number 4. Mac, Zuma, Mac. They are all picking up these multi-kills, locking it down. And this is one of the more ridiculous score lines we have ever seen in Hardpoint this year.
Yeah, I mean, Temp's 9-3, Attaches 9-4. Like
they're just out rotating. That's all it is. They're out rotating them.
We're deep into this, and they just barely have any deaths. Yeah, it's pretty easy to play this game when you have the early rotation on just about every single hardpoint. FaZe have 29 points. It's dominant effort as they had in the second half of that dom, and then to start out like this on map 4, on a map that they're undefeated. What the hell's going on?
Well, I mean, you just think about this as well. 20 of those 29 points that they had all probably came in Cafe, right? When they were able to break due to Major Maniac when he won that rotation. So since that point, they've maybe gotten a few points sprinkled in here or there. And there we go. 5 are going to go down. New York, they're going to break inside a restaurant. They're going to be, if they get the rest of this time, over 200 points on the first rotation, Maven. The first rotation.
I mean, we know FaZe have lost some maps, but not many. But they haven't lost a map like this. They are just getting beaten, battered, and bullied. As Subliners seemingly playing a perfect game of Hardpoint. And I don't know if this was like a map like Breakout and Infinite Warfare or some of the maps we've seen over the years where you have massive comebacks. Like, maybe I'd say there's hope, but in this particular title, this is done. Like, we just haven't seen a comeback against a scoreline like this.
Well, and think about what New York did to get here, which I don't think they're going to let happen, is they got out-rotated on every single hill, right? Like, they out-rotated them, out-maneuvered them on the map. They made the heads-up plays, and when you're playing that way, you won't let it happen, or you shouldn't let it happen back to you, because you know exactly what you want to do on the map. Plus the slaying. I mean, I'm sure New York right now, they are just lighting up the scoreboard. Look at the kill feed. It just feels like Atlanta knows, right? They know this one's over.
Yeah, it's been very, very yellow. It's 5 in a row, 6 in a row. Looking for the knife. Hungry for more, but can't quite get it done. But that was a 6 spree and a 4 times multi-kill for the newcomer in Mac. Just 26 more points for Subliners needed, and they will close this out. We have not seen many 100-point clubs at all this year. The combo isn't even 100-point club right now. So what new membership are we going to see for FaZe? As they've got 59 points on the board. Unbelievable.
The good thing is they win the cafe rotation, so there's a chance they don't get 100-point clubbed, as they can lock this down. Because I know New York, but they'll probably do rotate a little bit earlier just so they make sure they have hazmat control. They're going to send 1 or 2 more pushes at this. We'll see what they can do.
Well, now I'm disappointed. I kind of wanted the 100-point club because
I know, but I just, you know, I'm the one who's, yeah, I got to bring it, but we'll see. Max on the flank.
What was that, Joe?
Well, I didn't think this was going to happen. I don't know what to tell you. They had Cafe locked down.
They can win it here. They can win it here as Zuma running, gunning. Takes down 2, 12 points needed. They can win it here. This is the final push for FaZe to get in. Accuracy has the cross with the M4. Should be easy pickings for him as they all line up in front. Accuracy shuts them down, and there's the 100-point club. 250 to 84. FaZe Clan just got smacked as Subliners hand them their first loss on Petro. Hardpoint, that might as well count as 2 or 3 losses because they just got destroyed.
I think what's so impressive about this game 4 is the fact that the second half of the Hackney Yard domination was an absolute slaughter. Like, Atlanta FaZe bullied the New York Subliners on that map, and it just felt like everything was going their way. Abizi was stepping up, Simp was stepping up, and in the back of my mind I was like, this is done. But New York, they just shut me up.
Yeah, and maybe you know, not to make excuses for them, but we know they got iced a little bit there. That was one of the longer breaks we've had. You had about 10 to 15 matches between. We know one of the guys on the FaZe side was having trouble connecting, and that's why we had the delay. So I don't know, whatever that extra time off did, it gassed up Subliners, and FaZe came out with a dud. You'll see the stats there. That was just insane from Subliners across the board. Everyone putting in a massive effort. Attach only had 7 deaths and a hard point. Not often you see
2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, not often a stat line you're going to see from like an MP5. 19 and 7 with 2.5 minutes in the hard point. That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, this is you know, we're on the brink of maybe Atlanta FaZe losing their second match of the year, and I think we're going to show some B-roll of you know, their match loss in Los Angeles against the Minnesota Rocker in that semifinal, and we're going to another map 5. Minnesota, they were able to do it. Can the Subliners do it? That's the big question now.
Yeah, they have 1 series loss. Is this going to be the second? A push to the brink here. This is why, yeah, their third map 5. You think about Minnesota twice, and now this one. But FaZe, I mean, we know they've been upset. I mean, upsets have been a big story for this between Huntsmen losing to Florida and FaZe losing to Rocker. Like, we know the upset potential has been there. I think this one just feels, I guess this one feels like as shocking as the first time that Florida beat Huntsmen. The second one didn't feel all that shocking because we know they did it, right? Rocker beating FaZe didn't feel that crazy because the first time they played, they pushed into a map 5. We knew they matched up well. This one just feels insane to me because we know how poor Subliners have been. And even if we saw them improve in their first match yesterday, I still, just because I guess Huntsmen have been slumping so much, I wasn't convinced quite yet, but this would be one of the bigger upsets I think we've had all year, Joe. I think
and they're doing it in the hard points, right? But what makes FaZe a complete team? I think when we talked about, you know, this group, the reason we still picked Chicago and Atlanta is the only thing you're worried about with New York. You know they're probably going to be a good respawn team. What's their search and destroy going to be like? Are they going to be on the same level as the Atlanta FaZe in search and destroyers? Does that still need some time to bake in? I mean, in map number 2, they had a few opportunities, but that's when you saw like the Lysa Priesta, you know, take over. So this is the difference maker for me. If they can, I mean, they won a map 5 in Chicago yesterday. Can they do it again? I mean, if you do that, if you beat Atlanta and Chicago, I'm in. I'm all about New York.
Well, we're going to take a look at the search and destroy, I think, top 5 KDs from yesterday. There were some incredible performances. I mean, from teams that you wouldn't expect it. Like you saw Seattle Surge had a really solid performance. It was Slack that led the way with a 2.0. And I know it's just one match, obviously, and for some of these teams, one map like Seattle, but you like to see that out of them. Aqua there at number 2, but not much to write home about, considering they're going to lose that series. But Temp is there. I mean, Temp had the 13-5 map 5. The only downside for him, we're not going to be seeing Ramaza again, but maybe he can be the person to take over the game. Maybe he can be Mr. Map 5 for this Subliners team.
Yeah, maybe he can be. We know he has that confidence. We know he loves these big moments. So, for Atlanta FaZe, we've talked to Crowder a lot. He knows they're the type of guys, or I just don't think they really they're not over emotional where that game will put them into a tilt, right? I think they will forget about it. They'll focus on their map 5. We saw them do it earlier in the series, going from map 1 to map 2. They will brush off that map 4 and just focus on this one.
No, if anything, I just picture a BZ trolling, guys, we suck. That's how I picture those comms going to get ready for it. We know what a comedian kind of Celium can be as well. I think they will absolutely brush that off. But still, it's unfamiliar territory for guys that, when you think about Simp and Abizi coming into this league, how many losses do they have of that magnitude? Like the map 4, not many, Joe. A couple.
All right, so just taking a look at this, we've talked about the hard point on Petro. It's the opposite in Search and Destroy. So you have not played this yet if you're the Atlanta FaZe. New York, they are 2-0, and I believe they beat Chicago yesterday on it. So, yeah, looking good.
Well, just based on that, yeah, sounds very good for New York Subliners to maybe finish off this big upset. Where they struggle in the map 2 was on their offenses. We know how heavily favored A is on this particular map. They want to do a round 1 straight up to B. Priesta going to be the point man for the defense here, as he's going to have to deal with quite a bit. Simp already rotating back towards B.
He's going to hear that give them some call outs, so that's why one player's already rotating back.
He didn't see him. Didn't see him.
Didn't see him? Nope, did not see him.
Oh,
Priest is going to hear him.
Oh, no.
Bunny hop as well.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And he's at least able to to take out one. But, I mean, if Temp sees him, obviously that's not a single kill through. 4v3 now for FaZe, as Temp just doesn't spot him laying prone in that corner.
There's so many of those positions around middle of the map. Temp, though, he flies out now, finds the headshot on the Major Maniac, and now they are trying to isolate Abizi inside A. The only player here, the nade, is going to find him. So they go mid-map, and they just take over this A side as they rotate on through. They knew that FaZe were going to rotate back to B, and they're able to catch Abizi.
They've got the numbers now. Can they clutch up in this 3v4? Or can Atlanta now bring it back in a 2 versus 3? Simp and Celium looking for any kind of entry with 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Still haven't spotted anything. He has one directly underneath him. There he's going to get the spot. Attach trying to hold it with the window, and there's the shot. His head gets picked clean. Simp gets dropped as well. A big round from Subliners, considering things might have fell apart at mid. But what did you say? You kind of nailed it. Oh, when you mentioned all this stuff at mid-map. Dude, I was watching I can't remember, it was Modern Warfare 2, or I was watching some old gameplay, an older COD. And it's just hysterical. Not hysterical, but it's crazy how different, graphical improvements have added so much stuff to the game. It used to be there'd be a bush in a box. Now you've got a table, an empty pizza thing, a couple of bikes on the road, a sign. There's just so many more things, to your point, that people can be playing behind.
You have to check.
Yeah, so many corners, so many points of cover. It's just, it's a different day and age, that's for sure.
Yeah, but even after that Temp, though, finds that second kill, able to rotate to A, and I mean, they just find Abizi. Abizi is trying to make, almost basically what Priesta did, right? He's just trying to get one before he gets taken down to make the rotation easier for his team. But in round number 2, Major Maniac able to find that first blood on the back end. Simp catches accuracy jumping across.
Oh, accuracy thinks he's got a clean little dive across the tracks, but no, sir. Simp pins him to the wall. Attach now last up, and that's a fast offensive round for FaZe, as they just tear Subliners apart. Round 1 will tie us up again.
And we talk a lot about FaZe and their prep. They have RJ, they have Crowder. You gotta think they prepped for New York, right? New York just played this map yesterday against Chicago. guess what New York has to play with? Absolutely nothing, because, I mean, Atlanta haven't played this at all in official matches, so, you know, they can use that to their advantage.
So what's your, I guess, your goal of your subliners? Like, there's a team that you literally cannot prep for. Like, they've never played it. How does that change things for you going into it?
I mean, I think you just stick to your default strategies. You have stuff that works. While they haven't played in an official match, for the most part, a lot of the strategies are the same. Sure. It's just with a couple of different variations.
Okay. I thought Simp was going to have a free kill, but Attach able to bail out his teammate. Numbers, though, to FaZe. Temp brings it even. Temp and Attach versus Major Maniac and Abizi. Temp spots him in the window. Abizi just able to get away, and then Temp able to dip out as well. He's got bomb. He wants to wrap this quickly. Major Maniac's got the read, though. He catches him, and that's bomb down outside a restaurant towards mid-map. Attached now last alive. He has had some wild S&D clutches over the course of his career. In these final 40 seconds, can he pull out a wondrous 1v2?
Doesn't have Deddy. They hear him. He's going to spot Major Maniac. They're going to double peeking him. He's trying to stay alive. Pulls out the M4. Has to reload that one. They're giving him some opportunities, but he needs the bomb and he needs to plant it.
They're just doing a good job of shouldering. Just not shouldering long enough to get dropped. He got what? 3 bullets in 3 different times to either Abizi or Major Maniac, but they're able to back down at the perfect point where he can't quite finish the kill. Nice
yeah, I got little numbers there, but they obviously know how to do it.
No, exactly. I kept thinking, like, stop it.
Yep.
Well, it's because, you know, the time to kill in this game is just wild. Like, you can just incinerate someone. That shouldering is even more terrifying than a lot of previous titles. Major Maniac with the big start at 5-1, and I thought Simp had 1, maybe 2 for a moment there, but can't connect on the shot. This offensive round, they're pretty split, to be honest. FaZe kind of all over the map right now, looking for an entry.
You see, maybe they'll do like a round we saw New York doing round number 1, where they took over mid-map and then hit both archways into A. We'll see what this turns into, but there's temp, there's accuracy. We're talking about mid-map, how there's so many different angles. They're showing you a few of them. Zuma's going to find first blood on Abizi.
Well, now your bomb
no surprise there.
Now your bomb carrier is kind of all by himself, right? Celium just tucked away outside of A.
Wow,
but
they just found that.
Yep, all the
Both
kills mid go to FaZe. But your bomb is still at A. So maybe they're waiting for the rotation out, and then he's going to push forward and plant this, and that looks like that might be the case.
Well, I think what they were trying to do is wait for someone to watch over him. So he's going to rotate over to B. I think what you said would have made sense, but they were just worried that he was going to get taken down.
Yeah, well, he was by himself. You're right. If he has one other teammate there, it's probably a different play.
Yeah, it's probably a different play. Simp, Major Maniac continue to find all the kills in the middle, and here's okay. I think he was going for a bit of a ninja play right there. Desperation.
He was one with nature there.
Yeah.
Deep in the grass.
He was fertilizing.
And Priesta then fertilizes him with bullets, Joe.
Sure does. That's now 3 rounds in a row. It was a wonderful round 1 from New York, but since then, all Atlanta.
Subliners. They got to get something going. Similar to that opening to the game. This FaZe have just started to run away with these rounds. This looks pretty similar to their round 1. And it's going to be Priesta again that's going to have to deal with this towards mid. And Priesta this time, the car explodes, gets a little bit of help, and Temp, who made the play in that round 1 to really get stuff going for New York, already wiped off the map.
You know, I mean, Priesta is just, he's been a thorn in their side, right? You remember
Surge,
map 2 where he was making the plays. This map making a few plays towards his B-bomb site. Gives his team man advantage. What is New York going to do in a 4 versus 5? Mac trying to spot whatever he can, open and peeking those doors.
And Priesta once again, just like, all right, run by me. I'll get one. Oh, he actually peeks right after that. So 30 seconds to go. 3v5 for subliners, and they have to pick a site. No time to dilly-dally. And A will be the call. Abizi. Maybe he hits a stun. But Major Maniac looking over him. Continues his hot stretch. Accuracy makes the play behind to get 2, though. 2v2 now. Accuracy and Mac versus Celium and Priesta. They'll work to get the bomb down. Now, FaZe is pretty split.
Sim took down his teammate. So, yeah, this is a 2v2. You do have Priest working the flank. Now it's a 1v1.
And how big is this for Mac? The newcomer to this Subliners roster. You're down 3-1 in map 5 to the best team in the game. Can you clutch? The problem? Priest has got dead silence.
He's flying
and he is
with
flying.
Daddy. Oh, he gets punched in the back.
No, not like that. Not like that.
Just opens the door. He's like, hello.
Oh, you saw what? It's, you know, a similar play in a way for Simp back in the map 2. He pops Daddy, gets in behind accuracy to clutch the 1v1. Here, it's Priesta with the dead silence. Now we'll see it from his POV. Welcome to the CDL. Thump, thump. Max down.
What a round from Priesta. Locking down middle of the map. Goes on the flank. Able to find that. Forces the 1v1. We saw his heroics in map 2. He brought them to map number 5.
It's tough, you know. As much as I was wanting to hype up Mac, you know, getting into the league, it's just it's dead silence. Like it's you're guessing sometimes, right? Just picking an angle.
A lot of aggression defensively from New York. They take restaurant control right away from Atlanta FaZe. That's going to be a first blood. 4 temp onto Abizi. Abizi again. Poor Abizi on his offenses, man. Who is that? Zuma's made his way literally in the middle of the entire team, but they were just above him.
$45 seconds to go. Offensive patience now for FaZe. Major Maniac's been the hot hand, just looking for an angle. He's got accuracy in the opposite building, second story as well. He might have, I think he spotted Attach. I think he saw him for just a second. I think that gave Attach a second to refocus, but again, it is Priesta just picking up the kills during the mid game.
Yeah, and it's a similar position we saw Abizi in right at A. When you're the only player who's basically on an island defensively, the rotation comes back, and Max just trying to play a bit of a nerdy corner to find a kill or two, but the nades were still there for Atlanta FaZe. They find him. Now it's all down to Attach. He finds one on the flank, but good luck with that. It has been 5 rounds in a row after that round number 1.
I think you nailed it going into this. Like, a lot of teams, if you heard they lost both hard points, you think they'd be dropping, especially top teams, which most of our top teams are what? Really good hard point teams historically. That's like what has won championships. But with FaZe not having a big weakness, they might do it here through the Dom and 2 searches. And they're 1 round away from now doing it. Priesta 11-2, Major Maniac 9-3. Celium's just chilling. He's 1-3 right now. Go ahead, boys, do the work. Abizi now with the first blood. Finally some success in the opening of this game. Mac gets a truck to the face. Zuma, though, still up, gets to the God box.
You do have Attach working middle of the map. May have a one-on-one against Simp. Does.
Simp is twisted,
decide the round, and Simp is out. Just pulls out the pistol and runs away. He'll see you later. He goes around the corner. He finds the kill. Priesta was on his way to help him, so now it's a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, I thought for a second a standard kill for Attach, but Simp just too quick. Now just toying with their food. That nade's actually going to pay off. Celium drops, so Priesta now gets the angle as he gets his 12th kill in the game. Everyone in front of Zuma. Zuma drops. FaZe win. They'll keep, what, that 1 series loss record for them so far in the CDL this year. But Subliners, hold your heads high, man. You take out Huntsmen. You push FaZe the distance. There were some brilliant moments for Subliners, and it was really, it was just awesome as a commentator to see their improvement so far. It stinks to not come out with the win. It stinks to get dominated in this map 5, but still some great moments.
Yeah, I mean, for New York, it's not over yet. Atlanta, they are going to advance to our semifinal tomorrow, but New York, they will have to play a decider match later tonight against the winner of London, or we'll have that rematch versus Chicago Huntsmen. So that'll be a fun one to watch in this group. But still a lot of tournament left for both of these teams.
Look at, I'm telling you, they're all just trolling, man. Like, you see those little grins they had on the FaZe side? They're just giggling, man. They're probably like, oh, at map 4, what were we doing?
Yeah, they have no idea. Yeah, chalk it, whatever, you know, right? Just focus on map 5, and they did just that. I mean, Who was it? What, Major Maniac and Priest both with double digits?
And I think there were some great performances from everyone on the team at times, but I think Priest has got to be your MVP because they win it through the search and destroy, right? They win it in 2 and 5, and Priesta was a hero in both. He drops double digits in both. He had the big moments, round 9 and 10 of the game too. This map, all over the course of the map, he was able to take over on Petro. Yeah, Priest has got to be my MVP. He just got it done in the search and got them the win. He is an all-around player without question.
I mean, plus their map 3, right? I mean, just what a map 3 domination it was for them. Because that first half, I was like, oh, geez, New York and the respawns are just looking so darn good. And yeah, you saw it at map 4, but that map 3 domination, that second half, it just felt like everything sort of shifted after that half.
Yeah, for that map 3, you talk so much about who spawns A, and a lot of times that's the side that's where it's like good and you get in a flow for a team, right? Like, that's where you find most of your kills. Like let's say you have 30 kills at the end of the game, 20 of them are probably coming when you spawn on the A side, and 10 are coming from C. Like, it's that dominant usually if you get a good start. It just felt like for FaZe, it was just more dominant. They just played more perfect on that side than the Subliners did. But yeah, that was a wild turnaround. I want to say a big turning point for the series, but then map 4 happened. I don't know. This one was so back and forth. It was kind of wild. Like, it almost reminded me of when we used to have the online league, and it would be, one team host, one team host, one team host. You'd see the crazy swings. Like, this is all on the same server, so you don't expect to see as wild as swings here.
Yeah, but I mean, FaZe, they get to the semifinal. We thought they should get out of this group. They do, so job done for them. But they know they want to win this home series. So they'll be in that semifinal tomorrow. They'll join the Dallas Empire. So we'll have to see who will play those 2 teams. But we still have 4 matches left to figure that out.
Yeah, we still have a ton of matches, and we might obviously have a rematch between Subliners and Huntsmen, which could be interesting. That's one of the crazy parts. Versus where you have, in the past, we've had that round robin format for groups. This with the GSL format, where it's kind of like a little double elimination group, it leads to those a lot of times kind of back-to-back matches where you have to beat a team once and then you have to do it again. And obviously you think the advantage is to the team that's already won it, but there are some benefits there, as you can think about what you can improve on. But the next match, I believe, is going to be OpTic Gaming against Los Angeles Guerrillas. They kind of had that co-hosting home series of the last live event we had at the Shrine. And I mean, you got to favor OpTic massively, I would think, with how Guerrillas have been performing. But I think this could also be one that's closer than maybe people think.
Well, I mean, they played in the Los Angeles, and wasn't it like Guerrillas came out map 1 and they were shredding, and then I think they threw that map away. I want to say, I don't remember exactly how it went, but I felt like the Guerrillas played it pretty darn close. There was just a few clutch moments where
I went to a game 5.
OpTic Gaming took over and was able to win it.
I can't remember if that one was a reverse sweep or not, though. But that was
I don't remember either.
Yeah, no, it was a really crazy series where OpTic surged back, though. I remember that exactly. I just didn't look at that because we weren't casting this next series, so I didn't look at exactly how it broke down. But yeah, I mean, last time they played them very tough. But if you're Los Angeles Guerrillas, I mean, you're coming off your 3rd loss to Surge, which is kind of insane. Like, that's just been a matchup that you can't seem to win when you go up against Octane and the boys. And then for OpTic, you saw some frustrations tweeted out from Slasher and some of the guys yesterday after their match versus Dallas. I mean, they played.
Well, good thing is none of those frustrations should be here, right? Like, you're playing another Los Angeles team.
Oh, you mean when you talk about server side and latency?
Yeah, hopefully, everything is should be as close to land as you can get. You would hope, because both these teams are based out of LA.
And if that's the case, which it should be, then they need to come out and dominate. I think OpTic need to get something rolling, because it's tough, because I want to feel for OpTic yesterday, but if it was on LAN, I don't know if they're beating Dallas either. I mean, they lost that one 3-1 last time, even though it was a close series. So the efforts pretty much mirror what we saw on LAN as well, but they still have to try and rebound. Let's take a look at the overall bracket, though, and where we stand now after that match and how we're moving forward in this tournament. You said 4 matches still to come, so still a ton of Call of Duty to go. Hell, we have as many matches remaining as we had in total yesterday. And I just don't know what to expect to close out the day. I mean, we're obviously going to have a much better idea how the bracket's going to look. You see there, as you said, FaZe and Empire have already moved into a semifinal. Who the hell is going to join them?
Yeah, and I mean, again, Royal Ravens Huntsmen should be a great match. And I think the winner of this one, Guerrillas and OpTic Gaming, I think you have to feel pretty good about your chances getting in the semifinal, because you play Surge next. And I think both these teams should be pretty, well, maybe not the Guerrillas. I mean, the Guerrillas it's all 30 points for the Seattle Surge. They have 3 wins for them. But if you're OpTic Gaming, you're able to get past the LA Guerrillas. You have a good shot, I think, later on tonight versus Seattle Surge.
That's very true. But I believe coming out of a commercial break, we're going to get to an interview with our PlayStation Instant Reaction. It'll be Lottie with Priesta. But before we get there, guys, quick break.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Yeah. Wait, can I move my camera this way? Is that better?
Like when you're out of gameplay in general, but yeah, it definitely feels pretty bad.
Okay, I think we're live. I'm not entirely sure. I'm kind of blind here. I'm not sure, but I'm joined by Priesta for your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Whether we're live or not, Priesta, we're going to have a conversation about what just happened before our very eyes. So hot start for New York, of course. Did you guys feel like you were almost playing an entirely new team with how good they looked in maps?
Honestly, I mean, we've scrimmed them a few times, so we know how good they are. We knew they got better going into this tournament. So honestly, we just weren't playing our game. We were playing very sloppy hardpoint, and me personally, that was some of my worst respawn gameplay I've definitely played. So we got to clean it up, not just myself, but as a team. But yeah, they're a good team. They've been progressing a lot.
Oh, absolutely. And I've got to mention S&D Arklov right now, because we have seen you guys perform so well previously on this map. I have a lot of voices in my ear right now and I cannot hear anything I'm saying, but it's okay. I'm going to take my headphone off and roll with it. But against New York, it was a little bit more difficult for you guys from what it looked like. They got first blood a couple of times and had an advantage early on in rounds. But Priesta, man, you denied it. You came into play a lot for your team. I saw you flanking a little bit there, taking away points of advantage that maybe New York actually made for themselves on the map. How do your team find strengths individually and utilize that?
Yeah, so the Arklov peak, since the round timer has changed to 1 minute and 30 seconds instead of 2 minutes, it makes it a little bit harder to win your offenses on that map. The map is very defensive heavy. In the middle of the game, I noticed they weren't really playing middle that much, because I play mid about every single round, and I noticed they weren't in their mid lanes at all. So when it was like about tied, I was like, guys, I think I'm gonna start flanking mid and see if I can get through, and it worked 2 rounds in a row. So I think that's definitely something. I don't know. We kind of just adapted mid game. It took us a little bit of time to adapt to what they were doing, but as soon as I noticed they weren't playing mid, that's where I started just running around and getting through lanes.
Definitely, it worked for sure. We loved seeing that. It was awesome. I've got to ask you as well, man. I hate being on that negative train, but it's not usually we see that from you guys. What happened?
Yeah.
250 points to 84.
Like I said, that was probably the worst respawn I've ever played personally in a series like that. To be honest, that was just one of those games where everything was going wrong for me. I wasn't getting that many kills in the first place, and when I had free kills, I got team naded twice, and I was like, oh my god, it's just one of those games where literally I couldn't get anything going, and honestly, just as a team, we weren't rotating early. We just weren't really focused, I feel like, going into that match, so we got to make sure we're practicing our hardpoints and actually playing it how we do in practice, because we've actually been playing hardpoint really good recently, so we just got to implement that into our tournament play now.
For sure, for sure. I just want to know what happens to your team after a loss like that. We haven't seen that before from you guys. What goes through your heads? How did the team communicate afterwards?
Yeah.
Is it like?
So I mean, immediately after the 4th map, Major Maniac's like, yo, regain. Don't even worry about that map. Like, screw that map, because if you sit there and dwell on it, you could probably lose the 5th map. And honestly, going into the 5th map myself, I was like, all right, dude, like I can't be playing this bad. I got to do something. So I kind of just went hard. And I was making those flanks work. And honestly, we studied a lot of VODs on them, so we kind of knew where they were going to be playing, which helped a lot. So I just wanted to go on that last map and absolutely fry him and just put on a show, because I cannot be playing that bad personally. And if we would have lost that series, it would have definitely been on me, because that was unacceptable for me.
Hey man, honestly, Maven Merc was saying that really you're the MVP of that series, because you turned it around so many times. I felt like you guys could have actually lost that in a couple of different places, but you actually managed to turn whatever you have on and utilize your talents accordingly, and that's what we saw there, and especially in that final S&D game, it was amazing. How are you feeling about the rest of this event right now? Are you guys feeling like you're ready to go?
There's not any specific teams we really want to meet. Obviously, everyone wants to see us play Chicago, so that'd be fun if we did. But for us, it's just we're gonna go scrim hard points and make sure we're on top of our game, and just keep preparing for all of our matches, and just make sure we don't play as sloppy as we did. And to be honest, like us playing that bad and still winning the series is kind of crazy. Like that just goes to show how talented we actually are. So as long as we just stay on top of our game and actually start playing like we should, then we should be good.
Priest, if I had a hat, I'd be taking it
Thank
off
you.
right now. Congratulations, and another incredible win for you guys. Go and get ready for the rest of the weekend, please. Go get ready. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation, guys. We are going to head to a commercial break right now before we get back on the desk and break that series down for you. Just a quick reminder that Challenges is happening this weekend. There's $15,000 on the line. You guys need to sign up while you can, please. It's such an incredible opportunity. But we will be right back with the rest of your Call of Duty League.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Grubhub. Together, we can save the restaurants we love.
Max, bro.
PlayStation 4. The official platform
I mean,
partner of the Call of
I think
Duty
they could
League.
still be like top 4. You know, I don't. Wow. Boom, boom.
Okay, so
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
I run down the street, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in, and it's like, bang! And there's some cold chaos and it's shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
One, two.
Not muted.
Hello.
Yeah.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is now time for the Battle of Los Angeles, the rematch rather, as we roll into another game here in our Saturday of the Chicago home series. Now, as we get into this one, Philip, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing very good. I'm excited to get into our first elimination match. This is, of course, where we say goodbye to someone in the tournament. It does sound kind of villainish for me to enjoy that, but honestly, I think when there's more on the line, it makes it more exciting. Sadly, only one of the LA teams can progress. But, again, at least for LA, one of them goes through, right?
Hey, for at least, at least for LA, one of them goes through. You can put it better myself. Here we go, mate. Let's have a look at the game fuel keys to victory. We're going to have a look at LAG first, mate. I'm excited to get into this one. Again, the last time we saw these two teams meet, it was, of course, the OpTic Gaming side of the Los Angeles fans that managed to get the win. However, this time could be a little different. Who knows? Keys to victory, therefore, of course, yesterday's loss was a bit tricky. Desi needs to be the main man. He's got to really step his game up. He's got to go all the way. We'll see if he can do that.
Yeah, most certainly so. I think Decimate is a key player. I think with LA Guerrillas in their current situation, every single player needs to step it up. Individual performances are great, but that team needs to be on the same page. On the flip side of things, though, OpTic Gaming LA. Jacob and TJ needs to step up individually. Day 1 overall KD with a .73 and a .83. Those are just stats. But certainly, if Cap can step it up and drop a 1.0, if TJ can step it up, of course that's going to help them. Shout out to Nameless as always for our Game Fuel keys to victory going into this one. But again, this is the Battle of LA. We've seen it online. We've seen it, of course, now online. Miles, going into this one, I've got to say, as I will kind of put my predictions out there, I'm leaning towards OpTic Gaming for this one. I think the Guerrillas, they're struggling in too many different departments. I did see signs of, improvement from OpTic yesterday. Of course, Guerrillas currently sat at the very, very bottom here with just 10 CDL points. But this is a big game for both of them. This is a chance for the Guerrillas to even it out, get 20, or for OpTic to separate themselves from the Guerrillas.
Oh, indeed, mate. Of course, you can see on the screen the quick scope brought to you by the US Air Force, and now the maps and modes as we roll into this series. We're going to get a double dose of Gunrunner for the hard point of the domination, and a little bit of, it looks like, Ramaza for the search and destroy right smack bang in the middle. This is going to be a fun one, man. And again, the last time these two teams did face, it was an OG LA victory. Can they repeat it here? A little bit of pressure now mounting for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. It's about time we saw some success for them. They're going to stop being the sole source of income when it comes to the points department for the Seattle Surge. But really to get themselves on the board. Not an easy ask, obviously, for this young roster. Players like Aqua, who's been around for a while. Decimate, of course, who's got a couple of high placements to his name. And Blast, who's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders as well as a search and destroy powerhouse. Although, look at that face. Blast is having a great time, isn't he, Phil? He's having a good time.
I mean, when you start comparing accolades and achievements, there's only one team that stands out in this battle. But all accolades and achievements go out the window when you're both at the bottom of the rankings. And right now, OpTic Gaming, they might have got an extra win under their belt. The Guerrillas, though, I feel like they're struggling against everyone. Obviously, the Surge, they beat them yesterday. They were kind of putting out some funny tweets on Twitter. OpTic Gaming yesterday had a tough ask as well, but we saw a little bit from them. I believe that was against the Dallas Empire. Heading into this one, though, it's going to be hard point. It is going to be Gunrunner, and I'm excited to kick things off. Straight away, it's going to be Decimate. We're on board with him. He finds his first kill. Vivid, though, on the other hand, he's found 3 already.
3 already to his name, and as you can see, that initial push. Here we go. Continuing that run for the boys here is going to be LA Guerrillas as they take a nice early lead. A couple of points go their way. Now I can back in control of that bottom showers position. See what we can do to get themselves back on point. Lovely combination of that purple and green. I'm really enjoying the battle for LA just as a fan of fun colours here, Phil. And as you can see, speaking of colours, the LA Guerrillas have managed to lock down that right-hand side of the map. It's all purple for now.
Well, A strong little start here for OpTic Gaming, 15-10. They have the points, and it looks like the Guerrillas are backing off, but a strong rotation over by the train tracks here. Could see OpTic Gaming break through. Aqua is the one holding the line, but with the smokes and 2 players outnumbering here, this could be tragedy, it seems, but he's gonna get one, take him down with him, and now it will mean his teammates spawn up for a second chance. However, this could be a potential strong break coming through. Quavo, aka Kenny, I can't help but say what I see, but 5 kills to his name right now. Kenny's finally going to go down, of course, soaking in 23 seconds already.
Yeah, obviously OpTic doing what they can to punch him into the hard point, but it's been a decent hold for the time being now for the LA Guerrillas, and now Dashi on the outside of the map trying to make his way in. Aqua's going to be that first line of defense. Top shots from him, makes his 2 almost to a second. Slasher just like prone in the middle of the tracks. The damsel in distress from those old 20s movies. It's all black and white as he goes down, and Spart now lining up to take care of the players, making their way in now from the right-hand side of the train tracks. And I will say, this is a good-looking hold here from the Guerrillas. They've managed to take care of that first wave of OpTic attackers. Now we deal with the second. Decimate unable to find anything on the right-hand side, but Spart's still locked down on the time. And on that side door, Dashi, though, just barges right on through and finds that kill. So a late break. A couple of seconds going to be going the way of OpTic now, and the rotation's underway, and it looks like the win has been found for the Guerrillas again.
Yeah, it started so well. I was thinking OpTic could break that really hard back warehouse and make this game, you know, instantly in their favor. But the Guerrillas hold on. They actually get the rotate towards Cole as well, and strong stuff from them. So nice to see them not rolling over and giving it away. 56 points and climbing. As you look at that minimap, the purple surrounding the boiler room, holding down the minecarts as well. And I believe it's Blast here rocking that M4, waiting for the prey to come into his line of sight. He's going to take a little bit of damage as Vivid hits one from the side. He's going to tag up another, but not find that second kill. Miles, 72 points and climbing here. A strong hold for Blast and company.
Yeah, exactly. The Guerrillas have actually come and played, but it's not out of the woods just yet. 20 seconds remain here on minecarts. And again, back and forth is about the best way to describe it right now. As you can see, Dashi trying to make his way in. These shots are all good and well. The teamwork prevailing. TJ actually doing a bit of work there on that last hard point as Blast finds the 2-piece. Slasher now on your screen, lining up to get those top positions. He's got an early rotation. JCat backing him up down low. Quavo on that left-hand side on the inside of the container. TJ actually doing what he can here in the showers, but he has been mopped clean as the push now developing from the back. JCat unable to find anything there whatsoever, and it does look like Blast has managed to punch in through the front, not before being taken down shortly. So LA Guerrillas finding the openings here, but the defense at the front line there seems to have held for LAG.
40 seconds, plenty of time still to soak up here. And again, this is where you want to see OpTic not only hold this and hold back the Guerrillas, but at a certain time, roughly around 20 seconds when the Guerrillas are still putting pressure on, you want to be able to rotate around that cold area. This is what TJ's trying to do here, and he has the hard job, and this is sometimes why his KD isn't up to scratch, because he's always the one kind of trying to be that nuisance, but he is going to fall, and he isn't going to get that spawn flip just yet. But the backup of his teammates now, they're going to be running straight into Aqua. Dashi first in. He's going to go down. Slasher just trade out. But when all said and done, the final 10 seconds looks like it's just going to be left in limbo. No one collecting that over by Cargo. We're going to go back to the green warehouse here, where we are going to see Guerrillas take control once again.
Yeah, they've just got one step ahead of OpTic right now. The Guerrillas looking good. Can they keep this front line solid? Aqua's going to be there in the boxes. He comes to first. TJ goes down. That's the help from his friends. Aqua over the top rope doesn't have anything there as Dashi shoots him down. And now we fall down to Spark. Had a good run of things so far. 11 on 11. But again, that hard point time for his name as well. Just coming up to a minute. Must say, Vivid, he's doing what he can on the outside now, and this is a lot of work being done by the Guerrillas. Over the 110 point mark we go. And OpTic have fallen somewhat silent as the continued efforts from Blast at 16 and 8 and 20 and 15 for Viv continue to go.
Yeah, and this is the exact opposite of what I expected, Miles. I expected a slay-heavy game coming out from OpTic. I don't think OpTic play, you know, the best hard point, but I expected the slaying to be there. And right now you start to see Spar with a +4, Aqua +3, Blast 17 and 10. He's putting in some incredible work, rocking that M4, locking down the sights, and Decimate, a player on the keys to victory here. He's going to find himself not one, not two, but a triple here. Could it be 4 in the bathroom? No, TJ stops that one.
Lovely multi-kill though, the 3 in a row. That was devastating. And now 141 leading the 75 of OpTic. And we're going back to the first one. Aqua's lined up though for the second set of hardpoint spawns. So that is a heads-up play if ever we've seen one. It looks like he's going to be safe and secure for now. Mid-map presence not really being felt by anyone. We aren't getting anyone on the time just yet. And OpTic toe has just been dipped into the pool with the hardpoint, but it has been receded pretty quickly. As you can see, that pressure now mounting from the LA Guerrillas, trying to keep those players off of it. Decent lead to work with though, but it can easily be dwindled if they don't take care of this next push, Quavo does start the push now towards the second set of spawns. And we are going to be seeing OpTic take a little bit of control. And the pensive play there from the Guerrillas may be being punished right now by OpTic.
Oh, so good. Guerrillas have a steady lead here, 50 points with 15 seconds left on this middle. OpTic almost flipped of what we saw on the first rotation. They'll be the ones defending for now. They have those positive spawns, but this is breakable. Again, number 4 and 2, that's going to be Aqua and Vivid pushing forward now. That kill feed heavily favoring them. And if they can just push around the back and hold this for a little bit, they could be a real nuisance towards OpTic. Of course, they're trying to break that triple-digit mark here with plenty of time still left here. Coming in from the side, though, Slasher might be looking out the window. There's one right below him. It's going to be Decimate. Finally finds him as Decimate does take down Kenny before falling. And still with that 50-point lead, Slasher trying to change this game. We've already seen him declare it might be his OpTic. Dashi might be putting in the work right now with 21 kills. Death Silence has been popped, but still at a deficit of around 50. We're looking to turn this around. When will we see that rotation towards Cole?
Yeah, 28 seconds remaining on the hard point. No one really in a position to go for that rotate. Obviously, the spawn's still working out for OpTic, and you know, they've spawned there. The 3 of them just come up. This is going to be a 20 seconds going directly into the back pocket of the Guerrillas after those 3 kills go their way. But as you can see, we're lined up for next. This gives OpTic all the time in the world to set up the absolute premium defense here for the minecart hard point. Now, will they make the most of that time they've been given? Maybe. I hope so. They are going to be dealing with a couple of less members of the Guerrillas on the offense as they try to retake on that rotation. But as we see it now, OpTic lining up, taking care of these little drips, the trickle of pushes from the Guerrillas. And now the minecart into the hands of OpTic Gaming. See how much they can get from this hard point when they've been given basically a free setup.
I mean, that's it. With OpTic Gaming, we've not seen like a consistent 30 seconds for them to take. You know, we haven't seen a hard point where they've probably taken the majority of the time here. They are being outslayed. They are being outplayed. And they're not hanging in the slaying department. They really need to change that up. They have the capability to do so, and right here could be a chance to do so. Cap just cornering himself there, with Dashi, of course, trying to lock down this coal area. Now pushing into Boiler Room, he sniffs out Aqua, and Cap does have his back. This is 2 players working very well together until Decimate picks them apart like a little puzzle. And he's going to rearrange that puzzle, put it back together, and it looks like a Guerrilla sign right now as he's got 3 in a row, making it 4 in a row. Decimate going off here, 23 and 20. He was a player which did need to improve on yesterday's individual performance, and he is doing so right off the rip.
Disgusting from Decimate. A little bit of a misplay maybe there from OpTic. Look, like 2 of them tried to get on the same chest cover at the same time, and they banged into each other, and Desi just picked them apart. Cargo containers we go. Full Guerrillas control once again. Push from OpTic now, trying to be slowed down from Aqua. Finds 2. Lovely work on the sides. He's caught the flank there. Brilliant pinch. His Vivid blows him away, but hey, that's absolutely fine. He's keeping the kills going as he's not letting OpTic get anywhere near this one. 50 points for the win now is going to be the push for Guerrillas. Can they make it happen here? No. But they will have a solid chunk, Phil. They've got a lot of time to work with, and if they can keep the defense working, which it does look like it's about to crumble, Vivid not able to get there late, this is a good look again for the Guerrillas. OpTic have got a lot to do to get themselves back in this.
I think right now it boils down to just simply the outslaying. You know, we've seen individuals going off, and Kenny being one of those individuals there with a nice 3-piece, but it's not going to be enough. He gets 4 in a row. The amount of times we've seen Decimate, Aqua, and Blast now. Vivid even was getting in the action too, where it was just 2, 3, 4 in a row. And you don't see that often. But every single time it just seems to be favouring the Guerrillas. Now, we go to potentially, I say potentially, our final hard point, because it shouldn't be. OpTic Gaming should be able to lock this one down. But look at the players now pushing in from every single angle. Vivid from the front, he's going to trade one out. Aqua's not going to find one before falling as well. And OpTic Gaming remains strong here and might be still in this. They need every single second. A nice nade coming in from Cap there. TJ working with what he's got here, that MP5 in hand, and the kill feed all green gives a little bit of hope for OpTic Gaming.
A lot of green there, man. I mean, JCap with 5 spree right now gets himself number 6 to boot. And this is looking very good. There's still 25 seconds left on this hard point. OpTic can keep this going if they make sure the setup doesn't crumble, which at this point in time, it all comes down to TJ. They gear up for the rotation as well, but TJ's going to be able to push this one. One more kill is what he needs up front. Does have a little bit of backup there. There you go. They're going to be able to get the remaining time. Oh, he can't get it. Slasher, though, he's going to be there to find this last kill, and we may not get those 6 seconds, but OpTic have pulled this one back so much closer than it was a moment ago. And here we go, back to the center of the map. Slasher lined up. Spawns at the ready, though, for the Guerrillas. However, JCap has slipped in through, not before being taken down, unfortunately. So, we can get it 1 here. Not going to be easy, but keep your eyes on that minimap. Right-hand side is where you want to be seeing your favored team spawning. And here we go, Phil. One last push.
And that was the time I was talking about, not 30 or 40 seconds in a row. OpTic Gaming proved me wrong there at the back warehouse, but they've leveled the playing field and they've done very well to do so. Credit to them here, but they've got to go even bigger. They've got to flip these spawns. They are soaking in the time right now. Yes, they can potentially end it here, but Guerrillas, they just have to get them off this hard point for a couple of seconds, just like Decimate has done, and now it might be focusing on the spawns. Points right now going to absolutely nobody. Blast trying to lock things down on the left-hand side by the rock. A power position when you've got the M4 in hand. Vivid and Spart in the kill feed as well. Blast finds his 31st of the game. Trophy system going down. And they are going to take the lead here with 5 seconds. Cap on a heavy rotation past Train. Keep your eyes on the minimap. Cap could be the difference maker.
Yeah, that kill was really big for him. Now just to get them in through the back, because they have to make the break on the hard point faster than they can push it. Now there's not enough reinforcements to show up right in through the front door. It is going to be Quavo. J-Cap, he's still in the fight at the back. He will go! If Cap's made the kill, but they still have to push the front. The contest is there. Quavo, he goes down to Blast 5th in a row. Blast goes down to Dashi. We're back and forth on the point. This is going to be absolutely for the game right now. The most scrappy hard point you can ask for right now, and Decimate says nay. He keeps the fight going. Vivid wins his on the outside, and into the hands of the Guerrillas it goes once again. 10 seconds now for the win, and you can say you've taken map number 1. Is there anything left in the tank for OpTic? Has anyone managed to make it in? Spart locks down the back. Now we've got Kenny as well, and Spart may have just gone and done it. Can he find one more? No, he can't, and this is the contest. Better late than never, but is it going to be enough, Phil? No. The Los Angeles Guerrillas get it done. It was close, it was scrappy, but oh boy, it was fun.
What a hard point to kick things off between these two teams. And No Hill was played perfectly. There were great breaks. There was an abundance of individual plays there. I can list 3, 4, 5 people maybe there who just had triple kills, quads in the kill feed, and I loved every single second. Decimate just dropped 39 kills on game number 1, the most in the lobby with 30 deaths as well. He was on our G Fuel, kind of gave Fuel keys to victory here, and it was him who had to step it up. He had to go big. He did do that, and again, props to him and the squad for doing so.
I want to say as well that the Guerrillas, they were one step ahead of OpTic almost all game long. We'll take a quick look at the stats, friends, and I will say I'm very impressed by what we saw from them. 250 to 227, and again in the kills department, brilliant stuff. You brought up Decimated 39-30. I mean, there's a lot of engagements from Vivid as well. 37 and 40, I believe that is. That's a huge amount of engagements, man. He was also big on the hardpoint time for Spart as well. Massive bit of work from him, 2 minutes 19. Let's have a look at that scuff play of the game in a moment as well, and it was going to go to Desi. That run was unbelievable, Phil. Big fan of what I saw at the Guerrillas there. We needed a turnaround. We needed to see something different out of them.
We did, and it all started so well. I think rotations were just a little stronger. At the very kind of start of the game, we just saw outslain by the Guerrillas. OpTic did catch up, and it really started to turn around for them. But they were constantly fighting from behind, and I felt like it was them having to go kind of crazy or go big. But this is the scuff play of the game. This is Decimate going absolutely huge here. It was 3 in a row, finds his 4th, and I believe he finds one more before finally going down. It was a 5 streak for him, and he should be happy with that one. He really was kind of the catalyst to the victory there for the Guerrillas.
Yeah, big difference maker indeed. Let's have a look at the Guerrillas roster right now. And again, some new faces here in the Call of Duty League. Of course, Vivid, Spart, very fresh faces. Indeedy, but Aqua's been around for quite some time now. Blast again, we've seen him crop up from time to time in the Call of Duty World League previously, and of course Decimate. Absolutely staggering stuff from him at times, so props to see these guys now finally managing to get themselves a big map win there. Are they going to be able to find a bit more? That's what we're really hoping for. Still, OpTic Gaming on the other side of the board, accolades are plenty. You can hear the World Championship rings clanging from here, Phil. I mean, this is a team that has won a lot in the past, but they're certainly struggling now.
Yeah, I mean, this roster, you go back to the very start of the CDL, this is a championship roster. This is everything. You know, the recipe for success, if you like, and that starts with Slasher. You add players like Dashi and Kenny to that roster, and it all starts to be the perfect team. But ever since the CDL was kind of created, this hasn't been the case for OpTic. It was kind of failure after failure. We've seen signs of good, some bad, a little bit of messy, but we've not seen like a clear-cut, like strong, I don't want to say series of performance, but like a weekend. And they've won series by all means, but I think OpTic Gaming's still trying to find their footing. I can't believe I'm saying it after last year when you saw the likes of Dashi and Slasher. Like, these are some of the best players in the world, and I still think this has a team with a lot of capability, but they do need to improve. They do need to keep stepping it up, and only time will tell whether that works.
Yeah, again, though, time will tell. It's still a bit of time to turn this around. OpTic are in a tough spot again when it comes to the points department, and that's what we're starting to see a little bit rougher and rougher as the push towards the end of the season appears. At the same time, for me though, for OpTic, it's a winning formula. Maven said at the start of the year, this is a team that on paper should be absolutely winning a lot more than they are, and if not, taking it all in the end, looking a lot stronger than current form. But there's still time to play with, and I really do genuinely hope that this squad managed to turn it around. We saw the first shine of the OpTic Gaming that we know and love in Los Angeles, the home series where they actually played the Guerrillas. Their first victory there was huge because again we talk about these implosions in these teams. Film like if your big roster full of star-studded names don't manage to get a win up until potentially the weakest competition you find. What happens to these squads? They start to implode from within. It's very, very difficult to rebuild those teams to find the winning formula. Then is nearly impossible. We may be seeing the same thing with the Huntsmen this weekend as well. It's going to be a drama-laden weekend for sure, mate. But where do you put them now? Do you think OpTic have regressed? Do you think that the Guerrillas are getting better? I mean, what's the vibe for you?
I think right now with these two teams, the Guerrillas sit very bottom of the pack, and I think there's a reason for that. It was the initial team made a huge change. And I still see them at the bottom. I'm not slating them for being awful or being terrible. Like they're just in a league of just sheer brilliance, and that's the problem. Is everyone is so good. This game is so important for me for these two teams because if OpTic Gaming win, which is my prediction, they then get their 30 CDL points. Maybe they go on and beat Surge. Who knows? But the Guerrillas, they're on 10. They could potentially lose this, remain on 10. And the longer this goes on without a victory, the more you start looking at your teammates, the more the management start thinking we might have to make a change, another change. But again, if Guerrillas bounce back and win this, then we've got a very level playing field at the bottom, and it's going to be kind of a fight for survival almost. So definitely an interesting one, a matchup which I think a lot of people are overlooking. One team I don't think will be overlooking this one is the Surge, though, of course, waiting. As you can see by the bracket there, Empire already through to the semi-finals, and OpTic Gaming, Guerrillas, and Surge. One of those teams will be joining Dallas.
Brilliant stuff. Again, what a surprise that FaZe versus Subliner series was. Everyone was looking forward to it, and rightfully so. I mean, the Subliners will play the winner of the Royal Ravens versus the Huntsmen a bit later on today, and that is going to be a banger also. I'm very, very excited to see how that match unfolds. And yeah, I mean, it's been upset central right now in the Chicago home series. We're still dealing with the players getting into this game, friends, and we will be with you shortly. But I mean, Phil, is there any major upsets for you? Is it the fact that New York have started to look so strong? Is that a big surprise?
I think New York is the huge talking point of this weekend, and they deserve that. I think Maven said it so greatly. I think it might have been Lottie, one of the two, maybe both of them, I don't know. But that might have been a loss for them, but that was such a big win in a weird way too. These guys have beat the Huntsmen, they had matched up against FaZe, and they went, they beat one team and gone the distance with the other. A lot of people coming into this would have maybe predicted them winning one map between the two series, and I was a big kind of, this isn't the weekend for the Subliners, and how wrong was I? This has been a huge weekend and still is a huge weekend for the Subliners to do big things, and I think it's finally time. This is clicking now for not only the players but everyone in the back staff for the Subliners. They must be so happy with the performance and excited for the future for this squad too.
Right on. It's about time we saw some success out of New York, and the performances have been very, very good so far. Again, imagine the fact that they take down either London, the team that gave them their first absolute whooping here in the Call of Duty League, obviously way back in Minnesota on launch weekend. I mean, the first time we saw that happen, that was a great shock to us. I mean, maybe a turnaround there would be tremendous, but of course, if they go up against the Huntsmen as well, for the Huntsmen to get another shot, be very, very exciting as well. Still, there we have it, friends. So OpTic Gaming and LAG continue to go against each other. We're now going to roll into the Search and Destroy, that first hard point. The Guerrillas managed to come out on top. And again, a bit of a surprise, obviously, to some of you. I know there's a lot of OpTic fans still there in the YouTube chat. And of course, we saw in the LA home series, a ton of OpTic fans there, which is very, very cool to see. But hey, man, still, as the day rolls on, Phil, and as these lights get brighter and brighter back home, we hope you're all staying safe. We hope you're all enjoying your quarantine time as much as possible. I know it's difficult. I know it's a bit odd. Whether you're ordering food, whether you're cooking a lot. Mate, I made my first sourdough loaf the other day with my wife, and it was delicious. It was honestly, it looked like the sole of a shoe, but it was so tasty.
Wow, I tell you what, looks on everything. Luckily for like myself in this world, but shout out to all you guys. I know some people are spreading the love on social media as well to us. I mean, just receiving tweets kind of saying, you know, we're enjoying the show as much as we can. We know it's not ideal, but I'm having a blast. I know Miles is, and I'm sure you guys are at home. You'd rather see something than absolutely nothing. But yeah, we've had some incredible games, some incredible series, and Saturday is a long one, admittedly. There's potentially, I mean, hoping Ben and Chance can get back on the mic. We missed them as much as you guys. This could be the last one for me and Miles, sadly enough. But we've got plenty more games today as well. This is, what, game 3 of 6, I believe?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Chance has tweeted out yet, but he's having some internet issues, so...
I think Ben did. Ben let them know,
Ben might have done it. Yeah, good old Ben. Good old Benbow.
Man of the people, that Benbow, isn't he?
Oh, we love Benbow. Oh, we love Benbow. We love... It has been an interesting time, though. But sorry, you said something. I completely ignored you there, brother. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Not for the first time. I
flat out ignored you.
I don't remember what I even said.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep rolling into... I'm sorry. I'm doing it on purpose now, Phil. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Phil, can you hear me?
Channing looks good today, doesn't he?
I'm sorry, Phil. I'm only kidding, brother. Let's have a look at the schedule as we're only a little bit of the way through the day. I could say this is potentially the halfway mark as we roll into the search and destroy. But mate, Chicago going up against London. That's going to be an interesting one. I don't know where I put either of those teams anymore.
See, this is
London's performance against FaZe was kind of hit and miss,
right?
And Chicago are obviously going through it.
See, I felt London put a really good performance up against FaZe. I think they held their own, but then I've just seen what Subliners can do against FaZe, and then I question what London did, and then it's a huge triangle, and my brain is a little bit all over the place. For me, right here, it's the story of the Huntsmen. This is the Chicago home series. They have to come out. They have to go on a run. It's not just beating London. It's beating the next team and the next team, and that this is do or die, I feel, for Huntsmen. We spoke about it, whether it was in, we do so much, Miles, now. I feel like we work more now than ever. But the Trip Cap, obviously the podcast that we do, also contesting the point, we kind of spoke about what is enough, like enough's enough for something to happen to the Huntsmen. And we're saying, yeah, they want to win. Get into semi-finals, it sucks, but I don't think we'll make a roster change. You know, what happens if, you know, they just bomb out against London Royal Ravens, they come last at their own home series? It's all a huge question mark. And of course, that team is one of the most talented in the world when it comes to sheer talent. But it's so upsetting to see it not clicking, you know?
Yeah, it's the wrong ingredients for what they're trying to put together then, obviously, at that point. But hey, it's not over yet. And I think we could almost say the same thing about the Guerrillas and OpTic. If this OpTic squad doesn't beat the Guerrillas again, if they're not seeing any, you know, discernible improvement in the roster, are we looking at the substitution bench? What are we looking at there? I mean, and that's something that obviously the staff will be going through their heads right now. We know Pac-Man's watching the stream. Hopefully he's got his feet up, his flip-flops on. He's got a glass of wine in his hand. He's enjoying the show. We love you, John. Here we go into the search and destroy. Snipes up for Vivid and ringer ding ding. TJ, didn't think you'd die that quick, did you, brother?
That was a quick one. One to start things off here. Vivid, though, won't be looking for just one. He's going to be looking for a second. Last time I saw some strong snipes out of someone on Ramaster. It brings back a little bit of Suda from the Subliners last time we saw him. But either way, bomb is going down. Quavo, JCap, Dashi, all finding kills. Right time, right place here. As it is now down to Vivid and Aqua. 2v3.
2v3. Low position there for Aqua, but it looks like Dashi may have caught wind of that play. Quavo's got a bit of a tingle that something's happening above him, but it's a dead silence play currently for Vivid. It's just above. They've got no idea exactly where he is, and that's going to help out as he finds that quick kill on the cap. Keeps the dead silence alive. Straight in, goes down. Another. Finds Quavo, and now it's Vivid in a 1v1. As Aqua trades out there. Dashi, what have you got? Up top he goes. He's just on the hunt now. He knows that dead silence is still going. And that's going to be it. Time is on his side. The Guerrillas are going to get it. Nice job from Vivid. Staying alive. The multi-kills using that dead silence. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, what he didn't have there, the question you asked, was time. He had 10 seconds left. He wasn't anywhere near the bomb. It was great positioning from Vivid and a smart play there from the Guerrillas. We saw it obviously opened up by the sniper. Closed out by the MP5. Getting to round number 2. OpTic Gaming, I think it was against Dallas yesterday, where they took the search and destroy. That's a big round for Vivid, though, at 4-0.
True. Another off the rip go. Quavo. Roll upstairs to Spark. Nice shots there on the cap straight away to keep this round rolling for them. Another first blood going the way of the Guerrillas.
Oh, nice shots from
Great
Spark.
shots.
The accuracy. The pinpoint accuracy from Spar. Surely not.
Oh,
that's a
no
gunfight.
way,
Kenny
man.
can't lose, and he doesn't.
That would have been such a disgusting start to the round as well. For Sparta to just drop like that, bottom mid, find 2 kills, maybe get a third out of that, but still, Vivid on the defense here with that snipe up top. No snipes for the OpTic side forward. Bomb's real slowly moving its way forward. Nice kill from Slasher there on the Vivid. Cleans that down low. Blast holding that back line there of the construction side.
Now it's popped. But Dashi here. Planting is going to go down. 3v3 currently. Aqua up top. He does have Slasher to deal with, but up close personal. It's going to be Dashi who goes down. Decimate finds 1. Number favors the Guerrillas. And it will all be down to Slasher. A technical 1v3 down to just 2. Finds it. 30 seconds left.
He may be able to find another one. No dead silence right now. 30 seconds on the Slasher, a technical 1v4 goes his way. That's a great round for OpTic.
Absolutely incredible there from Slasher. I thought it was a 1v3. I don't even know. Maybe it was a 1v4. Either way, it was a great performance there from Slasher. When he found that second and third, though, it was almost all said and done. It was almost rinse repeat from the previous one from Guerrillas themselves. Slasher showing what OpTic are really made of.
And I think he may have kept his dead silence as well. We'll have a look at that in just a moment. He did. He retained it. So Slasher did all that by thumping around 4 kills to his name. Good stuff again. The Guerrillas now on offense. Pushing in towards B. Dashi sniping up through the street. Obviously, these players use the AX50 on Ramaza. A little faster scoping. A little bit more lightweight. It packs a tiny bit of a less punch than the HDR sniper rifle, but does help out. Nice kills going away here on that B site by the Guerrillas, Phil. This is a fantastic start. 5-on-1 right now. Dashi's the only player left alive.
Yeah, and the Guerrillas, ironically enough, have played a gun run a hardpoint 4 times. They've lost it 4 times. One of which was to OGLA. Coming into the Search and Destroy, they've not actually played Ramaza S&D. However, on the flip side, OGLA, they've got a little bit more experience, losing it once, winning it once as well. We get into round number 4. Clearly Guerrillas ready for this game here. Slasher keeps them in it with a nice clutch in round number 2. As we go back on the defense here for the Guerrillas. A lot of pushes towards A. We've seen, of course, that last one not work out so well towards B, but stun goes down. TJ finds Decimate.
Yeah, nice kill from TJ. Prime position B. Singes the eyebrows with a nade explosion there, but it's given his teammates ample time to push forward. Quavo, dead silence popped as well. He's going to be quietly breaking through that door. Aqua doesn't let anything happen there as he holds the line admirably. Brilliant 2-piece to his name. Fantastic shot onto the second player. With that, we're going to see this entire site made a little bit more dangerous, and Vivid's given tons of space to work with there as he makes his way down the stairs and cleans up Dashi easily, and a very clinical defense there from the Guerrillas.
Yeah, said it perfectly. It was clinical. It was very well done. You saw TJ kind of open up that one with the concussion combo, but that was about it. Ever since then, it was just Guerrillas kind of pinching them in and pushing them back, and another round to the good. Of course, this being the Battle of LA. A little bit of a rivalry on the cards here as we hop into the next round. Vivid, for me, has been strong throughout the series so far. 7-on-1. I didn't realize he'd got 7, though, this map alone. He could be on for a pretty special map if he continues at this pace.
Yeah, a great time here on Ramaza. A 3-2 split on the defense right now for OpTic. Better make it 2-2. The Guerrillas are dancing all over them so far. 3-1 thus far in the Search and Destroy. B site now, a bit of reinforcements come their way as OpTic have sent another man across. Dashi up high. Don't watch that Jeep. There's Jeep and all those ammunition crates down there becomes a real power position. Vivid right through the smoke, finds kill number 8 before going down. Lovely work from him. Last perfect angle as he catches the side of that OpTic player, and now Dashi and Slasher in a tough spot. 2v3.
But he's going to get caught off guard there by Slasher. Aqua does answer back Slasher again to be a 1v2, and it would be another clutch for Slasher. I'm not sure how many kills he's got, but it's not going to happen there. 4th round goes to Guerrillas, and that's actually the 4th first blood for the Guerrillas as well. They've only lost 1 of those initial engagements in the Search and Destroy. Miles, when you think about it, how fast this Search and Destroy is actually passing us by, this is very, very dominant coming out from the Guerrillas.
This is ridiculous from the Guerrillas. I mean, they are truly reaping their way through them on Ramaza here. And this is an unparalleled performance right now from Vivid. You said he was good in the hard point. He really was. Now in the search and destroy, he's popping to life. But here we go. An offensive round for OpTic. Slasher's really been keeping the boys in this one. That round win on him. He almost managed to get another one there, but Blast a little too strong. What have you got on offense, OpTic? Here we go. In towards A, it looks like, and quite an aggressive push. Vivid, possibly sniping once again? No. Looks like he's going to be running down bottom mid again. That dead silence play allows him to move so quickly, so quietly as he cuts down Slasher. Aqua finds TJ as well, and now Vivid still running the dead silence. Up close and personal with the M4. Beautiful shots, and his teammates are going down around him though. As Dashi finds another kill, and it's going to be a very tough situation to be in right now. 1v2. OpTic. Guavo's got the bomb, and the shots are there, and sadly, the Guerrillas are going to close them out. 5-1, that point.
Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, OpTic for a second there just got 3 back-to-back, but it was Vivid who opened up that account up top again. It just seems so easy. It seems like almost effortless. There's no one pushing or pressuring the Guerrillas back at all. He took control of mid, and he got that initial kill. He got out of there and got back in straight into bottom cafe. Finds another. It's kind of what you dream of. It's like the situations you think, oh, yep, everything's lining up here. 5 rounds to the good. Whereas OpTic Gaming only have 1. 1 kill for Cap as well. You hate to see that. 10 now. Double digits for Vivid.
Yeah, Vivid feels like he can do no wrong. He's pulled out a sniper once again here on match point. He's going to run for this one. Straight on through. Up high. He's so aggressive right now. He can catch these players out of these very tough little angles. And that's really what you want to be seeing of your sniper play. Difficult kills found here are all going to be of a big bonus to them. No one really to be found at this stage, but we like what we're seeing here. There's a slow push in towards that side. Nice angle being held there by Slasher with shots, but if he peeks this one, he's in trouble. Vivid's got that snipe covered. There he is! Nice shots from Slasher. Well read as he does get the kill. Unfortunately, traded out immediately, but with that kill, though, look at the aggression from the Guerrillas. 1 kill's all it took, and now they've completely swarmed over the A site.
Almost like their new Slasher was the only one there, and TJ, as he, oh, bless him, as he tries to get back, he just gets pulled apart. He's like, should I go? Should I not? Takes his first 2 steps and bang, he's off the map. Kenny, you're off the map too. Welcome, Spar. Aqua finds Dashi. Miles, I hate to say it, but I think we should just start the domination here as 6-1 is the scoreline now for the Guerrillas. Madness on Ramaza here, as it is the first time I believe we've seen the Guerrillas play that, and they were absolutely fantastic.
There was a straight smoking right about there, my friend. I mean, that wasn't too hard. I mean, it's just the way we watched this one. We watched the LAG just absolutely rip rolling all over them. And mate, I can't believe it, Phil. I truly can't.
I can't either. I mean, the dominance that's come out of the Guerrillas on the search and destroy, a little bit mind-blowing. But, I mean, the hard point, a very close game. If you are just joining us, of course, it is now 2-0 to the Guerrillas. And OpTic Gaming have a mountain to climb. Guerrillas, of course, only 10 CDL points to the name. Looking to double that today.
Oh, well, they're going to do what they can to double that one. But Phil, we talked about OpTic Gaming, and we talked about the sort of great resurgence they've been making recently, and it hasn't quite been shown in this matchup so far. But we do have a little video piece talking about their return to form for OpTic Gaming.
Now we do know one thing, and that's OpTic Gaming are on 0 right now.
They gotta get the ball rolling. They have to win their next series and get that bounce back fast.
We got ourselves a banger of a matchup. It is the Battle of LA.
These guys need to start winning. They need to start winning now.
Careers are on the line in this very series.
5 seconds now for the win as Decimate. He starts to heat things up, and OpTic, there is no one around. It's looking to be a perfect round for the Guerrillas, and Guavo's gone. The Guerrillas taking it round 11.
And OpTic Gaming now, they are staring down the barrel of the loaded gun. Can OpTic get that reverse sweep? They have a mountain to climb.
They are down, but they are not out, and TJ and Cap break them through. 20 and 16, Kenny's positive by 2, make it 3! The Battle of LA will continue.
Dashi immediately picking up the 2-piece. 20 seconds remain, OpTic have come alive, that's the 3rd for Dashi.
It's OpTic Gaming, it's green, it's all good, and with 2 points is all they need. They've stolen away, and they've pushed it to a game number 5.
Dashi finds 1. What a way to open up what could be the final round.
It's Dashi. The key player is the very player that ends this series.
Can OpTic Gaming turn things around here in LA?
They're not going to be the better team from Minnesota. They're definitely not there yet.
Right now, OpTic Gaming, the feed is theirs. They're inside the point. 3 more and it's theirs. Minnesota close to the hill, but not for long enough. OpTic Gaming right now, a different animal. I mean, this is the OpTic we expected to see at the start of the year. 3 players trying to force their way through the blue, and they are getting straight out, Ben.
The lead is just getting out of control for Minnesota. They need to stop this bleeding. They need to cap a hill, but they're still unable to do so. I mean, they're blowing Minnesota out here.
OpTic Gaming dominates Minnesota Rockets.
OpTic Gaming storming through and running them over.
LA, I am sorry, because I did not think we were going to get this out of OpTic Gaming.
You talk about an absurd turnaround for OpTic LA.
Finally, OpTic Gaming have woken up.
A matchup that I don't think many people saw as a semifinal here at the home series in Los Angeles.
They beat a good team last night in Minnesota, and they own the entire series. This team is going to be tough. TJ starting to light it up. That's going to be a 3x multi-kill for him. All green right now. Where has this been all year, right?
That's a great question, Joe.
That's a great question.
And Dashy! Big Bruce burying Empire. OpTic strike first.
TJ once again for OpTic having such a big impact. Pulls out the pistol, gets on more. TJ with 4 FB.
OpTic, can they find any kind of opening? What a win for TJ it is, but they've got to get on the point. Is it going to be enough? Someone's got to get in there with them. He takes another, he loses it. He loses it. Unbelievable. Empire do it in the final moment and pull the map away from OpTic. Are you kidding? OpTic had that game in the bag. The only thing they had to do was hold one flag. One flag is all they needed. One! I think we got another nail biter in the book, Joe.
Yeah,
203, 203. In they go. It's Glazer with the multi-kills again as Clay gets 3. Slashes out to try and contest, but Clay goes huge.
A few players already rotated for OpTic. Slasher can't get in. This might be it. They rotated. Why did they rotate? Dallas Empire. They win 3-1.
What was that?
Maybe some miscommunication from the OpTic side, but they had all the momentum.
What do you think of this LA squad now?
Dude, I mean, you look at that team coming into this year and even on paper, and they're like 5 of the best Call of Duty players to play the game. And how aggressive they were in map 1, they literally just like played our game and smoked us with it. So honestly, the improvement on OGLA has been awesome, and I honestly think they're going to be a contender at the end of the year.
Boy, that video got me going. That was fantastic. The resurgence from OpTic, currently down 2-0 in the series. But hey, man, that was a lot of fun. Phil, it makes me think back, man. Los Angeles was a pretty lit event.
Yeah, LA was fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I wish I was in Chicago right now. I wish I was in Dallas the other weekend, but we're not, and it is very, very bittersweet by all means. Bit of an odd time, of course, to see that and it get so hyped about OpTic and then be like, hang on a second, they're 2-0 down in the series. But it is what it is. They've got a mountain to climb, and it's going to be a tough one at that. Slasher, TJ, Kenny, Cap. Oh, and Dashi, of course. How can I forget Bruce Almighty?
Well, let's just think of the again of the resurgence that we could be seeing. But let's have a quick look at our US Army tactical play that's going to be coming up in just a moment, and it's actually going to be vivid, man. Vivid. That's all we're talking about right now. He was great in the hardpoint. He was stunning, quite frankly, in the search and destroy. He has been the bane of OpTic Gaming so far, Phil.
It is absolutely incredible so far. I mean, Vivid had a great play in a great couple of plays, should I say, in the hard point, but his search and destroy game was next level. He was finding, I think, 4 in round number 1. It was clutch after clutch. He then popped out the sniper. I mean, honestly, when they told me that this was the play of the game, this one did certainly stand out, but you could have picked a couple from Vivid and a bit of a masterclass in that search and destroy from Guerrillas. And first time I've seen them play Ramaza, and it's a big victory for them. The question is, can they close it out in the Dom?
That's going to be the toughest one. This is what we saw last time with OpTic versus the LAG. We saw the OpTic turnaround in the Dom game. We saw TJ pop up. We saw Kenny go absolutely insane. And that is what we would need to be seeing here. It's Kenny Quavo. You get it, friends. You all get it. If you don't get it, we'll keep reminding you. But this is what we want to be seeing from these teams. Close series. Very, very exciting stuff. Now, the Dom Phil, I think we go back to Gunrunner. I am kind of expecting a resurgence from OpTic here, just in terms of the way they play the dominations. Generally quite rounded. They do a good job here, but do you think that LAG have got what it takes now to just go, we're a new team, we're finished with this one, let's just close this out, and the battle for Los Angeles Part 2, it's over?
It's such a tough one. It really is. You kind of look at everything here. The domination coming up, it is good run. I was just checking here. OpTic played it once, lost it once. Guerrillas played it twice, lost it twice. It ain't good either way. We both know that these guys are at the bottom or towards the bottom, the leaderboards, and I just think the momentum that the Guerrillas have right now, I think they run this through. I think they close it out here. I think we're seeing great things individually. I think maybe they've been working on stuff, and OpTic Gaming clearly struggling. And, I think if I'm to put a prediction on it to go against what I thought at the start of the series, I think we see Guerrillas pick up another win.
I think you're not too wrong there, Phil, but it would be interesting to see what we get if the Guerrillas do win this one and we have to go see Surge versus Guerrillas once again. This.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that go? Is there truly a kryptonite there? Is it true that the Guerrillas really don't have like the pieces together to?
I'd like to see that
Seattle Surge in a series. It's very possible, but hey, man, OpTic have got a bit of a mountain to climb here. The reverse sweep has to now kick in, and it's going to take a little bit of time, obviously, for them. But if they want to push it all the way, otherwise they will be taking an early exit here in the Chicago home series. What a tournament so far, my friend. Big surprises across the board. We've been seeing some cool matches, some wild comebacks, and I've been really enjoying all the production pieces we've had. The FaZe piece we had earlier, that OpTic Resurgence one, it's just exciting. I miss people. I miss other human beings.
I mean, I do too. I live alone in my apartment, and this is the closest form of interaction I get. But I think everyone's in the same boat, Miles. We're all struggling a little bit. But a team right now that is struggling is OpTic Gaming. You talk about Surge, obviously waiting for them. I'd love to see the rematch of Surge Guerrillas, because no matter the result, Miles, social media will be fun. And the reason being, of course, Surge will just see the trash on Guerrillas and be like, okay, they suck again. Or Guerrillas might bite back. We know how they can do, and I think they've been trash talk enough that if they were to win that series, or win this and that series, I should say, I think that would, cause for a little bit of a bite back, a bit of a shutdown.
I want to see as much trash talk as possible from these teams,
of course,
from the social media accounts of these teams. Like, we're all one big Call of Duty family. Have at each other. Let it rip. I think sometimes we're a little concerned. We're a little worried about, truly poking one another, having a bit of cheeky banter, a bit of cheeky fun online. But hey, it's a safe space, friends. We're all pals here. We're all good buddies. We all know what's up. We're almost ready to get into the domination. Again, that domination on Gunrunner coming up in just a moment as I tap across my screen, have a quick look at the feed, see what's crack-a-lacking, friends. It's been a lot of fun actually working from home, Phil. While I am missing people, and I do understand that there's a lot of difficulties in the world, the bottom line is, friends, stay indoors. The sooner we stop putting our hands in each other's mouths, or however this coronavirus spreads these days, just chill. Just chill. The longer this thing goes on for, the more time we have to spend indoors. So reverse that. The more time we spend indoors, the less time this goes on for. So just stop putting your hands in each other's mouths, or whatever it is you're doing.
Wow. Wise words from Miles the Ross. No, you're absolutely right in the grand scheme of things, though. We're of course just trying to stay home, stay safe, and just enjoy what we can. And I'm certainly trying to, even though Miles seems to have a habit of putting hands in other people's mouths.
I've seen things
you should be
on
doing
the internet.
Quarantine or no quarantine. Keep your hands to yourself in that regard.
Keep your hands to yourself. I've seen things. We were talking about this yesterday with people who bite their nails. Not now. Don't do that now. It's a bad thing to do right now. You can deal with it later once the whole corona thing's finished. But, dude, I was thinking about this the other day. The way we handle personal hygiene is going to change quite a lot after this event, after this world event, this global catastrophe, if you will. I'm certainly thinking very differently about the way I wash my hands and all sorts of stuff. Anyway, friends, let's have a quick look at the overall stats here in domination. Surprise, surprise, your boy Octane. Oh, actually, no, this is the top 5 doms from Chicago day one. Excuse me. Cut of all people. Sorry.
I mean, Octane is there. He's still in the top 5. You're not wrong.
I thought it was the overall. My bad.
But it's Damon Barlow from day one of Chicago. Domination KD, of course, 2.21. I mean, admittedly, they didn't play too much, but with ourselves, we're watching OpTic LA, and Sorry, OpTic LA and Guerrillas. Neither of any of those teams are in the top 5, so it really doesn't matter. Who will we see be the dominant force in Domo, though, from these two teams? Have you got any predictions going into this one? I know we had our Grubhub pick of the days before. Mine was Shotzi. Yours was, I don't know, probably a wrong pick in some way, shape, or
Slacked.
form.
It
What
was
about
a great
this roster?
pick. You're insane. Honestly, in this game right now, I've got eyes on Fatbot. I've got eyes on TJ Halley. He's my guy right now. I'm waiting for the resurgence, for the OpTic resurgence, with a nice like bit of drum and bass soundtrack, you know, popping and vibing and all sorts of like crazy edits and all that. I'm excited to see TJ bounce back. This is where I think OpTic really have to turn this around. Obviously they do, otherwise it's a 3-0 at the tournament, but I think it's happening. And once Slasher returns, he'll also be another player to look to take these moments. He and JCap, I find, they're those guys that, like, when the chips are down, they just have this reserve that they can tap into, especially Slasher, where it's like, I am a champion. Just reminds themselves who they are. And that's where we're going to be seeing the magic. This is where OpTic really spring to life. I hate it because in a weird way, I feel like the team needs to have this serious struggle, like a fire quite literally lit underneath them before they start to perform. But let's see how it goes. I think the Guerrillas could also close it out, but my gut is telling me that OpTic bounce back here.
Okay. I mean, the little bit of a break that we're having right now may favor OpTic Gaming, just to have a bit more of a reset, a little bit more of a breather. Slasher's found his way back to the setup. It looks like he's got himself a nice little beverage, so maybe that turns the tables around. Slasher, of course, a very vocal part of OpTic Gaming, and, you know, he'll be the one to maybe rally the troops and drive them to victory. We will see. Right now, I'm seeing great things from the newcomers. The likes of Spartan Vivid from the first 2 maps. If they continue the way they are, this could be a very quick series. But apart from that, Miles, I'm excited to see where this one goes. It's a tough one for all. Los Angeles Guerrillas looking to double their CDL points. They need this more than anyone.
Yeah, they really do. They really do need this more than anyone. I'm still keeping my eye on Vivid to continue that pace he's already set in the hard point and the search and destroy. But good point, though, Phil, to the fact that we've had this bit of a delay. I believe everyone is in the lobby now. We're all good to go. But this short delay, I mean, for some players, that's a great thing. For others, I mean, you lose that momentum, you lose that gas. You give yourself a little bit of time to think and you end up winding up getting in your own head, and that can really hurt a player. But see how we go. You see on OpTic side of things, a little tense, a couple of chuckles here or there, but there's definite tension.
Well, as we get into the game, I believe it is starting, Miles. It is going to be Gunrunner. It is going to be Domination. And as I highlighted in the stats, I'm going to just do a very, very quick check here. Domination, Hackney Yard with OGLA playing Los Angeles Guerrillas. Once before, I believe it was on Hackney Yard. OpTic Gaming got the better of them when they've gone to head-to-head before. So we'll have to see whether it translates over to Gunrunner.
Here we go.
Uh-oh. Hang on a second. Whoa, Aqua, what are you doing?
There seems to be a bit of an issue with the rule set.
Yeah, I think we might have to
TJ's got first blood, but there's no friendly fire, as Aqua's trying to demonstrate here. So I think we will restart this one in just a short moment. I'm sure you guys can see, but yeah, we will be restarting that one.
Oh, we can see that.
Yeah, friendly fire is most certainly on in the CDO rule set. So we'll dive out of the game for a brief moment. I think there may have been a tester, but now we're good to go. Someone's going to just flip that switch, friendly fire, to allow you to shoot your teammates in the back. Some of them deserve it. I'm not going to lie. I've been in the CDO players a few times, mate. Huck was enjoying himself, having a little bit of a laugh there. They also got dropped off by that little helicopter. They had that infill, which is also, I believe, off in the CDO rule set. So there we go. They're going to do a very, very quick restart, friends. But hey, I was also saying, I've been in the CDO playlist, and sometimes those teammates deserve a little bit of a poke in the back to keep them in check. Not that I put a microphone in and tell them what's going on here, Phil. I know you do. You're
all right. Let's not do that on stream. Let's not do that on stream. What I do with this little PlayStation 4 microphone is my business. All right, it's my CDL playlist. I might talk a little trash. I might shoot a few bodies.
Yes.
Some of them deserve it, Miles, like you said. They come in here going, stay as a caster, and I go, no, I'll be a CDL playlist goer and I will have fun. And then I will shoot your body.
and then I will shoot you. Like, we're almost
Win
ready
or
to-
lose.
Yeah, for realsies this time, we're almost ready to get back into this one. And again, we appreciate your patience, friend. And again, during this time, I think you could have got yourself a drink, maybe a little bowl of snacks. My snack of choice, popcorn, of all things. And I can hear the ticking of the lobby in my ears right now. We are loading into that game, and this is going to be a big one. To stress the importance of this once again, though, an elimination match for OpTic Gaming right now. We do have the Guerrillas on match point. One more map is all they need. Is this the beginning of the end? The resurgence, if you will. Better tune in to find out.
Well, we are underway as the time ticks down. The changes have been made. Miles, I'm calling it. I think this is going to be a 3-0 here. I've got a feeling the Guerrillas run away with it. You sound like you're on the side of OpTic Gaming to claw this one back. Either way, I think this one could be a close one, but we're already into the action. Who are we watching first? It's Spa from the Guerrillas.
Right off the rip. Here we go. Domination, not an easy game mode to truly devastate an opponent on, but let's give it a shot. OpTic done what they can to push back on B. Nice flank there from Dashi. Actually, TJ, of all people, he comes in from behind, finds those kills, and now you've got a lot of OpTic presence there on the B flag. Get it green, boys and girls, and as we roll across, Quavo's trying to make something happen there at C, but good start from OpTic.
So far, so good. A and B in the hands of OpTic Gaming. C. Still safe, but there is one player just being a little bit of a nuisance. That's none other than JCap here, and he's going to find himself a double. Perfect stuff. Now, can he get a neutralization? Trophy goes down, and he's going for that neutral. The neutral is all he needs. Whether he dies afterwards doesn't really matter. Job done here for Cap, as the dirty work will complete the task in hand. Points will be delivered now for OpTic Gaming. 2 every 5 seconds, as we do start to see that number climb. And a nice little 10-point lead to kick things off.
Not a bad way to get things going. Vivid's trying to answer this one back, though. Nades up, eaten alive there by the trophy system. But a beautiful shot there with M4. Just the top of Slasher gets rid of him. And Decimate now trying to fill that small gap opened up there by the depth of Vivid. And here comes the push right on through to the front of Minecarts. JCap's up next. Decimate keeps these shots coming. Shooting a ghost, however, as Dashi has slipped right on past and already answering back. But Vivid, once again, man. Vivid. Oh, and TJ. Woohoo!
Vivid and Spark were my ones to watch out for. I tell you what, Vivid, what a strong start. Spark, though, 0-5, not what you want to see. B is going to change hands once again. And that 10-point lead has just gone down a little bit, but not too much here for OpTic Gaming. A comfortable retake here as now they push on through. Slasher, it seems like he's got the cutoff here for Blast, and he'll have that kill for breakfast, it seems.
There we go. Yum, yum. OG still with that 10-point lead. Here we go. Trying to get themselves on the C again, but they have been cleaned up quite well. Spot, though, being a real pain in the backside as he catches Slasher from behind. And we're seeing neutralization of B. OpTic Gaming with a solid lead to begin with, but they do have to bounce back. I think it's about time to go for an Astro Gaming lesson in with OpTic Gaming.
Hold on, I got one out.
Forward rock dead.
Yo, 3 dead. 3 dead.
Yeah, nice. That's forward.
Behind me, on B.
Back return me. I'm gonna try to help you.
Secret close also.
Yeah, I know. Get down. Alright,
I spawned third.
I'm water.
Back left dead.
Alright, keep playing. Alright, mid check.
Do I anchor? Yo, spawn on me?
Mid check. Nothing good.
Great,
bathroom, two bathroom right now.
Bathrooms across mid.
Yeah, my guy already went back.
Bottom bathroom's Julie. The water
right.
One shot.
Yo, water, break.
Nice as soon. Go on side green dead.
I got
green.
Yo, one shot boxes. Train, one shot, green train.
Third hard point.
I was on A2, I did.
Nice. No, we killed him.
I'm flanking water. I blasted, so he's trying to be very eggless and beat him.
Come on, Chris.
I don't see it. Oh, he's secret. More secret, guys. I'm in vent.
They have a trophy on B.
I'm in vent, Teach.
On B, Vivid.
One shot and breaks. We can fucking break.
He's in the secret hallway.
Secret.
Nice,
Teach.
Yo, one guy's falling right to pipes. In pipes. Pipes, one shot, Desi absolutely going up B.
He's hitting it. He's pipes. Still playing it?
Trying to help you, AB. That could be our green. Blast, one shot. He's head goes in the car. Our third. Push the boxes.
I got him.
And box 30. And box 30.
One third.
Yeah, he's 30.
One's green wall. Nated third. He's on the green box. Our side, close.
Oh, Sam.
Close. That's your shit.
Two dead.
Probably another one third on me, right?
Yeah, he could be.
Crates,
I spawned close, I don't know.
Julius front bathroom now.
From bathroom dead.
Go in.
Front up, B1 to be on the cart. Their cart.
Water.
Clean them in the cart.
One close on you.
Close you.
Nice.
I'm one shot, I'm trying to stay down. Nice.
There we go. Hear the cons from OpTic. They do what they can to keep themselves alive and taking this one, and the control seems to firmly be in their hands. Slasher called it earlier. 12-7 so far. He will not let this series go quietly into the night without a fight. And look at him roll. Straight on a B, quick neutralization, even faster cap. The final 30 seconds, Phil, of this half is all OpTic.
Yeah, so far it's just been OpTic Gaming from the get-go. They had like what I labeled as like a little 10-point lead from Cap taking over C, and it's just been the same throughout. Again, domination. We talk about how leads can get out of control. A domination at the end, so close here, even for the final 10 seconds. That's going to net them not like 2 points, 3 points. That's going to be what, 6 points in the end there, just for those final 10 seconds. We are going to see C change hands. But either way, what I'm trying to get at, that last little domination, the neutralization, everything being thrown at this, 100-65. That is a commanding lead. And everything I said about the LA Guerrillas throwing this one out the window and just driving this home. OpTic Gaming are laughing at that right now. They might have heard me. I'm sorry. I doubted you. You're back.
It's not over yet, dude. 65-100. It's not a tremendous deficit to climb up. They've got to be pretty much perfect off the rip. We're talking 2 flags. We're talking a trip cap for a bit. But they've got 5 minutes to try to right that wrong. OpTic now straight on a C, overextending in towards B as well. And it looks like a 4-man hit. So one of them's going to be going through the middle of the map. It looks like Spark trying to watch green there as he engages Quavo there at the top of the water ramp. There we go. OpTic made their way into B to find the kills. Watch your Vivid on the flank though. Perfect timing. The first kill comes through. There's the second. Good timing indeed. Stops the capture of B. Keeps the Guerrillas in this.
Yeah, and again, you start to question, what do the Guerrillas need from a second side of domination to take this? And they're down by what? 35 points as it stands. They can hold a 2 cap here for 4 minutes. You know, they're good to go. That's okay for them. Maybe they have to push for some neutralizations, but OpTic Gaming on a little bit of a roll. I don't think they're going to let this one go by that easy. Big kill for Cap, though. He finds 2 on the enemy's home flag, and he might not have anything on that flag yet, but he can rotate round and be a nuisance here over by B.
Do what he can. Nice kill again. That's the 3rd, maybe the 4th. If Desi can get around the corner in time, safe and sound. Here comes the grab at A. Now he's really settling into this one. The trophy goes down, so this is going to be a full cap unless he gets taken out from behind. That's the push. Nice timing coming in from the Guerrillas. They do stop it just before. They have to force Slasher off that position to get the flag. They get the kill into him instead. Now A is going to be made safe. Good stuff from the Guerrillas. They have to get back on the flag though because they're not getting any points right now.
Yeah, they're going to get back on that flag, but I think they were a little bit worried of losing B. All players now flooding towards this B flag. Decimate finding a double. I know he individually needed to improve as of yesterday, and he certainly brought the heat today. Another kill. There's a kill feed, all purple. This is maybe something that they can work with here. Try and push for any type of neutralization. TJ up top does get the better of Spart here. Vivid popping that dead silence, trying to be a nuisance over by the bathrooms. Maybe trying to cut through, but look at the mini-map here. No one over defending A. This could be a push for OpTic Gaming down through the forest.
There we go. Vivid just comes right on through, cuts down at least one of them before slowing the push. And this is looking at good mid-map control right now for the Guerrillas. What are they going to do with this time, though? Keep on building that one. 122-99 again. Seeing the neutralization of B, and now OpTic trying to take control over there as well. This is a nice bit of work. And again, you can see the battle for A as well. OpTic, they may have mid-map presence. They may have a man on B, but the aim is to go for A as well. If you can at least neutralize that, stop the Guerrillas getting points at the very, very least. At the most, you get a full trip cap. You get tons of fun.
And this has been great from the Guerrillas. They've been constantly losing, like, you know, maybe 3/4 of the flag of B, but they've saved it every single time, and that's the reason why that 35 deficit now has been reduced to just what we're seeing on our screen. This is great stuff from the Guerrillas. They've kept on with B. They've not lost A. And now, maybe, just maybe, they're starting to push towards the train tracks through C and still go strong. Vivid with another big kill.
Big kill in the TJ there. Now Desi's still trying to hold Pipe's position, keeping him out of B as much as he possibly can. The growing lead from OpTic though still as they keep themselves ahead of this one. They do have to make a bit of a play. 2 minutes now remaining, Phil. Hold it. 2 flags what for a minute gets you 12 points. Do the quick maths there, brother. Is it even possible? Blast coming from behind. Nice shots in the back end again, padding out them stats. Finding the quick secure on A as well. Get those 2 flags back into the grabs of the LA Guerrillas. Now go to B.
Oh!
Cap. What was that?
Big kill from Aqua, and again, that might have just opened up the account. We do see, and you asked the question, is it possible? It is, but they need this 2-cap with 90 seconds left on the clock. They're down by just 10 points, 12 points per minute if you hold in a 2-cap. They need this now, and OpTic Gaming, they're going to be the ones to take over by B. You'd like to see number 3, Blast, maybe push towards C, and that's what he's going to be doing. But OpTic Gaming, I think they've done it. They've held on long enough here. They're not going to let anything slide, and this is where OpTic Gaming, they need to just hold the line, and they're doing just that.
Slasher with nice shots to the M4 there, and that could be it. 1 minute left. Spark's got to go on that point as fast as he possibly can. Try to lead the charge. He's up first. He's going to find 1 kill now as he makes his way forward. Straight on a Guavo next. Not able to get it done. Lovely position. Those mine carts are just the best. Try and carry those players coming out of boxes. And here we go. David trying to make his way in as well. And B's looking very green right now. Not a problem whatsoever. The Guerrillas may have to chalk this one up. You may just have to roll into the hard point. Holding your head high though, because you did give OpTic the hands in the first one. Could be the end of the series if they can have their way with them. And they don't want to be pushing that search and destroy. That's where things get a little naughty, but brilliant stuff. OpTic have kept themselves alive. Phil, the resurgence, it starts now.
Yep, I was wrong. You were right, Miles. OpTic Gaming, they close this one out here, and they're just getting kill after kill. TJ's padding his stats here at the moment. He's 23 and 22 there, but I saw him just making the most of a lazy or a team which knows the defeat is just around the corner of Guerrillas there. However, OpTic's still in it here. We'll be going to a hard point now as OpTic Gaming close out map number 3. And again, it really started from the strong first side for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, very strong first side, and that's going to be it. 173 to 148. Good job from OpTic from the start, from the get-go. The LAG boys were just lagging a little bit behind, if you'll excuse the pun. It's just the way it is. In Dom, it's not an easy thing to do to make a comeback, let alone take it off the rip. So, good stuff. The series is now sitting at 2-1. The Search and Destroy was an absolute blowout, and the hard point wasn't too far behind it. But here we go, friends, into another hard point. Phil, what do the Guerrillas do, though? Do they take this on the chin? Do they keep on going in their stride? Or is this the sort of shaky knees now? Are they wobbling? Are they on the ropes yet?
I don't think it was particularly poor performance from the Guerrillas. I think they go into the hard point knowing that they've shut them down in S&D. They've already won 1 hard point, and those are the 2 game modes coming up right now. So I feel like, again, the Guerrillas just know that, you know, they've already showcased this series alone that they've got the capability to win and close down this squad. The problem being now OpTic may have a little bit more confidence going into this, might be feeling themselves a little bit better, may have that chemistry working. Who knows? We can't hear the comms as it is between the games, but when we jumped on board with the listening there, it sounded pretty good. It sounded like they were at the right tempo.
It just sounded great for OpTic. They really did sound like they were in control, they were well composed, and they knew what they were doing, and maybe that just comes with things working out for them in game. I mean, obviously it's not easy to retake a series or, you know, take complete control of the map again when you're really getting hands given to you, and just the way that the Guerrillas played that first hard point as well, it kind of gave me the inkling that OpTic may know what they're doing on this map, but the way the Guerrillas were playing was just so fast, and it was pushing them completely off balance. There's very, very little you can do once you're in the cycle. You know, you get put in the cycle, that's it, dude. You just have to hold on and get out of there for the next match. That's the match score thus far on your screen, friends. 2-1. OpTic now trying to push that game 5. If they can take a hard point, we go the distance. Otherwise, the Los Angeles Guerrillas get their revenge, and they tie up the Battle for Los Angeles series 1-1 in series records. And they will take on the Seattle Surge, who are waiting in the wings. Now, Phil, you said the Guerrillas, it's not necessarily a bad performance individually out of them, but do they have what it takes as a team to keep going now and just close this out against this team of champions?
I think they do. I think right there they think, oh, we lost the Dom. You know, it's not particularly a strong game mode for them. I don't think any game mode is one where they're like, we must win this, but they're still 2-1 up. They're okay. They're fine. It's when you get pushed to Search and Destroy and you're down by a couple of rounds. That's when you maybe start to panic. I think for the Guerrillas, they go into the next hard point. I'm just trying to pull it up and see exactly what is coming up next. I will double check this for you, but LAG versus, it's going to be Hackney Yard. So again, Guerrillas, they're 1-3 on this map. The only team that they beat was OGLA, actually, ironically enough. You know, about this one. Hackney Yard for OGLA, they're 0-3. So 1 win between them, and it was against each other. So again, take it all with a pinch of salt. You know, stats are stats by all means, but you know, judging by the history, I mean, that might have been a different roster. I'm not too sure. But Hardpoint Hackney Yard is not a good map for OGLA.
No, I think at this point in time, we can say that the Guerrillas do have an advantage going to this one. If not just in the record department, in the stats there, but also in the current form we're seeing them. The first hard point was pretty open and shut. Now, do OpTic have the mettle and the resolve to bounce back? It's about that mental fortitude to really hold on and say, we're going the full distance here in the series, boys. Don't let this map get away from us. Don't let this fall, you know, to the depths, to the depraved lows that they've seen when it comes to a bad map. But as you can see the logo on JCap's chair, and there's a lot to play for here. OpTic Gaming, a very storied name in Call of Duty history. Obviously, this roster looking very, very different, but they've been passed the torch and they're doing the best they can. And it's now or never, gentlemen.
Certainly is. As the players get ready, as myself and Miles, I believe we're ready to jump into the action as soon as possible. I know you guys at home will be wanting to see this Hackney Yard ASAP, and already we've cast quite a lot of Hackney Yard hardpoint. We've seen how influential that second hardpoint can be near the tire shop. For me, it's just kind of seeing who controls that, who gets the 45-50 seconds on that one. Watching the games already this weekend, it's kind of been a little bit wild, but a reminder for you guys at home as well, we're kind of just halfway through the day. We've got a lot of Call of Duty still to come, and it's going to be an exciting day here as we start finally to whether you want to say sadly, happily, I don't know, but we start saying goodbye to teams in this tournament. One of these guys, maybe after this map, will be leaving this tournament.
Very, very much so, Phil. After this map, we say goodbye to at least one of the... After this series, we say goodbye to one of these teams. Honestly, the weird thing to me about this tournament is the lack of Ben and Chance. Where are they, dude?
Coming. Where are they?
Hopefully.
Ben and Chance.
Hopefully Chance is all right. Hopefully he's all good. He's having internet issues. These things happen. All I know is we're putting his ISP on absolute blast after this one. Here we go, boys and girls. Let's get into it. Hackney Yard. This is do or die for OpTic Gaming, and now we start with them. Straight in the hard point, the preferable spawns go their way, and look at that Dashi on the rip straight off.
Yeah, and Guerrillas are not having any of it. They're not having any of it.
None of it.
Throwing all 5 players.
Push.
They're not about pushing round the clock. They're not about pushing for spawns. They're going straight for the jugular, and that they will get here. Now, the question is, they might have the hard point. Do they push out straight away? Do they try and soak up a little bit of this time, or do they push on through?
Yeah, so with that 5-man push there on the point, they overwhelm the hard point, they get the early time, and now they can cast their eyes to the spawns if they want. I mean, a lot of teams in Modern Warfare, they rotate quite late, especially when it comes to trying to push for spawns on this map. Oh boy, Slasher, nice shot. Especially when it comes to pushing to the tire shop on this map. A late rotation can sometimes benefit you, whereas all that scrap time, it's invaluable because you've got some scrappy hard points that come up a little bit later on in the map. The more time you have, the better, really. It's not like a ZK where you have to rotate, you know, like 30 seconds early at times, but this one is a lot closer, a lot more frenetic, a lot more frantic, a lot more fast-paced. And OpTic have really yet to break off that 1 second here. So Vivid and Co. The Los Angeles Guerrillas have locked this down.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's been a nice point for these guys, but again, this is what I was talking about, the tire shop. OpTic Gaming, don't stress it. You can capitalize on all this time right here. Get some kills, maybe get some momentum as well. Dashi taking out Kenny isn't going to be the best of stars, but the rest of the kills are going their way. Vivid jumps on in, shoots every corner. Nobody there, buddy.
Bizarre fight. Like, a truly bizarre fight. He was definitely shooting at someone, or at least he thought he was. Slow sensitivity maybe, but hey, there you go. As you said, Phil, here comes the play. We're seeing the development of that scoreboard slowly but surely into 30, but is Aqua going to have something about it? Yes, he does. He slips right on through, and he jumps top hard point. He cleans up the player there, and now Dashi in on the point, gets the kill. But how did Aqua manage to make that play without anyone calling him out?
I mean, he makes the jump, he makes all the right routes, and he finds himself, just like TJ has, literally the exact same way, finds himself back in the hard point. Sucks for TJ, though, as he does go down to Kenny. Is very unlucky, but we head over to the smokestack, and Aqua's going to get absolutely deleted by Dashi there.
And nice stuff from Dashi TJ as well, right off the hop into the hardpoint spot, trying to take care of these players as they come out of the warehouse, but the kills are going to keep coming. Now the break straight on the point. JCap saved there by the enemy trophy system. Quavo's nade was on point. Lovely shots as well, and that's a green kill feed. OpTic now with map control. Now you have to isolate the spawns there for Los Angeles Guerrillas. Identify and deal with them quickly. Shots are going to be there for Cap as he continues to rake in his hard point time. And tire shot wasn't super profitable, but they're doing what they can here at the smokestack. Third point now, and 30 seconds remaining on it. Dashi lined up for the next. He's going to meet the barrel of Decimate 75 there as he says a fond farewell to this life, and we'll respawn in just a moment. But back on we go as the trades back and forth between these two teams, and this has been a decent hard point for OpTic. For the Guerrillas, though, I mean, they may have got it in the end, but it was a hard-fought fight nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it's very much back and forward there. Again, I'm just very impressed with the likes of Vivid. I think he's certainly stepped it up in this series. I think it's been a huge series for him. Obviously not over just yet, but rotating around green, this is where we do see sometimes a lot of time accumulators is Vivid, another double kill. This is 13 for him. He's only got 7 deaths, nearly at a 2.0. Aqua and Spart as well picking up kills, and with 45 seconds left on the clock, this is a strong showing here for the Guerrillas. Aqua's actually got 14 kills to his name. A little less objective time, Miles, but nevertheless, going up on 100 points now for Guerrillas.
Yeah, disgusting. A lot of kills. The Guerrillas, I mean, this is a lot of kills from Desi with the 3-piece there, and the score line is starting to show it. OpTic, you got to do something soon. You got to turn this around. This is it. Do or die time in the series. Desi trying to break this next hard point. We'll go over to the Doc's building. Not a fun one to break either. Up high he goes. He may have just slipped through. There it is. Takes care of Slasher. Find another one here on the slide. Oh boy, ammunition's running low. Everyone's having to throw what they've got at each other, and that's it. A kill found is going to buy OpTic the time they need. Here comes the hard point, and here comes the time to OpTic for now.
Team kill comes through. Dashi takes down TJ. Not what you want to see. However, still got the spawns. OpTic Gaming, they're going to try and capitalize on the last 55 seconds here. A lot of time to play with here. The back brick, one dropping down. Slash has already found himself a double cap out and about here, trying to find people and cutting through mid-map, and looks like he's going to do so. This might be a bit of a big deficit for OpTic Gaming, but it's definitely doable to get back in. The last time I saw Blast, though, when he was doing just this, I believe it was against OpTic LA, in LA, on this map. I remember some incredible things from him, so looking for him to replicate that towards the end of the series, but nevertheless, Blast drops down with the M4, isn't going to find anything but the first two, and that's going to be Kenny and Cap, and business has been handled. Another team kill. That's got to be the 5th of the game, and that's for both teams.
Do you remember Midnight in Black Ops 4? Just constant team kills. Getting those vibes. Same color. That's weird. That's very strange. Dude, that was a 20-second game there from the Los Angeles Guerrillas on that final Doc's building hardpoint. Kenny was the only one in place there on hardpoint. Guys, he loses out. Now you lose that 20 seconds. Open we go to the warehouse once again. Slasher. Prime spot to be in, but the lead is only getting bigger now for the Guerrillas. Slasher now is going to have to deal with those 2 players as they make their way forward. He doesn't have a lot of coverage on the inside there. Dashi obviously laying prone there by hardpoint. Here comes the flank. Nice bit of work there from Slasher. By putting himself up in that position, though, he opens himself up to shots from that top and bottom L position. The spawns look like they're flipped, and that's going to be a nice move from the Guerrillas. They've got full control now. That's going to be the hardpoint break shortly if they can get the kills here, and Blast somehow staying alive in that situation. Top stuff from the Guerrillas. A 60-point difference right now is about to change quickly. The Guerrillas still surrounding this hardpoint, and they're going to have Tire Shop in 20.
20 seconds go into OpTic Gaming here. It looks like it's going their way, but like you said, Miles, this tire shop could be the difference maker. Another team kill comes through, but that's a bit of a crossfire this time. No sloppy nades. Dashi trying to break on through. He does fine too, but he's not going to flip those spawns. Slasher tucks himself away in the corner, but 2 is not going to be enough. Again, these spawns are so hard to break. TJ's going to fail as well. Spart finds a triple, and now with a big 60 seconds, Miles, this could be a huge lead that Guerrillas get.
Yeah, massively. This is only going to get worse. You can see OpTic are being picked off 1 by 1, so it's going to be a staggered push where they have to wait for each other before they can make anything happen here. They're sending them 1 by 1, and it's just not working out to the heavy defensive positions that the Guerrillas have got right now. And Quavo, nice shots to clean up Desi on the drop there. Spart gets 1 into him before he finds that 5th kill in a row. Slasher's going to get cut down shortly as well. The front line is being held. The top position there, the player in the office from Spart is also being held, and OpTic have been staggered here. Absolutely stunted. The tire shop has not gone their way, and over 200 points now for the Guerrillas with 20 remaining on this hard point uncontested. This is starting to look very dire for OpTic.
It's looking a very, very troublesome game right now. You're 2-1 down in the series. You're going down by nearly 80 points here as 220 has been broken. Make it 90. They're looking for another 100 point over the top of them. But OpTic Gaming, they have the smokestack, Miles. They need a clean and concise hold here. They cannot let the Guerrillas get even close to them. Look at that minimap. You see number 5, Dashi, pushing right up, trying to pin them back. But the Guerrillas, they have a bit of time, a bit of breathing room to say, you know what, let's regroup, let's push this together, utilize the equipment, and that's the important thing. But that kill feed is all purple, Miles. It is falling apart for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, it really is. It feels like the comms may have just started to go a bit awry, and now you've got 3 players on point. TJ's going to charge forward into his Death Blast, just finds a knife kill onto Cap, and this is it. This is the beginning of the end here. OpTic, we may be saying a fond farewell to them here in the Chicago home series. Desi on point goes down. Vivid, he's trying to keep these players off, but OpTic, a slight sign of life here with 15 seconds remaining. It looks like JCap is in position for the next hard point. Spark's going to be his only contest. This next 1v1 is going to decide a fair amount. And Spark, he's in. Cap goes as well. He's going to clean up both of them. And with that, we could be seeing the map. This could be it, Phil, the series. There's one last push for OpTic. 5 seconds now for the win. And it comes down to Spark. Here comes the charge. His teammates are in position. The Guerrillas have absolutely pounced. And that is that. Goodbye, OpTic. Hello, Guerrillas.
Wow. You asked at the start, Miles, whether, you know, they've got the grit and determination. I kind of pointed out they've already won one hard point. They could do the same again. It didn't seem to phase them, losing that domination whatsoever. They came out here, and we said at the very start they didn't have the favorable spawns. They went 5-man straight into it. They broke through. They contested, obviously, the tire shop. And again, big plays. And the score was that kind of low, 250 to 164. We didn't see any 30 bombs either team. It was Aqua the highest at 29 and 22. But all that aside, a good performance here from the Guerrillas. A much needed performance. They get their, you know, second win of the CDL, 20 CDL points now, which is the exact same as OpTic Gaming. Who knows? They play the Seattle Surge next, and maybe they do one better. Anything can happen. Crazy things are happening right now.
Indeedy, my friend. The resurgence appears to be on the other side of Los Angeles teams now, and this could be big. For the Guerrillas, a victory against Surge would be firstly unprecedented, and secondly, a wonderful surprise for the Guerrillas fans. And again, for OpTic, commiserations. They take a dip out here at the Chicago home series. Not like their performance in the LA home series, which was a bit of a fairy tale story to begin with, but now we will be seeing a loss there. But you're absolutely right, man. From start to finish, the Guerrillas had their number there on Hackney Yard. They really were. They played them so well. The counterplay was there in almost every single hard point, and then the blistering individual skill. So Desi, that play of the game was like a 3-man push through bottom green, and he just hip-fired all of them. It was disgusting.
Yeah. It was kind of disgusting. Again, I want to give big shout-outs and big credit to the Guerrillas. I think Vivid played phenomenal from map 1 all the way through map 4. I think that was great to see him kind of coming into his own. We talk about certain teams a lot, you know, the likes of Subliners and how they need to change and improve because they're the ones that have most recently made this roster change. I think Guerrillas have been a team which made this change. It didn't work initially. I don't know if it's working right now, but they've clearly got to be working on something. And, you know, I'm hoping that they don't get kind of too demoralized and just kind of take this and kind of revel in it. You know, I want them to now go and give Seattle Surge a game. They were smack talking you like nobody else on Twitter. And I know it's all fun and games. I know it's a little bit of sarcasm, of course, because they're not doing too well themselves. But maybe the Guerrillas get one back over them. I'd love to see it.
Hey man, you always punch up, right? But in the COD League, at times, we like to punch down. But here we go, an updated bracket for you, friends. And again, that is going to see the Surge taking on the Guerrillas in for a shot in the semi-finals. Again, commiserations to OpTic Gaming. They're our first team to bow out of the tournament. And after this one, friends, we will have to say goodbye to somebody from Group A. And it's either the Ravens or the Huntsmen. Boy, that is going to be an exciting series. And the winner of that goes up against the mighty Subliners right now. This is going to be an incredibly exciting finish for this tournament. I mean, between FaZe, Dallas, Subliners are looking pretty good. There's going to have to be a resurgence from either the Ravens or the Huntsmen if they're going to be going all the way here. It's just brilliant stuff, man. This has been a cool tournament. Chicago, while it may be online, while it may not be there in the Windy City, it's still been very cool to see. Chicago is the Windy City, right? I'm not getting that wrong. Somebody
you're right. You are right. You are right. I'm not from the US, but I know that, Miles.
Thank you, Joey D. Joey D's in my ear. Joe DeLuca's in my ear somehow. Thanks, Joe.
It's all right. Weird. I'm your co-caster right here. I'm telling you, but it's fine. That's all right. Don't listen to me.
Joe's still talking to me, dude. Get Joey my ear, Joe.
Joey D, please, let us be.
No,
Joey, of course, will be coming up next alongside the beautiful Maven, I believe. But apart from that, that's been a stellar series and one which Guerrillas couldn't be happy about. I'm just hoping you've got a little bit of peace and quiet in your ear, Miles.
I do.
I'm just glad Maven isn't shouting in my ear.
The voices have subsided. What did Maven do? Because the way the system works, that we can all hear each other at times, and Maven comes in.
We can.
He was talking to you, Phil, and he was like, "My name is Momo, and I like ab workouts."
I think he was just warming up. It wasn't to stream, it wasn't to anyone, but he was having a load of fun, and honestly, he makes me
Anyway, Phil, we're going to a break. When we come back, more Call of Duty, my friends. Take care.
How $1 proof, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in, and it's like, bang! And this gold chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. Scuff
Last
Gaming,
for about 30.
the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Well, hello there, friends, and welcome to your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Of course, who else would it be? I am joined by Blast from the LA Guerrillas. Blast, I mean, that was crazy to watch. We're so excited for you guys taking that dub against OpTic Gaming there. But man, you've had the biggest change of the season so far, pretty much. How are you guys adjusting and growing as a team?
I didn't start playing Respawn actually until a week before LA, so I was just way behind. So like, I kind of chalked the LA event because I didn't know what I was doing in the map at all. And then we also picked up 2 amateurs, which is Reese and Spart, and they're both very talented players. I think Reese is an absolute beast, so is Spart. And it's just a matter of fact of us clutching up and actually doing the right stuff when we play. Because when we scrim, we actually fry teams, like fry. And like yesterday with Seattle, we didn't play like how we usually play, and it showed today that we play like how we play in scrim. So proud of the boys.
Yeah, absolutely, and it certainly should be proud of them. And talking about Seattle there, of course, I think it's on everyone's minds. What do you think it is that stands in your way every time
that was my
you
first
do
time,
face
no, I played him twice actually. Well, LA, I don't count that, like I said, I just didn't play the game at all, so I was like way behind. But in yesterday's match, like I said, we just didn't play how we usually play, like in hardpoint. I think we got outside by 30 kills and lost by 2 points, and we still should have won. But that's S&D, like we just played too scared, didn't like have we had just no confidence in ourselves, and that's like an issue with our team. If we play with confidence, we are disgusting. So as long as we bring in the confidence, I think it'll be a good match this time.
Yeah. I think also another thing is I've been speaking about this season, and a lot of the guys have, is roles within a roster, and we've seen a lot of players switching up throughout the season and even mid-home series sometimes.
So I was running a flex when I first joined this team, which is I run a sub on most maps and an AR on some maps, and I just wasn't confident in my sub gameplay because I just felt like I was costing the team with the routes I was taking, and I was just too I had no confidence in myself, which is the issue. And so then Yuli was just or Aqua was just, yo, just go on the main AR and just kill whore. Just start lasering everybody, and I was like, all right, I'm down. So I started doing it, and I actually like the role. I just go on just power spots and I just start beaming kids. So pretty fun.
Love it. I love the role explanation too. I think it's fantastic. I have to ask you one last thing. It might be a little bit drama heavy, but what do you make of some of the comments coming from Surge? Because I know you're facing them next. I'm sure you saw the tweet from Octane. Gorilla Points.
I really don't care.
What do your team make of that?
Honestly, I didn't even see Octane's tweet. I saw Slack's tweet, but the guys just odd sometimes. So I have no problems with them. Doesn't bother me at all.
Hey, I like that. Good sportsmanship there, Blast. Good sportsmanship. Well, best of luck going forward because you did take down the other LA team, OpTic Gaming, of course, and you're standing pretty strong right now for Los Angeles. So congratulations and thank you for joining me. That's been your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. We are going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, boy, have we got a series for you. We got Chicago Huntsmen taking on the London Royal Ravens.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
The US Army. What's your warrior? Tournament audio and team chat listenings are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mixamp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
What happened with the team then? I mean, what's it like in comms? I know it's online. We know it's a different format. We know, things have changed a little bit. But what are the comms like for the team right now? When it's not going well?
To be honest, I tell them this every day. Us five shouldn't be losing no matter what. So we must suck. That's all I keep telling them. We got to work on something. And we all think it's not as bad as I'm about to say. We all think it's like an outside game situation. Like we need to work on stuff like to be better friends, not in game. So I think we've been working on that since we got home, and it's been going well.
That's really interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting because you are five of the most disgusting players in the league.
Oh yeah,
like,
I mean we shoot our guns straight, and we just don't know how to play the game.
Hello and welcome back to the home series event for Chicago. Maven here, joined by Merc and Nameless, and we're going to preview what should be a thrilling matchup. Huntsmen versus the Royal Ravens. Joe, to you first, expectations going into this.
Well, okay. I mean, this should be a very close match. I thought the London Royal Ravens played Atlanta FaZe very tough, and for Chicago, I mean, honestly, since they won the London home series, their games, their matches overall have been pretty tight. So teams are confident playing against them right now. And I think London, now I talk about it, probably looking for revenge from that London home series.
You would think so. You would think so. And I got a question for you, because I tweeted this out before we hop to the game fuel keys to victory. I just have a question for you. Do you think that this 5-man roster for the Huntsmen, that life hangs in the balance on this particular matchup?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that that's the case. I think that they're in like a transition period. We saw them changing roles at the last tournament, trying to figure out, how to get to that next level. And right now, I feel like the mistakes they're making are actually sort of minor. Like yesterday, we saw them. They're starting off on the back foot in these hard points, especially in that New York match. And they're letting players like Zuma was getting behind them. They weren't accounting for players like attached, players pushed up. They're not checking the typical spots people are going to be in. And they're letting people go on streaks, and they're just playing from behind in these hard points. So like, I think that it's minor mistakes that they're making. I think the talent's there, and you heard RCD say it, like they need to become better friends. That way they can overcome their actual problems. So I'll be looking for that.
See if they can do it. But let's get to the game fuel keys to victory. I think we're going to take a look at the Huntsmen first as we get ready for this best-of-5 matchup. It's our 4th match of the day. We still have 2 more to follow this, but I think Nameless, it's your job to come up with these leading into the event, some of these keys to victory and your thoughts on both sides. So take us through this.
Yeah, this will be the first time I get to actually do them this event, so let's talk about it. Yeah, Chicago. So I was thinking like a short-term fix because they need to get a win here in their home series. And, they lost 2 search and destroys yesterday, so I think they go back, they talk about it, and they figure out how to win it against London. And basically, if you avoid Weskin's sniper, you're in a good position when you play the Royal Ravens. So I think if they don't get picked, they're all right. We see typically Chicago plays a spread in search and destroy, and when they lose, it's because a player is getting picked, and when they win, it's because a player like Envoy or Scump is going big with a multi-kill. So if they avoid that sniper and play together, they should be fine.
The Huntsmen on the other side of this for the London Royal Ravens. What are your game fuel keys to victory there, Ant?
Well, we just talked about how they're playing on the back foot a lot in these hard points. So if they can expose Chicago's weakness in hard point by prioritizing rotation and start strong early, Chicago has a lot of trouble coming back in these games. So I think if they just start very strong, they'll be okay in this series.
Keys to victory for both sides. They're like a big one for you, like something really stands out that you think is key maybe for the Huntsmen to take this series.
For Huntsman, I think he's absolutely right. Their search and destroy has to be better. We saw it last home series, a couple weekends ago, and I think it was both Scump and Formal were 2 of the bottom players in search and destroy. When you look at their success this year at the London home series, Scump was one of the better search and destroy players, if not the best, at that event. So big for him. On the other side for London, it is absolutely time to start talking about Dylan and Jerd. These 2 absolutely need to perform better. You look at what they were putting up numbers wise yesterday, just purely unacceptable. And I think you sort of talked about it, Clint, where Dylan, we just have to see more from him. And this could be the series to do so.
One of the more disappointing players this year. He really has to turn it around. As we look through the quick scope, obviously the numbers really stand out for the Huntsmen because they have a tournament win, and we know they haven't lost many series, specifically on LAN. For the London Royal Ravens, the map count's pretty close. I mean, they're close to a 50-50. They've lost some tough series. They've lost some close series, but it feels like they're small improvements away from being able to take down some of the big dogs, and maybe Dylan improving is really going to be all they need for that to be the case. But now let's take a look at the maps and modes presented by U.S. Air Force as we get ready to look at how we're going to go through this best-of-5 between these 2 teams. And for me, it's all just interesting because had I seen this matchup a month ago, a couple weeks ago, you think this is probably a comfortable Huntsman win, but now I just don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like, this is the series I was waiting for all day long. I'm actually, like, I think London actually might take this one. Like, yesterday when we saw them play FaZe, they looked pretty good, right? Like, FaZe had to outslay them by, like, breaking records to beat them in that hard point. And despite that, like, they were still very close. I think that having Shawnee on this team is actually really good for the Royal Ravens just because he is that player who's comfortable being a flex and allows Weskin to be that main AR. So I think it just makes everybody more comfortable. And I think Royal Ravens are just going to get better and better as time goes on. So I would not be surprised if they come out here and
this
just
could
beat the
be
crap out
a
of
big
Chicago.
win for them, but Chicago have a lot to get done after a disappointing start to this weekend. And I want to meet the lineup. This is some of the biggest, brightest, and most talented players in the game. These are your Chicago Huntsmen.
He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scuff, and Scuff, the king. This is dangerous. 10 in a row. Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Formal hits the shot. Octane doesn't have to move. He goes. Oh my lord!
That's a look at the roster, and what was interesting when I took a look at the stats from yesterday, it was a lot different than maybe you would say their problems a couple weeks ago, where I know Formal didn't have a great event, but it was just sort of one person struggling in each game they lost. Like, you think about the map 1, I think Envoy wins something like 13 and 29. You take a look at the map 5, it's 3 and 9 from Arcides. It's just like each map, somebody was having a tough time, and when these guys are at their best, I think it's usually when they're all performing pretty consistently, and then maybe Envoy's got a couple heroic plays up his sleeves, but it just seems like they couldn't all click yesterday, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that just sort of says, like, maybe with all the role switching, somebody's uncomfortable, just depending on the map. And sometimes that can happen, right? When you're switching those roles all the time, those players have to adjust, because when someone gets into a new role, they play a little bit different than the last guy. So maybe it's just those adjustments going back and forth that has, guys a little bit scattered.
And on the other side, for the Royal Ravens roster, and I know it's only been one series, but any thoughts about rated out Shawnee in so far?
I like it. I think the change makes total sense. I think having Rated and Weskin on a team was just terrible from the get-go. Having Shawnee on this team now, I've always liked Shawnee. You guys both know that. I always rooted for Shawnee. I think he's a great flex player. And having him on this team, I think it's going to allow them to just play a lot faster. It's going to make everybody more comfortable, and they're just going to get way better at respawn as time goes on. I think it was a perfect and easy switch,
and
I like them in this series.
The top team in the game, and they played them very tough, but now it is Petrel map 1. It is underway. The talk of the town usually on this map, Joe, when we watch them, it's Envoy for Huntsman. He is a playmaker on this particular map. You got to think there's some pressure on him to perform, but it's a 2-piece from Formal's frag grenade to start it off.
Yeah, nice start for Formal. Envoy, great start overall for the Chicago Huntsmen. Yeah, this is what you want. Envoy continues to go on through. As a nice start for them, and I think this is exactly what you want. I was just taking a look at the map records. Both teams one-on-one on this map, and honestly, those maps and modes, a lot of strong maps for both of these teams. So, I mean, going to be a great series across the board.
It should be, especially if we get the Royal Ravens we saw yesterday. With the kill feed, predominantly green, is lots of kills coming through for Huntsman, and that continues after a lovely double for Envoy. As he tracks through the smoke, we'll hop out to the third-person POV and see where they're headed for the next rotation. It's 15 seconds remain, but this has been a flawless opening hold on the hardpoint. It's 48-0. You don't see many starts like that on an opening hardpoint, especially on Petro.
No, Jerd, though, was able to make a play. He went all the way around, snuck through it, got the spawns about 10 seconds ago for his team, but then all of his teammates went down again. I mean, you have Arcides 4-0, Envoy, on a 10? They're on a 10 spree together. Envoy is going off. You talked about his map 1 yesterday. He's turning up here. An 11-1 start for Envoy, and the guy just loves this map, Maven.
Something about it clicks, man. It's Saint Envoy. Like, he just gets here and fries. 11-2 to kick it off, and then we go right over to Arcides as he was 6-0, but there the streak will drop. But it's 80-0. Like, we just commentated a blowout on this. The Subliners just pummeled and beat the living hell out of FaZe Clan. But what a start this is. When are we going to see the first point for the Royal Ravens?
I mean, this, like you said, typically around those cargo crates, that first hill, usually you see sometime contested. I understand, though, like, when you combine a 1-2, this could happen. I mean, we haven't seen it to this level, but it can happen. Now it's London's turn. You're going to rotate over towards Hazmat. This has to be a good hold for them. They're able to find the first 3 kills. Jerd's going to get inside. Scraps and Shawnee are locking down the middle of the map.
Do you think yesterday was a different type of wake-up call for Huntsman in the sense of maybe they thought it was like a matchup thing with Florida, right? Like they lost to them twice, but then
Sure.
they lost to
Yeah.
a different team, and it's like, all right, what the hell's going on?
It could have been. I think any loss for them is a bit of a wake-up call, right? I don't know what exactly it is, but it just feels like old OpTic Gaming teams, like they would win that first event. They wanted to prove to the world that they were the best, and then things just sort of slowed down for them. You know, just take a look at them last year. So yeah, I feel that. Yeah, every single loss is a bit of a, hey, we got to refocus. We got to change some things up.
Well, speaking of refocusing, the Ravens seem to be focusing up a bit as they finally get some points onto the board. They'll try to scrape, claw, and bite their way back into this as they were just destroyed early in it. Envoy already has 15 kills, but it's Scrap now.
Well, Scrap's right there, yeah.
14 and 8. Scrap's doing what he can to match Envoy on the other side of it. The streak will continue. 6 in a row now as they've gotten 48 points up on the board, and Scraps will be the entry as they move forward to try to get into this next hard point. Can he keep the streak going?
Yeah, they got their response. They had a great hold at Hazmat. Now can they break Pool Hall? Scraps, his twin brother Waskin right beside him. They're able to find 2 kills. Gunless inside. He gets traded out. It looks like they'll at least be here for some contested time. Scraps with the hot hand right now. 8 in a row. Doing everything he can to keep his team in it. This is one of the guys I wanted to see more from for the London Royal Ravens. When you play these top teams, you need your superstars to have great performances. We're getting it here from Scraps. Can someone else help him out?
Scraps finally drops. The guy that picked up most of the kills inside there then for him was Jerd. Jerd with the triple gets the job done. With so much of that contested that they don't really find any points throughout. They get like, what did I say, 48 as they were rallying over. They get 3 points, but at least contest some of that time to make sure Huntsman can't push out to any bigger of a lead. Now over to Restaurant we go. Dylan shot a little bit off, but he's able to finish the kill before Scump destroys him. Then his hip fire is good for RC. He's coming in the front door. Dylan, you've got to be a monster. We need to see mirrors of what we saw last year. No better time to step it up than now against the Chicago Huntsmen.
Hey, you talk about Pool Hall. They only get 3 points, but they only gave Chicago 20. So it was a good job getting in that hill. Now over to Restaurant early on. They're able to earn some points. Now it's Shawnee's turn as he's going to hit 3 times multi-kill. Scrap's able to get pushed out. You see number 9, that's Jerd, already on the rotation over towards that first hill where we're about to head back to next. But he gets taken down by guess who? It's Envoy. We know how good he is at rotating on this map. So he's going to get into a good spot as Jerd, his teammate, takes him down. But I mean, you talk about the 100-0 start. They're able to bring it back within 30.
And I think one thing you might feel okay about, who has been the single most important force, or sorry, consistent force in slaying for the Royal Ravens? It's been Waskin. There's no conversation. It has been Waskin. And he's like 5-10, 5-11, and they're still in this game. I mean, he has not started out hot, but you got to think with just how consistent he's been, that he'll pick it up over the course of this map. And if he starts to, is that when maybe they can take control of this, but he's got to get it going soon.
I think this is maybe one of the few hardpoint maps, though, where that AR is such a tough role.
It's true. It's true.
Because you're either rotating and you're in a decent position, but you're not going to have as many engagements as your subs. But if you constantly get out rotated, think about going into some of these hills as an AR. So this is definitely one of the, I feel like, the least impacted maps with the assault rifle.
And basically every single rotation or every single lane, there's just so much, I don't want to say clutter, but so many objects that you can kind of close the gap, right? And get into a closer position with a sub, which just, I'm sure makes it even more difficult. But look at the scoreline now, Joe. 7-point game as the new hard point pops. Nice control for Huntsman as Envoy picks up 2 yet again. Scump now trying to rally in on the cross as Royal Ravens looking for any kind of opening. They've done their job to bring it to nearly a tie. They can't let Huntsman run away with it again.
Yeah, I thought they had a chance to get in there right through the front. The smokes were going down. Waskin's nades over. His brother's inside. Scraps on the hill. Waskin, that you talked about him, able to find 2, but Formal shuts him down. So they had a chance with about, 25 seconds to get in and break that hill. And they go one more push. But they have to be careful, and that's why you see number 6 and Scraps all the way on that rotation towards Hazmat. Hazmat on that first rotation where they're able to earn a lot of time and get right back into the game.
Yeah, even though that 7-point deficit has been pushed out a bit, I think you still feel all right, considering it was 80-0 at one point. And for Hazmat, Can they look stronger here? The rest of the team basically fanned out across mid-map.
Look at where Chicago is right now. I mean, literally, Chicago may not touch the hill until about 40 seconds. They might throw one push at this, 1 to 2, and have someone rotate the pool hall because, I mean, London just had so much mid-map control. They were cutting off the pushes, staggering what they had. Gunless and Envoy finally get over here with about 35 left in the hill.
What's crazy, though, is they won it pretty clean at mid, too. They had about 4 kills in a row there. Like, they did the first step so fast, but as you said, the early position from London and how deep Huntsmen were, it took forever to rally over.
That's it. We may have a lead change here. I mean, I don't think Huntsmen go after this. They try to do the same thing that London did to them. Get kills mid-map, have them spawn deep behind Hazmat and get a good hold at pool hall. Have to get the kills, though, mid-map, as you're going to see. Some of the London players spawn near this shipping area.
Lead now, the Royal Ravens. Huntsman, though, doing a good job inside. 3 kills go the way of Royal Ravens. They know they have the numbers at least for a moment. They go to Sauron in. Can the trades go into their favor? Not going to happen. As Arcades gets a double, Ravens spawn out again. They'll take their second crack at it.
Yeah, you see Scraps trying to control top blue. Gunless is up here, though, and I mean, London's just trying to fight for that mid-courtyard so they can hit the side door. Chicago doing a good job, but here comes Dylan. He's able to find 2. Arcades inside, doing a good job. And with that, it looks like Dylan, as he finds 4 kills, is able to get in.
Similar to the first time through, maybe not a ton of time, but they can test a lot of it, right? They make sure Huntsman can't go off. Jerd then takes down 3. Jerd and Dylan, the SMGs on this team, go big inside a pool hall, and now everyone vying for control inside a restaurant. I think the first Huntsman player inside will be Envoy. He's going to get caught. Royal Ravens will have a chance to set up, down 5 points. They probably won't win it here, but technically they can. Now Huntsman's next wave will come in. Gunless stunned at the back door.
Right? Like, when they break through front of pool hall, you keep Chicago away from restaurants, so they're winning rotation and getting some of that time. Their pool hall breaks have kept them in this game. I think if Chicago has 1, maybe 2 of the cleaner pool hall holds that we've seen, the game's over.
Well, yeah, just compare.
Now Boy just trying to play his life.
Just compare the Royal Ravens hold at Hazmat to what they do at pool hall.
Exactly.
Completely different story. Lead change yet again. Huntsman back in front. 25 points needed for Huntsman to take this down. Neither team can win here with only 10 seconds left. As you take a look at the minimap, look at the bottom side of it. All 5 of those white arrows fanned out around the cargo containers that are about to pop. And this is where Huntsman did the damage early. They basically put up a full 60 the first time through. Now Ravens' chance to try and close out the game, and what a map it has been from Dylan and Scraps. Scraps is 35 and 16.
35 and 16. Dylan at 38. Finally, we're getting.
Yeah, when have we seen that this year? Like when?
From Dylan. Now on a 5 spree up to 39 kills. Chicago, they have to go. Envoy, he's going to put the smoke down. Gunless is hitting the other arch. The contest is there. Envoy trying to do what he can. Has the help of Scump. Scump right with him. Can they clutch on up? 7 seconds away are both teams from winning map 1.
Scump and Envoy have killed everyone. They've gotten in, spawning out of Royal Ravens. They're trying to get through. I thought it was contested for just a second, but as they hop out, Chicago Huntsmen close it out, and what a thrilling map 1 it was. Woo! That was a tight one.
I didn't see where Scump got 4 kills, but he found 4 kills to break that hill. I mean, he was not having the best of games throughout the map, but right there he makes the difference.
And Scump, yeah, he ends 23 and 31, but it doesn't matter when you get a triple like that in the desperation moment in the final hard point to close the game. Wow, 7-point victory, probably 10 different lead changes over the course of that. It's crazy to think back that it started out with an 80-0 point victory for Huntsman. They almost let it slip away, but the King goes big in the final moments and they get the W. And that's got to be tough, because if you're think about the 2 hard point losses that you take in map 1 now for London. You play what many would say is the number 1 team in FaZe. Very, very tough. You lose by about 10 points. You get some really good results out of your players. You play what many consider the second best team in the game. Really tough. You finally get Dylan going off. Scraps has a double positive monster game with 90 seconds to the hard point. You lose by 7. It's like they're so close to taking this map 1, and we know how important the map 1 is in the scale of the series.
Yeah, it's just that confidence boost as well. I think especially for these guys, right? Especially we know how vibey that they can be. So, I mean, and you get what we've been asking for. You get 40 kills from Dylan. You get a superstar performance from Scraps, and it still doesn't turn into a W. Definitely a tough one. I mean, listen, they brought it back. We talked about them being down 100 points, them having to contest 2 pool halls. I mean, it was a heck of a performance, but I mean, it's just a few heroic plays. Scump's able to go big. Envoy right next to him. They close out the game.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of moments you could highlight for them to get back into it, but yeah, it comes down to the beginning of the game. You can't go down 100 at the start of the game.
Yeah.
You just simply can't expect to come back and win. But that's just one of those ones, man. I feel like back-to-back game 1 hard points where it's like you'd almost rather lose by 80 to 100 than have these nail-biting finishes against the top teams in the game. Like, it just has to feel like a gut punch, man. But we will take a look at the scuff play of the game. It's going to be from Envoy, as we know how big he was. A 10 spree at some point during that. In the early going, he was just frying. Envoy is a special talent, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, he started 11-1. He finishes 31-32. So he slowed down drastically, but he's the one that makes the play. And we just talk about him on this map. I don't know. It's his playground. He's just so comfortable on it, able to make the plays. He knows the rotations in and out. It just always feels like he's in the right position at the right time. And, you know, we just talked about it last series that you and I casted with, like, Temp on Ramaza. Just one of those maps that flows, it fits your play style, and this is his.
I'm hearing we're getting ready to hop into the map 2. One of the keys to victory for Huntsmen was improving in the search and destroy. They needed to be better there. I know if you think back to 2 weeks ago, they were 2-1 in that mode, but it wasn't pretty, right? Like, there were a lot of disappointing results in that. They struggled with it yesterday as well. The search, they've just got to be better. Let's see if they can do it here in the map 2. And it's been interesting because I even saw a comment like after our hard points that was like, why don't you guys spend more time talking about London? Like, you talked about Surge a lot, you talked about Huntsman. Like, why haven't you talked about London much? And it almost feels like they've been off our radar. Yes, because they didn't play for 2 months. Like, that's exactly what it is. And, you know, there's no scrims being streamed for them. Like, you don't see a lot of stuff from them. And they sort of just been off the CDL map for what feels like forever just because of the schedule they had with the break that was already in it. Then the pandemic happens, which delays things even further. It's just this long gap where we haven't seen a lot.
It's also one of those things where, like, you know, we know they have a new roster, but guess what? We haven't seen the new roster perform. So it's really hard to, you know, to judge that book like constantly when, yeah, like you said, you haven't seen them in 8 weeks and they have a new team.
Well, we'll have more thoughts after this weekend, but it'd be tough to even come up with thoughts if they come in and they lose to FaZe in Chicago. It's like, okay, well.
That's a tough group.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Like, what are you supposed to say? Yeah. I mean, they play them tough.
Yeah. That's about all you can say. But we're only one map into this one. Wuskin hits the shots. Envoy right between his eyes, but instantly it's Gunless and Arcees with an answer. Scump gets in the mix as well, and suddenly only 2 players remain for the Royal Ravens.
Yeah, in Chicago, they're not going to take the bomb. They're just going to go. They're going to fly at Shawnee. He was basically left in a 1-on-3. Now it's all up to Dylan, who's on the other side of the map, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? It almost feels like they're playing a different Search and Destroy where they're just trying to find the players instead of plant the bomb. Bomb being planted now at A tough situation for Dylan.
Oh, he gets a couple bullets into each, but obviously they've got nice points of cover there on the bomb site in the back box, and he can't finish either. But yeah, I think he nailed it. A very, very tough situation for Dylan. And well, Wuskin had the first blood, but instantly, I think it was a grenade kill from Gunless, and I can't remember who else got a kill right alongside him. So the numbers shifted almost instantly back into Huntsman's favor. But you like to see that aggression as they'll now swap over to defense.
And now Gunrunner, I feel like definitely the offensive team has a lot of advantages. So see what London will do. It looks like they're going to go to a very early A hit, but it looks like Gunless all the way in the back just playing his life right now. Did Dylan spot him? He has dead silence. He's going to use it. He's going to find that first blood.
Don't often see a ton of action towards this A site. But where we're seeing a lot right now. It'll be Jordan with bomb in hand, just looking to make a decision, but Shawnee is going to get caught at the back steps as Envoy peeks through that minecart path. And this is similar to what we saw last time, where it's like first blood for Royal Ravens, numbers to Chicago instantly. Thankfully, this time around, the Ravens are able to answer back and take the odds back. Now it's going to be a 2v2. RC's and Scump up against Jordan Wuskin. And everyone's pretty split. Looks like the Huntsman players trying to rally back together. Pressure still on Royal Ravens to get this bomb down with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, the London setup at A was kind of weird. You had two players watching the flank, so there was the opening through pipes. That's where Chicago made the play. Now in the 2v2, RC's finds one. It's all up to Wuskin. You see in the bottom right, no dead silence for my man. He's going to have to check the bomb sooner or later. 7.5 seconds to defuse. Varsity's playing it slow. Scump playing it slow as well. They're just trying to make him peek. He's playing this well. I mean, they are not on it yet, and he knows it. But Scump, you know, find him inside the container. Plenty of time for the defuse.
Scump with the nice read. And yeah, Wuskin, I mean, God, he might have been able to wait 10 more seconds. It felt like they just weren't going to hop it. They were waiting for him to push, and Scump reads it well. But Wuskin let, what, 20 or 25 seconds kind of bleed off that clock. He wins that first gunfight against Scump, and this gets crazy. I think Scump hurt him just by the way he reacts there.
Yeah, it's almost one of those situations, too, where it's such a 50-50 where Wuskin can just sort of play the time all the way down to like 10, 15 seconds. Maybe gets a lucky timing, but yeah, tough situation when the bomb is planted on the opposite side of that crate.
I mean, it's just a huge gamble if you're going to wait that long, right? RC started out, what, 6-7-0 into game 1, 3-0. Kick off this map, too. They peek A for a moment, keep the players there for Ravens honest, and now they'll wrap back. Scump has gotten into
I like that,
room.
though, from both teams, right? Both teams showing some presence towards A, so neither of these teams can work the flank. And hello, Shawnee? That's Arseny's. Arseny's, he's going to find Wuskin as well as he gets pushed up.
Whew.
That should open up the site for Chicago.
Oh, yeah, it opened it up like a can of beans, Joe.
Yeah, can of beans.
Massive number advantage again for Chicago, and they'll be able to close it out. Some quick rounds. And yeah, I mean, we're pointing out the A push just because, yeah, I mean, you'll see it in certain matchups. But we've had matchups you and I have casted where literally A hasn't been touched, right? It's been just like 10, 11 hits towards B. And then,
it's so hard to defend B. I mean, it just is, right? Because the bomb is facing the offensive side of the map. And so it's just like, what are you supposed to do? So we'll see a lot of defensive teams just try to take mid-map. You try to flank fast.
Yeah, well, it's just the opposite
it's such an easy bomb, too, to go to.
It's like the opposite of our club peak. Like, we commentated that earlier and just reporting out how tough it is for the offense and how it feels defensively favored. Kind of flipped on its head here. First blood for Formal. Already worked up to the bomb site. Is Dylan as he'll work to get this down.
And well, like I said, the defense works the flank. That's what Chicago's doing. They have 3 players on their side of the map. London in the middle of a trap right now, and they are losing every single gunfight. Another tough situation for Dylan. 1 versus 5, and this is the Chicago search and destroy that you and I wanted to see.
Yeah, it's just it's not close. I mean, there have been some situations that feel close for a moment, like a 4v3, 5v4, and then it just feel like Huntsmen are quite literally Huntsmen right now. Like, they were just hunting down like these remaining 1 to 2 players. Like, Dylan's just like, let me out of here, as they're all collapsing on him. This hasn't been pretty for London, but it's been a thing of beauty for the Huntsmen.
Yeah, they just have had no response so far. And that's what's crazy. Chicago, they've been doing it both on offense and defense. And now in the round 5, Chicago on offense again. We'll see what they do. They've thrown some A looks, a lot of B hits. It looks like London's trying to get aggressive through middle.
It just feels like they're playing with some swagger. Like, the comms we're not losing to London. Like, fry these guys.
Yeah.
One of the few times Ravens have enjoyed a numbers advantage, and before that sentence finishes for me, Envoy has brought it to a 4-4.
I mean, just look at the map, though. Like, look how spread Chicago are. All of London are inside the middle. You almost have like a 2-2 split right now for Chicago, and this might catch London off guard. Arcedes, though, the trade is there. He gets taken down. Formal with the sniper. What are you going to do here? I mean, you pick the wrong door and you're dead. He's trying to get away with his life. On the other side of the map, Gunless gets taken down. Envoy's being hunted. There goes Formal, now in a 1v3 situation for Envoy.
And there, finally, a round on the board for the Royal Ravens, desperately needed, and they're able to answer the call. See the final kill by Waskin. Means they slow down the Chicago train.
Are you filling in for Ben? Is that what's going on?
Yes, Joe.
Yeah, you letting all the Chicago people know?
Yeah, I'm bald Ben.
Yeah, I like that.
I think I'd rather be bald than have red hair.
Okay. I don't know. Ben does have some beautiful hair, though.
He does. Oh, Waskin. With a snipe all the way from the back warehouse, just looking for any kind of forest push, but it's not going to be there. Another first blood for Formal and the Huntsmen.
You see what the Huntsmen are doing. I mean, look, they are about to push out B. I think they are going to counterattack. As you see the smokes go out, the flashes go out, a trophy down. Envoy's going to fly on through. Shawnee does have a trophy set up, and Shawnee's nade is going to work. I like that counter push. It just doesn't work out in their favor for Chicago. And now they have to play a 3v4.
Jerds, where all the Huntsman players are set up here. The fact he can get one is beautiful. It's like the hollow sight of the snipe for Arcedes as he hits the shot. Scumped in through the smoke, able to pick up the kill, and suddenly it's a 2v2 with 25 seconds to go, and Bomb is down on the site. Scump needs to win one more, and that's likely the round. He does it there, and now it's old Waskin, who's moved about 15 feet with the sniper since the beginning of this round. Now he's got to go. Just no time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, his play is just set up around the plant. That's why you have the sniper, you know, on that side of the map. Bomb goes down. It is difficult for Chicago to retake it, but Scump makes the play. I think right before Envoy died, he puts a smoke down, banks it off the wall.
Well, I think that
allows Scump to make the play.
And also probably Arcedes hitting that snipe kind of frees up that angle for Scump to fly on through and get the kill. It was just a beautiful timing from Huntsman there on the retake to stop that plant.
That player just slid right into Arcedes' crosshair. That was just a point and shoot.
One more round needed for Huntsman now. A couple duds from Royal Ravens. Traps 1 and 6, and this is usually a map he's been really solid on, but he'll get his second there. Shawnee, the new guy in the roster, 1 and 6 as well. All around looking pretty good on the other side.
The stats are going to be pretty. Yeah, I don't think the stats are going to be pretty for London with how this map has gone so far.
Well, with one round win, yeah.
Yeah.
4v4. Bomb plant done for Huntsman, and they'll be able to back it on up. How can Royal Ravens take this retake? Gets it even harder with the snipe in hand. Might have to hit a shot with that deagle, or maybe Envoy wide peeks. He gives him a freebie. He got a kill before he dropped, though, and Formal and Gunless do it on the other end towards mid. Chicago Huntsmen dominate from the get-go, and the hard point, the same can be said of the search and destroy, but they close this one out far more efficiently, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, that was just dominant. I mean, you did not have the pressure being matched from Chicago, and it's surprising to say that because you have players like Dylan and Jerd, Scraps, who can fly on through smokes like we were seeing Envoy and Scump do, and I don't know, man. I don't know if it's something new that Chicago was throwing at them or what, but they just absolutely smoked them on that map.
9-3 from Arcades, and I said, I mean, he had that really rough, what was it, map 5 in their series yesterday. I think he was 3-9. He completely flips that stat line.
I think that was map 2, right?
Was it map? I thought it was the map 5 that he was 3-9. Was it
Might have
map
been.
2?
Might have been.
Yeah, I remember when I looked at it. He said one that was really rough, but here he's able to flip it on its head. 9-3 result from him. Statistically, just great stuff there from Huntsmen. And you said, yeah, the tempo, the pace they were playing with, and just so many of those rounds where they quite literally look like hunters. It was a 3-on-1, 4-on-1, and they were just flying for the last player. It was impressive to say the least.
It was just one of those things when we talk about like the steps to a round, right? Like, what do you want to do step 1? How do you want to take the bomb step 2? And then post plan, or, what do we want to do when we get this control? Huntsmen knew exactly what they wanted. They were very comfortable throughout that entire map. It's what you love to see in their decision process.
Very, very comfortable. I'm not sure if it's coming through the mic, but Copper is getting twisted in the background. But that's going to do it for the map 2. 2-0 lead for Huntsmen. It's going to be the domination coming up next after this quick break. But this is just a series that, I don't know, Huntsmen look like they could close it out 3-0, Joe. They've dominated thus far. Can they get it done? We'll be right back.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Rolling it. Boom. What league team is overrated?
I'd say Chicago.
Ooh. Welcome to the Barracks, presented by Metro by T-Mobile. This is an interview series one-on-one with players from the CDL. I'm going to be diving in a little bit to their lifestyle, how they got to the state that they're in right now within the CDL, their teams, how they're able to maintain their top status as a professional gamer. Basically everything CDL.
You have the very first sneak peek at the Barracks presented by Metro and T-Mobile, and this is interesting because our boy Teep, Joe, we're obviously very close to Teep, and he's gonna be doing a show for the CDL. So you're gonna see that, I think, covering each home series event. So you're gonna be talking to some of the pros, and you heard Mox there say he thought Chicago was the most overrated team. How do you feel hearing him say that coming into their own home series event, Joe?
That's strong word. I mean, 2-0 against him, right? He's very confident, and so I don't know about that, but I love the confidence.
And I think it's Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific is when you'll be able to watch that. I think this Wednesday, following the event, is when you're going to be able to see the full episodes. That was just a quick sneak peek of it. But I do want to take a look now at our U.S. Army tactical play from the map 2 before we get ready for the domination. As, wow, I mean, that was just all Huntsmen. No other way to put it, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, they just were absolute beasts on the map. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. You just pick any of their round wins, and it just felt very easy. For the London Royal Ravens, you're down 0-2. It's going to be tough to get back into this one.
It is. I mean, think about it. It's like I don't know which is tougher to swallow. You have the map 1 where, you could have won. You lose by a couple of points. It's a crazy game where you battle back from a 100-point deficit. Then the map 2, you get uppercut, knocked unconscious, laid out on the mat. They've lost in 2 very different ways, but the end result the same. It's 2 map losses for London. Yeah, you said, how do you bounce back? I don't know, Joe. And you go back to Petro.
I have some other bad news as well. Dom Petro, 1-2 for London, 3-1 for Chicago. So
one of those is better than the other, Joe.
I will say, though, all 3 losses on this map for both teams are to Florida. So 0-2 for London and 0-1 for Chicago.
London's probably, yeah. So, I mean, they're the most impressive team we've casted here, right? Like, they've had some...
Florida? Yeah.
Florida have been nuts. Really just in respawns in general lately, but especially Dom here. And Huntsmen are all over the map right now. You've got 2 at C, 1 towards B. Envoy then pushing back towards A. Spawns were a little bit sporadic, but I mean, London has them spawning where they want them. They're spawning down towards the first hard point and trying to find something anywhere. I mean, B hasn't been capped yet. The only flag really firmly in control right now is going to be London on A.
Yeah, it's almost like you don't even need... Yeah, I like that. I was going to say, Dylan, just get off B. Just help your teammates. You don't even need B right now. You have 2 flags. You're the team getting all the points. Don't worry about finish it. If the push is at C, help your teammates right now. That's exactly what he does. Now that Huntsmen have control at C, they're going to... London Royal Ravens going to hop on B, so you have the AB set up right now. But RC's already going for this neutral. Dylan's ready for it. But there is the trade. But it's still a great start for London.
And Gunless is just trying to figure out where he spawned. He guesses wrong. Easy kill for Scraps to clear them off their home flag. And then you still have 2 players kind of near restaurant in the mid-tracks. You have 1 pushed up into Hazmat, which is Jur, to still apply pressure to the home cap of Huntsman. Royal Ravens in a great spot. But then number 5 you see on the map now is Gunless spawning over towards A. The pressure towards C for London Royal Ravens spawns out multiple player from Huntsman. And this is going to be a flip. The question is what happens towards A. Ooh, maybe it's not going to be a flip.
I mean, it's a flip, but this might turn into a 3 cap. Yeah, I mean, he almost finishes at A, but you have another situation where 2 flags are capped for London. They have the C flag. That's a preferred flag that you want on this map. And another great start now with this lead up to, what, 25 points. So beautifully done by London.
Yeah, I didn't word that right. It's definitely a flip. The question was, I didn't think Huntsman were going to get an A back for a second there. Is what was going to be problematic. But there's only 17 points on the board for Huntsman in 2.5 minutes of this side. They have had so much trouble getting anything going. Royal Ravens will be able to clear out B. They're losing C, though, right now as Envoy's gotten into position, and rallying over to help him is going to be Gunless. Spawning bottom is Royal Ravens. It's probably the best moment for the Huntsmen to get some clean control here within this game. They've got to go big here.
But I love the play from London. 4 of their players back up. Dylan deals with B. He's winning his gunfight. So it feels like the opportunity was there for Chicago to, you know, maybe get them in a bit of a spawn trap, have A and C with a neutral at B like we saw at the beginning of this round. But London, they're able to deal with it.
Huntsmen are down big. They are down big after taking the first 2 maps. London Royal Ravens finally getting something going, but Huntsmen, if they're going to mount the comeback in this first half, it's got to start over this next minute and 40 seconds. So let's go right to an Astro Gaming Listen In with your Chicago Huntsmen.
Deep tracks weak.
Up Resty still, bottom Resty right now.
Got me.
They need line.
You push up
bottom Resty, guys.
We need to work together.
Line,
Work together, guys.
Resty, got him.
Watch me line. Deep up middle.
Flip middle, dead.
Nice line, last guy. Line, where's
Yeah,
yours guy?
look, I don't see line. Nothing line. I'm going through C. I'm going through C.
Okay, I'm getting
Line weak, bro.
He's still front elbow.
Line,
Still front elbow.
Yep, line dead.
Yo, River. They pinch bar, guys. They pinch bar.
River dead, River dead.
Nice.
One more,
Blue dome,
blue
blue
dome.
I'm gonna work
Gate
factory.
right now,
Gonna work
gate.
factory, guys.
Shawnee to see. Shawnee to see.
Gate, one shot. He's top resty. Top resty.
We're spawning
I'll
back
look
base
up
still,
this.
brother.
Within rail speaking.
Still spawning in.
Oh,
Jump
rest
out,
jump
jump
behind
out.
you back door.
Looking back door. I don't see him.
Yo, he's on A on me. Shot him.
Listen, back door.
Absolute on A. Absolute on A.
Going to A.
Just smoked up middle. Fucking One's gonna be piece top hat.
Hey, dead.
Top resty. Top resty. Top resty got me.
Yeah, burger read.
Trap.
Spawning
I'm pretty sure one's
arch.
River
Trap
Street
top
too.
resty. He's gonna come
I'm
from
L
the
right now.
All right, we gotta try to get trip
I'm
guy
telling
right
the
now.
window. I'm telling the window.
Lion hurt.
River,
Lion hurt.
river.
I don't see
I'm
scrap
trying to get River right now.
Look him in trash.
Just
One
playing
River
live,
right
just
now.
playing
He's
live,
empty.
They're literally just hiding. They're
Just
literally
close the
hiding.
door. He's going top hat.
Guys.
Top resty.
Top rest,
I spawned
drop,
out.
bro.
Spawn
He's
from you
skipping
guys.
corner, top rest. He
Bottom,
scraps.
he's elbow.
Still top
He's
resty.
jumped out
back
top
in.
resty.
Got him.
Dylan's like
They're on-
jumped.
they're going
I'm
at it,
still
they're
up.
going at it.
One still
Yes.
C.
Run it back up there.
I got
Run
one
it back
still.
up there to help you.
Got
I'm
fucking
coming
nailed.
down. I'm coming down to you.
Good job, big one, big one, big one.
8 on
Also
me.
take it.
One
Also
shot.
take it.
8 dead.
Dead.
Kill that guy at A. Good job.
Gate, gate,
Perfect.
gate.
4-4-4.
Track spawns.
On C.
I've up here. There you go.
All right, we just gotta work
Yeah.
together more,
Yeah,
bros.
I feel like
Huntsman
when we're
gets smoked in that first half. 105
just
points
running
on the
holding
board.
I
For
said
London.
my
I
favorite
think we're
one.
still getting their
Like the
comms. They're
last
kind of arguing
minute,
through it.
He was just top restaurant, just having a blast with a knife out, man. Scraps was just taking it to him. But yeah, you heard some frustrations there for Chicago. You heard RC say we need a 3-cap here, but yeah, a massive lead for London.
What was the swing we saw earlier today with FaZe? 60?
Yeah, but they were down what, like
No, they were down
25
20, but the
points?
swing itself was 60, right?
Yeah.
And that was basically a 2-cap the entire half.
Yes. So I mean, you're spawning at C, which is good for Chicago.
So
but-
I'm wondering, you ready for map 4, Joe?
Yeah, let me take a look. Let's see. Let's take a look at map 4. It'd be Cave Hardpoint. So our claw, you know, not our claw, Azure Cave. London 3-1, but Chicago 4-0.
Okay, so a good map for both. That's kind of what you said, I think, heading into the series.
Yeah, there's a lot of good maps for both of these teams.
Are you surprised just
We've just seen a lot of knives.
with the stat disparity coming into this, and Chicago seemingly the better team at this map? What a blowout that first half was.
Well, I think it just spiraled out of control really the first like 90 seconds when we saw the trap that Chicago was put in, and just from that point, the slaying was all one-sided for London. They looked comfortable. You know, we talk about like when you're spawning in certain places, what do you want to do on the map? And it felt like London was just a step ahead. But then when we take a look at the scoreboard, I mean, Straps is just having fun. He's been in this top window, I think, for like 4 minutes overall. And on the other side, Chicago, they are just getting knifed constantly, and most of them are, all of them are negative. They are just being shredded by the Twins.
I think they know how absurd it would be for Huntsmen to come back in this, so they're going to set a record for domination knife kills. Is now what the Twins are going for.
There's going to be a horror movie about this map in a few years, yeah.
What was that one with
About
Johnny
the
Depp?
Twins.
It was like the music one. It was like the Demon Barber or whatever.
Oh, no idea, but I have an idea, but I don't know the name.
Yeah, I just remember him like knifing people.
Yeah, that's basically what the...
I don't know why my brain went to
doing
that
right now.
film. I have no idea, but that's where it went.
No clue.
Oh man.
At first I was thinking Edward Scissorhands. But
Yeah, that's a great film too,
but
where
yeah.
he also chops
Great
stuff.
one.
Yeah, what is it with Johnny
Yeah.
Depp and scissors and knives? I don't know, but see if the Twins can get any more going there. But it's 19-7 now for Scraps. He's on 5 in a row.
I think this one's done, Clint.
Yeah, I
Thoughts?
wanna. This is my official vote to have map 3 end when it's mathematically impossible, like it is right now.
Yeah.
I'm putting my
Or like
official official request is the
a
commissioner
surrender option or something?
Yeah, like
Like a
StarCraft,
surrender
bro.
option?
GG, we're done.
We're done. Leave the game. I'm out of here. A StarCraft. Yeah. You just vote to surrender.
Yep.
We're out of here.
Huntsman's still gonna give it their all, but it's just
I don't think they
not
are
a
actually.
not
no.
a thing they can do.
I think you just lied to the people.
Well, Joe, I am known to be a liar.
What? Well, that's not good.
No, I'm kidding.
That's not good.
I don't know why I said that, Joe. I take it back.
I was gonna say that's not good at all. Why do you want to be known as that? You seemed like proud of that.
No, I'm not. I swear. Huntsman finally getting a little bit of pressure towards B, but the deficit approaching 100 points in this dom. And there just hasn't been a lot to highlight in the second half, just because it was basically put out of reach in the first side. And you broke down how Royal Ravens were able to do that.
Oh, chat's telling Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney Todd, that's what it was.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Chat's got me. Yeah.
That movie was crazy, dude. He was just cutting people up.
I didn't watch it. I have no idea. I got no clue.
Yeah, all right, we'll watch it together after this event so you can understand my references. And since I'm so old, I don't have like current pop culture references. I just refer to movies like 20 years ago.
You watch movies like every day of the week. You definitely have pop culture references.
You're not wrong, Joe. I'm not good at many things, but I'm good at watching films.
Films and playing games, huh, Clint?
Yes, that's all I can do, buddy.
Yep.
What a weird, just a weird series it's been so far. That that nail biting map 1, right? The nail biting map 1, even though it's an 80-point lead for Huntsman, and the map 2 is a blowout. You think just with the way Huntsman are playing and the confidence still on the map 2 and their map record here that this is just going to be a Huntsman hot 3-0. And then it ends up being one of the more lopsided doms we've seen this year is Royal Ravens.
This was like, what was it, the final, right? With Florida in Minnesota, where it was just this bad. It felt like it was over once the second half got underway. I mean, it was just a dominant performance from the London Royal Ravens.
Well, the question before it was, how do they answer back? Well, they shout back as they just completely dominate. 25-12 from Scraps. Yeah, double positive for him. His twin brother Waskin in the same stratosphere as well, as he goes 22-12. Just terrific stuff for the Royal Ravens. And maybe that's exactly how you brush off a tough map 1 loss and a blowout map 2. You just come out like that, get yourself some momentum, some fuel as you're getting ready to head into the hard point. That's all you can do. Yeah. That's the most convincing way to do it.
I mean, we just came back from that, and on our monitor, we come back to the player cams, and I just saw Scraps laughing. I think he was having a blast that one. 25-12 for him. As we take a look at the stats, I think probably about 5 or 6 of those are all with a knife as well inside a restaurant. The guy was just having the time of his life.
Oh, yeah, no, he was having fun. That reminded me of what you saw like when we went to FaZe a couple times, and the FaZe guys were always kind of giggling and laughing as they were doing it. But for Huntsman, you gotta, now it's your turn to answer back, right? And who's been the key player, like the superstar, the consistent force for this team most of the year? I think you could argue it's been Envoy. I want to take a closer look at him as a player.
Envoy find 2, Envoy find 3. If we're talking league's elite, Envoy is right at the top.
That's 5 in a row, 6 in a row.
Envoy, man, he's a monster.
He is absolutely one of the best players in the world.
It's 7. Now for the Wonder Kid, and Envoy is picking one more.
If Envoy finds an opening, he's going to punish you for it.
Keep pushing him. He'll keep shutting you down.
That brain is getting him more kills than his thumbs are right now, and that's a more dangerous trait.
There's 4 in the round. Can he find an ace? The man deserves it. Should try and feed it to him as Luca gets 2. There it is. Envoy with 5. That is a complete and utter takeover. Envoy's like the new guy, right? He had his breakout year last year, but he's the best player on the team.
Envoy brought in this hunger, this desire. That's kind of rubbed off on a lot of those players.
He was able to team with some veterans, and I think that learning from these guys really has brought the best out of Envoy.
Envoy's timing is exquisite. He hits the flank, and he goes on to kill everyone.
If Envoy isn't playing well, the Chicago Huntsmen don't get to a top 4. They may not get to a grand final in London.
Envoy is keeping everyone in check in that regard.
The nade from Envoy. I'm so glad we get to see this. Look at the Kobe onto the site. What a nade that is.
Is he the MVP for the Chicago Huntsmen? I would say yes.
This guy's making the right play 10 out of 10 times.
Yes, he's definitely their MVP when it comes to search and destroy.
I mean, if you're talking search gens, there's only one person on the Huntsman that we're even gonna mention.
Climb on in the backpack, and you let Envoy do whatever he wants.
It has to be Envoy. He was incredible.
It feels like Envoy's always in the right place at the right time.
And he doesn't have a huge ego.
Envoy, time and time again.
He just has every trait that you want in a pro player.
And not many people can do that.
He has been an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Envoy can bring it in any single game mode at any given time from start to finish. That's Envoy. He is special.
Envoy has just been tearing it up.
It's time to get ready for the map 4, and it's going to be Azir Cave. When I think about this map, at least most recently for Huntsmen, I know over the course of the year, maybe you say it's a solid map for them, but this is the one where I think their frustrations, like in RC's tweet, kind of stem from when you take a look a couple weeks back, because they lost it to Florida, right? And that's the one where Havoc was out rotating them. The rotation looked really off for Huntsmen. It didn't feel like they were just playing the map properly. They weren't on the same page, and that map kind of epitomized their frustrations for me. So I would think over the last 2 weeks, this would be a point of improvement for them.
Yeah, it's just something your team is focusing on, right? Just not leaving it up to somebody like Envoy. Everybody has to be on top of it. The comms have to be on point. And I think for the London side, you know, we talked about Wuskin and how good he's been this year. Map 1, it's hard to contribute as an AR on St. Petrograd hardpoint. Much different story here on Azir Cave.
We'll see what kind of impact he'll have on this map. But here we go. Knife out for Scraps again. We'll see if he can put it to use on this map. Probably a little bit trickier, but we'll see what he can do. Royal Ravens trying to push for the reverse sweep as they get the dominant Game 3 win. Huntsman will rally over to the hard point, but for the most part, we want to focus on the top right of your screen. The deep right pocket is the most important part of the next 40 or so seconds, is getting spawns for that right side of the cave.
Yeah, I think that's what Formal is just trying to open up a lane. You see Scump now trying to work through. Maybe he'll be the first guy to push in as 3 go down for the London Royal Ravens. Well, Chicago, they're just going to take this time. I mean, why not, right? It's so hard to break the spawns and flip them. It's typically what we talk about is like a 5-man down when that happens. So they're just going to take all the time they can.
Yeah, it's like that, or somebody somehow sneaking through the back. It's all they can really get it done. But yeah, look how far out Huntsmen are spawning from the next hard point, like all the way at the bottom left of the map. Envoy maybe the one they make the play, but Shawnee's tucked away in a corner. It's a great read from Envoy. He's able to peek the edge, and now he's gotten through. Smoke out to hit the cross. Lovely from Envoy, but he's the only man here. He's not going to have any help for the foreseeable future, and unfortunately for him, Shawnee, who he killed in transition, spawns all the way in the back. His teammates are going to spawn on him. Envoy will be able to get in the hard point and at least make it scrappy early. Can they get it done?
I mean, this is already a good enough job. You've already taken 20 seconds off, right? London had those spawns. Now all the kills are coming in. And now this sort of flips on its head where London's trying to push through the middle side of the cave. The spawns flip Chicago. It's Envoy once again. He's able to make that play. He wins the one-on-one. He smokes off their tunnel and just stays alive. The reinforcements are there. And wow, 2 hills in a row as Envoy now 6 kills in a row at 9-4, and such a big rotation play out of him.
Yeah, it's a great play from Envoy, but on the flip of that, I feel like that's just got to be a kill for Shawnee. Like, you're in that position tucked away for that exact play, right? For that cave push topside, and I don't know if he got an awkward timing or if Envoy heard a step. It's just, for me, feels like a kill Shawnee needed to get, and then things might go very differently.
Well, I think Shawnee's probably playing for the audio, right? And I think Envoy had Deddy Pop, so he's able to make the play.
Maybe that's just all it comes down to then. 60-point lead now for Huntsmen. Gunless. Nice little snap onto the second player. I think I see Slacked in the lobby somehow on the Ravens side, which not sure how that happened. But it's not a 6v5 for those of you at home, and now Slack's gone. Bye, Slack.
He's probably getting ready for the next game, right? I think they're playing next or later on. But Yeah, he's out of here. As I mean, Chicago, even at soccer field, able to break the setup, and it reminds me a lot of early on in game 1, what Chicago was able to do in the lead that they had. So we're gonna focus now on Cave West. London are here early. Yeah, Scraps all the way up towards middle of Cave. Scump though, he's gonna drop through the well. He's able to take down Shawnee, and once again, this just disrupt this setup. But Scraps is there. Scraps is gonna find 3. Finally, some time earned for the London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, I think Scraps bails them out of what could have got a little bit messy. Early into the hard point again. Scrap goes huge. Everything utility-wise being thrown at him as he tries to back up. Scump will take him out, but also takes Envoy down on his side with it. A nice hold thus far for Ravens, and I think a much-needed one, considering what the scoreline could have looked like if Huntsman got an early break. Ravens getting right back into it. It's similar to the map 1. Down early, down big, got the battle back.
And now you can tell how much Chicago is focusing on this rotation. You have 3 players all the way towards the back. Envoy's worked up towards that front broken area. He takes down 2. Dylan and Scraps, we'll see you later. That is going to give them so much room to work with. Look at the white arrows, how far they are from the cliff path. Number 9, Jerd just spawns up middle cave. Okay, so Formal was watching it, thank goodness. Because if Formal's not watching that and he thinks someone has middle cave, that could have been a freebie for London, but oof.
Yeah, I think maybe just because of how far pushed up those 2 players were. I mean, it just looked weird on the minimap because he spawned in a sea of green, basically. But, yeah, as you said, thankfully, Formal had the angle. Otherwise, maybe he finds a lucky timing and gets in.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Scump through the flank on Spiral, trying to deal with Dylan. Those things didn't happen, Clint, you know. But hey, let's get serious and focus on this.
Absolutely, Joe. It's a game of surprises. And as the Royal Ravens surprise the Huntsmen by getting in through that bridge side, disrupt at least some of the time, and keep it within approximately 50 points. Dylan, snap it. Dylan takes down 3 before finally they're able to trade it out. Not going to matter much in the scheme of things. If anything, it just delays Huntsman in getting towards mid-map, but the hard point only had about 5 seconds left on it. It does allow his teammates to get in better position, at least to control this, but ultimately, if you're Ravens, you need to get this time and you need to work on the flip.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the way Formal's playing this right now. He's playing very slow, just trying to make sure his team still has a spawn for that next hill at Cave East. I will say Chicago, the way they played that, they've given up about 20, 30 seconds already. Scump finally gets inside of yellow, able to take down Wuskin on the hill.
Well, I'd say with how this particular hardpoint coming up has gone for them recently, I almost agree with just giving up some time here, contest what you can, but then make sure you lock it down. Now, that's true. But if they don't lock it down, then you can throw everything I'm saying out the window. But they've struggled so much with that rotation. I guess I'm not surprised to see them putting that much emphasis on it.
Yeah, that was about 50, 55 points.
They really get that much, dear God.
Yeah. It was like 132 to 82 or something, I think, when we went to the middle hill. And now it was London who had a 1-point lead. But we go to Cave East in Chicago. They have to make this rotation pay off. Scump's locking down middle cave. You have Formal all the way in the back. He has to deal with a few players, but most of the push coming right towards the online.
It's all about the ROI, Joe. The return on the investment. They invested a lot into this rotation. Now they need to get all the points, but Dylan has bursted on through. It's a double from him already. Huntsman players cleared out of the hard point. They got 20 or so uncontested before it gets a little bit sloppy with the Royal Ravens punching through that setup. But for the most part, when it's all said and done, it's about, what, 40 or so points they're going to get? Do you take that considering how much you put into it?
I mean, you kind of have to. I think you just have to. I think they would have liked to done something towards Middle Hill. I think that's why Scump got a little bit aggressive, but what we talked about where that's just been their weakness. I think it's their focal point right now, just to make sure they lock those up.
And I think, you know, that at the end of that outpost hard point with Dylan getting that triple, it just made it so hard, right? They were all still spawning so deep. There was no one really in a position to put an early contest towards mid, so they just kind of chalked it.
But now over towards soccer field. Dylan trying to get aggressive through the smoke, and he's going to find Gunless, give him a nice pat on the back, smack his button. Well, he goes right back towards RC's and takes him down. Some nice plays from Dylan. London's going to earn some time here. Now a 15-point game. It's just been back and forth throughout this map.
Formal soars on through. Good enough to get him out of the hard point for a moment. Jared holding the high ground will rally into the point. 5 seconds left, but now look at the minimap. That number 2 RCD's all the way tucked away in cave. Scump trying to get to him as quickly as possible and get set up. You're going to have basically everybody here from Huntsman, but Wuskin is beaming him with that M4. Shawnee, M4 of his own, will follow it up, and Royal Ravens are here early, Joe.
Nah, I mean, just look at the ARs, right? I mean, both Formal and RCDs are like 17 and 17, 15 and 14. You can tell that they're trying to slow down a little bit to just make sure they have the correct spawns that the team wants. Because on the other side, I mean, Weston's still playing pretty darn aggressive. The London, they're able to deal with this. Now Shawnee on a 5 spree. Locking things down with the M4. They now have a 20-point lead.
Ooh.
Shawnee not missing right now. Starting to go off. Is his M4 on point?
Yeah, those shots were lovely out of Shawnee. You see why he has been a great addition to this squad. 40 more points needed for Ravens to close this out. Huntsman on the brink of this getting to a map 5. Formal needs to go huge from this back outpost, able to stay up after getting one of the picks. Right over to his duo and Scump, who tries to hold it at mid cave, but can't ultimately do it. But it's a great hold at outpost so far for the Chicago Huntsmen. But now behind the smokes, here comes the next surge from the Ravens.
Yeah, Twins able to find some kills, but I mean, with those close spawns, the Chicago players are just going to spawn up and toss the nades over, right? When you're just pushing down this path, that is so difficult to get through. We saw Dylan do it last time, but that took, what, 3-4 kills in a row from him. Envoy now getting aggressive middle of the map. 32 and 25 from Envoy with an MP5 on Cave. We do not see that every day. So he just finishes another 5 spree. RCDs, he's going to get the rest of this time. Gonna put them at about 230.
Yeah, you had
Gunless goes all the way around, and now he's trying to flank this middle hill.
So he's just got to make sure he doesn't somehow flip these spawns too badly. I know they can win it on Town Center if they get the kills.
Yeah.
It looks like they want to go for the win, but if you risk flipping this and not getting the time, it could prove detrimental in the end of it. And now look at the position of number 9, Jerd and them inside a cave. Jerd's going to be flashing back to hold it. He's going to spawn scraps on him. I feel like you need to win this now if you're Huntsman, because Gunless on that pinch. Look at the spawns now. Huntsmen are spawning out. They only need 8 more points to close it out, but there's only 30 seconds remaining on the hard point. Is this going to end up costing them, Joe?
Yeah, it might. I mean, they got to go now. RC's and Gunless, they find the kills. Dylan is still here. They got to take him down. They got to take him down now. They need every single second besides 2 to close this game out. London, are they in a position to do so? Envoy plays through middle. Envoy again with 3 kills. Are they going to get the tick? That is the question. That is the question right now.
They got it! They got it!
They got the tick.
If they don't get that tick, Joe, I don't know. That might have been wild if they don't get that final point. Oh my God, I was so worried that flip was going to cost them and it was going to be another blunder on Cave, but the final point goes through. They close it out at Town Center, and Huntsmen are able to take the series. That was almost very, very, very interesting.
It was close. You called it, right? With Gunless going all the way around. The spawns flip.
They had to win it there. They had to.
Yeah, they had to win it there, right? The spawns were at KV's
Let's go. He's just correct.
He's right now, but I mean, Weston gets on it. And yeah, it's Envoy who finds an opening again. Gets 3 kills. 39 and 28 from Envoy.
That is just a brilliant performance out of him, and a big win for Huntsmen to kind of rebound within this tournament weekend for their own home series. They lose this, what a disappointing performance it is. I mean, just considering, I know we're not live from Chicago. I know things have changed, but there's still a sense of pride there. You got to think it's their home series event. It's one where they want to come out champions. They know that FaZe were able to win their home series event. I'm sure they'd like to replicate the same. And whew, what a tight, I mean, the hard points are crazy. It was what, like 250, 248, 250, 235 as you look through the stats on that one, but you pegged it. Envoy, monster map.
Yeah, it's just what can this guy not do? I mean, he has another big performance in Chicago. They'll have another match later, so they'll have that rematch versus the New York Subliners. I know they are very much going to be looking forward towards that. I'm sure they feel, they could have had it last night if they play a little bit better in maps number 1 and 2. So I can't wait to watch that rematch. That should be a good one.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that one massively. Can they learn from their mistakes? I mean, they were pretty vocal on Twitter, a couple of them, just with the struggles they were having. Can they turn it around and just look at the little things? It'll be interesting to see what maps change from that first best of 5 into the next one, because as you mentioned, there were a lot of close maps, a lot of close moments.
You might see a lot of the same maps. Probably not Ramaz S&D again, though. I will have to say that. I imagine they make maybe a bit of a veto change in that one, but we'll have to see what happens.
Oh God, Huntsman, and I kind of said I tweeted during the OpTic series, I thought if OpTic lost that, I thought more than likely we wouldn't see that OpTic lineup again, and I was worried if Huntsman lost this that maybe that'd be the case. I wasn't sure. I mean, good chance they would have stuck together regardless, but I just had this fear, man, with 3, if it was 3 disappointing performances in a row, what might happen. But now we can at least put that to bed, is they're able to win this series, but they still, as you mentioned, another match to win before they can actually move into the semifinal. And once you get through that, I mean, you still have your 2 biggest threats in FaZe and Empire already waiting in the semi. It just feels like
you get out today, it's a different. You're gonna hit a new level tomorrow, right? Like,
true.
I don't know. Like, right? Like, you're just gonna be so fired up to play those guys, right? We always know about those rivalries. I mean, that'll be fun if Chicago play, Empire. It doesn't matter what the matches are tomorrow. They should be insane.
Yeah, it's shaping up for being one of our better semifinal rounds. I mean, I know we've had a ton of crazy performances, but just from a talent perspective, when you think about the 3 top teams in the game might be there, who will be that 4th to join them if Huntsmen get through? That remains to be seen. But Surge might do it. I was thinking about this, like Surge, they've got 30 points, and
your pick's out. Let's go.
That's true. My pick is out. Optics stink. But no, for Seattle, like, they have 30 points. All 30 come from the Guerrillas. They might get their 40.
Could have 40.
They might get 40 all from Guerrillas. They might get to their first semifinal through Guerrillas. So if there is, there's death taxes and Seattle beat the Guerrillas.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Guerrillas looked a lot better today than what we saw yesterday.
Very true. So you don't think that's as much, even though they beat them 3 times, you don't see that being very straightforward?
I mean, is anything straightforward with the Seattle Surge? I don't know. Like, no. they did play really well yesterday, and it seemed like they improved. But again, it's that conversation of how much have they improved, because they've only beaten the Guerrillas. And it is hard to beat a team over and over again. Like, those teams are going to make adjustments. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that said, how many times have you heard that? And I know we talk about it in COD, but like in major sports, like, it's difficult to beat a team 3 times a year. Like, if you're talking about basketball or baseball, like, it's hard to beat them over and over and over and over and over again, because one might be working harder to improve because they keep losing. They're able to work on those mistakes. You would think there'd be something there, and there's I think we're a solid coaching staff. You would think on the side of Guerrillas, so hopefully they'll be very, very, very prepared for this match. But it's just not an easy thing to prepare for when you have Octane. You don't prepare for Octane. Not much you can do there.
Slack played great yesterday. Their Surge looked better. Even Apathy. I know they lost earlier today, but it just feels like a lot of the key players they needed to step up did step up.
I'm just thinking of the series in LA where Octane just slapped them. He dropped like 50 on the map. Like, he just completely dominated that. But yes, to your point, it has been a more well-rounded Surge. At least it's looked that way. We'll update you kind of where we sit with the schedule. We're 4 matches in, 2 matches left to go. Surge versus Guerrillas up next. What a day it has been so far. But I believe coming up next after this quick break is going to be an interview with Envoy, kind of hear his thoughts on how everything went down. Huntsmen get the win. It was a wild series. We'll be right back after this break.
to get to work, the sky's the limitation. Look at my face, you know I don't play. Please get out the way, I got history to make. Pick up the pace, pick any time and place. I'm ready for whatever, cause greatness never waits. Say, get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. I said let me be. I said let me be great.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. What is up, everyone? And we are back with your instant reaction presented by PlayStation, and we're joined by a new face, Envoy, from the Chicago Huntsmen, of course, who just took down the London Royal Ravens. Now, Envoy, I think it's safe to say that a lot of people are feeling that all is right in the CDL world after having you here on a dub, because we didn't see that yesterday. Dude, what happened in your New York series yesterday?
What happened is just been the story of what happens when we lose, I guess. It's just a lot of lackluster comms and not trusting each other with calls we make mid-match, especially in S&D. The mid-round calls are not executed very fast, and everyone just has their own everyone has their own idea, right? And we just all need to be more on the same page, even in respawn. So that's been our problem lately.
Absolutely, and talking about being more on the same page, I felt like looking at your S&D gun runner in this series, you seem to be very much on the same page. You literally smoked London. The pace that you guys set was very, very hard for them to match. Did you throw something different in there to your S&D game?
I think the biggest thing for us in S&D is that we were the way we played it in the past is very stale and very one-dimensional. What we did right there was more or less just trying a lot of different things and just being a lot more proactive on the map. We find ourselves just standing still a lot and getting flanked, so we just have to be more decisive on our calls, and that's exactly what we did, and that's why we won 6-1.
Now, some of the guys that were actually interviewing Arcites, I think it was for a special sneak peek and how you guys are doing behind the scenes. So he was telling them that you guys actually hadn't focused on your S&D or got in a lobby to discuss some new things until before your home series. You hadn't done it before. So do you guys feel like S&D wasn't really that much of an issue for you until the Dallas home series?
It definitely was an issue beforehand too, but we were still winning a lot of them. It just came down to we missed a couple of the sessions we had scheduled to go over, prior to after the last home series. So once we just got into a lobby and went over all that stuff, it just makes everyone so much more comfortable on the map and gives everyone an idea of what's going on. And we switched up a couple of things too. People are more comfortable at different sites, and so we switched that. And overall, our S&D has felt a lot more comfortable after that. And I think that's, anyone would say that's why.
Yeah. 100%. Now, of course, the Dallas home series, you guys didn't really look like the Huntsmen we know and love. And another thing Asti said is that you guys just didn't really know how to play the game. Whether or not that is true or not, or whatever, it seems like you do know how to play the game, but maybe not up to the standard you are hoping for. What have you guys done in particular to work on issues, whether it be mentally, whether you're challenging yourselves in different areas? Are you focusing on different roles? We've seen a lot of swaps coming through as well.
So I think
what have you guys
going back
doing?
to our old roles with Matt on main AR, it was a better decision for us. Although trying it out the other way around was not bad, but going after Dallas, we went over VODs and we watched other teams play maps instead of just watching ourselves and looking at mistakes and trying to see things that other teams are doing right and try to learn from that rather than learning from what we're doing wrong. And I think that actually helped us a lot. And after this event, we're gonna do that even more to work on our Dom. Obviously, our Petro didn't look very good right there, but we've been trying some new things, and overall, I think it's going to make us a lot better in the respawns.
Absolutely. Well, Envoy, before I let you go, real quick, you are having a rematch very, very soon against Subliners. Are you guys feeling a little bit more prepared
yeah,
going
I'd
into
say
this one?
we were pretty prepared yesterday as well. We just have to, like I was saying earlier, just be more decisive and everything will go well. We didn't have the best respawns yesterday. Personally, I probably had the worst match I've had all year, so I'm definitely looking to rebound.
Hey, I'm not counting you out, brother, because I've seen what you can do, and it's quite damn impressive, may I say. So thank you so much for joining me. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. You can catch the Chicago Huntsmen very, very soon as we continue through the Chicago home series. We'll catch you guys after the break for some more action. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 here at the Call of Duty League. We've had some fantastic games so far, and I think the last 2 should be good as well. Benson joined by the wonderful Chance. We're finally here on broadcast. Chance has been having some internet issues, but we're back. And of course, joining us as well is one of the best analysts in Call of Duty history. We got Nameless as well. And I'm very excited. I feel like I never get really a chance to talk to you about Call of Duty anymore on stream. I miss you, man. I miss you.
I know, man. I've missed you too, Ben. We started off when I first started doing this thing. We were working together all the time, and then we don't work together anymore. So it's nice and fun. You know, this new format we got going on where I can actually.
It's good. Of course, that Chance, we saw this game that we're about to cast yesterday. Me and you were watching that one, of course. So a bit of a repeat, and it's worth mentioning it was pretty one-sided as well.
It was a 3-0. I mean, again, we've already figured out the storyline of Seattle. Yes, they haven't looked great compared to the rest of the league, but against the Guerrillas, oh my God, they look incredible. They are dominant in pretty much every single game mode. The records are fantastic. So we found the hopeful look right now for the season.
Now, it's worth mentioning that it wasn't just as simple as play the game and be done. Post-game, players went to social media. There was a little bit of trash talk. I assume you both kind of caught the tweets that I'm referring to here. And I mean, they went for the throat. Okay, like it was some pretty big trash talk. But I feel like, and it was deserved, right? Because yesterday that series, I mean, they looked so good.
Yeah, it was like deserved. Chance, we were talking about it, you know, right before the segment. It was like, okay, Octane's tweet was fine. He's like, thanks for the points. But Slack's tweet was completely over the line. He goes, GG's LAG. Nothing new. Another 25 minutes. Doesn't stop there. 3-0. Doesn't stop there. Like, okay, you forgot that you got 3-0. Then he goes, guys are horrible. Like, that was like a little bit too much.
I mean, in fairness to him, though, like
for
the context, he was correct. Like, he didn't say anything wrong. They've just continually just beat the crap out of the Guerrillas. So, like, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And the funniest part is obviously Surge is very aware that that's the only team they're having success in. But like, it's a good time. But yeah, that's
bro. The thing for me is you set yourself up for bad karma. Right, you really do, especially when there's a chance you can play them again later in the tournament, which of course is what we see here. But obviously, we had the game fuel keys to victory the first time, and I'm curious, have you changed any of the keys to victory coming into this series? We'll start with Seattle.
Well, for Seattle, it was like simply just winning Search and Destroy, right? The last time, and they won Search and Destroy, and the series was easy for them. But now it's going to change a little bit. It's like, obviously, they still need to win Search and Destroy, but they can't get overconfident. You know, you look at those tweets, and you think, like, maybe they come in here thinking, like, we beat them 3 times in a row now. There's no way they can beat us. We're just going to pummel them. Teams have done that before. I've been on teams where I've gotten overconfident against a matchup because we continuously beat them. That can be a problem, and that can bite you in the butt easily. So they can't get overconfident. You need to take it map by map because this can land them in a semi-final.
Big win here can really propel yourself through the tournament, and more importantly, you think about those CDL points and how the standings were so close to the top and also so close at the bottom, gives you a chance to really start climbing that leaderboard. But moving on, we'll talk game fuel keys to victory now for the LA Guerrillas. Of course, again, I imagine these have drastically changed, Dan.
Yeah, the big one that changes is Decimate has to step up in the slaying department. In their last series, he had a 0.7. You know, the rest of the guys hovering around a 0.9, but he has to be the guy that's that main slayer for the team. And as opposed to their next match versus OpTic Gaming, he had a 1.11. You see them play incredible in the respawns. They end up taking the win. So if he can step it up and play great in the respawns once again, like he did in the OpTic Gaming match, they can actually beat
we'll take a look at the quick scope presented by the U.S. Air Force. Chance, I know you're a man who loves a good storyline. Is there any redemption here for the Guerrillas, or is this going to be deja vu from what we saw yesterday?
I mean, it is sort of interesting, like when you look at the maps, like the Gunrunner Search and Destroy is the most obvious example. Seattle on Gunrunner S&D 1-5, and then the Los Angeles Guerrillas 3-1. So you'd think clear-cut Gunrunner easily goes the way of the Guerrillas. The only win Seattle have was against the Guerrillas. It is just a kryptonite situation that it doesn't matter how bad the record is. Seattle just it's just a different team against the Guerrillas. It's one of those just the boogeyman matchups that we have so far in this league.
It's just like a story in the making, though. Like, how many times have players tweeted out something like that, and then the revenge just comes up? Like, you're actually like you're baiting them at that point. Like, you're baiting them into just having their best performance ever. Like, those players are so mad, they want to win this so bad, and they're coming off of a huge win against OpTic Gaming. They have so much confidence now. Like, this will probably be a lot closer than last.
With that said, though, you say closer. If you had to swing one way or the other here, and which way are you going? Who wins this series? Who advances further into the tournament?
I mean, I gotta say Surge, right? They beat them 3 times. The players on Surge, like, how can you go against them in this series against Guerrillas? Like, you have to pick them.
Well, we'll see if you were going to be correct. Game number 1 about to get underway. And thanks for joining us. I love talking Call of Duty with you. Your insight is always fantastic. Hopefully, we'll hear from you again a little bit later on in the day, and of course, see if your prediction is correct. But Chance. Game number 1, we go to Ramaza Hardpoint. It feels great to be back in the booth with you. I've missed you. I'm glad your internet is finally fixed. And as I said, game number 1 underway.
Let's not jinx anything, Ben. You know, the Comcast gambit might pop up at any time, so I'm hoping to go through this smoothly, but I refuse to make any bold predictions in that regard. But as you rightfully pointed out, kicking off with game number 1, which Ramaza Hardpoint, we saw these two teams play yesterday. It was a 250 to 48 victory for Seattle. Again, as close as it.
Well, if I end up solo casting at any point, you guys will probably be able to work out why. I'll write a strongly worded email as well to your internet service provider after the day. But kicking things off already, Seattle Surge with a nice lead, 27-0, but still plenty of time left on P1. And more importantly, you see that fight on the minimap for the spawns for P2.
And it is this P1 kill actually where the dogfight happened towards the end yesterday, where Seattle just played it very calm, cool, and composed as well. And that's where the veteranship kicks in when you get down to those final moments. But you don't have to even worry about that if you just blow the other team out. So Seattle, again, doing a fantastic job on P1, of course, though. It looks like the Guerrillas have the rotation on.
Of course, I completely agree with Nameless's keys to victory, presented by GameFuel, of course. You have to highlight Decimate, very slow off the starting blocks yesterday. Needs to have a massive performance here, redeem himself a little bit, and of course all will be forgotten from day one if you can get redemption on the Seattle Surge.
Yeah, and sort of an interesting tidbit about that as well, of just like, it's not just Decimate, of course, like the entire team needs to kick it up in the slam category as well. But when you look at specifically against Seattle Surge, the first 100-point club we saw this year, it was Surge beating the Guerrillas on his ear game. That's when OpTic like set the kill record as well. Yep. So it's not just like Decimate that needs to pick it up. They need to pick it up to just catch up to like OpTic, for example. But of course, right now, he's the one he's been hanging out. It's actually Panda right now, leading not the lobby, but at least his team.
Kill feed all in favor of Seattle Surge. They'll break through P2. They'll claim the final 20 seconds of scrap, and for LA Guerrillas, they'll take that. They get themselves, of course, 19 points. The rotation coming through. They're ready and waiting on the new hill across the map. And for Seattle now, it's about trying to break through. This really should be where the LA Guerrillas get a ton of time.
And this is an important hill for them to get a ton of time because they have the setup that they want. They have a ton of pressure on the map that, of course, you see Seattle just now starting to cross through tunnel to start to even put a little bit of pressure on the hill. So big gunfights here for Blast, able to take down Panda, turns on the next one as well. But you see him turn on a player, but what didn't happen is the Guerrillas never had the spawns in Seattle, the immediate break on the hard.
Yeah, you're losing control. That's one maybe just a little too quickly there. If you're LA Guerrillas, Seattle Surge now inside the hill. Once again, building themselves a bigger lead. And of course, we saw the tweets from yesterday. The trash talk that commenced. I'm sure Slack probably has another tweet ready in his drafts, getting ready to hit send if this is another 3-0 series, which I think many may assume it might be. I have a feeling, though, this one could go the distance. Chance I maybe just being a little too optimistic, a little too hopeful, but hopefully LA Guerrillas have learned a thing or two from that series yesterday. Rotation coming through to our new hill. And unfortunately, if you're an LA Guerrillas fan, it's all Seattle Surge 107 the third.
I was going to say, you might be feeling the Guerrillas put pressure on this series, and I guess depending on the searches, they might, but just little things like leaving those back spawns open, like that's one of those hills you just can't get broken on that quickly, let alone at all, honestly. Like, you should be able to have at least like a bit of a scrappy hold, but it's just a costly mistake, and of course, we'll see if they make more, because right now on the construction hill, the Guerrillas got there first in Seattle. It takes them, what, 20 seconds, and they just bully them out.
I think the issue is it's kind of the first push every time from Seattle Surge, right? There's no kind of first line of defense from the LA Guerrillas. Every single hill they rotate to is open all hours. In goes Seattle Surge. They get a clean wipe and they retake control. The score is going to get a little out of control. It might actually reach 100 points or thereabouts as we rotate, of course, over to our final hill of our first rotation. You can already see Apathy doing a good job just sitting right at the back of the map. Trying to block those spawns and maybe try and get himself a few spawn kills if he's unlucky and LA Guerrillas still spawn there.
Yeah, I really like some analysis that Mert gave yesterday when talking about Apathy. Apparently, it takes 2 weeks for the dad strength to really kick in.
Oh, it does.
So obviously, we pointed out the thing 2 weeks ago. It didn't pan out too greatly, but then Apathy came out firing on all cylinders yesterday. Played fantastic. And you talk about a man that needs to get you some spawns again. You just need a dad to go and get there for you. And of course, they're at least contesting the hill, and it's another hill. This is what, 3 in a row, where the girls get there first and do not get a substantial amount of time. And yes, there's 40 seconds left on the hill. I've seen it once. I've seen it again, and it's going to happen a third time. Seattle are just going to come out on top of it.
Overall, just a really smart heads-up play from App. Just play his life at the back of the map, wait for his teammates to start pushing forward, and as soon as he recognizes, all right, I've got spawns, he can instantly push forward towards the new hill. And Seattle Surge, I mean, we mentioned, what, the first 100-point club of the year was Seattle versus LA Guerrillas Azir Cave. I mean, they might be looking for a 50-point club at this point. I mean, Seattle playing this one so well.
Okay, 50 might be too much of a stretch. Maybe. You know, fingers crossed is right. Because again, at the very least for the Guerrillas, they have been rotating to the hills early just to make sure they can get 5 or 10 seconds on board. It's just literally everything after that has been collapsing. But we do go back to bridge. We go back to P1. And you can already see Seattle doing a nice job. They've already flipped the spawns. They got the side that they want. Now they just need to get in the hard point. And, well, they'll be big chilling like they have been this entire time.
I think the impressive thing here is you're just watching a team who just seem to understand the game just to a different level comparative to their opponents. That's how it very much feels. I mean, the way Seattle Surge have manipulated their spawns has been the tier 1 so far, always ready and waiting. And when you do that for an entire rotation and look at the lead you've earned yourselves, it's very, very difficult to throw away a game when you have such a sizable lead after just the first rotation chance.
And especially because it's like, it honestly is mainly down to the slang as well. Like, yes, the Guerrillas had one bad setup on the old P3 hill where they just got spawn flipped immediately. But for the most part, it's just every single player is going to be negative by somewhat of a substantial margin as well. And we talked about Octane putting up numbers in the first series they had. Now it's Pander, 27 kills, by far and away leading the lobby in kills.
27 and 14, 50 seconds hill time. In his name. He's having a great performance as Seattle Surge now just need 40 more points. App trying to watch the cut. I'm watching the front. That's a gunfight you expect to see him win, but it doesn't matter. Teammate Panda there to trade. Seattle still in the hill, and more importantly, they can close out map 1 here.
And this is fairly deja vu to the Azir Cave series as well. We mentioned it was a 100-point club, and I think they got like 78 points. It was right in that ballpark, something to that effect, but right about the same scoreline we've seen from these two teams before. And realistically, when you're looking at Surge as a whole, their respawn hasn't been like bad by any means. Like not astronomically great, of course, but not too shabby. And the Guerrillas on the flip side have just had no success at all. So really, this is almost not an expectation for it to be this bad,
right?
But at least in terms of the W category, this is how I saw this first.
I mean, I think you really kind of talk about the search and destroy with Seattle Surge as we have all throughout the season. That's been the big talking point there. Reform for the most part has been pretty good. They've had a fair amount of game 5s, of course. They've been unfortunate enough to lose a handful of, but this is a great way to kind of start your series as you look to try and book your ticket for Sunday. A semi-final, of course, awaits the winner of this series. They'll just need 10 more points, 240 to 95.
And speaking of 10 more points, of course, that's what you get if you win the CDL match. But coming into this home series, Seattle, they had 20 points total, both of which, the total points, only from the Guerrillas. They got their next set of 10 points yesterday against the Guerrillas. And so they started the weekend in 10th place. And just from beating the Los Angeles Guerrillas, assuming the series goes that way, yes, we're being a little bit predictive, they'll jump up to like, what, the 7th or 8th spot just purely off of beating one team. Just from beating one team.
Well, we start off map 1 in that fashion. Seattle Surge really dominant from the very beginning, despite Guerrillas' best attempts at rotating early towards hills. Didn't really take Seattle long to break through and do some serious damage. Of course, another game field key to victory was focused on Decimate. I mean, a better game from his standpoint, 21 and 22. But overall, just not enough slaying output from the LA Guerrillas. If you're Seattle Surge, you're feeling very, very confident. And big shout out to Panda from game number 1. 34 and 20 chance. I mean, he just had a fantastic map 1.
Absolutely. And I think this also answers the one kind of question that Nameless really had about the Seattle Surge in this series. Like, he did say, yes, I predict them to win. Yes, they're going to be confident. But at the same time, sometimes you can get a little bit too confident against a team, and then it bites you in the ass at the final second. So he said he wants to make sure they come out hot like they should against this team. And we got that, and then some. So Seattle, again, just looking good.
Just to reiterate, it's a fantastic point he brought up, right? So many times you've seen teams, just in Call of Duty history, get comfortable, right? And get maybe just a little too comfortable. When you have a favorable record against a certain team, sometimes you go in just expecting it to be a repeat performance. So far, at least in this series, Seattle Surge showing no signs of that. A fantastic way to start this series, and again, big credit to Panda. Great performance from him, 34 and 20, over a minute full time. As for the rest of his teammates, they're all around about even. No one really popping off to the same level. I mean, Slack was 19 and 17, Karma was 18 and 19, Octane 22 and 17, App 22 and 22. So pretty much even from everyone else. Chance, it was really just Panda leading the way.
I was going to say, there's not much more they needed to do. It was just genuinely every single hill. They just did their job as a team, whether it was bullying out and getting the quick kills and then trading everything out after that, or just straight up flipping the spawns and having a guy like Apathy sneak to the back. So just sort of a textbook game. And frankly, I don't feel like I really learned anything from that map. But we will learn something map 2, of course, because again, the storyline and the route, especially from the Guerrilla side of things now, is you need to absolutely 100% win the search and destroys against Seattle to have any hope of winning the series.
Before we get to game 2, I want to take a look at our Scuff Gaming play of the game. This one is from our 3-time world champ. We'll take a look at exactly what Kama was able to do. Really, not that many massive moments that come to my memory. I mean, there was a 3-piece, I think, a back P2, but overall, it was just one of those solid performances from Seattle Surges. We'll take a look at exactly what that play of the game was, and yeah, it's back P2. Kama just find himself a nice couple of kills.
Yeah, just a clean and comfortable win again. There's not really much more you can say. They honestly kind of looked like a scrim, right? Everyone's playing from home. It's just like Seattle was nice and comfortable. The comms are just nice and relaxed. Just like, oh yeah, Spart's over there. We've seen him there before. Let's kill him and move along. But again, it's just the first match. We already know the storyline has been set in stone. You have to win your search and destroys against Seattle to make sure you can beat them. So it's important for LA Guerrillas to try and bounce back. But again, they haven't had a lot of success in any game modes at all, and especially not against the
I want to point out, obviously, you see the player cams there. Kama with a green screen behind him. I want to see him get creative at some point throughout the season, right? Throw something creative up behind him, get adventurous with that. But for now, at least, it's Seattle Surge with the advantage here in the series. And we talked search and destroy, and of course, map record-wise, advantage LA Guerrillas as we move on to game number 2. But head-to-head, despite the poor record Seattle Surge have, it is their advantage.
We need to get the players either like whiteboards or just like more green screens, and they can just write whatever their thoughts are. Yeah. Like instead of doing interviews, just have all the quick little snippets like right before the series start. That way we have all 5 players' thoughts on the match. But there's been some interesting player cam moments, I think it's fair to say so far, and I don't expect that that's going to slow down at all.
I imagine we'll have some more coming throughout the season. That's for sure. Is game 2, of course, on the horizon. Are you expecting it to be kind of a similar output overall? I know I asked Nameless prediction. I didn't really have a chance to ask you overall throughout the series. Kind of a 3-0 feel here, you think, Chance?
Again, just because of game number 2, I will never confidently say a 3-0 for Seattle Surge, but I am fairly confident they're going to win this series. All the evidence points to that. I have no real reason to think otherwise. I will say I would want them to absolutely win the search and destroy. It's the gun runner where they're 1-5 on it. The only time they've won, they beat the Guerrillas. Right. I would like for them to make sure they beat him in search and destroy once again, because when you look at the Surge's record as a whole, like you look at all the teams they've played against, they've gotten bullied out by Minnesota. They've gotten bullied out by Dallas. Everyone else is super close and competitive. Well, not including Guerrillas, who they've bullied out, but a ton of Game 5s. They played Florida close, Paris close, Toronto close. It's always these Game 5 situations. So literally, it is as simple as you clean up one game mode. You don't even have to be great at it, just average, and you're starting to get so many more CDL points. The Surge will skyrocket in the standings. Like, they are very close to being a great team.
Well, game number 2 underway. Round number 1 is going to be the LA Guerrillas on the attack as App surges forward. He'll find the first blood of the game. It's Aqua that drops, and that's a pretty notable kill, of course, because Aqua was bomb carrier.
Well, it was bomb carrier, but you see the bounce back is going to be nice and fast from Vivid. Of course, the trades eventually come in from Slack, but nice aggressive play potentially coming in for Seattle. But of course, Spart's there to deal with it as well. And already we have our first real man advantage situation. 3 versus 2 in favor of the Guerrillas.
Well, to bring themselves kind of back into this round, it wasn't looking good as Aqua fell, of course, for that first blood. But your point, Chance, it's LA Guerrillas 3 versus 2. Octane and Panda alive for Seattle. Panda will fall, so Octane for a 1v3, and he's on a horrible spot. Unfortunately for him, though, I don't think he's going to see too much action over towards B. He reads the situation perfectly, and he has the cross to A. Octane can maybe cherry pick 1 kill, which, sadly for him, his timing just a few seconds off.
Yeah, it's bad timing, and of course, even from the angle he had, it's great for getting the information, but it's not easy to get a kill on a player that's going for the cross. And as soon as this is down in a 1 versus 3, as long as they don't over-challenge, they're going to be fine. And Blast just straight up wins the first gunfight. So a nice, quick, and easy round coming out from the Guerrillas.
Chance, remember, we're talking about Octane here. Sometimes makes the unfavorable gunfights look pretty easy. Unfortunately, not able to do anything there in that 1 versus 3. For Guerrillas, it turns into a pretty standard first round on the attack, and now, of course, they'll go over to the defensive side. It's Seattle Surge. Your turn. be on the attack.
And I will say, guys, to watch probably from this series is definitely going to be Apathy on the side of the Surge. I think he pulled off the first blood last round before he got traded out, but he's been the one shining light in Search and Destroy for Seattle Surge, and just try to see if he can continue to rack up some more first bloods, or if a guy like Spark can shut him down.
It's just that aggressive playstyle. He'll gladly just run right down the middle of the map, try and find you a first blood. Often it works, but it doesn't. Sometimes for Seattle Surge, it's been pretty bad news. This round, though, looks a lot better. Karma and Panda both find picks. Spark will trade out Panda, though. Still, Seattle Surge with a one-man advantage as Spark pushing through vents. Will he be able to maybe find something a little later on in the round? Apathy might be thinking about putting the flank basically onto Spark. Not going to happen just yet. Seattle, they have B wide open.
And they should be going for the plant here shortly. Apathy, well, had effectively cleared out the site for the bomb to get planted. Now Spart's actually just going on a full flank in Seattle. Not a single person watching it except for Karma from mid-map. Has eagle vision and the senses of a god. Able to find that kill and, frankly, probably just saved his team for that round.
Potentially. Spark's going to watch that kill cam and be a little confused. But Karma with some fantastic instincts sees the flank, finds the kill. Blast will also shut down Octane, so round not over just yet. 2v2, 20 seconds on the clock. In fact, may just get an audio cue any second here. I believe it's Decimate that just crawled straight past him. He'll find that pick. Now it's down to Blast for the 1v2. Makes it a 1v1, but unfortunately not able to get anything else going. Seattle Surge tie it up.
And that's big brain plays coming out from Seattle. Not luck at all. You want to watch the flank from any number of these obvious spots of, like, you can just see the overextension coming from train tracks. You can play from your own spawn. You can play from forest and just watch over the cross from there. Karma's like, no, don't worry about it. I got this from middle of the map. I've never seen that. Like, the perfect spot for, like, Spark to be standing in for Karma to find that kill. That is a very nice round for Seattle to get.
A little bit of lady luck. A little bit of COD timing on Karma's side. He'll take it. Doesn't matter to him all that much. A 3-1 start for Karma. As now, LA Guerrillas back on the attack. Aqua again, bomb in hand. He's going to look for his first kill of the game. Unfortunately for Spark, he's tagged up one shot. A trade comes through. Back will escape with his life. 4v4.
This is interesting. The bomb's actually down, of course, on the B side, but you see the Guerrillas putting quite a bit of pressure over towards A. Slack, though, did the smart thing, backed down, did not make any mistakes, gave Guerrillas nothing to work with, and now someone's got to make the play. Blast is working his way towards the bomb, but of course, again, you see the setup from Seattle. They're happy to just give up the plant, challenge immediately after that.
Decimate may have to try and assist Blast if he can get through you. Karma, of course, is bottom green. Octane right above Blast. Blast is looking. He knows someone's around there. Sniffs out Karma. Octane may look to try and trade this out, but been unsuccessful so far. Of course, Blast still right beneath him. He's been hunted down, and that's just fantastic instinct. And I think he gets a call out from his teammate as well, who just pushed past bottom green. Either way, now 2 versus 2 with 15 seconds on the clock.
Still just 12 seconds though left. Of course, the bomb's going down. Someone from Seattle needs to find the kill, and Slack is going to be that guy. You get the kill, you get out of dodge, you get the round secure, and yes, Blast did make it interesting. But again, that just ties into the factor of they weren't making any mistakes, didn't make any overcommittals, so even when Blast makes the play, you sniff out Karma, you find a second big gunfight against Octane, there's simply no time on the clock, and that makes it infinitely easier to pull off these rounds. If you play aggressive and challenge out and then die, even if you have even odds from the side of Seattle, just because Guerrillas have an extra 30 seconds to work with, it makes it so much more difficult.
You're absolutely right. As Seattle Surge now with a 2-1 round advantage. Aqua still looking for his first kill, as is Octane actually. Both players currently sitting at 0-3. Perhaps not going to have much success just yet, although that gunfight may come relatively soon here. As Spark's trying to hit the flank. He actually has 2 players right in front of him. The smokes are out, makes it a little messy. Doesn't want to push blindly through the smoke. Waits for it to clear just a tad. Now pushes through. Combat somehow stays alive. Vivid does get a first blood though around all the chaos. And he's put himself right at the back of the map. There's 2, almost 3. Octane finds his first kill. App also shuts down Blast. So in the blink of an eye, you've got yourself a 3 versus 3.
And you got Octane in the back potentially watching the flank. I don't know if either player just spotted him where he's at. He's somehow still alive, able to get towards the site. The question is, though, his teammates have cleared out the back, but I was going to say the cross is not open. Spart's got cover of that. You see Apathy coming back to help out Octane. And instead of trying to wrap it, they're just committing. They're going for the plant straight away.
Octane was tagged as he went to try and get the bomb down, and that's just good team peeking and team fire from the LA Guerrillas. May force Seattle Surge to actually rotate this one out from B. There's going to be one player checking, should be Spot. Maybe he gets decent timing, or maybe even Aqua might beat him there. Both players going to have a look. Wakama was watching. He finds one. There's the challenge on the site. Unfortunately for Karma, he gets bad timing, but now a 1v1. Karma's still somehow alive. He goes for the reach out. Almost makes it a miraculous round for Seattle Surge, but it's not going to be the case. Guerrillas win the round. They tie it up 2-2.
And what a bold round from a couple different players. Decimate just to be going for that challenge at the end. But I think decisiveness right there was the problem for Seattle. They never cleared out you. They knew that like Apathy had to come back to that rock just to help Octane cross to potentially get the bomb plant. As soon as that doesn't work, they had to hightail it over to A. In my opinion, they probably should have just done that in the true 3v3. They had plenty of time to work with, and I think it would have been better than just hoping that no one peeks the bomb when you're trying to get it down. But either way, not an easy spot to be in, and still just tied 2-2.
Now we head into round 5. LA Guerrillas back on the attacking side. Aqua bomb in hand as he has all map 2 so far, but it's a nice quick double kill that essentially comes through for the Guerrillas, and Vivid has put himself in a nice little spot. There is, of course, one player that's already pushed past him, and unfortunately he was trying to get some good timing there on towards Panda, but Panda fell before he even got there. That now leaves Apathy and Slacked in a 2 versus 4. Last with a nice read on towards App, and well, Slack, good luck, have fun. Gonna make it maybe a little interesting in the 1v3, but bomb, of course, planted. Slack with really not much chance of winning that round.
And that's a very nice round for the Guerrillas to get on board. I think Vivid was obviously the opening man, and it really does crack me up sometimes just thinking about how Search and Destroy is played in this game in general, of like nice and slow, snail's pace, work as a team. Oh wait, guys, I've dead silence now. I'm going to fly, and you're just invisible on the map. And like dead silence has always been incredibly important in Search and Destroy, but because you only get it occasionally in this game, it is like beyond a superpower compared to usual because you're just not used to playing around it.
Definitely very, very strong. Speaking of strong, it's a great start from Blast at 8-3. On the flip side for Seattle Surge, Slack trying to keep up that pace at 6-4. Apathy right behind him at 5-4 as well, but it's a first blood from Slack. He was instantly traded out. His teammates there, though, find themselves another 2 kills. This, a 4 versus 2. Blast and Decimate still alive.
And I like the call. Immediately Seattle again being decisive, flooding over towards B, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Blast, who's going to have to make the big play. Seattle going hunting. They have no idea. Tries to shoot one in the back, and Blast can only connect with one before he gets dropped. And now you have Seattle nice and grouped up over towards the B side.
Decimate for the 1 versus 3. Octane, Apathy, and Karma all up for the Seattle Surge. And Decimate has 40 seconds on the clock to play with. Just to his right-hand side. They knew exactly where Decimate was. May have just made a little too much noise. The Seattle Surge tied this one up again, 3-3.
And if you need a deeper explanation of why Dead Silence base gives you a superpower, because when you're used to playing this game, you hear everything, the smallest detail. Like if someone steps foot in the water, you're basically being heard like across the map effectively.
Like the ocean.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly loud. So if you don't have Dead Silence, you're basically screwed in all of those situations. And then of course, when you have it, players are not used to having to check the corners. They're used to being able to just hear everything that's going on.
Well, Seattle Surge again, tie this one up. 3 rounds apiece. If you're just tuning in, it was Seattle Surge that took map number 1 very convincingly. They've already beaten LA Guerrillas once this weekend. They want to try and do that again here. Looking for a spot into Sunday, and of course our semi-finals. Decimate will level the playing field up though, 4 versus 4. Panda responds. It's a nice trade as Decimate falls. Apathy also finds one, as does Panda. And this, a fantastic round again out of Seattle Surge. This time it's Blast for the 1v3. He'll drop as well. Seattle Surge, 2 rounds in a row.
And I'm going to stick with the theme of Dead Silence, man. I'm going to talk about it every single round as much as possible. It cracks me up after Panda has gotten, a kill with an AR over on the head glitch by Trains, and then a kill with the nade. You know Panda's going to be there, but Vivid's like, I got Dead Silence, let me make the play, and just sprints straight into his line of sight. And it gives you superpowers. It does not give you extra damage on your bullets.
Definitely does not. Be a little strong, that's for sure. Is Seattle Surge now back onto the attacking side, and are they eyeing up A, or is it just going to be the smokes to maybe try and bait out a few Guerrilla players to rotate towards that site? Nothing yet. Seems like at least the start here. Seattle Surge just slowing it down, going back to basics.
And the slowing it down genuinely just to tie it into dead silence and be like, we don't have enough dead silences. We can't make an aggressive play. Let's play for picks and hope for the best. But, of course, this time Aqua is able to strike first blood. So the pressure's on Seattle to try to make some sort of a play. And you see the encroachment over on this B point. And it looks like that bomb is going to be planted. Pressure on App to get a couple kills.
He does get out with his life for now. Last find Slack. That may just be a bit of a nuisance here for Seattle Surge, but that may be thinking about flanking the flank, and that's just fantastic instinct coming out of him. He finds himself 2. There's 1 for Karma. Decimate will shut down Karma. That makes it now a 2 versus 2. 25 seconds on the clock. They know Apathy should be hanging around you. Decimate, he's read the situation, but he's not been able to find the kill. Has to push forward, but Apathy's just running away. Puts himself in towards fence. Now his teammate has to win a 1v1 on the other side. Octane will fall. This is essentially where Decimate just has to buy his teammate time. You cannot allow App to push through and kill the player defusing the bomb. Apathy, he knows there has to be someone on the bomb, but has to check the corners as well. Unfortunate for him, unable to win the round as Guerrillas tie it up again.
Oh, that's actual insanity. That is the Guerrillas knowing the timing to a T. That was each player in the 1v1 having to make the perfect read, go and hunt each player down. And I don't know what kind of information whoever it was defused had on Karma, but I mean, he got that kill again in the nick of time. He was maybe, what, 0.4, 0.5 seconds off of not being able to go and get that defused, but that is a very big opportunity for Seattle to win the clutch round, even without the first blood. And then the Guerrillas just made the better play and blast, by the way. 12-5.
What a performance so far from him. 12-5, as you say, as we now head into round number 9. It's the LA Guerrillas on the attack. No first bloods just yet. And all of a sudden, the game slows down massively. No one moving. Everyone being patient. Waiting. Maybe get their dead silence, push forward, see if they can try and find a first blood, see what utility is still left. West does have that nade. Unfortunately for him, Octane hasn't pushed up just yet. 50 seconds left in the round. Time is starting to tick. Of course, now the utility being thrown. A few players from LA Guerrillas tagged up, but no, despite a little bit of B control, bomb nowhere near the site, and there finally comes the first blood. It's Apathy again, Chance.
But U-Control has been a central theme of this game, and of course, Apathy with that kill is going to make it that much more difficult for the Guerrillas, who are going to have to push through the B site. Aqua doing his best, and Blast in the feed, picking up a couple kills, and then Slack goes and shuts them all down.
A fantastic play from Slack. They just basically bamboozled the LA Guerrillas. They had no idea how he got there. A bit of parkour skills, and all of a sudden finds himself a 3-piece. He will get the defuse as well. Just waiting, of course, for Dead Sounds maybe to get a little closer for his remaining teammates. With Apathy and, of course, Panda there. But Slack, what a play, Chance.
I got to meet my neighbors. I need to, like, talk to them and be like, hey, guys, look, at occasional times, I'm going to be screaming my head off, and it's because of plays like that. I don't know my neighbors yet, so I'm going to just, like, try to tone it down just a little bit. But good Lord. I was also very close to saying a bad word on screen because Slack, again, just fried them.
Yes.
That was a good play.
It was a good play. That, of course, puts Seattle Surge now at map point. This round, of course, or the next, would put them 2-0 up here in this series, and would once again have them beating the Los Angeles Guerrillas. But with how often this has been tied up, back and forth action really here in game 2, you'd expect Guerrillas to send us to around 11. And again, it's Blast. Such a good performance, 13-6.
13-6, but again, the supporting cast has not been quite enough so far. Got to make big plays over by you. Panda has been on point. He's able to find 2 in the third. Karma cleans it up for him. And you talk about needing a win on Search and Destroy. Well, the Seattle Surge 1-5 on this map. Their only win is against the Guerrillas, and they're looking to get number 2.
50 seconds on the clock. Octane shuts down Decimate. Now it's Blast. He's been the man of the moment for LA Guerrillas. But something says a 1v5, you're just not gonna see it. Seattle Surge close out game 2, 6 rounds to 4. And more importantly, they now have the 2-0 advantage in the series. And she may have been right. This is looking more and more like deja vu from yesterday.
And it just tickles me. Like, it genuinely cracks me up that assuming Seattle wins one more map, which it looks like they're in great shape to do, they're going to have all 40 of their CDL points just against the Guerrillas. Like, the statistical odds of the bracket working out, like, I have no idea how that comes to be. That's incredible. And I bet the Surge, as soon as the Guerrillas beat OpTic, we're just like laughing and be like, yes, this is free for us. Let's go.
Hey, man, Seattle Surge will be happy to get any points. Doesn't matter who they're playing against. Of course, to start this weekend, they weren't in the best spot. Admittedly, could have been a little worse, that's for sure. But another win here could see them keep on climbing. And more importantly for the players, especially of that caliber, you look at some of the names on that team, world champions, of course. You expect to see them on Sundays. You expect to see them fighting for championships. That, of course, always the goal, especially when you are players of that caliber. But as things stand, it is Seattle Surge 2-0 up against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. We'll see a domination up next. And Chance, I'm leaning into it with you. I really think this has 3-0 written all over it.
I agree. I mean, when you look at these two teams, yes, they're towards the bottom of the league, but I have a lot of great things to say about Seattle for potential. Guerrillas, not so much.
As we said, it's Seattle Surge 2-0 up. We'll be right back after this quick break with Game 3. See if it'll be a 3-0 sweep.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in there, it's like, no! And there's some cold chaos and it's shitting. And it's going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Are you the biggest Chicago Huntsmen fan in the Windy City? While you may know everything about Scump and the rest of the crew, what do you know about the food scene in Chicago? Why not pull up Grubhub to explore your city, support your local restaurants, and call in a supply drop? Known around the world for its deep dish pizza, you'd be mistaken to not give it a try when in the city by the lake. Taking an East Coast staple and putting their Midwest twist on it, Chicago deep dish pizza is the perfect thing to warm up with when staying off the wind-swept streets. And with Grubhub, you can get $10 off your order of $30 or more every night from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at participating restaurants. It sounds like the perfect dinner for tonight. Here's where you can get some deep dish pizza. While everyone knows about Chicago deep dish pizza, real culinary fans know there's a huge hot dog scene in the Windy City. Topped with mustard, onions, sweet pickle relish, tomatoes, peppers, a dill pickle, and celery salt, a Chicago dog is just the thing to fuel your day full of Call of Duty action. Here's where you can get Chicago-style hot dogs on Grubhub. Chicago is home to Grubhub and, of course, some of the best sandwich shops in the country, largely thanks to their specialization in Italian beef sandwiches, composed of thinly sliced roast beef, au jus sauce, and green Italian sweet pepper, all packed into a long Italian-style roll. The Italian beef sandwich is a must-have when in the home of the Huntsmen. Why not have an Italian beef sandwich delivered by Grubhub? Through contact-free delivery, Grubhub is keeping you, your delivery driver, and your family safe during this time. That's your supply drop for Chicago.
Seattle Surge currently 2-0 up against the LA Guerrillas. But I want to take a quick moment to give some love, of course, there to Grubhub, one of our sponsors. Much love to them. Of course, you can be perfectly safe, practice good social distancing. Order off of Grubhub. I believe they also have, if you go on the perks at the top right of your app, you can get $10 off on orders of $30 or more. Make sure you guys check that out. Of course, we're all about trying to be as safe as possible here at the CDL. I know I've been using the app a ton. And, you know, who doesn't love some fantastic food? Right, Chance?
No, I'm the worst caster by far to talk about food. I think we both know that that's true.
You actually are. We've went to some decent restaurants, and you just kind of
frankly,
you just like food. I mean,
anything that the Call of Duty community loves that we should talk about more, your shoes, your hip hop, whatever, it's going to be food. I'm the worst at all of those. I am horrible for all these things, Ben. But that's okay. Fine. I can talk about COD. That's all right.
You bought some new trainers or sneakers. Sorry. What was it, like last year? You still use the same pair?
Well, I've been using the same pair since like 2014, 2015. But I have I had boots. I lived in Minnesota. It snows. Nice. I was wearing boots a lot. So I mix it up every now and again. But style, again, not my forte. Dude, like the one thing I'm actually disappointed most about, like missing the cast yesterday, I was literally wearing basically a couch from like the 1970s. It was cracking me up how absurd it looked. But anyway, Ben, we got more important
Let's
stuff.
take a look at our tactical play presented by the U.S. Army. I believe it was Slack there in game 2. He had a round which comes to memory, of course, where he just popped off, finds himself 3 kills in quick succession. Go ahead and assume we'll take a look at that. Of course, that's, again, our tactical play presented by the U.S. Army. And it is, in fact, that 3-piece from Slack, a round winner, if you will, Chance.
He should reply to his tweet. Well, okay, assuming they win this series, Ben, which you definitely don't want to get too ahead of yourselves if you're slacked in this situation.
Easy
but
now.
The tweet he sent out yesterday, he should reply to that just with the clip of him getting the 3-piece on the Gunrunner SD. That should be his response. That's his follow-up.
Okay, all right, that's a pretty decent follow-up. I'm definitely expecting some sort of follow-up if Seattle Surge do close this out 3-0, but we'll wait and see. There's still life in the LA Guerrillas just yet, and for now, as we...
Yeah, you have great vision if you can see that, Ben.
Yeah, of course. It's game 3 about to get underway. We now head over, of course, to Domination, where I'm hoping for LA Guerrillas they can try and claw their way back into this series, make it at least an interesting one, send us to maybe a game 4 or even a game 5 would be nice. We'll wait and see. The Domination now underway.
And of course, when you talk about domination, this has been the Seattle Surge's best game mode by quite a decent margin. I believe coming into this series, they were what, 8-4 on it, I believe. 8-4 in Dom, and then of course 3-0 against the Guerrillas in domination as well. So really, just no love from LA. They will not be having any more parties.
I was gonna say, you're not really giving too much hope to the LA Guerrilla fans out there. Statistically, of course, this is a series which hasn't gone well for them at all, and specifically, as you mentioned, Chance, this game 3 definitely not looking good either. But for now, at least, B remains neutral. Seattle are applying just a little bit of pressure. Going to be able to cap it up, though. Looks like there's just going to be one player on there. It's on the lane down. Teammates shooting over the top of him. B secured. Seattle Surge finally lock in to fight the 1.
And you talk about a great, well, not opening break, because it took about a minute to make it happen, but again, massive advantage to whichever team is able to capture B first on St. Petrograd, and it also doesn't hurt if you get a triple kill. Again, we just saw what? The Huntsmen and the Royal Ravens. That game was over like 4 minutes in just about because of a triple cap situation, but for the moment, good news for Guerrillas, it's only 2 flags that they're down by.
Sometimes you get, I guess, those types of game 3s, right, where it could be over, really, before you even head into the second half. This doesn't look like it's going to be one of those, or at least not yet. Cap can change that very, very quickly, and, well, you see Guerrillas wanting to push through, and A's going to be neutralized and also capped up by the LA Guerrillas, so they'll hold A and C. B, for now, still in Seattle control.
Yeah, holding that the big map view was cracking me up because I was like, all right, when's the spawn going to come in? When's it going to happen? And boom, purple over on A, and we're like, there it is. But of course, that's actually exactly what Seattle was wanting to have happen. You get that bottom spawn out, you just pour all the pressure in, you're trying to go for the CB hold, and then really just spawn trap the opponent in A the entire time. So again, you think it was a nice moment for the Guerrillas to maybe get a little flip in, capture a flag. Seattle, they play it perfectly.
One thing that when you see Seattle play domination, they seem to have pretty good balance in terms of pace. They'll have the players that will push straight forward and threaten Tripcat, maybe some spawn kills, but they also have those slower paced players too that will sit back and make sure that the spawns don't get flipped on them. As things stand though, it is Seattle Surge with the advantage, 42-32. 2.5 minutes left here of the first half. I want to send it now to an Astro.
I'm hopping it. Yeah, get on that Casey, I'll cut.
Another one, he's flowers. Flowers Yuli.
Hitting gate to C. Multiple. Two in yellow. Three.
I spawned it.
One's on B-Dom, Aqua. He's on B-Dom.
I'm filling water right now. We're gonna
Blue.
Two more at C. Blue van, Reese.
Two C on one shot. Yo, try to go for B here.
Blue dom, guys.
Blue dom, yellow, top yellow. Jesse, he might go left window.
I'm looking at top yellow.
Looks like a left window.
Lion, Spark, dead.
Nice, dead. Have a trophy on flash.
Top yellow.
I'm getting trophy
top downer.
Oh, top downer.
Yeah, mid downer.
No one shot on B.
Dessy's mid on B. I'm holding
mid trash, one shot. He's on B behind you. No, Vivid.
Yeah, there's one kid.
Nice.
That's
Another one.
I got the last guy, I think.
Where's it?
I'm on it. They may spawn P1.
I don't think they're
Show me water.
I should have spawned B.
One top yellow.
I'm staying top downer, bro.
Okay, stay up. There's one top yellow.
I'm looking at water. I'm dead on that side.
We can hit C. They're on A.
He went to CL. Fuck, one CL right now. I'll spawn out P1.
Yeah, deep one shot on B, Reese. Stop fucking shooting.
Alright, let's pressure home here.
On those flowers, guys.
Yeah, we're seeing
I flashed some flowers. On the roof, I'm on hit.
Coming left, I can help you.
Shout out
to street.
Weak.
Nice, one more.
Where's Blast?
He's back roof. He was back roof.
I spawned out coming
I got three.
Okay.
He got lion to water.
Alright, secure home here.
Spawn water here. I think they're gonna spawn water here. I spoke the flag.
Yeah, bottom diner. And we'll go in water to you.
I need a diner.
Flanking diner.
Water to C.
Bottom diner. One shot, bottom diner.
Nice, Sam.
No one. Bottom diner. So 3 dead. One bottom diner. Get on B.
Bottom
diner.
Water's done. Go
to here. Just 2
Nice
water.
On B.
But unfortunately not able to hold on to it till the very end of the first half. Seattle Surge fighting back.
It's really a story of a good half from Seattle Surge, but a great moment for the Guerrillas. We saw the spawn out on 2 different occasions over by the A flag. The first time it happened, Seattle immediately hopped on C, took it over with no qualms at all. The second time, you saw how defensive the Guerrillas were playing. They had at least, 2 players in the far back spawn the entire time, and that was a focal point of the comms. You heard he's hiding back there, he's on the back roof, just ad nauseum. And until you can really deal with that player, which you see Octane, didn't give him much trouble over that final gunfight, but as soon as you take that man down, then you're good as secure C. Then you don't have to worry about the guys spawning on top of you anymore. But again, it was just that one great moment from the Guerrillas, where as soon as they get beat down in their base hard enough that they spawn out, they get that gift.
6-point lead for LA, and I think the bad news really is they go into the second half with Seattle Surge with a favorable spawn here. So if they do manage to control B early, that lead that the Guerrillas have will just disappear in the blink of an eye. But that's a really good start the second half from Guerrillas. Again, showing signs of life. It's of course not looking great for them in the series, but they are fighting back. Very resilient. This unfortunate spark will fall. Octane finds himself 2. He challenges. There's 3. He makes it look so simple sometimes.
Even still, he does get chopped down, but obviously you get 3. That's enough work for your teammates. You had Slack who, well, at least attempted to get in a top restaurant. And actually, a huge nade coming in from Aqua just to get that pressure off the B flag. And you talk about their turnaround. Octane picks up 3. Aqua says, I can do it even better. The quick secure of the B flag. And now the Guerrillas just need to hold on for a few more minutes.
The nade certainly is going to help us. 4 minutes to go. A minute gone here in the second half. Vivid looking to maybe make the sneaky play, but unfortunately for him, he's been spotted. It was Panda that didn't even give him chance to try and make the play. But again, you can see those purple arrows on the minimap wanting to soar through, wanting to put pressure over towards C, and it's going to come down now, I believe, to Karma to make the play at the back of the map. They clear it out. They hold C for now. But unfortunately, throughout all of that chaos, Guerrillas still held 2 flags.
And Karma potentially actually able to make a play. He's able to get through just past Restaurant. Now all these arrows on the Guerrillas are going to have to turn to look for him. Able to pick up the second on Aqua, and he even knows where to look for Decimate. Karma trying to get some pre-fire in. But again, that's effectively the job when you don't have the B flag and you're spawning on the C side. You got a bunch of players that sit on the back left to secure the spawns, and you want your frontliner guys to get inside of Restaurant and just cause chaos and confusion to open up the map, which they can't do. And now you got Vivid in the feed picking up 3
and there's the weird spawn that comes through. You have Octane over towards C. The rest of his teammates, of course, they'll spawn over towards A. Now this is where for LA Guerrillas, they have to control the chaos because A is going to be neutralized. You can't let Octane make the play over towards C. Decimate's still alive, but he knows Octane is on this head. He may actually just have to try and wait for a little bit of teammate support, but the mantle costs Octane. A big win comes through for Aqua. He holds onto the C flag. Meanwhile, his teammates able to lock in B as well.
Yeah, one of those awkward situations where Decimate, he's got help coming. Octane, he's just forced to make the play. So bad timing on the mantle, but good plays coming in from the Guerrillas. Now they get that CB spawn, and you can see where Seattle's spawning out at the bottom right of the minimap. It is a 15, 20-second hike just to get towards the B flag, and you got to pick up kills on your way there.
Guerrillas wanted to put pressure over towards A. They will fall. Need to be careful. Maybe don't want to get too overzealous with 2 minutes just over still left here, and only down, or only up I should say, by 33 points. So plenty of time for Seattle Surge to turn this one around. You're looking really now for that disciplined sort of gameplay from the LA Guerrillas. Is Vivid gonna try and defend B? Smoke comes out. Octane finds one. Nice little flank could come through here from Aqua as well over towards B. Unfortunately, he has a player right in front of him. It's Karma that shuts him down, and I was mentioning Karma having a pretty good second side here.
Even still, though, Seattle obviously in a very tough spot. They secure B here, but of course that only give them 24 points over 2 minutes. So with a minute and a half, it is not going to be nearly enough. They're not quite to the point of desperation of where they need a trip cap at this exact moment, but they're maybe, what, 30 seconds away before it's a requirement.
Smart play from Spart. He actually spawns over towards the A side and he says, well, I'm just going to decap it and maybe even just stay there for the whole cap, which he does. Just play the rotation game now, force Seattle Surge into a horrible spot as they funnel over towards the A flag. It took them a long time to finally cap it up, and as they put the resources over towards the C flag, B once again under LA Guerrillas control. They have played this second half pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, and again, as soon as you get that B flag off the opening break, it really just does make your life that much easier. We saw the exact same thing from Seattle in the first half, right? They built up a nice little lead. The unfortunate thing for Seattle is the second time where they ended up going for the spawn flip. Grills made a nice play, turned it into a triple cap for, again, 20 seconds, but you blow the lead out of the water. This time, Grills, they get the B flag off the rip, and they were just annoying enough to make sure they held on the entire time. Again, if the other team is forced to get a triple cap, throw a smoke on the flag, just hang out. They're not going to be able to shoot you through it unless they're laser visioned on, and you can just be scrapped.
Octane 28 and 16, but it doesn't really matter all that much. No one particularly with flashy numbers on the side of the LA Guerrillas. It was a team effort. Pretty much even numbers across the board, and they'll take it. They'll survive in this series, and they'll force a game 4 chance.
Did you say Karma had a good second half?
A decent spree, at least.
What was his first half like? A decent spree? Okay, I was going to say, if he had a decent second half, that first half must have been rough, and I did not notice that. But either way, again, a very nice win for the Guerrillas to get. First time they've beaten Seattle in domination, and I cracked a joke, you know, before this map started. You said you saw hope, Ben. I said you have great vision. Well, you saw it, Ben. The rain is cleared out, and you see the way.
See if potentially LA Guerrillas can force a game 5 here, though. That's, of course, the scary thing. No clean sweeps, no 3-0. So if Slack did draft a tweet, he's going to have to maybe change the numbers of the minutes that the series took. Because, again, LA Guerrillas survived. They'll force a game 4. And, Chet, do you happen to remember what map it is offhand?
St. Petro. I definitely memorized that. I didn't have it written down or anything.
Okay, impressive stuff right there from yourself, Chance. And number-wise, stat-wise, does anything jump out to you when you look at that map specifically?
So I will say, as casual I've been about this entire series, again, just the expectation that I think Seattle's going to win. it actually does get super interesting now. I was not expecting that domination to go that way in the slightest. So now we go into St. Petro, of course. Seattle 1-2 on the map. The Guerrillas 2-0. I'm not sure if any of those wins counted with the previous roster, but either way, not a terrible map for them to get, right?
Yeah.
You make sure you ban out Cave because you don't want Octane to just run it up again and try to break any more kill records. So the pick and bans maybe helping them out a little bit more. And you get to take a crack on Petro, so it's a better look for him. And then, of course, if we see a game number 5, the Guerrillas have to be ecstatic about that.
Any particular reason, Chance?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, I'm just genuinely curious.
Why they? I mean, there's a lot of very obvious reasons why they'd be happy for a game 5. One, it means they're still in the series, and then
Of
2,
course.
you got a game 5 against Seattle, and you'd rather play them in Surge than anything else.
I was hoping you were going to hit me with like a knowledge bomb of a statistic. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, Seattle suck at search and destroy, and then in game 5s they're 1-4, 1-4. But that's not like I'm saying. It's the obvious answer, right? But even still, again, Seattle search and destroy much better against the Guerrillas than everybody else. Actually, there's a fun knowledge bomb for you. I have this one written down. Seattle 4-13 in search and destroy overall. Now, of course, 5-13 because they won the map too, without their record against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. So if you get rid of those series, 1-12 in search and destroy. They have won one series or one game of search and destroy against the rest of the league, and they've lost 12.
It was a game 5 though that they won, was it not? I'm pretty sure it was.
They have a game 5 win against the Los Angeles Guerrillas at London.
Okay, well, never mind.
So unless I missed a game 5, that's not the case. They've also lost quite a few round 11s.
Probably correct there. But hey, all they care about right now is that they're playing the LA Guerrillas, right? And their record head-to-head looks pretty good. They can worry about the rest of those records maybe tomorrow on Championship Sunday if they get there. Of course, I just have this feeling, Chance. I just have this feeling that this series just isn't over yet. I feel like we're doing game 5. It's our first cast of the weekend, weird to say, on day 2. Credit and much love to the other casting pairs for kind of covering for us whilst we had some issues. So much love to you guys. But I feel like we deserve a game 5 because I think every one of our series that we were supposed to cast went the distance. So maybe we're owed some good game 5s.
Maybe it's less of like we have game 5 magic and whoever does the scheduling just knows. And they're like, I want these guys to cast until their voices drop. Let's give them all the ones that go deep. But either way, again, as casual I was about not having hope for the Guerrillas, St. Petro, I think, is probably the most interesting map we could have had in terms of hardpoint for these two teams. We don't have a ton of information on either of them. And we've already seen nutty stuff on this map, right? What we saw, the New York against Atlanta FaZe, where they just beat the brakes off of them on St. Petro. There is massive opportunities. If you win a rotation or two, you can blow the game out wide open.
Is, of course, game 4, just a few moments away. Players getting lobbied up. And as Chen said, game 4 may get a little interesting here. Might not just be a by-the-book series for Seattle Surge. Maybe a game 5 on the horizon. And again, to reiterate, it was a great performance in game 3 from Octane. Really, no one stood out massively for the LA Guerrillas. But overall, Chance, it was just a team game and a well-deserved map win.
Absolutely. And now, of course, going into the Petro, the players I'm looking at, I know Decimate was highlighted for map number 1. Obviously, again, you look at all the slaying power and you want all the players to succeed on the Guerrillas, but Vivid is going to be the player I'm keying up on right now because he actually went on a tear very briefly in the hard point. He has had a couple peaks where he does look incredible, but the question is, can he keep that up consistently for the entire map and against a team that has been better than you in Respawn? So that's the guy, Ben. I'm laser focused on.
Fair enough. Anyone from the Seattle side of things that you're looking at to be, I guess, our definition of an X Factor?
X Factor. So just to clarify, our definition of the X Factor is not it's the guy that either wins you or lose your map. If they do well, you win. If they do poorly, you lose, that sort of thing. And I guess kind of like instinct says karma for that situation, right? Obviously, he's like the new flex guy, runs the M4. We're going to a Petro, and we saw what happened in the domination. Did not play very well. Your team loses. Has played well otherwise, and the team got the win. So there's your answer, Ben. Karma.
Like that. And Karma wasn't even sat down, so I'm sure he's going to run back to his setup. He has 20 seconds to get there. Hopefully he can make it in time because game 4 about to get underway. We'll stay on St. Petro because we had that for game 3 in our domination. Can the LA Guerrillas force a game 5, or is this where Seattle Surge shut things down? Game 4 underway.
pressure's on both teams. One back against the wall, other does not want to see a game. Number 5, and of course already just from right off this spawn, of course, you have at least a small advantage for the Guerrillas, who just need to make sure they keep the spawn. So Blast up top, no reason for him to ever move. You actually see 3 players from the Guerrillas that did not run towards the hard point just because they didn't want to lose spawns, and Seattle says, thank you very much, we will take the hill.
It's pretty white kill feed right there from the Seattle Surge. They'll play everyone out from the LA Guerrillas. Playing some hill time here as well, but can Seattle Surge push through and maybe have a little bit of influence on the spawns? We'll keep your eye number 7 on the minimap. That's going to be Apathy. He might push through mid-map. Unfortunately, for now at least, for him, LA Guerrillas still with a favorable spawn. Of course, he wants to come far right of the map. Get ready for P2.
Yeah, Route Man gets paid, and right now Apathy trying to earn his paycheck, but of course gets shot in the back because he was trying to catch players on the rotation, putting the pressure on the old hill, and of course looking towards new. Again, you have that small advantage off the rip just because the girls had the better spawns, and it looks like so far so good. They're at least able to potentially win that rotation, unless they start dying.
For Spart, he knew there was a player up top. Aqua now looking to maybe try and find that trade. Going to be unsuccessful to do so. LA Guerrillas inside the new hill as we go to P2. Faye lead, of course, just a small one, 20 points for Seattle. But they're putting the pressure on, trying to break through. You can see for Seattle Surge, they're wanting to push through Pool Hall, but kill feed purple as LA Guerrillas lock it down.
And this is more of a standard kind of thing you expect to see on a map like St. Petro. It's just going to be that sort of seesaw effect of Team A is going to win the first hill, Team B wins the second, and you go back and forth. And the question is, which team is going to be the first to either get a break or just who is going to be the more annoying team throughout the course of the entire map. So, of course, we saw in the first hill, Seattle, yes, they won the first hill, but they only got about 20 points. Guerrillas dominated them on hill number 2.
Annoying, it's just consistently contesting, trying to bleed as much time off the opposition as you possibly can. As we rotate over now towards our 3rd hill on our first rotation. Advantage LA Guerrillas, but the chances point, this is really where you expect to see things swing back in Seattle Surge's favor. As you can see on the minimap, they're ready and waiting in the new hill.
And Apathy and Pen are actually in a fantastic spot right now together as a duo to try to set up for some spawn kills. And you see all the players on Guerrillas having to deal with Apathy, who up top is just letting it ride. And you just see that kill feed. When there's a guy like mid-map, that makes all of your gunfights so much easier. The players in the hill know exactly where they need to look. And you see Karma has one gunfight. He has to win inside the hill. Does it with ease.
Seattle Surge can try and flip the spawns here. They'd be in a great spot. Maybe build themselves a bigger lead. Unfortunately for them, unable to do so. LA Guerrillas inside the hill, so they break it around about 30 seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to hold it really for much longer for them. The rotation now over toward Pool Hall. One likely should come through. With about 10 seconds left, Seattle Surge should take the lead, only by a couple of seconds. Guerrillas, your turn now to try and turn things around.
And that's a very good example of the hill where I'm talking about just being annoying. Be scrappy. Like, you don't even really want the break on that hill towards the end. You just want to be inside and contest or get as many points as possible. So that's a hill where Seattle gets, what, 40 points to 10 or something close to that compared to the Guerrillas. But they will take it just because they were annoying and win the rotation guaranteed to the new hill.
The problem is LA Guerrillas, they basically dedicate a lot of resources to the wrong side of the map. Seattle Surge, they just push straight through. They easily break inside Pool Hall. Vivid has to go off. He finds one, the nade to defend the front, and LA Guerrillas can breathe a big sigh of relief because that almost got very, very ugly.
And even then, ugly or not, it was just a couple seconds to contest time, but now you actually have the crack from every single doorway. Seattle timing it perfectly. Go back and re-watch it if you want to see the angles they were able to create. The perfect break on the hill, and frankly, the first real break we've seen so far in this game, and that's going to be just enough to basically tie this game up.
For LA Guerrillas, once again, they can try and rotate early towards our final hill of our first rotation. You can see the 3 purple arrows. If number 2 joins them, would be 4. Ready and waiting inside the new hill. It'll pop, and it will be in their favor. As one contest comes through the smoke. That's a stick from Vivid. He'll stay alive, and the will fall, but the Seattle Surge are going to have to funnel through the doorway, and well, Vivid should have been able to find a couple of kills. He eventually falls. Decimate looking to try and trade. Bad game 102-102. And for Decimate, it's play your life, wait for your teammates' support to get there.
It's going to advantage to whoever can get a trophy inside of this hill first. It's just everyone dying to nades and stuns causing confusion. But Seattle, they get the break, and Panda, well, he got the entry kill with the sticky grenade. And Now they're just trying to build up the lead as much as possible, and a beautiful kill feed. If you're a Seattle Surge fan, nothing but white, and you can see Octane feasting right now on the opponent. You talk about Karma maybe being an X factor. Sometimes doesn't even matter if Octane starts dropping bombs.
The big problem here for LA Guerrillas is they're spawning on the wrong side of the map. You can see Seattle Surge already waiting inside the new hill. When it pops, the trophies will be thrown out. Yes, Guerrillas have spawn control for P2, but here is where Seattle Surge could maybe build themselves a quite sizable lead and really force LA Guerrillas back against the wall. New hill pops, and Seattle Surge inside.
A nice little top-down view. You saw a player going on the flank, and you was which Seattle Surge player is going to get this kill? And, well, Slack was the man that had the right angle covered. And again, on this P1 hill, the exact same situation we saw the first time around. Yes, the Grills have the spawn, but they don't have the hill control. This time, though, a little bit of a difference maker. Blast inside, has the trophy down, and has a little bit of clearance to, well, get the Guerrillas a good bit of time.
Looking secure the flank. We'll find 1-2 more players from Seattle inside the hill. Vivid makes light work of both of those. LA Guerrillas still, of course, in control of the spawns for P2, but again, they'll be down around about 20-ish points when we rotate through. There's a little bit of lag there. I think that might just be on our end. Hopefully so, but game continues anyway. 153, 130. Advantage Seattle, but a good break here onto P2 chance, and LA Guerrillas are in trouble.
I mean, I was going to say, you talked about it before the map started. Laser focused on Vivid. Vivid has been playing amazing. As soon as we go on board with him, just stops moving. Just everyone in the game is like, no, we're not allowed to watch him at all. But in that little stretch, he did go on a 5 spree. He does have 23 kills. He's trying to keep up with Octane, and then Blast showed up with the 5 in his zone, all before Seattle, well, just take control of the hill.
A little too easy, but Smart is there. This is where you got to try and retake control of this map and not allow Seattle Surge to build themselves a sizable lead. Decimate again with the contest, but unfortunately his teammate's not there. 25 seconds of time still to be fought for. Vivid trying to go for the contest, but honestly, that might be the final push. Aqua, if he can just contest maybe another 5 or 6 seconds, it could have been worth. Decimate with the late hit. Again, looking for that scrap time. Teammates have, of course, rotated over towards P3. They'll have the spawn there, but now you're looking for them to really be flawless on this hill chance and give themselves a lead for when we rotate to Pool Hall, where inevitably Seattle Surge could actually close out the game.
I mean, still, though, if you're trying to make predictions on this, you're expecting Guerrillas on this hill to effectively tie the game up or keep it close, unless Seattle does something crazy. But then the question is, who can win the rotation? The Guerrillas, they need to have someone sneak through and try to break through the really front line of Seattle Surge. But right now, no one's being the sneaky player. It's just Seattle trying to body their way inside.
Seattle just, again, they'll just keep flying through that door, try and contest as much time as possible. Half of the hill gone. Seattle Surge still with just less than a 20-point lead. Slack looking again to try and push through the front door. The hill consistently contested. Now it's Karma's turn. He'll try and be a nuisance. Gets himself into the bathroom, throws the nade out. This is big time just to contest. Again, this is looking like one of those hard points where every second will count, but keep your eye on the minimap. It's Aqua, number 2. He's already got all the way to the back of Pool Hall. Hasn't even spotted, just barely. Panda sees him at the corner of his eye. That could have been horrible news for Seattle Surge. Instead, though, when the hill finally rotates, you're only looking at around about a 2-3 point lead here for LA Guerrillas. Seattle Surge in a good spot.
Yeah, and Route Man gets paid for good reason. It's a situation of, do you want to take the gunfight or do you want to hide? Aqua didn't know what he wanted to do, tried to run away and just get shot in the back in the situation where he just needed to take the gunfight to have any hope at all. But that's why the Route Man earned the big bucks. But either way, now you don't need the Route Man, you need the Slaying Man for the Guerrillas to break through the hill.
You saw how well Seattle Surge did it in the first rotation. Now, LA Guerrillas, it's your turn. You've got to break in early. And you've got to try and contest. This is a good fight for Vivid. They will find 2. Almost lined up for 3, but in flies Decimate. LA Guerrillas, they're in.
With or without the packets, the Seattle Surge, though, they do not want to see this game number 5. They're trying to get back through on this hill. And, well, a couple players in an interesting spot behind enemy lines, but 15 seconds left. They're going to chalk it up, and that means the Guerrillas have, what, maybe a 10-point lead, if that, going into the new hill, where Seattle, they've beaten them on this hill before.
Basically. It's going to come down to that early trophy you kind of pointed out last time. A nice 5 spree, 6 spree for Blast as he starts to heat up. The hill going to be contested. Black's on a flank, and this is where you just got to be so aware of where you and your teammates are spawning. It's going to get very chaotic very, very quickly as Panda finds himself too. Seattle Surge inside the hill. LA Guerrillas on the contest though. Panda pre-firing to the smoke. He'll find one. The reinforcements on their way from both teams as Seattle Surge once again retake the lead.
Big moments, 35 seconds left. Seattle Surge in a great spot. You just have to look at the kill feed to see it. Apathy, well, he's got the back angle covered. Free kill. He can fly out front. He can't quite find Vivid, but his teammates do the job. The clean 5-man feed Seattle. 22 seconds left, Ben. I don't think they can win it here. In fact, they cannot. But either way, they're in a great spot.
Big fight is on the rotation. It was actually Spark that just shut down Karma. That inside P1. And you'll need to see Seattle, of course, contest that. They can't just rotate through. As LA Guerrillas can win it here. For Seattle Surge, they just need 8 more points. That is it. One clean break, and they will close out this game. They will close out the series. And a pinch is starting to develop. It's going to come down to Spark to maybe try and go big. Hill full. Now it's down to just a couple of teammates. Slack is trying to hit the flank. Vivid right in front of him through the smoke. Octane finds himself too. Blast will drop. Seattle Surge break through. Decimate falls as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be that. Seattle Surge take game 4, 250 to 223. And more importantly for them, they take the series. They advance through to Sunday, and they get 10 more points against the LA Guerrillas.
I was going to say, and what turns out to be the least surprising series I think we've had maybe all this year at this point against Seattle, doing what they do best, farming points off of the Guerrillas. And again, I think Seattle's up to 40 now, somewhere around like the 8th seat. They've jumped up a couple spots. And of course for them, the bigger story at hand is we still don't know how many improvements they've made, especially in Search and Destroy, because all the teams they've been competitive with have been going to the Game 5s. 2 weeks ago, we did not get the best look from them, but great reasons for them to not be in the best of shape. Apathy, again, just literally having a kid like a couple days before, so not easy to get good practice in. Now we get to see Seattle in the future, I guess starting tomorrow. How much improvements have they really made?
You see the emotion there from a couple of the players on the LA Guerrillas, just frustration as well coming through. They're just unable to beat the Seattle Surge. It seems statistically it was a great game from Octane. You just kind of know and expect it. Doesn't matter if it's Zero Cave or not. 35 and 18. Fantastic stuff from the Seattle Surge, chance.
And that just falls into the argument of the X Factor. It's not really an X Factor if he does it every single game. It's just an expectation for Octane to play that well. But again, just bump the numbers up a little bit more. 35 and 18, another day. Not even in the office, just at home.
Of course, that's going to set up Seattle Surge versus Atlanta FaZe. I believe that, of course, maybe the first semifinal we see tomorrow. Can Seattle Surge do it? Chance, can they get to a final?
I will say, I mean, obviously the instinct answer is no, not really, but realistically, I think they have a decent shot. I mean, again, you talk about the game modes all you want, but we did watch a FaZe today that got bullied out in the hard points.
Right.
Like, they haven't looked as strong in the respawns as they have in the past, so even if they're guaranteed to win map 2 and map 5, we just saw the type of series where Seattle can just make sure they win the respawns instead.
And then on the flip side for LA Guerrillas, of course, that's their weekend done and dusted. What is it that you look at when you talk about LA Guerrillas that they need to improve on? Like, what is that big weakness that you see?
Everything. I mean, this is not it's a new year. These are some new players we're seeing on this team, and this is the first time quite a few of them have like stepped foot in the pro league, right?
Sure.
Like Spartan Vivid, we know next to nothing about because we have now seen them play in a total of 6 or 7 series, whichever like it's been for those guys. So you just want to give them more time, I guess, but it's just looking at this roster, I think we're, at least a month or 2 away before I can even start to have hope for the guys. Like, they look like all decent players, but you're going against, look at that matchup, man. You got Spartan Vivid, first time up. They are playing against Karma, Apathy, Octane, like world champion, Slack, who's again, just massive names. You reduce the number of teams we have in the CDL down to 12. It is the most competitive year we've ever had, and we have fresh faces on the other team. It's just going to take time, if anything at all.
Okay, fair enough. Some good insight from yourself. And of course, in terms of that series, it was a repeat of what we saw yesterday. Our final series of the night is very similar. New York Subliners going toe-to-toe with the Chicago Huntsmen. Will we see a repeat, Chance? Can it be done? Of course, yesterday it was the Subliners that shut down the Huntsmen in an epic Game 5.
Is that a serious question,
yes. Absolutely.
Because the storyline we had right now for like the Seattle LA Guerrillas was after their first match, we talked about Seattle, talking a little bit of smack with the tweets. New York Subliners did the exact same thing. Beat the Huntsmen yesterday. You had the Subliners tweeting about the casters, tweeting about the fans, and tweeting at Huntsmen. And Huntsmen would just sit back and be like, we will see you guys tomorrow. So we'll see, Ben. We'll see.
We've been waiting patiently for a little bit of revenge. Of course, for LA Guerrillas, no revenge for them. Seattle Surge knocked them out of this weekend's competition. Can Chicago Huntsmen stay alive, though? You feel like you want to see the home team advance to Sunday, but the New York Subliners, to be honest, Chance, I don't think they care. I really don't think they care about Chicago's feelings at all, and rightfully so.
I was going to say, it doesn't really matter either way. Obviously, both teams want the win, but I think it's only been one team so far, Atlanta, that have won at their homestand series. So Huntsmen, obviously, they want to have that follow-up, but New York Subliners, it is clearly a different team that we have seen from them in the past. Mac Melts, apparently, whether it's vibes, individual skill, whatever it may be, New York Subliners look much, much better, almost infinitely so than they did in the past.
They definitely have shown massive signs of improvement. I mean, if you're running a Game 5 against Huntsmen, you're obviously improving, that is for sure. But I think the big key that we've all pointed out on the talent roster throughout this year is consistency. Consistency is the most important thing, and a lot of our top teams, when you look at power rankings, top 5, you're just not really seeing that consistency come through from New York Subliners. If they are able to win here, it doesn't matter if it's a Game 5, 4, 3, really does not matter. If they are able to win, though, Chance, that is a massive sign of improvement and a huge step forward.
I mean, absolutely. You jump up quite a few spots in the series. Huntsmen, who are either the best or second best team in the game, that's got to be the expectation because they've lost, like 3 series so far the entire year. You get 2 wins against them back-to-back. That is confirmed, not a fluke. You get all the confidence in the world. And then even the series they had against FaZe, they blew them out of the water in the hard points. It was like it just came down to a Game 5 where the search and destroy wasn't there. But what we saw from New York in the search and destroy against the Huntsmen, great counter strats. They are sitting, like, attached, laying down in spawn. Every single live, he's like, I've seen Envoy flank on this map too many times. I'm going to figure it out. And they don't have quite that same amount of information against a team like FaZe. So, again, Subliners, it seems like they've put the work in. The respawn looks great. The search and destroy, when they have the information, looks great as well.
There was a look at our standings coming into this weekend's gameplay. That, of course, looking very different after almost 2 full days of play. For the New York Subliners, they're looking to try and increase themselves up, as, of course, are the Chicago Huntsmen coming into this weekend first. Will they stay there, though, Chance? That, of course, the question. So I almost have to ask you predictions for this next series.
I haven't had much time to think about it, and I haven't seen the map set yet. Instinct does say the Huntsmen are going to win, especially with the bounce back, because it's one of those things that, yes, the Huntsmen can lose a series, but the players you expect, that's the wake-up call. That's the instant flip into tournament road to get ready. But I really have liked what I've seen so far from the Subliners. Zoom has been frying, and the respawn's temp has been great as well. And again, just how well thought they seem to be in the search and destroys, I think that might actually be the key. If the Huntsmen make sure they win their S&Ds, they'll be fine. If they falter in that game number 2, I might be feeling great about the Subliners.
It was really interesting, speaking of RCs earlier in the week. I know we played the clip of RCs yesterday in the podcast that myself, Miles, and Phil do. And he was very, very open. For those of you that don't know, RCs is a very down-to-earth person. He kind of just says it as it is, right? And for him to come out and say, yeah, for whatever reason, we suck. We've been struggling. And then you see it yesterday. Of course, they lose Game 5 against New York Subliners, but they're looking for revenge. And they get it here. New York Subliners versus the Chicago Huntsmen. Our final game of tonight. Winner, of course, will book their spot into Championship Sunday tomorrow. And, of course, more importantly, Chance, that semi-final spot.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello everyone and welcome to your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. I am joined once again by the one and only Apathy from Seattle Surge. Apathy man, I feel like we've seen this story so many times now that I'm almost kind of out of questions for you. I feel like this matchup and this kind of a storyline finish is what we've been seeing many times before. So with that in mind, I wanted to ask you, how are you finding life juggling being a new dad and a pro COD player?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit difficult at times, like not getting enough sleep or getting less sleep. Like even today before a match, you know, all night I'm waking up multiple times. Thank God the wife is being a little bit more active and taking care of her, because usually, obviously during non-match days I help more. But it's definitely been a little difficult, but trying my best to balance both things and just being the best player as I can be and also be the best dad I can be.
Well, absolutely. And that is shining through, especially from the player side. I can't speak from at home, but I'm sure you're doing a fantastic job of being a new dad. And a massive shout out to Mrs. Apathy for being an incredible new mum herself as well. Bringing it back, though, of course, to the series. I've got to be serious as well.
Yeah.
We did see you lose a Dom, man. First one, actually, I think LA Guerrillas have won. It looked like they had a little bit more control than you. You also got outslayed as well. What happened on Petra?
I feel like Petra was just a little bit of misplays, but that map is so weird because I feel like, especially online, you can just camp little corners, be like a little rat, and you can take advantage of just like the sound and the footsteps. So like once you get control of like our base, or once you get control of one of the buildings, it's so hard to take them out of it. I think we did a poor job of just going together and trying to clear them out, but at the same time, it's so difficult to do it, especially on Dom. They can just sit in corners, camp till, you know, we try to get the flag or we try to push them. And I think St. Petra is just like kind of like a weird map. It, like I feel like a lot of like almost any team could beat any team on that map. So just just unfortunate for us, I guess. We could have played it better though, for sure.
And I've seen, obviously, on Twitter, social media, it's very apparent to everyone and the viewers. There's a little bit of trolling that happens with the Guerrillas and around them. Do you guys use the time that you do have playing against LAG to kind of try new things out and test the waters on some of maybe the other bigger and stronger teams?
I wouldn't say that. I think every map and every match and just like in general, we're just constantly trying to improve and learn from our mistakes. Like even when we're playing them or playing any other team, I think even though like we've beaten them every time, they're still a pro team. They're still capable of beating us, and we definitely like bring our A game and try our best to beat them. And you know, we just continually just try to improve and just work on our mistakes. And even like when we're playing them, just trying to learn and trying to get better. Because you know, I feel like we're kind of behind as a team. We have a lot of work to do still, so we just got to do our best every day, and you know, just try to improve the most we can.
Absolutely, and we look forward to seeing that from you guys. You've got FaZe next, which is going to be super tough. So I hope you guys are ready for it. We're ready to watch you guys take on FaZe. So I wish you the best of luck, and thanks so much for joining me yet again. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we do come back, we have a rematch on our hands. That is right, this Saturday, the final game of the day is bringing you Chicago Huntsmen taking on once again New York Subliners.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challenges.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for the final game of the evening. Of course, this a knockout game as well and you progress through the Championship Sunday tomorrow, where you can fight for a championship and, of course, more CDL points. It's Benson, it's Chanson. Joining us is Rich. Rich, I feel like I haven't got to speak COD with you in so long. I was so happy I got to speak to Nameless a series ago, and now you're here as well. It has been 2 years. 2 whole years. I've avoided exactly this, man. I'm kidding. I love what you're wearing today, which makes a delightful change. You look great, Rich. Good to see quarantine is doing well for you. But to move the conversation, let's talk all things Call of Duty. Of course, yesterday we saw this series. Yesterday, New York Subliners shocked everyone. They beat the Chicago Huntsmen. Rich, does it happen again? Is it going to be deja vu?
I think that one of the exciting things that's going on right now is we're starting to see a lot of the matchups that we need to see to prove what teams can do that have made changes, right? We need to see the rematch of this for the Subliners. Even with the Surge as well, finally we're going to see a matchup for them a little bit later on, where we actually get to see, okay, we get that you invested in Gorilla Coins, we get that you can farm one team in the league and manage to just scrape by and continue to actually be somewhat legitimate force, but let's throw them against a real team, see what they're able to do. And I feel the same way with the New York squad. I just want to get more information on them. I want to see them play more, because since we've seen Mac added to the roster, all of a sudden it seems like he's the player that's just woken every other player up.
Giving them a life force, if you will. But we'll take a look at our game fuel keys to victory. Chance for New York, what stands out to you?
Well, I would say New York, again, they just have to keep up what they did yesterday, right? You have the pick and bans potentially in your favor because you just bullied out the Huntsmen yesterday. So if you get the map repeats, you're confident because you just beat them. If you play on different maps, you just said, hey, this is not what they wanted originally against us. So I think the Subliners, again, just sort of keep it up, and to sort of tie it off of Rich's point as well. I'm not as convinced for Seattle, right? Obviously, they farmed their Gorilla Coins. That's a great phrase, by the way. And they have the opportunity to prove, like, tomorrow how good they actually are. For me, the New York Subliners, I'm at least halfway sold. Like, clearly they're a good team. Clearly they made, like, improvements. I don't think there's any argument there. The next step is now proving that you are one of the best teams in the world at the tippy top. And again, they've played against FaZe, took them to a Game 5. They've already beaten the Huntsmen once. If you beat them a second time, that's a really good case for being in the top.
And then, of course, for the Chicago Huntsmen, just continue the creativity in search, and rotations are key when playing together on the map. Shout out to Nameless for the game fuel keys to victory. But we'll take a look, of course, at our quick scope as well, presented by the U.S. Air Force. And I'm excited for this series. I really, really am. And for me, I feel like this is Game 5 written all over it, and I don't know which way to lean. Rich, I know obviously we saw New York win yesterday, and you're kind of saying, well, yes, potential redemption here for Chicago, but if you had to pick who wins this final game of the night.
I actually do think that I agree this is Game 5 written all over it, but I think the
Okay.
Huntsmen do come out on top this time. I think they've had the opportunity to work on a few things that seem to be plaguing them yesterday, and we saw that just a little bit earlier on. And also, I think that for the first time ever since the inception of the CDL, Envoy looked like he had an off day.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that's the case today. And I'm expecting him to just pop off, and I think that might be a big enough roadblock to make it look a little bit more difficult
Fantastic.
for New York
There,
to
of
come
course,
out.
a quick glance at our maps and modes. Chance, anything jump out to you there?
Well, Ben, you know how I live in like the 1980s and I don't have a 2-monitor setup?
Nice, dude.
Yeah, I can't see the maps. I have no idea. Like, I'll see them when they're there. I just, I'm not allowed to like cheat. I'm not technologically advanced.
All right.
Ben. You saw this yesterday. I know nothing.
All right, Chance.
And I'm not going to BS my way through it. Actually, no. Dude, that Gunrunner hardpoint first map, it's going to be on fire. We saw Envoy didn't have a great start yesterday, as Rich pointed out, on this exact map. But as he called out, Envoy's going to turn it around, and MacMelt's not going to have enough production to keep up on that Gunrunner map 1.
Fine. Rich,
am I right?
Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate you. I look forward to hearing more insight from you later on in the tournament. But Chance, for us, we can get this game underway. Of course, map number 1 already, it seems. New York Subliners with a little bit of time. Nothing, though, for Chicago to worry about, of course. And to look to try and break through and secure those spawns for P2.
And Ben, I'm going to do this unprompted. I know normally the sort of thing is making sure that you ask for predictions, whatever it's going to be, instead of just offering them up. I'm making my prediction. I'm going to offer it up. It is written in my contract. I am not allowed to agree with Rich Campbell, so I'm saying the Subliners are going to win it.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, they won yesterday. Of course, it goes all the way to a Game 5. We will wait and see. I'm really excited to be casting over Mac for the very first time. Yesterday, he massively impressed me. I'm going to look for something similar here today, though. Trying to make a name for himself in the CDL. We talk about Path to Pro. So often we talk about how difficult it can be to break through. But he's done a good job so far. Certainly a day of official games under his belt. But another big performance here against the Chicago Huntsmen. And, I mean, you're going the right direction.
Big performance, and again, this is a big hill for them to really step it up on. Obviously, you got accuracy. He's watching the left wing of the hill, and he's able to find a couple. Immediately back to help his teammates out in the hard point, who frankly, at the moment, didn't need it. He did give up that left flank, though, so he gets chopped down by Formal, and now it looks like the Huntsmen are inside for at least the contest.
Slides on in. He'll find himself two attached there for the trades, and it's the New York Subliners that break through and look good. Try and build themselves a little bit of a lead if they can find the final play, which was Envoy. Nice stuff from Temp. 20 seconds remain, and again, Chicago Huntsmen looking to put the pressure on. This time it's RC's up top, but Zoomer from the side door. There's 2, there's 3 for the Italian Stallion. Nicely played. As New York will have themselves around about a 30-ish lead, but in terms of rotation, Chicago already there.
And so, all right, obviously all the casters are friends with like JP and Revan from in the past because we've all worked with them. I've been hearing from those guys all year about their team is so much better online than what they've ever performed on land. They just like couldn't find it together. Obviously, we see the roster swap, and I've also heard about how good Zuma actually is at this game. I feel like we've caught glimpses of him when he's like full on willing to shine, but he picked up that 3-piece right there. I had flashbacks to him dropping like 38 yesterday, and I'm like, I think it might be Zuma's time, man. I think he might finally be here.
I feel like he's the sort of player that's just going to grow into the year. You know what I mean? Like, he showed glimpses at the very beginning, but then he also showed you, I think it was like an 0-7 performance on a Piccadilly Search and Destroy as well. So you never really knew what you were going to get. Again, we talked about consistency with teams, but consistency with players is also so important. And Zuma often towards the end of the year kind of finds that stride. I mean, he started off here 9 and 5. He gets himself a 3-piece, of course, back in B2. It's a great start from him. And more importantly, a great start from the New York Subliners. Unfortunately, though, for them, they won't have a lead really to show for it. As we rotate now over towards P4, the Huntsmen with a 3-point lead.
I forgot about this, but you bring up the donut he dropped on Piccadilly. This does not count like the past 2 like home series that we've had. I just haven't double checked it, but at least before like the whole coronavirus thing really kicked off, there had been 5 total donuts dropped in the CDL. Zuma had 2 of them. which is awful, but he still had a higher S&D KD than like 14 other players.
That's actually nuts.
that just cracked me up.
And for those maybe newer viewers of the Call of Duty League, Zuma historically, I mean, he came from a search and destroy background. You really think Zuma, most people think of Zuma flanks. It almost became a trademark at the end of post and throughout Advanced Warfare. You always knew what he was going to do, but he'd still kill you anyway. He's a fantastic search player, and he seems to at least be finding a bit of a stride again. You look for that consistency, though, and you look for him, you know, a championship caliber player to start getting those big performances against the big teams. And Chicago Huntsman's proven already this year, one of the big boys, as they have themselves now, again, around about a 20-point lead. Really, both teams struggling to pull away.
And right now, this is just a bit of a hefty SMG battle. Really, whichever team has won the hill break. The SMGs have been on point right now. New York Subliners lighting the feed up. Temp able to find a couple attached for a little bit of the follow-up, but just look at how far the Huntsmen are spawning away. There's 40 seconds left on this hard point. They haven't yet broken through tracks.
Struggling for now, for sure. You expect that break to come through shortly, unless Temp can hit a nice pinch here, which he may be thinking about. We still have accuracy inside the hill. He's more than happy to sit and milk up some hill time. Most on the team for now, 36 seconds. Everyone pulling their weight in the slaying category as finally Chicago break through, but they still have to break through accuracy. That top-heady teammate watching the back. That is a fantastic hill and a fantastic hold out of New York.
And that is the accuracy special. He will be happy to sit inside the hill and L trigger whatever he needs to and just sort of hang out and rack up the time. And of course, that puts a little bit of pressure on his teammates. They obviously have to have good production to make that effective. And so far, so good. You got Mac and Temp, 18 kills apiece. Again, the SMGs outclassing the Huntsmen, at least for the moment. Obviously, very early on in the game. Just one set of rotations through.
About Temp, it's never really been about, you know, how talented he is. You know, he has so much talent. Of course, for the championship, for me, it's about remaining cool, calm, and collected. I always look back to London, for example, when they were 2-0 up against the Royal Ravens, and of course that series goes to Game 5. For me, I just want to see Temp just be calm and composed. Talk all the trash you want at the end of a series once you get the win. But it's hot starts exactly like this, which he's become pretty known for, as New York Subliners with the lead, 125-83. This is now where, for me, Chance, I start looking at the Chicago Huntsmen and say, all right, who needs to turn things around? Who's having that kind of a slow game? And next time the stats come up, we'll take a look. We'll digest exactly what might be going wrong for Chicago Huntsmen. Obviously, you mentioned the subs. Currently, the aggression from New York Subliners working out in their favor. But for Chicago, they need to turn things around. Otherwise, they could be 1-0 down in this series.
I'm not there yet. Obviously, being down by 50 isn't a good spot, but you're going into hill on P2 where you expect them to get, what, at least 35, 40 seconds, if not even more. So they don't necessarily need to, like, rapid fire turn that game around. Just one solid hold here, one good rotation there. They'll be good to go. Now you got Formal posted up inside with the M4, able to find 2 kills, and maybe he can be that guy to start turning things around.
You heard Rich mention Envoy with a slow performance yesterday. It's another slow start for him here, 11-19, not having a lot of success. On the other side, Mac and Temp still keeping up that slaying pace, 23-16, 22-13 between the two of them, and kill feed all white. New York, they break through, and that is worst case for Chicago Huntsmen.
Remember that time I said, the Huntsmen will get 35? Yeah, okay, so that obviously didn't happen, and now we are to the point where you need the rapid fire turnaround for everyone to start kicking up, because really you have 2 players that are even, which is nice, I guess. Everyone else just massively negative, and again, it has been Mac feasting on the Huntsmen, which is not a sentence I would have ever expected to say at the start of this year.
Either way, that's what we have on our hands here. There's about a 70-point lead has developed for the New York Subliners. Now, as you head over towards P3, this is a crucial hold for Chicago Huntsmen just to keep this game close. Another quick break from New York, and Huntsmen are going to be in big trouble. Tatch is thinking about trying to hit the pinch perfect time. He'll find Envoy. There's 2 players from Chicago lying down in the hill. There's 2, almost found 3. Player weak. Mac looking for the trade. He slides in. Gunless falls. And with 30 seconds, New York are inside the hill.
And this is so, like, it's so interesting and potentially incredible, the story we have for Mac. Like, how many players do we have, like, occasionally it happens, come onto the scene and look good right off the rip? Because, I mean, he got fed to the wolves. Like, it's nice, I guess, for him that it's like the online format, but you get Huntsman, FaZe, Huntsman in order for your first 3 series you have to show up for, and he looks good. Yeah. Like, even on the Guerrillas, like, yes, like, you have Vivid who has moments, and Spart, they have moments where they do look good as a player, but they're, like, just not getting wins. You have a guy coming on the Subliners roster, replacing one of the best European players of all time, and he's making his team look so much better than they were before. before, your stock goes from not zero, but very low, and you're just skyrocketing it as a player.
Quite often when you speak to players who make team changes, sometimes a player can come in with the same talent as someone else, but it just improves the morale of the team more. As I'm sure everyone in the Call of Duty community knows, the vibe of the team, right? That's what sometimes a team change can do. It's why so often it's easy to kind of forget the players' emotions, if you will, throughout the season. But again, it is still the New York Subliners with the lead, 186 to 157. Huntsmen fighting back, still 20 seconds of hill time, and this is massive time for them. They're able to get it and break through to the final hill relatively quickly and could turn the tide of this game.
And for all the gas potentially we're giving to the Subliners, of course, the Huntsmen, they have many a comebacks in hardpoint, not just in this game, but of course in their career as well. So that lead has been cut by quite a bit. Now, though, you got the spot. We know that the Subliners love to have a player up top. Envoy can't quite deal with it, but this is the hill for the Huntsmen. They got destroyed on last time around. They need a break here, and Envoy trying to be that guy, but he gets chopped.
At least you're getting a couple of kills, and contest does come through. Can the Huntsmen win the fights? No. Zuma shuts it down. Another three-piece for him. Gunless Arcities both will fall. New York looking to hold. Of course, they cannot win it here, but for Huntsmen, they need to break through. They're going to know that. Unfortunately, a team kill comes through for New York, so Temp is going to be left trying to defend the front door of the hill. Huntsmen, they're going to push it, and he knows it.
A team kill, though, coming in from the Huntsmen. That's going to just stop them in their tracks just about. It makes Temp's job so much easier to the point where he's kind of bored, waiting for the players to finally come through the door. And as soon as it happens, he's able to take down at least one. And no, his teammates are not quite there for the trade. So, yeah, 14 seconds of scrap time to the Huntsmen. We're going to have about a 30-point lead for the Subliners, who have a decent setup over towards the new hill.
21 to 189. Huntsmen back against the wall. And you need to click into a different gear. You're obviously going to worry about the spawns for P2, but more importantly, you've got to make sure you do not give New York 29 points of their own. So the contests are going to have to come through in New York to solidify the spawn. If you can get maybe 10, 15 seconds of hill time, that is absolutely great. Just want to make sure you really shut down any potential comeback, as Envoy's actually let one player sneak straight through. He should spot the cross there on Temp. He's going to shoot him. Is he going to play for the spawn straight away? He knew accuracy was up top. Now, of course, Envoy looking to play for the spawns. There's no one on side this hill, by the way.
Yeah, it's almost a game of trying to like keep away, to try to make sure the Subliners just don't have any pressure on the right side, but no me gusta for that situation. And now the Huntsmen aren't even trying to get pressure inside this hill. That is not their win condition. They have to make sure they break through and try to get the spawns.
This is it. This is really the moment they have to just fly straight forward. Unfortunately, there's going to be many players close enough. The scrap time is essentially irrelevant. No one really picks up any time whatsoever, but it's New York with the favorable spawn. If they can kill maybe one wave of Huntsman players, that should be GG map number 1. Actually, of course, just realizing, playing it smart. I just need to stay alive. They have to push. And once they do, it should be free kills for accuracy. There's 1, there's 2. Envoy could be number 3 as he looks towards the front door. The contest has to come through. Finally, it does, but accuracy finds the final kill. As you look at the minimap, there's maybe time for one final contest to come through, but the nades are there. The stack comes through, and that is GG map number 1. New York Subliners take it 250 to 195.
And almost prophetic, right? Talking about Envoy, potentially slow start on Gunrunner, and just the SMGs outclassing, genuinely just outclassing, at least on this map, Chicago Huntsmen. Surprising, to say the least. And Ben, you know what's more surprising? Did you see how many kills Mac Melt's got?
He went 45 and
45! It would have been a record 2 days ago, or at least a tie. He would have been tied with Scump, and now, of course, well, Simp the lone man just sitting on top with like 49. But nonetheless, 45, an absurd number for the new man on the roster for his, what, 3rd professional series of his career.
Yep.
It's fairly impressive, Ben. Fairly impressive.
It's really impressive. Let's not kind of beat around the bush. I mean, a great performance for him, 45 and 13, 9 defends and almost a minute of hill time. And I mean, that overall leads his team to victory. 250, 195. Again, the score there to the New York Subliners. They go up in the series 1-0. And this is where I think a lot of people worry for the Chicago Huntsmen, right? What is it going to be that causes the implosion, if you will, of this squad? And you worry it could be a series just like this, not making it to Sunday, their own weekend. It could be bad news.
I will not buy into that storyline. I've seen like a couple blurbs about it, but like they're 10-3 overall, something like that. Clearly at the top of the game. Like you have a moment in the year where other teams obviously are going to get better, start to catch up, and now it just gets a little bit more competitive. I'm not saying they won't implode. I can't predict them or their personalities or whatever, but in my mind, there is absolutely no reason they should. They should not hit that red button unless they start getting obliterated for the next like 2 tournaments, whatever it's going to be. They're still a very good team. I will not bite on this. Not yet.
They're a great team. Absolutely. But I'm speaking to RCDs earlier in the week, man, and just the general feel that this team have. I mean, they feel like they should be winning every single weekend. I mean, RCD said there's no team that should be beating them. They feel like on paper they are the most talented squad, yet they find themselves struggling to close out weekends, which is never really the goal. And I mean, not making it to Sunday, I think that was the conversation myself, Miles, and Phil had when we were talking about, all right, what would need to happen for, worst case scenario, this team to consider a team change? We've seen a lot of team changes now throughout the league. And I kind of said, well, I don't really expect it. I think worst case would be not making it to Sunday. Now, as they go up against the New York Subliners, that could become a reality. Of course, not saying that they would make a change. Again, I think this team is absolutely fantastic. I think the problem, though, is every single player on that roster wants to win. And that is the #1 driving factor for them is just they hate losing. It's almost as if they hate losing more than they enjoy winning, if you will, as we take a look at our play of the game presented by Scuff Gaming. Accuracy will claim net from the New York Subliners, as they, of course, 1-0 up in the series, Chance.
I'll take a guess and assume that the play of the game is just towards the end where he's posted up in the hill and gets like 3 or 4 down the stretch, something like that. But regardless, just to touch on the Chicago Huntsmen storyline, like every team at this point of the year has begun reevaluating and try to figure out how to bump their game up to that next level, right? Even the 2 best teams in the world. We saw Chicago making the role swap 2 weeks ago. Even FaZe now are thinking about role swaps as well. Every team just about is starting to catch up and look a little bit better. New York Subliners, absolutely the perfect example of that. So the middle of the pack and the bottom of the pack starting to get closer to the top. It just means the guys at the top have to reevaluate their gameplay. I don't think it means you hit the red button and start making roster swaps because, like, who the hell do you pick up to replace someone on the Huntsman? Like, to begin with?
The first question is,
like,
right? I mean, you're looking at
right. Like, RCDs is correct. You have, well, maybe not 100% correct. There's 1 or 2 other teams that might be able to compete with in talent, but absolutely the Huntsmen are definitely towards the top of that list, if not on top. You don't make a roster change for that. You reevaluate your gameplay. That's all you do. Make an evaluation, figure out where the improvements need to be made, or if at all, because they only lost that 1 series yesterday, they could come around where they have been great search and destroy the Subliners here on Arc Glob, get their revenge eventually, and then win the tournament, and then this is a pointless conversation.
But for now, it's relevant. Is there?
But for now, who cares? Let's do it.
Series, we go to game 2. It's search and destroy. Of course,
hit the red button. They lost a hard point, dude. Drop them all.
So we'll start off on board with Attach Sniper in hand. No look for him. Empress Red to push through, and we'll find Envoy. He's also doing well just to stay alive for this round. Of course, I know he's over just yet. A couple more kills for Chicago Huntsmen, and of course, as you can see, the bomb actually made its way to the other side, and there's a player from Chicago right around the corner. I think it's actually up top. We may have to have that gunfight sooner rather than later.
It's an interesting setup for the Huntsmen as well. They put so much pressure over towards the other side of the map. They're going to have a double flank through mid-map. Formal patiently waiting for a player to come up top, and Zuma, well, doesn't need to be the victim. He has no reason to move.
Comes the push. Almost full. Zuma just tucks himself into a little corner there. He'll find the pick, and now as the players from Huntsman flood through the front door, Mac will find 1, leaves gunless in a 1v2. Zuma finds the final pick. New York continue where they left off in the hard point. Home win round number 1. Pressure now on Chicago Huntsman to respond in round 2.
And we saw how the round played out, and Zuma's able to get 3 kills, so it's very easy to criticize in hindsight. But the biggest moment of that is Formal's up top as these players are encroaching on the site, and he just gives up the top control. He's waiting for a player to come and push him up top, or someone to like jump in the window, which never happened. He allowed Zuma to get in the perfect spot right behind the door where he can then cover the steps and be in the best power position to check the bomb. You give up the positioning, Zuma takes full advantage, gets 3 kills.
Start for him, as now we go over to the Huntsman on their attack. Will be attached full for first blood, and it's Arcedes with the sniper rifle that will find the pick. Meanwhile, his teammates mid-map having a lot of success. Envoy finds Zuma as well. So now 5v3. Huntsman look good to tie this up.
And another nice strat coming out of the Huntsmen, and they're going to be decisive as well as accuracy spots one out. And frankly, accuracy doing the smart thing. Smelled out the rotation immediately. Saw a player backtracking. He rotates back to A, and he is calling for support. Arcides, though, clearly he knows he's there.
He saw him cross as well. Trophy will stop first as Envoy just surges forward. Shuts down accuracy. The trade was there, but Arcides in his sniper rifle almost connects. Let's be careful, though. Tagged up. We may worry about the nade. Max actually found himself a double and has stayed alive. So this round, which looked as if it was going to be a simple one for the Huntsmen, not going to be the case. With 25 seconds left, they may start scrambling to plant, but temp will fall. Now Mac for the 1v3. Knows one player sniping, one on bomb. Should surely be just a few more moments before he drops.
He does have a sniper rifle, though. Has to get the player picked off of the bomb, and actually Gunless just able to run away. So now it's a 1v3. You got to deal with head glitches. You got to deal with RCD sniping in the back, and you can try to make the play, Ben, but I don't even have advice for you. Just accept your fate and go and die. And the Huntsmen with a nice bounce back round and another creative strat for them as well. Even on the first round that they lost, they had a very nice aggressive push on defense over towards A. They've shown a couple different looks, and this time a decisive round. You get the wrap back as quick as possible. You catch accuracy, the lone man who's defending for the moment, and make sure you secure the round. So good stuff from Chicago.
Fan of Arcides and the sniper rifle. He had a lot of success in that round. Of course, he finds the final kill as well. Chicago tie things up one round apiece. Actually, Arcides a 3-1 start for him. We'll see back on the attack, the New York Subliners. You're eyeing up the A site. Keep your eye on number 3 on the minimap. That, of course, Temp. He's going to be playing a little bit on an island over towards B. Now there's not much happening at that site. It is New York flying towards A.
And Zuma, well, you know, you can fly, and he can get shot down immediately. Was looking for Gunless, who's right next to him, and, well, Mac will be the player that's able to find him.
He was looking for Scump, but wasn't the case. We'll find one. Makes it a 4 versus 4. RC still sniped out here on the defense, and Mac, you're dancing with death. I'm going to repeat that just yet. RC doesn't find the pick.
And the Subliners in an interesting spot because, yes, the bomb's towards A, but they do have two players that are kind of waiting for the rotation. Tap, he's just expecting someone to push through mid, but Huntsman not really taking the bait. And, of course, they know that Mac melts and the bomb should be over towards A, so Huntsman, they don't have to do anything different. RCs can sit there and hold the exact same angle.
They couldn't get the bomb actually out to rotate, so for them it was just try and bait it out. Won't be the case. Mac crosses the bomb. Surely he's been spotted. RCs can't find the angle just yet with the snipe. But, of course, worry about accuracy. Bottom ditch, and for now, New York up of just staying alive. 35 seconds. Finally, Arcides springs to life, but he will fall. That leaves Envoy and Scump now up by themselves. Mac finds Envoy Scump for the 1v3. Just not gonna happen. New York, yes, they're backwards against the wall in terms of time, but they get the bomb down and clutch up big time.
And Mac frying in the end as well. Held accuracy for the first kill on Arcides and gets the final two himself. Again, great series so far from the new man on the roster, and a great round as well. And so annoying for Arcides, right? The guy plants the bomb. You're just hoping that he's going to get up right away, run away, and hope he lives. Mac, he sat on bomb and laid down for, what, 15, 20 seconds, just waiting for the bait to come out effectively. And, well, he's got 6 kills to his name and just
He's just such a smart play, right? You don't want to give Arcides anything at all. By the time you've wasted 10 and 15 seconds, then of course after you get the information, they double challenge and they find the pick, and from that point the round is pretty much over. New York in the driver's seat for now, but again, look for the Huntsmen to respond as they did on their last attacking round. But first blood comes through for Temp. Formal will fall. RC's looking to try and level it out with a sniper rifle. Scump as well. Gonna push through the ravine. He's tagged up, has to back up.
Envoy, when that smoke clears, doesn't quite have the angle, but he knows the player's going to nearby and accuracy. Apparently in the perfect spot.
That is just so...
He's so close. So close.
Oh, perfect for accuracy and terrible for Envoy. Accuracy will find one. Scump trades that out. Zuma looking to hit the flank as he so often has in his career. He'll find a pick and attach, feeling the pressure. Envoy left in a 1 versus 3. They have him basically trapped and dead to rights with just 24 seconds left. New York give themselves a 2-round cushion.
one of those fun situations where you're watching the first gunfight and accuracy gets the pick, but immediately traded out. And I'm like, well, you know, he did his job. The rounds evened up. I see Zuma on the flank, and I was like, never mind. That's a GG. I'll see you in the next round because, again, Zuma, not one known for his flanks, almost always plays straight up. You'll never see any creative stuff, but occasionally he pulls something fancy out of the bag and just wins you the round by sneaking up on somebody.
And New York now with a 2-round cushion, 3 rounds to 1. Mac 6-3, double positive on the other side. You look at Formal 0-3 with a slow start. Also had a slow start, but he's turned things around in the last couple of rounds. 3 and 4 he sits at, but I mean, all eyes on Formal. That'll be number 6 on your mini map. He's playing outside B here, and actually may spot him. In fact, Zuma finds the first blood on Formal, and that B site is going to feel a lot of pressure very, very quickly.
A lot of pressure very quickly, and Attach, of course, nothing coming on the flank for him, so he'll be effectively out of the fights just for a bit, which means everything is going down in around the site. Scump can see him through that garbled mess of whatever that is, and RC is going to be there for the follow-up, makes the perfect read, and this looks like a nice, clean, comfortable round.
Just a great read from Chicago in general, right, of how New York was going to play that round. They have the resources at B ready and waiting. Almost falls for first blood, and instantly RCDs and Scump know they're going to have a lot of work to do, and I mean, they get the work done. Shadows in RC's favors there. That's his 3rd kill this round. Attach. Well, good luck. Have fun. 1v... okay. 1v3 with a sniper rifle, but surely no time and no way he wins that round. Chicago take it. Still New York with a 1-round lead.
And this is a very interesting situation in this game as well. You've seen quite a bit of creative stuff actually coming out of the Huntsmen, trying to mix up the strats as much as possible, because throughout at least towards the start of the year, S&D was actually their best game mode. Like, they were great at everything, obviously, but if you just look at purely the statistics, a little bit of an edge there. Subliners yesterday, they beat them on both the searches. And now we had a situation where they were up 3-1, New York's looking great, and it really might be the sort of situation where they stop winning the searches. All the teams start looking down the strats, figure out the Huntsman game plan, and then it's the classic steal a respawn, beat them in the search, and then you lose the first hard point, and then you actually start to get scared.
See, is in this round, it's first blood for Mac. He shuts down RCD's advantage. New York once again, but you can see the Huntsman eyeing up the B site and have a little bit of control, and already New York starting to rotate. That's a big win, though, from Envoy, as he shuts down Temp. That was New York's only resource inside B. The other 4 players are gonna have to. Okay, accuracy. All right, you're just gonna wall bang that. That's a-okay. Makes it a 4 versus 3. Formal, Envoy, and Scump up from at the back. You'll find one. Just needs to stay alive. Play time. Of course, that bomb planted. Just 25 seconds remain for the defuse to come through.
Scump, though, looking around back. A couple of the subliners really starting to work their way in. Pressure's on for these final fights. But again, 15 seconds. You have 6 people alive.
This, with Scump in that spot, there should be no way that a defuse even remotely can come through unless Zuma gets some great timing. He almost turns and burns, but Scump not letting it happen. Huntsman tied up 3 rounds apiece.
And that's just simply a time situation, right? They get the setup so clean after getting the defuse that you have to clear out everything. And even though RCD's, not RCD's, accuracy, great vision, sees right through that wall, not a problem for him. Even after getting that cheeky little wall bang, there still just wasn't enough pressure. And again, aggression has been key right now for the Huntsmen and their success in winning these rounds.
Accuracy, wall bang there. I was like, okay, maybe maybe this round it could get a little spicy, but either way, the Huntsmen close it out. The search tied up 3-3 as New York back on the attack. Max still leading the way in terms of kills at 7 and 5. Zuma right behind him at 6 and 4. And for New York, it looks like the A site is going to be the target of this first push. The smoke clears. Envoy will find Mac. However, the trade does come through. Zuma on gunless makes it a 4v4.
That's so confident from Envoy, just throwing down the smoke and saying, I dare you to come find me. But only able to find that kill on Mac. RCDs is there to help and make sure you have those man odds. Still, though, attached with the sniper. Can be deadly. And accuracy on the flank, only able to find one.
Tagged up, he knows the challenge is going to come through, but Scump being proactive. He'll find Zuma and will attach with a sniper rifle. It's a 1v3 this time. Makes it a 1v2. Honestly, if he maybe gets a lucky bit of timing or something on his side here, it could be doable. Has bomb, of course. We'll find an AR on the floor, so not over yet. Of course, attach very much like Zuma, known for his search and destroy, known for his clutch plays. 1v2, of course, going to be very tough with just 20 seconds left. And I believe Scump just spotted his shadow. He'll have all the information. He knows he's at A. Now it's just about playing wide, finding a free kill, and closing out the round.
Nice play coming in from Scump, and does the nice thing and make sure that he lets the bomb get planted to give you a little bit of extra time to maybe regenerate some of that old dead silence. But either way, very patient play, doing the smart thing. As soon as attached, World Star, somebody hits a nice shot, yeah, I'm not challenging anything. I will sit here and wait patiently and just wait till the absolute last second to go and check the bomb. So expertly played by the King.
Really smart stuff. Of course, gets the shadow, gets the information, and from there, that round was done and dusted. Huntsmen in the lead now for what I think is actually the first time here in game 2. 4-3, 2 more rounds, of course, needed for them to close it out and tie up this series.
Of course, though, pressure's still on. Arklov, Peak, you expect it to be back and forth. Potentially a little bit of a favorite on one side or the other. Of course, though, back on the attack is going to be the Huntsmen, who have pulled out a couple different creative scenes. They've shown very aggressive B looks, I think, 2 rounds. They've shown A as well. And it looks like this time enough of a map spread that I'm expecting to just play for picks.
RC sets the first blood. We'll find attach. Little angle from him. Door opens, and he spot a second. We did, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to have that same look twice. But it is the Huntsman with numerical advantage. Actually watching that crossover towards B, but now at least Chicago is slowing down the game.
I was going to say, very patient play. They were playing for picks, and they don't change up the game plan. Gunless, though, spotted. The smoke through the map accuracy, he's going to have to know when Temp up top wins a big one-on-one to even up the odds. There's the pick from accuracy. Envoy, though, does get the trade.
Almost found himself, too, as RC's maybe looking at wall bangs.
Okay.
With it. Temp will fall. Enjoy that kill cam. As Arsti's makes this now a 3 versus 2. The Huntsmen, they'll still need to try and get that bomb down. This round definitely not over yet. If they want to, A is wide open, and maybe the game plan, as long as Gunless gets that message too. I thought for a second he may have just pushed B by himself, but Mac with some decent timing here. This could be bad for Chicago if Envoy falls and Mac is quick. Of course, he wants to wait for his teammate to try and hit this, but his teammate's still at B, still in no man's land, is essentially going to leave Mac isolated for a little bit, and Envoy will find the freest of free kills, and that now leaves Zuma with a 1v3.
Yeah, it's just hopeless. You got to check your corners or you get beat down. But a funny round, because obviously a few rounds ago we saw accuracy, nice little wall bang, and RC just goes, oh, we're shooting through walls now. That's what we're doing. I'm going to one-up you and show you how it's done with the sniper rifle. But it's just kills like that. Not only do they give you confidence to let you start shooting bodies, but it also just helps, secure the round, which is important too.
Very important. The sure is. Now, the Huntsmen with the 2-round cushion, and they've looked fantastic, really, throughout this entire game, too. Destroy not been the problem. Arstes leads the charge, 10-5. Been a slow game from Formal and Gunless, both at 3 and 6, but Envoy and Scump, 8 and 6, and 8 and 5 between the two of them. A pretty simple-ish search and destroy so far. Zuma, though, will find one. Envoy trades out a kill on the other side of the map. It's Temp that drops, and Envoy pushes all the way through. He wanted to find himself a double and gets it, but Attach doesn't even need time. He'll find himself a double with the sniper rifle. The first was so fast. I mean, you've seen what he can do with a sniper in his hand. Sort of a few rounds prior, and I mean, yes, if he's been left in a couple of 1v2s, 1v3s, but I mean, if you give him some time, he'll find a pick, and Arceus responds, finds a snipe on him himself.
And has his teammate underneath the site to work with as well. A fair bit of time for the subliners, and it doesn't look like any dead silence on Mac Mounts, obviously. He's got a trophy, but not going to help you here.
Down low. We'll spot Zuma, and you'll find that pick. Max with the trade makes it a 1 versus 1. Arstes still up, 19 seconds. Does Mac maybe even want to try and bait out the plant? High risk, high reward. Arstes was not heard when he fell. Mac's going to have advantage on looking through the window. Potentially turns around. Bad timing. Arstes surely should peek this. He'll find the kill, and the Huntsmen take game 2 very convincingly. 6 rounds to 3. They tie up this series 1-1.
And Arceus in that map 2 was there to take part and to take over. You talk about the turnaround. I was kind of confused. Like, it didn't seem like they had a lot of snipers out early on, and then we saw Attach start to pull one out, and Arceus again sees something that the other team does, says, I can do it better, and just starts lighting up. 12 kills he was able to finish with, and I have to imagine half of those came in the final 2 or 3 rounds.
Look at the difference in production between Arceus and the sniper rifle and Attach, and Two very different stories, that's for sure. 12-5 from Aristides, as you mentioned. For Attach, 5-7. Of course, he gets 2 kills in that last round, so 3-7 going in. He got 1 kill in a 1v4. Wasn't necessarily the best overall performance despite his abilities with that weapon, but a fantastic game 2 from the Chicago Huntsmen. I mean, they're going to tie things up in this series, 1 map apiece. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break with game 3 to see who is going to pull away and take the advantage.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
How right now it's truth, right? And all of a sudden, this huge explosion comes in, and it's like, BAM! And there's some cold chaos is shitting. And it's going, and I'm like,
Download now. Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This series just got interesting. Of course, this is our final series of the day. Chicago Huntsmen close out game 2 pretty convincingly. Chance, if I'm honest, Aristides with a fantastic performance. Of course, as I look at our social soundboard, being a Huntsman fan is an emotional roller coaster, man. Hashtag CDL 2020. I mean, yeah, I think it probably is, Chance.
Normally my favorite roller coasters have massive ups and downs. Again, the Huntsmen have been good the entire time. A 10-3 record. Yes, they've fallen short in 2 semifinals, but that is not the worst roller coaster to be on. There's a lot of success on this team.
Ups, very, very few downs. Of course, we've had a couple of series against Florida Mutineers and one yesterday against the New York Subliners, but falling here, of course, I'm sure would be very disappointing for so many fans. Here's a quick look at our tactical play there, presented by the U.S. Army. And some fantastic plays really throughout that entire search and destroy. You could pick so many of them from really both teams. But either way, series all tied up, 1-1. Of course, yesterday, chance this went to a Game 5. You feeling it might go to Game 5 here today as well?
Absolutely, there's the potential to. I say 85% chance it goes to the Game 5. Obviously, the biggest issue yesterday for the Huntsmen was the search and destroy. They, well, not like fix their mistakes. They got a new map in as well and looked very good on that. And I will say again, to their credit, they have shown different strategies. Almost every single round, it seems like cheeky little spots here, 2-man going through no man's land, and then it doesn't hurt when RCD starts sniping everything inside as well. But they've been creative. It looks like they've, at least in the pick and bans, made improvements from yesterday. So I'm definitely feeling a lot more comfortable for the Huntsmen than I was maybe after that hard point. But obviously New York has been a threat. The domination yesterday, I think, was like a 6-point game. So you expect them to be toe-to-toe.
All right. Well, yesterday, as you mentioned, very close Game 3. When we have similar things here, we get underway. And we're going to start off on board with the Huntsmen. And for me, I'm looking at Envoy. Obviously, you heard Rich mention it, and just how kind of a slow performance he had yesterday. I mean, he's been so good for the Huntsmen throughout the entirety of the CDL. That's a great start as well from not only him, but also Scump. He'll find himself a double. Huntsman with full control over B, and Envoy just swept so many players from New York. He didn't even know who to shoot at, but he's done fantastic just to stay alive.
Able to stay alive and help his team again. Getting that B flag off the rip is oh so key. And the Huntsmen, they want to run this up as much as possible and build yourself a lead. You got the favored flags for the moment, but the subliners, you can see 4 or 5 guys, or at least 4, trying to pour on the pressure over towards the B flag. Need to find themselves from killing. Who else but the Italian Stallion Ben, one of the best players in the world, to immediately get shut down.
We'll find Arstes with his nade. Simple trade as B goes back in favor of the New York Subliners. A minute gone. Close game thus far. Just a 5-point advantage for the Huntsmen as Matt wants to try and slide straight through. Of course, if you're on the New York side of things here, you want to push through, want to control that A-B flag and force the Chicago spawn out towards C.
Nice stun combination coming in from Scump, though, to open up top L, but he gets traded before he can get in the power position. And now you got all the pressure in the world from the Subliners, just trying to flood this B flag, and they're able to find a couple kills in a row, start making their way over towards A. But you got to wait for the kills to come to you before that. And Zuma, well, playing the cheeky spot while his teammate Temp goes and kills everything in sight.
Definitely makes it a little easier. Temp is going to find one more. That's Gunless that drops. Now New York holding on to B and holding on to a very, very small 4-point lead. Temp's not done just yet, though. He'll find one more. That's Scump, and that's the opening New York needed to push in towards A.
3 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. It is, what, a 6-point game at the moment. We will see what the Subliners are able to do with this small advantage and see if they can run the score up as much as possible. He got Temp able to capture A. All the pressure in the world on him as he is getting surrounded, and Scump is able to pick up 2 to clean him up. But again, this is, what, 3:06 at a 4-point game. We are getting a little bit close to about a 15, so not a bad turnaround.
For now, New York in the driver's seat for how long? As Envoy get the assist on that fight, Mac will drop and he starts to be neutral. And it may actually go in favor of the Huntsmen if they can just stay alive. A couple more fights that need to be won. Zoomer put one of them. Nice play from Envoy. Methodical finds the gunfight, and he's going to find Mac as well mid-map. And that nice lead from New York may disappear before the end of this half.
Envoy had a bunny hop so clean it looked like he was gliding on my screen just for a moment. So movement on point, shots on point. We'll see if they can hold the flag as well. Attach and zoom in, though. The old do it, trying to break their way through. Envoy, though, he's going to be there to shut down at least one of them. But now Zuma has cracked through the enemy lines, trying to make the break over towards that.
6-43. Trip cap could be coming in for the Huntsmen. All the hard work from the New York Subliners just unwound in a blink of an eye. As New York really going to start to struggle. You see the minimap, though. He is open, so they maybe ought to cap that big gunfight one, though, over towards C. It was Temp that shut down Scump, and they're not going to let this game spiral out of control, but either way, Huntsmen have done well to close the gap.
Close the gap, yes, but at the same time, again, the early good start that the Huntsmen had, for them to not have the lead is not a very good sign. Again, they had the AB flag set up very early on, but the pressure game from the Subliners has just been overwhelming. And again, the pressure's there. You get far enough through B, you force the spawn out over towards C, and then you get the AB flag set up. And more importantly, Temp is actually holding on to C as well. They're going to have potentially a triple cap, or at least the neutralization over by C to extend the lead.
And that's so smart from Temp, just to go for the neutral and just run away, right? recognize the situation, and now, of course, as C is capped up, all the hard work that New York had has essentially come back in their favor as they hold a 2-1 flag advantage with just 45 seconds left in this first half. Chicago Huntsmen, they did it once. Can they do it again before the end of the half?
And right now the Huntsmen, though, again, just in a bit of a bad spot. You get a little bit of clearance over towards B, and it looks like number 3, Envoy, might actually be able to get A as well, so try to get that damage mitigation in the final seconds. Envoy not likely to get challenged. You can see New York trying to flood over towards this B flag. They clear it post-neutralization. Now you just got bodies all over the map.
Yeah, it's just turns to chaos. Pretty
Try to
much
evaluate
for
that.
the final 30 seconds. In terms of stats from the first half, Envoy, I really highlighted him at the very beginning. Hasn't disappointed at 15 and 12. A good first half, but overall it's the New York Subliners going into the second half with the advantage. Their lead currently sits at, what, 84 to 66, I think, as the final ticks came through. So an advantage, sure, but chance it's by no means a comfortable one. I mean, we saw the Huntsmen basically come back from a lead similar to that around about the 3-minute mark.
Oh, sure. Yeah, 18, 20 points, whatever it is, nowhere near chalked, especially on a map like this where triple caps can happen at the drop of a dime. But I will say, the Subliners, again, just the pressure game that they had that entire half was too much because the Huntsmen were in a great spot, but then they were always just turtled up in their base, getting run over, spawning out. They never found their footing, and the Subliners, again, we saw the aggression from the Subs in the first map. It was great there, and it looks like it's great now.
It's the Huntsmen that are trailing here, 84 to 66. Big advantage of the New York Subliners as they also come out on top of the opening break. This seems like a perfect time now to set up an Astro Gaming listening with the Chicago Huntsmen.
Zoom me crates on
middle.
Getting top L.
Getting top L right now.
Top L, Top L weak. Zoom one bullet. One bullet top L.
Catwalk.
Slow down, work with each other. One's really weak, top L, guys.
Top L, hang on.
And we're inside.
I'm watching the
top
L, top L, guys. He's going to the right.
Top L. Zima weak. Really weak grenade.
Jumped out.
Cat top out.
Not low L.
Here, guys, work up middle. We can work up middle. They think we're doing Elson right now.
He's third, guys.
Yeah, work up middle here. Work up middle.
Good
job.
On top L still.
Top L, Zuma.
I spawn green. Alright, how do you guys want to break this? Guys, I
One
pushed
is up
through
middle.
P1.
One is up middle.
I can open
One shot cop.
See anything middle?
Top car.
CP3?
Top car.
Let me top L. Top L Zima.
Top car.
Top L Zima. Perfect. Good up too.
Bottom A, last guy. I spawn C. Green spawns good.
Top L.
C
Yeah,
got me.
top L.
Middle one shot. I'm getting
We gotta be.
1v1 a day. You guys should flood B right now.
Trying to get top L. Top L Zima dead. Got him. Go. We spawn
They're
top
door
L. I have top L.
I need their door. The Michael C. I have one shot.
Top ACs.
Just cap it.
Top L got me. Attach hitting top L right now. Four, good job.
Oh, they're gonna go. They might go
C.
Yeah, they might go C. I spoke their door.
I'm looking C cross. We went up the two cap, guys. Remember that. I'm looking C cross.
I have AC
Watching
right
your
now.
cat. I'm watching your cat.
Yo,
Bottom L. Yeah,
Not
top
the
L's
C-cross,
open,
not
right?
the C-cross.
No, I'm top L.
They're taking their time. They're taking their time like heavy.
Cat, Donnie.
Their door.
Donnie,
Minutes remain here in game 3. The New York Subliners with the advantage. 123 holding on a very fragile lead, but it was the Huntsmen. The 2-1 flag advantage until C has just been neutral. This is where, again, Chance, things could get very chaotic on that minimap.
And you just have Attach winning that 1-1, making that overextension towards the C flag. So Attach right now by himself at C. He has 3 teammates just solely responsible for guarding this A flag, but the Huntsmen pouring on the pressure. Now you got players wrapping from every direction, but it looks like the Huntsmen at least have a body on the flag just to get that neutralization temp though for the challenge. Important gunfight does not win it. So a nice little bounce back for the Huntsmen, but still, because of the annoying play from Attach going for C, it is a 30-point game.
And despite all that hard work, the lead remains the same as B once again under fire. The Huntsmen with that in control. So 2-1 flag advantage for the Huntsmen, and again they can work their way at that 26-point lead for the New York Subliners. This is where you can almost play that rotation game. You don't get trapped at the back of the map, which is where the Huntsmen are putting a lot of pressure on. I know for them, they'd definitely prefer to just neutralize C, keep A and B for as long as possible. That's what Formal's doing. Potentially just trying to block that spawn on that A flag. He's going to have a lot of work to do if anyone decides to push across. His teammate's still spawning on him. So for now, Huntsman doing everything right, but they only have a minute and a half left, Chance, and they're down 20 points.
I was going to say, if my math is right, they are literally like 6 or 7 seconds off of being able to hold this 2-cap to win the game. They're going to have to neutralize or get the triple cap just for a moment. They got a lot of time to make this happen, but the Subliners, of course, their goal, neutralize a flag for, again, 6 or 7, or just make sure you hold on to C, but this is the play. Gun this over towards C. This will be the neutralization, if not just the cap, but his teammates have to defend B as well.
The key fight really is what's going on at B, and it's Envoy in a 1v2. He's not able to get the job done. Mac finds the pick. C was capped up, and B has not been capped by New York yet. So, for now, Huntsmen doing a good job of bringing themselves back into this game. Down by 10 points. Scump up top, trying to defend B. Teammates win that fight. Chicago, they've done it, Chance. They've put themselves in the spot now where they can potentially win this map.
Pretty sure if they can win it, if they just hold the 2-cap, you got 40 seconds left, only 8 points down. They're going to chip away every 5. It's going to be close, though. Pressure on the Subliners to try to make the play, get over towards the flag, and look how many players are there. It's Formal by himself around this B point. He gets dealt with the Subliners. You just got to hop on it, just get that neutralization.
Temp was so disciplined, allowed his teammate to neutral it by himself as he looked to try and slay just a 4-point game as Temp knows players are going to be in front of a team kill. It's Mac that shuts him down. C is now decapped, 16 seconds on the clock, still a 4-point game. Scump now pushing over towards B. That should be neutral. Zuma wins a fight. More chaos ensues. 2-point game. How many ticks are we going to see come through? Well, New York, they don't have a hill. Chicago Huntsmen, they've stolen game 3 right from underneath the New York Subliners. 158, 156. Everyone at the very end of that game from the Chicago Huntsmen clutches up big time, all winning their crucial 1v1s. And because of that, they get the trip cap right at the very end. And you can see from the players, that is good vibe city right there. Scump on his feet.
And shout out Arcities as well. Obviously, there was a ton of chaos towards the end. There's a lot of good plays from a lot of different players on both sides of the aisle. But it was Arcities at the end who picked up 3. Like, he had that one-on-one gunfight over on the B flag where he was one shot, wins it against whoever that was. Then I looked at the kill feed. He had killed 2 just before that. So I don't know what he pulled off at the end to make sure they could get the B flag in the final seconds, but massive plays there.
Well, Chance, that got very chaotic towards the end, and we're no stranger to close dominations and crazy endings, but I do want to take a look at kind of the last 30 seconds and kind of give you time to really digest exactly what happened and maybe just kind of break things down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to rewatch it. I think the 2-monitor setup is killing me right now. I need to figure out how HDMI cables work, but either way, just insane stuff towards the end, and that is the ultimate thing of, like, it is never chalked. I mean, sometimes it's mathematically impossible, but they went at that half down, what, 18, 20 points, whatever it was. And they spent 2 minutes, by the way, just getting bullied by the Subliners. Every time they tried to overextend and capture A, the push got stuffed. Eventually, though, fighting tooth and nail, broke through on that B flag, and then just held the advantage the remainder of the time. Dealt with the chaos perfectly. Had Gunless making big plays over at the C flag to get the neutral or the cap. Just great stuff all the way around. Just a tough team.
And one interesting thing is, I mean, look at the cam there from Mac. Obviously, you see the team kill that came through. He naded out. Temp runs straight into the nade. That could be a deciding factor as to really why they lost full control over the B flag. Either way, for Chicago Huntsman fan, you don't really care all that much because that was the steal of the century. Temp went, I believe, was at 26 and 15. He had a great performance, but again, doesn't matter. The final few seconds, it's the Chicago Huntsmen that steal game 3. And now heading into game 4, a hard point on St. Petro, Chance. I mean, you got to feel great in terms of the confidence here for the Chicago Huntsmen.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is why the talk of like roster swaps and any of that I'm seeing is just like absurd to me. I'm like, this team is insanely good. And even when other teams start to make improvements, it's endings like that of like, this is the type of thing that all the players in the Huntsmen are capable of doing time and time again. And yes, other teams do have those factors of player as well, but not many of them have it straight across the board because anyone can make the big play, whether it's Gunless doing the smart thing for the OE or whether it's RC just picking up 3 towards the end or Envoy or Scump or the entire game, whatever it's going to be. They're just incredible players. It's a really good team, a 10-3 record. I don't understand the negativity. It doesn't make sense to me. Okay.
Again, I'm just going from what RC's himself kind of said and the vibe that he was kind of giving off, if you will. I know. No, that's fair. Again, to reiterate, for him, they should be beating absolutely everyone, right? The fact that they lost to Florida, he's not happy about that. And then, of course, losing to New York Subliners yesterday, he's definitely not happy about. But they look for redemption today. And Chance, kind of to your point, right? All those conversations disappear if they go ahead and defend their city and win this weekend.
Yeah, and two things on that as well. Obviously, the city thing is important, but RC should have that mentality. Like, the players I want to be negative. If you start losing a series, you got to kick it up a notch because that's, like, the competitive mentality. I'm just saying, like, fans that are like, we need to drop player X or Y or whatever. That's the part where I just, I don't follow suit with that. That's too far for me. But, again, RC's champion mentality for a great reason. Man's a world champ at this point as well. And then, of course, you talked about the storyline of getting the revenge. Obviously, the Subliners beat the Huntsmen yesterday. Their Twitter account was very happy to roast the Huntsmen fans, roast the casters, roast everyone involved, roasting the game, too. Like, the Subliner, that Twitter account just does not care. But now, of course, the Huntsmen one map away from hitting the retweet button. Be like, GG, guys. You guys... fantastic.
New York Subliners social media manager sweating right now. He's getting ready to hit the block button a fair few times when this series is over. If, of course, Chicago
the Huntsmen fans will be super kind. They won't let them know. They won't respond to any of the tweets. It'll be very.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it will. Chance is.
Or in fairness, the Subliners have been fantastic. They destroyed FaZe earlier on this exact map. The series by no means over.
True.
But if
I just feel like Game 3 there is a big momentum swing and really a massive steal from the Chicago Huntsmen. Gunless starts off with a double kill. Temp responds with a double of his own, though. So even Stevens to start things off. Of course, it is the Huntsmen, though, on the preferred side to start things off.
And what a beautiful setup as well, in and around the point. Arcees was the lone man inside the hill, and he had Envoy originally for the cover. That is 3 players effectively for the Huntsmen that were just locking down spawns. 2 guys really just on the point by themselves. They made the play. And I was going to say they might be able to keep the spawns. There's players right now for the Subliners trying to be a little bit sneaky.
Yeah, there's a little flank that came through, and Envoy, I think he knows Zoomer's up top, and unless, meanwhile, he's going to rotate over towards P2. He gets that information. The kill should come through shortly. He doesn't even need to do it. Formal cleans him up. A great start here for the Huntsmen.
And that looked like really good communication from the Huntsmen as well. You see Gunless sliding around, checking corners. I would have to imagine the comms are, we don't know where Zuma is. We have to find him now. So you're checking everything in sight. As soon as he gets taken down from top blue, Gunless is like, all right, I know my job. Let's go take care of the right side of the map for the push. And, well, the Huntsmen, yes, they're down by 4, but the perfect setup for the moment.
Close game starting to develop as the Chicago Huntsmen have control of spawns, and we know this hill specifically can be so tough to break. I want to send it over to an Astro Gaming listener, the New York Subliners.
Front door dead. They missed P1. I'm sitting in the corner up here, top bar, okay? Bottom blue, one blue, Bottom blue, guys. Top bar, bottom blue. Front door dead. Nice, good shit. One more, mid-street, bottom bar, mid-street, Gunless is hitting old. Get in front. Hey, get out this time. I'm stunning your front door. Front door stun, I need a front door. One more crossing, officer front. Front dead.
Office dead.
Good job, Mike. I got this time.
I got one through, I'm going through.
Good job, just play the hill, fuck the spawns.
Police car, Pierce.
We need bodies in the hill, fuck the spawns. Blue van, Pierce. Blue van, dead.
Good job.
Robin out T1. Go big poppy, come on.
Back.
There's two. Ryan Pierce, hitting out L1, our side, water.
He's
dead,
Nice job.
Coming with you guys.
Good
top red window real quick.
Top right window,
right
weak.
I need to do water. I'm gonna trophy this for you guys, hold on.
Name deep water.
Okay, get out left. We gotta get hills. We can get out left. We gotta get kills here. They needed the smoke on one shot hill.
One shot on
Alex was top unless we killed him.
Bathroom in the hill.
Up top, that's you top.
Still top.
I shot one of that guy. Mid and on top. He went out. He went line. I'm looking water. Line dead. Yeah, I got one. Alright, they got out. We're good though. This is a good time. He's low. He's going right street. Don't let him break you. I'm stunning your window. Hit a CL.
He's fucking on me, B-Dom. B-Dom Pierce.
Let's hit L. Nothing gate. Mid-street Pierce. You're cutting me off P1. He's at the end of the train right here by CL, guys. I needed take your time, man. Take your time. Getting time. Close. Deep out. Good.
Middle map.
I got it. They're shooting me over here. I'm going top. Top
Lion, Alex on the line.
He's top bar. What is top bar? Beat on
the 56 is the New York Subliners. Rotate now.
Watch out. He's absolute now.
Ready and waiting
top bar really weak.
Subliner push.
I don't see something
as
now.
we saw in the series prior to this one, Chance, just how this map can be so back and forth. You really expect Huntsmen to tie it up and maybe even go into the lead here.
It's some fairly interesting decision-making from the subliners as well. We heard in the listen accuracy just repeatedly saying, we need to hold this, need to hold this. I look at the time, 17 seconds left to scrap. And then you look at the mini-map, and there was no hope of anyone sneaking through to try to win that rotation. So he says, look, we need to make sure we guarantee all this time, don't make any mistakes, lock down, get those 17 seconds, and then we can go for the break of the team. So instead of just throwing KS at the wall, they just make the safer play, potentially smarter play as well. Of course, though, it does mean the pressure's on to try to get the break, and of course, over a pool hall, incredibly difficult.
Yeah, you invite a lot of pressure, and you have to kind of stop that momentum as Envoy starts to heat up. He almost found himself another 3 in quick succession. Almost trying to pinch, he'll be unsuccessful. Now it's Scump's turn to trade. There's one, Matt drops, accuracy almost falls as well, but he's done well to stay alive, but it doesn't matter. Huntsmen just with more numbers. They win the trade game, and they win the rotation.
Trade game rotation, and well, taking over that lead as well, trying to bump the numbers up just a little bit more. RC's inside the hill, not shying away from making the big play, and maybe a little bit of pressure on. He's got Gunless for the help. Gunless can find 2. RC's can't find anything. Obviously does a ton of damage before he
Not the greatest nade there from Scump, but he slides away, finds Mac anyway. He needs to wait for his teammates and, of course, wait for that health regen. Huntsman back inside the hill and back in control. Of course, you can see already New York Subliners, they've rotated towards P1, but it is still the Huntsman in control of the spawns. Try number 1, that's going to be Formal. He wants to lock down pool hole, he wants to lock down the right side of the map.
Yeah, he is in the exact spot where his one job is straight beams. Don't dock, stay up top, kill everything in sight. If we have enough pressure on the backside, then you can start to rotate towards the hill, but this is the one man that doesn't need to overcommit. He does fall, but of course you see the spawns should still be coming in favor of the Huntsmen, who actually spawn out a little bit towards the top.
Yeah, they're fine for now, though. New York was still spawning out. And as this thing stands, it's Huntsman inside the hill. Plenty of time left, of course, on P1, but if Huntsman can get all this time and hold the spawn, they're going to be in such a good spot to potentially close this map out. Formal, a slow start to the game, 6 and I believe that's 12 on the other side of things. A slow game from Attach at 9 and 14. Things going well here for the Huntsmen, despite Formal with a slow start.
And it's interesting as well, because it's actually been the first hill that has been on point for the Huntsmen. Of course, last time around, they were able to get the full setup on P2, but they did not hold it for very long. This time, you still have 10 seconds on P1. That is an absurd amount of time on this first hill for the Huntsmen to get, while they are potentially winning the rotation battle. So you talk about an important moment for the Subliners. They need to break and get these spawns for P2.
They have to do it quickly, and actually will find one, but it's Huntsman dealt with a lot of resources on the backside of the map as RC's now slide forward. This is such a crucial part in the game here for the Huntsmen. If they can lock in a lot of this time, they are in such a good spot to close out this map, close out this series. Don't even let it go to a game 5 and get sweet, sweet revenge from the New York Subliners after losing to them yesterday.
Losing to him yesterday and 70 points away. It's looking like the opposite story. Redemption may be in line. 10th, though, with a nice gunfight win, but 25 seconds. The Subliners are just trying to force it through the one side door. And boy, at this point, not even worried about it. He'll happily trade away these 20 for them to get the rotation, because you have Scump, by the way, all the way in the back of the spawns for the rotation. It is an 80-point game, Ben. The Huntsmen win the rotation to the next hill. It is not impossible, but almost so for the Huntsmen.
And that was such a smart decision from Scump, because he had an option where he could have just pushed towards the old hill and just kind of flown straight at it, played for that scrap time. Instead, does the right thing, disciplined play, puts himself at the back of the map, make sure he locks in the spawn for the new hill, recognizing I don't need to play a 50-50 for scrap. Instead, I can basically try and ensure the game win here. They might not win mathematically on this hill, but so much damage has been done on this second rotation. The P1 hold was fantastic. They held spawns for P2, and Scump making that play towards P3 is absolutely huge. I mean, the time they've already got on the first 50% of this hill, massive.
Still, though, great aggression right now from the Subliners. 30 seconds left on this hard point, and they should be able to clear-cut, win the rotation over towards next. So they are going to want to hold these final 20 seconds again. An incredibly important amount of time. If they don't get it, they just need to make sure the Huntsmen don't. And, of course, on the rotation, the Huntsmen actually are going to spawn right in the back, and that's one of those things that might just seal the deal.
Yeah, you hate to see that if you're a New York Subliner fan. You thought that maybe you had him pinned to the back of the map, with accuracy spawning there now. I know full well Huntsmen are on the pool side of the map, and this again could be where they close things out. Just 30 more points needed, 56 seconds available time on pool hole, and the Huntsmen have soared towards mid-map. They want to find the cutoff. They want to make sure they don't even let New York get to the hill. But to New York's credit, they're slaying out.
I didn't see exactly how those spawns came in towards the end. I don't know if a route man is getting paid a little bit extra, but either way, it looks like the Huntsman Gunless did get through. And again, we saw it on the previous hill as well. Scump, that was the route man in that situation, taking their turns and Formal, able to find 2. 11 seconds in this game will be the Huntsman, but to the New York Subliners' credit, fighting tooth and nail.
Unless watching the cross, unfortunately for him, Matt got through. Arcees could still win this game here. He finds a couple of kills and his teammates are there. That could be it. New York Subliners need a contest, and I don't think anyone is realistically close enough. Envoy knows he can push out. There's still players from Chicago inside the hill. Arcees blocking the door with his knife out. That, ladies and gentlemen, will be that. Chicago Huntsmen get their revenge, and I'm sure they're ready and waiting on social media. New York Subliners fans, time to go into hiding.
I mean, all right, there's 2 ways to look at this from the Subliners. One is, of course, you only had 10 CDL points coming into the weekend. You finally win your second match. You get really happy. I understand. It's the first time you've experienced joy in quite some time, so you throw on Twitter just a little bit, and of course, did not pay off in the end because you walk away with only 20 CDL points. But the flip side of that is the team genuinely did look a lot better than they have in the past. They had a lot of crazy maps because keep in mind, that is literally the toughest bracket you could possibly have of having to go through.
It really
FaZe.
was.
And then the Huntsmen as well. So I'm very impressed with the Subliners team, if not their social media account, but they look fantastic. Mac Meltz is an individual has maybe not been on point, but has exceeded my expectations. And all the chatter I've heard about the Subliners team looking a lot better with them seems to be accurate. So they impressed me.
All smiles there, of course, on the Chicago Huntsmen side of things. But I think you're absolutely right. Just to kind of talk New York Subliners, yes, they lose this series, but overall, looking good, showing signs of improvement. And I mean, if you're a Subliner fan, I think Mac has shown you, a ton really in every single game mode that you've watched him play. That's the potential to maybe turn around the tide of the New York Subliners. But for Chicago, it's happy days. They'll make it through to tomorrow, of course, Championship Sunday, where they'll fight again and try and defend their city champ.
Defend their city and try to be the second team to do so. And again, the redemption story potentially set in stone of being the next team to win that home series event. So impressive stuff for the Huntsmen. Nice little bounce back. A lot of great plays the whole way around. Again, Arcees was on point the entire series, coming up clutch when he needed to. Envoy was Envoy, and everyone pretty much did their jobs. They swapped those roles back. They're right into that.
Of course, it's not going to be easy, though. You look at who is, of course, still left in the competition. Tomorrow, Chicago Huntsmen, I believe they've drawn Dallas Empire. On the other side of things, Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. I mean, we talk about the big boys, right? The big boys' chance that they're all alive and well in this tournament.
And that's an interesting match, actually, the Empire versus Chicago, just because we have a couple of like those boogeyman matchups, like Seattle. Obviously they have the Guerrillas number.
Huntsman,
Florida that apparently have the Huntsmen. Yeah, you have so many of those, and then I'm pretty sure the Huntsmen 3-0 against the Empire. So, yeah, those are 2 heavy hitters, but it still might be the Huntsman boogeyman.
Could be. We will, of course, wait and see what tomorrow has in store. But as a way of closing out today, we had 2 fantastic series. Of course, it would have been nice to see that one maybe go to a game 5, but it doesn't matter. Huntsmen, they lock it down in game 4.
Lock it down, and again, just nothing but positive things to say. I want to say the record overall is 11-3, something to that effect. So we expect them to be one of the best teams in the game at the start of the year. They have not disappointed in that category. Of course, the fans, they don't like the losses in the semifinals, so they are obviously going to be rooting for their team to get the win this time.
Just make it to the final at least, right? Give yourself a chance of defending your city. As you mentioned, we've only seen it happen once so far this season. That was, of course, Atlanta FaZe. Chicago in a good spot to potentially do it. Yeah, I mean, you fancy them statistically, of course, against Dallas tomorrow, to your point.
And that's the, by the way, that's the matchup I want to see. I forgot about this talking point for a while. We've been wanting to watch Chicago play FaZe for the longest time. And like, if we don't get it at this tournament, I'm going to be so sad. What if we go the entire year and then it's your champs finals? Ooh, what if?
That could be a pretty awesome storyline, but I think for the fans, they probably want to see it now. And I mean, we at least get to see it tomorrow, right? For a semifinal. That's exciting stuff. But of course, that game over. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll have the PlayStation instant reaction with someone from the Chicago Huntsmen. We'll be right back after this.
Okay. They're telling me to go on air now. Hello everyone, welcome back to another instant reaction presented by PlayStation, and I'm joined once again by the lovely Envoy. I mean, man, we're here with a dub under the belt, and of course it's against the New York Subliners. You guys were getting pretty hype at the end there. Did that win mean a lot to you?
Yeah, it definitely did. I'm proud of the squad. We bounced back yesterday from that tough loss. We did everything we talked about in the search and the respawns, which is great to see, and that's why we pulled out the dub.
Absolutely. Now, what is the team's mentality going into a matchup that you've previously lost on the day, and potentially would kind of like situate you guys out of the tournament?
Yeah, so I mean, like, we knew what we did wrong yesterday, and we really just talked it over after our match last night. And it's not personally, we felt that our mistakes hurt us more than how the way they were playing, and just those little changes meant everything, and that's why we took out the dub today.
Nice one. So you didn't really change anything in terms of trying to cut players out of the game and work on things that they were maybe doing last time. It was kind of more to do with your own advantages and trying to utilize the skills that you guys have, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we still struggled on the gunrunner hardpoint. I don't know what's going on for me on that map, but I think I've been double neg both gunrunner hardpoints versus them. So props to them, making it a bit hard for my team. But we ended up clutching up the last 3 maps, and you can't complain.
Hey, Envoy, we can't all be perfect, man. So don't give yourself too much of a hard time with that one. But it feels like you guys were, looking a lot more comfortable in your roles. Is this something now, because we've seen a few changes coming in from you guys in terms of individuals and a new squad. Are you going to be sticking with this one for the rest of the series?
Yeah, we're definitely going to be sticking with the roles we have right now. And like I was saying earlier, the changes we made to S&D are really paying off. It's showing today. Obviously winning both our S&Ds today, so really happy about that, and just getting more looks on the map and trying out a lot of different things.
Something's working with 2-Pack. That meeting you had beforehand coming into this home series has definitely worked, because your S&D is looking absolutely formidable. Now, I have been asked to ask you this question. I know I have already previously asked you this off camera, but for everyone at home who may not know, how do you like to pronounce your name? I know the answer to this question.
Envoy. It's
Envoy.
Envoy, yeah. That's. I guess I got it from the French meaning, so I got to go with how they say it in France. So Envoy.
I like it. Keeping it original, keeping it French. So casters, everyone, it's Envoy, okay? Not Envoy, Envoy. Get it right, people. Get it right. Thank you so much for joining me once again, Manny. Congratulations. We will see you tomorrow, so go and get loads and loads of rest. But thanks so much for joining us. This has been your instant reaction presented by PlayStation, of course. We're going to head to a break right now, but the night isn't quite over yet. We will be coming back to you with the desk, and we're going to be talking about everything that's happened today. So much has been on the line, so you don't want to miss this last little part. Stick with us for the rest of the night.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless. PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challenges.
There's on voice. What a play from the youngster. You gotta start cooking again. It's chaos. You ain't surviving that. It's gone straight through the skull. Oh my God. Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot more of that.
Friday night, brighter light.
It's going. My goodness. That is sensational. Oh my word. Oh my. No.
Ready to play ball.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome to the kingdom, the online kingdom.
Can he get there in time? He got the kill. Are you kidding me? Let's just be awesome, bro. Let's just be awesome. Okay.
CDL's back. Fetch me my beard oil.
Hello YouTube, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are here for our post-day analysis and I'm joined by two wonderful gentlemen. You've probably seen them before. If you haven't, then I don't know why you've just joined now. You're missing out on all the fun here. It's Rich Campbell and Nameless, of course. Gents, what a day it has been, guys. This has been a pretty crazy one, really, isn't it? A lot has been going on, a lot of action, a lot of upsets, and then also regains as well. So yeah, we're here to break down the day and talk about what's been going on. So I'm gonna start with you, Rich. What are the takeaways, pal, from day number 2
where I'm
here?
kind of sitting with the takeaways is trying to look as big picture as possible because I think we're at a turning point in the league. I started to talk about it a little bit yesterday, but now with everything that we have seen, it's very clear that that's what's happening. You start things off with the inception of the CDL, and we have these teams like the Huntsmen, these teams like FaZe that just look so far ahead of other teams, and now that's not the case. Are they still the best teams in the league? Yeah, I definitely do think so, but the gap has been closed. We had a lot of teams that were on the bubble and looked even, but they were below the tier of those teams. That gap has been chopped down. It is a very tiny sliver, and now you're seeing teams even like New York. It's not just a fluke. They actually can bang now that they have Mac on their roster. And the question is, how far will teams like that be able to go as this gap gets smaller and smaller and smaller as the season does move forward?
I completely agree with what Rich just said. I think it's just teams catching up. And you see teams like Chicago making those role changes at like the event prior to this to try to, get that extra edge. And it can throw you off a little bit. Like, whereas all these other teams on the bottom are trying to compete with the teams at the top, the teams at the top are trying to extend themselves, even further away from the other teams at the top. And sometimes you're going to get worse before you can get better. So I think, to what Chance and Ben were talking about, how people are thinking, is it for Chicago? Are they on a downhill trend? I don't think so. I think that Chicago still just needs to figure out their identity a little bit. And we saw it in that series. Like, when their backs are against the wall, they can come out and win a series like that. And that was a huge victory for them. So, yes, I think that teams are starting to catch up, and the competition in the league is just getting thicker and better as the season goes on.
100%. And I think, something that I wanted to talk about, it's not really a takeaway, but more of a thought and a question for you guys, is about utilizing players properly. So, for example, we have so many teams with so many talented players in there, and some that are really, really key to victory, but are these rosters and are these teams utilizing them properly?
Going into most Call of Duties, you make your roster before the game actually comes out, before you know the meta of the game, and sometimes it just doesn't pan out for you. Like, for example, you look at OpTic Gaming Los Angeles, right? Like, that team should be absolutely insane. On paper, they have some of the best Call of Duty players of all time. You look at them, you're like, they should dominate, and they've been the most underwhelming, probably biggest disappointment of the entire year. And yes, you're talking about using players, wisely on your team or bringing the best out of them. There's players like Slasher who could be on one of the best teams in the game, and he's being held down obviously by his teammates. And it's a question of, can those players figure it out? We've been waiting for players like JCap and TJ to become the players that they once were, and it hasn't happened yet. And it's very tough to see. And there's always going to be teams like that where there's players that are superstars but they can't shine because of the rest of their teammates, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles, because that's how rosters are made in Call of Duty.
It's a really hard situation, I think, with OpTic. I mean, like you said, filled to the brim with talent. What would you do in this situation now? Because it's been one too many times for it to be a coincidence. It's a trend now. They're just not working well together. So what do you do as this team? How do you fix this? Or is it even fixable?
For OpTic in particular? I mean, I think that this is a team that is kind of beyond fixing for multiple reasons. I think it's just, at a certain point, it's just going to be a mentality thing. I think they're probably all at each other's throats at this point. And like Nameless said, it's just a team that has a lot of really good pieces that just don't go together. And you look at some of the other teams that have really good pieces that don't go together, and they try to make changes. Have they been able to actually catch up? The teams that have made leaps and bounds and improvements are the ones that did make drastic changes, like Mac on New York. I think that Nameless's point is one that's missed a lot by the community as well, right? Because you don't get to see it as much. You don't get to see everything that's going on with all of these roster changes unless you have some COD burner stuff going down, right? And a lot of these teams, they aren't able to foresee what the meta is, and some teams it falls into place. Like, I think Rocker was a team that hit the meta right on the head before the meta existed.
Of, people making roster changes, what a change that was for New York picking up Mac Melts. Like, I knew a little bit about this guy. Like, he was going off in the amateur bracket and going up against the pro level players. Like, I wasn't sure what he was going to be able to do. Like, in that series, like, it showed me that he was ready for prime time. Like, he's an absolute beast. This guy's here to stay, and he's made them so much better. That added pressure that he brings to that team, like, that was the piece they needed. I don't even think Zero is a bad player by any means. I just think that they needed somebody that can be aggressive and allow Zuma to do what he wants in the map, allow Attach to actually play slow and methodical and make those smart plays, and it's worked so well for them. Accuracy's comfortable. Everybody just seems way more comfortable on that team, and I'm happy that they found a player that can allow them to do that.
Yeah, Zero's an insane player.
100%.
I still think Zero's an incredible player, but it wasn't working. Yeah.
Definitely not taking that away from him whatsoever. But New York's have had a serious glow up, I've got to say, and that is definitely with Mac. So incredible stuff going forward for them. I'm excited to see what they're going to do and how they're going to continue to improve, because considering that's a debut, I mean, I'm really excited to see what this team is going to make of themselves in the future. But, there's a lot of teams right now who really need to prove themselves, and some of those teams are going to be there tomorrow. So I'm excited to see how Surge are going to do, because right now we know that they can take on the LA Guerrillas very, very well. But can they dance with the top rings of the ladder? That is the question. So with that in mind, gentlemen, I need to know your predictions going into tomorrow, our final day. CDL
I'll go
Sunday.
first. I think Atlanta definitely beat Seattle. I think they win that series. I just don't think that there's a single game mode that Seattle is better than Atlanta at. So I think you see Atlanta in the finals. And I think Chicago edges out Dallas. Dallas has had trouble with Chicago. I think Chicago are going to be excited, ready to go. It is their home series after all. I think they'll win that series in 5, and we'll see them play Atlanta. We'll finally get to see those two teams duke it out. And when that's all said and done, I think our champion here will be Atlanta. Just from what I've seen from them, obviously they haven't looked the best this tournament so far, but I think that they just had like an off day, and I think they'll be okay. When they get down to a final scenario, those players will turn up, and I still think they're the best team in the game.
There you go. Rich,
yeah, so I think Nameless really did hit it on the head. But if you want to talk about Atlanta having an off day, I think you look at Chicago, and they had an off day as well at the beginning of this tournament. And I think both of these teams have started to show some cracks that actually are in the armor. You see more swings actually coming in on the Chicago side of things. Like, it's like, okay, they're trying to fix one problem, and then a leak springs on the other side of the boat. So I'm not sure what that's going to mean when they have to prep for a team like Atlanta. This is a matchup that we've been waiting to see for a very long time. So I'm hopeful that we actually do get to see it. It would be wild if we did see Seattle able to take down Atlanta, but I think all of those dreams have died inside of my heart a long time ago for Seattle. Yes, we saw them farm Gorilla coins, but I don't think that this is the place that they prove that those victories, those 3 victories that they've gotten only against the Guerrillas, are more than just that, wins against the Guerrillas.
I know. I think everyone kind of does want to see a Prime Chicago take on a Prime FaZe. So we'll see if our dreams come true, gents. We'll see if that actually happens or not. But we need to quickly talk about challenges, of course, because it is happening this weekend. The Chicago Home Series is holding the challenges. $15,000 on the line. That is crazy stuff when you think about it. All you have to do is sign up and you can take part in it, which is incredible. And you never know, gents, we might actually be picking up the next map. Right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are just like a bunch of these different paths that are kind of being created with the CDL. Like there are multiple ways that you can get in and play. There are multiple ways that you can make your name known. And Mac Melts is one of these players that went through one of those channels, ultimately got noticed at a tournament by a huge roster. And look, it's coming and paying dividends very quickly. So yes, there are ways to get involved, actually get noticed by these teams. Obviously, you need to make that jump initially before you can be grinding 10s with these guys to actually get picked up. And also, I mean, you get to play for money. It's a pretty great opportunity there as well. So even if you just jump in, have some fun, get to play with friends, and potentially bring down some coin, sounds like a pretty good day.
It is pretty incredible. And registration is still open, so you guys can head over to callofdutyleague.com/challenges to get a piece of that pie. But incredible stuff, guys, across the board here today. I am really excited to see who is going to be taking this Chicago Home Series. Let's take a look at the results before we head off. We got the US Army's results for you. But I'm actually kind of like in shock about a couple of different things. I mean, I'm first of all in shock that OpTic Gaming didn't manage to do really anything for us. I was really hoping they turned things around a little bit more and we'd see a glimmer of hope in them, and that was super disappointing. And also, I also thought Los Angeles Guerrillas may have taken the Surge down at one point.
It's just proven that is their matchup nightmare. There's nothing that they can do against Seattle. It's just chalk from here on out when they play Seattle. Hopefully, they don't have to play them again if you're a Guerrillas fan. But as for OpTic Gaming LA, like going against LAG, that is your rival. That's your Los Angeles rival. They're one of the worst teams in the league, and you lose to them. Like, to me, that just shows me zero improvement, and that is extremely surprising. Like, that's a team that should get away with just talent alone. Like, what is happening in practice for OpTic Gaming LA? We don't know. It's clearly not working, and it's just sad, man. It's sad.
I mean, you want to talk about getting away with just talent alone. I think the time for that's just completely gone, though. Like we've already started to see. Like there was an opportunity for them to be a team like that just went out and could just rely on raw gun skill. I mean, there were certain points in the game when even a team like Chicago could do just that. That's done. It's gone. The gap is closed down. People have figured out this game. They know what they need to be doing on the map, and I don't think that they can rely on anything now.
Absolutely. And of course we do have the Game Fuel game day on Sunday as well, gents, so that is really exciting stuff for everyone tomorrow, and if you're a CDL fan then you have to be tuning in with us, of course. But you can see the journeys here of the groups, Group B, Group A, and how we've got here to the semi-finals, which will be taking place tomorrow. We've got FaZe versus Surge, and Empire taking on Huntsmen, which I'm really excited to see that matchup as well. I'm a little nervous for both of these teams. I feel like there's two really good teams here that could have been in the finals together as well if the groups had worked out differently.
Banger. I'm excited to see if Empire can go hard against Huntsmen. We know that Huntsmen gives them a ton of struggles, right? Like when they play Huntsmen, they struggle. But like with this new and improved Shotzzy, maybe it'll be a different story. It's gonna be an interesting matchup to say the least. I think it goes 5.
Shotzzy has been frying this weekend, like frying. It's been incredible. We've got the CDL points presented by Game Fuel on your screen as well, just so you can have a look at how everything's been updated. So Chicago Huntsmen still in the lead with 130 points, and Atlanta FaZe right now sitting at 3rd with 110. Are we going to be seeing Atlanta FaZe, do you think, bump up a couple and knock a couple down?
I think they'll go up at least one.
Absolutely. Well, let's head off right now. I think it's past our bedtime, gents. I think it's time to hit the hay here. We're pretty tired here at CDL. So we're going to leave you with that, guys, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow where we have our CDL Sunday for your entertainment. So till then, it's good night.
He's gonna get caught, but they line up for Scuff, and Scuff, the king! This is dangerous! 10 in a row! Gunless keeps on rolling, 9! Formal hits the shot. Octane doesn't have to move, he goes!